Boom, the world class.
Salute, salute. Can
Part
y'all hear
two of
me?
the StreamYard weekend. We're gonna
Yeah,
keep everything
good.
going, keep the conversation moving.
Hey, to that
Yo,
last brother I
All
was
right,
talking to,
mic
if
check.
he
Can
up
y'all hear
here
me?
yeah,
or if
he
he,
here.
yeah, I
Y'all
hear
hear
you.
me?
He
Hey,
still here.
Okay.
hey, brother.
We
Yeah.
here.
Look, my apologies for getting animated over there, man. It's just a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No, ain't no problem.
Partner about it.
No problem at all. All I'm saying is, right, and this maybe I wasn't clear in what I was saying. I was responding to the when you brought up about the stand your ground laws in Texas, right? And I was separating stand your ground in general from stand your ground and Carmelo Anthony. Now, which one are you trying to discuss? You talking about stand your ground in general or how it applies in this particular case?
No, I'm speaking strictly. That's why I was being specific and talking about Carmelo. That's why I was saying that like the nuance is strictly based around Texas stand your ground law. Because even
Oh,
though I know all Georgia got stand your ground, Missouri got it, the Florida got it. It's nuances to the way that they apply the law. You know what I'm saying? It ain't applied the same way across all states, right? So that's
all
one
right.
thing we know. And I say what I had to do is my due diligence on, okay, how do Texas normally prosecute these cases? Is there any other cases similar to shit like this that went on in Texas as far as school stabbings and all that? And I found a plethora of them. The most recent one being last year. And I'm saying it was a fight between two young men where actually the other young man that ended up doing the stabbing, he agreed to the fight. They got the video. He walked outside. They was about to fight, and in the middle of the fight, he pulls out a knife and stabs the dude. Right, and in the middle of stabbing the dude, they still fighting. He stab him again. He gets arrested, and the end result of all of that was the young man who agreed to the fight, who ended up doing the stabbing, gets charged with a negligible homicide. And the reason why he got negligible homicide because they said during the fight he was bagging up. You understand what I'm saying? Even though he agreed to the fight,
The
even
the
though he went
person
out
that
there
was
to do the fight, they said during
the
the
person that was
fight
stabbed
he
back
must
up.
have got scared. Right, he must have got scared or something, and he
Okay.
started bagging up and stabbing. And they called that stand your ground self defense. And at the most, he got negligible homicide, 30 days in jail, 10 years probation. So that's what I'm trying to get to say, like as far as the understanding of the law, and the quick to jump the gun with the murder that they didn't even do their due diligence on case law and other cases in Texas, the prosecution that kind of bear this similar vein. So if we got somebody last year who did something that one could consider more egregious than Carmelo Anthony, and at the most he got 30 days in jail, 10 years probation. I'm saying that's where we got to start at with Carmelo. That's why I'm saying he go get acquitted because he wasn't even the aggressor in this situation. He wasn't even looking for a fight.
If we just talking about staying your ground in the case of Carmelo Anthony, I'll keep it here then instead of talking about staying your ground in general. Because it might be two different, totally different situations. We just keep it on Carmelo Anthony. And from like I say, when can you hear me? Is my sound on?
No, I hear you, bro.
Okay.
You
So everything I've seen, I actually agree with you. He wasn't bothering them. He walked over to a tent that was public property in the context where at, and they walked up to him and put their hands on him. So unless there's a different testimony or we ain't getting all the facts, I actually don't disagree with you in this case. Unless, like I said, some different come out, then I'll change my opinion. But from what I see right now, I don't, and they definitely ain't got nothing on them for no murder one. I don't even see how they charge them with that. That's just completely overcharging, in my opinion.
That's probably like one of the most pertinent points in this case, brother, is the murder one thing. That's why I was quick to be like, oh man, he might beat this because it seemed like the rush to charge him with a murder one was an emotional decision, just based on the perception of what happened by the law enforcement that arrested him or the DA that was prosecuting him or whatever. But it's crazy that within a week his bond went from $1 million to 250,000, And now the sentiment from the judge to everything, like it seemed like it's starting to switch. And earlier the reason why I came up because when people was like, it was somebody else saying, but the jury might do this and the jury might do that, and I was like, well, we can't be so quick to even say that this is going to be a jury trial. He could very well opt to say, well, I want a judge trial because I got a better chance with this black judge who probably got a way more understanding of the law and how it need to be applied than some, like at this point, tainted jury pool, right? Because I've been in court before. I opted to have a judge trial because I had a black female judge. And I was like, I got a better chance with her trying this shit than just, waiting on 12 random people that's gonna have their own bias misconceptions already, right? She bound by the law. It's like, of course, she's still a person, but she's bound to uphold the law in Texas, and she's a Republican judge. So you think she trying to tamper with them stand your ground laws and them, and like the shit that they didn't set up in Texas for hundreds of years? No, she got to apply it the same way with him. That way, other people, Texans, can go around doing the shit that they doing. Understand your ground.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he should take a plea though. I think he'll get off. I don't think it'll make the I don't even think he'll get indicted because it's gonna be a waste of the district attorney time if they do business as usual and keep at that same pace that they was on. Because a lot of people don't understand that. I said this before. I think last week. The police officers, the initial charge is like data entry, so they just taking the testimonies and hearsay that they get, and they're making their decision based off them, and then the DA will back it. So to see the bond hearing come up and the DA back it is just, it's weird to me. That's why I don't even think they're gonna get the weapon charge that Logic was talking about. I don't think he's gonna get any. I think it's gonna get dismissed based off the facts. If any competent defense attorney should be able to get rid of this pretty quickly, but
it's already looking dumb.
Only trump card is the testimonies from the children. You know what I'm saying? They can have the conversation that preceded it that could sway things. That's the only thing I know. You know what I'm saying? If the boy was saying racist things to him, if the white boy said racist things to him, if Carmelo was, the testimony could be that he antagonized him first. We don't know. That's the only thing I think is swayed. I don't think that's the case, but there's no way to know until.
But this was gonna shoot that in the foot, though, brother. The police report, even from the people that's, you could say, quote unquote, was with Austin Metcalf. All of their testimony on site is saying that Austin Metcalf was the first aggressor. He was the first one that created the situation. Even in them trying to defend him, they're telling the truth of the situation. You feel me? So. Yeah. And the police report only is substantiated by like if you go to trial, you got to get on stand and you know what I'm saying and say this shit again. Yeah. So
that's fair.
God forbid that they get to changing up their stuff, right? And now that they realize that, oh shit, this, we just said this in this police report and it showed that Austin is the aggressor, and you get on stand just like in George Zimmerman case, right? He beat his trial not because like what he did was fucked up, but it was because the only witness to this shit, the girl, the little black girl, when she got on the stand, she just fucked the whole shit up, right? That like we keep missing, like she got on the stand, and that's what made the whole shit seem like non-credible, right? And she's the eyewitness, and she was just up there fucking up. So I'm saying in the case of Austin Metcalf, let his friends get up on that stand and get the like trying to lie or slick change shit that they said in that police report. Any competent lawyer is gonna eat them the fuck up on the stand, just like they did that little black girl.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could see swaying it, is if somehow, some way, because they can invalidate a testimony one way or another. The prosecution can. So that's the only thing I see swaying. Other than that, it's clear and cut. Based off the information we got now and the things that we've been discussing now, I think it's pretty clear self-defense. I don't think the knife factors in. I don't think the statement of "touch me again" factors in against him. I think that's a clear and concise warning. The fact that he supposedly only stabbed him with one time and then ran, I think all of that is in his favor. It should be pretty clear. If not, it's gonna be a pretty bad situation for them. They're gonna get investigated. They themselves probably get indicted. And I would, if it don't go our way, I definitely would encourage people that don't like the results to learn how to send not affidavits, but send documentation to the Department of Justice. Learn how to use this system correctly and get them to investigate on a federal level to see what's going on in that county. Because it seems it's more local than what I understand is viral, but it's more like business as usual. I keep saying that because I think they just used to just doing what they want in that police department in that county. And I'm pretty sure you'll find some other things like that where they just trump up charges.
Right. Do y'all think that much will change when the videos of the incident come out?
Yes. I think when the videos come out, it's going to be even more viral than it is now. Yeah, I think when the videos do show up and the statements, those children's perspective come out, I think it's going to be even more viral than what it is now. Because we don't even got no video. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's just popular.
I think the video is going to stamp it one way or the other. I think it's not.
Of course.
And I think I stand by what I said earlier on the past stream. I think for people supporting or outside supporting Carmelo Anthony, playing into the race angle that the other side drummed up is a bad strategy, and I just don't think that's a good idea because from everything I've never been to Texas, but from everything they tell me about Texas, that's a lose-lose situation for that kid. There's nothing to be gained by that. That's why I hate it so much that they did that dumbass press conference because there's nothing good that came out of that.
Do you think the press conference played into race?
Yeah, I think
absolutely it played into race.
I think they had. I don't know what the parents. I'm looking at that. I don't know what the parents did, but whatever that dude's name is,
the pastor.
I don't think he said anything. I think his business plays. The business he has played into like his front page. I think that plays. I don't think he said anything that was racial though.
But he didn't say anything overtly like racial about white people, black people. Well, he did mention black people.
But I think he mentioned racism though.
He did mention racism.
But listen, it gotta be mentioned though, brother, because again, you don't know the defense that Carmelo Anthony is building. Like we can't pass by the fact that race it could be a factor if you're dealing with a young black man that's minding his business being accosted by two the linebacker size white football players in the state of Texas. You don't know. Again, this go back to perception, the perception of the threat. Like you don't know what his background is, what his previous dealings with white people in that town is, you know what I'm saying? What the threat, like we don't know what he's finna get up there and argue.
And that's why
saying that race ain't a factor, like saying that race can't be a factor, that's kind of like, that's you'll be doing him a disservice.
And that's why
let me clarify my hold on, let me clarify my statement then. Do you think race in that town where he is surrounded by white people, affluent white people, do you think adding, unless it's something clear cut, unless somebody came and said that them boys called him a nigger or said something racial to him, unless it was overtly racial, do you think adding race into this situation anyway helps him in that jurisdiction?
Listen what I'm saying to you. It ain't about what helps him in the jurisdiction, because again, he has a black female judge, so he can have a judge trial. So we not going fuck the perception of the peanut gallery. We talking about the state of Texas, racial relationships in the state of Texas, a black child growing up in that state, and what his perception of a threat could be if he's just being randomly approached by two white kids that's like on some show me your freedom papers. Do you deserve to be over here type shit? Basically, I'm making a joke when I say that, but I'm saying you don't know his perception of that. You don't know how he could have been viewing them just coming up on him. Just like that's where the race come in at. Like black people gotta not be afraid to say, hey, when two white people that's randomly walking up on me and they on some aggressive shit, yeah, the feeling get a little bit more intense because it's like this is racially motivated, even if it's not.
Right. Well,
for us,
race is
that gotta
gonna
be
play in it
that
anyway.
gotta it gotta play into it, right? That we can't duck it now because it's like we can't just start trying to like say, oh, it ain't gonna be race now. It ain't gonna be race when it comes to the law, like what actually happened according to the law. But
That's
his
what I'm talking
threat
about.
of what, but I'm saying it's gonna have to be race if you're talking about the threats that he perceiving when people is coming up on him. That's what I'm saying. You don't think this little nigga that
Yeah,
grew up in
Rick.
Texas and seen crazy shit go on in Texas and all that? Yeah, he gonna get to argue that, bro.
I
He
just
could,
think besides that, like even let's say if there was no racial motivation behind it, okay, we don't know if there was or not from when the Metcalf twins approached him or not. We don't know, either way. But it's just the divide that we have in the country right now and how, this is kind of like politics are kind of swaying in different people's opinions on both sides, like the media spectacle and how, mainstream this has gotten, it's automatically, playing into race anyways, just for the fact that it's a black and white kid. I don't think there's really no like escaping that, whether the families
Yeah,
or the case made it racial in any way. I just think it's because the state of the country, there's automatically people like, oh, he deserved it. People still have that racial undertone about these different things when it's a white and a black person.
I think what Double is bringing up is it going to help him in a case in that
yes.
county where it's like super racist? And I don't. To
I think it
honestly,
is
because of I think on a normal basis, on from the average person, it not being viral, probably not. But this situation with so many different eyes on it, I think it
Right.
probably would help him. To be honest with you, Double.
because when you listen to the like these different pundits and podcasters and talking heads, when they talk about this case from from white people perspective, even the media to a certain degree, they're framing it in a way like Carmelo can't use the law. He has to be a quote unquote good nigga. You see what I'm saying? Everything is
Hmm.
framed in, well, even though technically by the law, what I'm not saying what he did was illegal, but why couldn't he just walk away? Why couldn't he just move from underneath the seat? You know what I'm saying? If he's in the wrong seat, why couldn't like none of them are framing it like, why did Austin Metcalf go up to him in the first place? Why did he
Yeah,
feel the need
that's
to put his hands on
yeah,
somebody that wasn't a threat? You see what I mean? Like that's where the racism is coming in because around all these different talking points, they're not going by the law. They're going by what somebody should quote unquote morally do. If a good white man
yeah,
come up to you and you're a black kid, you should acquiesce to that. But that ain't the law. The law the law don't work like that. So that's where I'm saying like he's gonna win because he's like, yo, look how they treat me. They treat me like because I'm a black man that I don't have the same American laws by y'all. Like the brother was saying earlier, we gotta learn to use the laws the same way they do it. We gotta hold their feet to the fire because now they gotta. You think these folks really want to change their laws in Texas? You think they want to
Absolutely
create case
not.
law to say that they can't do what they want to do? Hell no. That's why they trying to scare them.
mm,
They trying to hit them with the murder one. They trying to, you know what I mean? They trying to just punk them into like taking a charge or like the brother say, taking a plea. Hell no, I ain't taking no plea.
mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. That's disrespectful for him to take a plea. He just defending himself, and he got to walk with that on his jacket for the rest of his life. Nah, and even if he just get probation for let's say 5 years, man, to be restricted, he already can't graduate. They talking about expelling him from school or defending himself from
Right.
a situation he didn't start. And just like what Bobby was just saying, the public perception of why you don't be a bitch and just shut the fuck up and let this white boy do whatever the fuck you want. When it's not, if it was reversed, I don't like the if it's shit, but if it was reversed and this so-called black boy walk up to this white boy and he stabbed him, everybody will go, why that black boy? This is what black people do. They always want to bully somebody. That's what y'all will be saying. Especially
Hey
if
True.
he
brother,
bigger than him,
it's
stronger
a
than him in
case
the
in
football.
Texas right now. That's what I'm trying to. I'm
There's
gonna
another one
find the
like that.
name, bro. It's a case in Texas. Literally just happened right now where the white dude just stabbed some people in school and they're arguing and then they not making it big media because they saying exactly what you just said, brother. Well, he was defending himself. Look how big they were. Look at him and he thought they were gonna jump. bro, he walked in the bathroom. Y'all can look this up. White dude walked into the bathroom to go to the fight. You hear what I'm saying? He walked in the bathroom to go fight. He said when he got in the bathroom, he got scared because there was a bunch of more people in there, and he thought they was finna jump him. So he stabbed the motherfucker and got up out of there. And don't you know they saying, hey, just sound justified to me. He feared for his life. He thought they was finna jump him.
It is like, you know, I want to say this because I've seen a lot of different people and content creators that I know are just weak as fuck. Having, you know, they're on the side of Carmelo was wrong for some reason. What it is like me, for instance, I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I be on these panels telling these niggas, I'm one of them niggas that'll put something in your face. I will shoot you. I will hurt you. They have this thing where they want to feel like we bitches. That me saying what the fuck I say, nigga, I will hurt you because of where I'm from and what the fuck I am because my skin brown and I'm that nigga that'll hurt you. They want to feel like we bitches. So when I say something like that, you want to find a reason to believe that I won't do it. But when a little suburban kid, 17 years old in Texas, if he'll stab you, if he'll stab a white person who all y'all afraid of, that puts a little hurt in your little head that, yeah, these niggas that we want to feel like we equal to, this nigga won't do it. Yes, the fuck we will. If a little boy, 17 years old, in the county, in some suburban, well taken care of environment, if he'll stab you, one of us will. They gotta constantly think that these niggas we won't hurt them, and we will. So I do understand what Logic is saying, because I agree that we're not prepared as a people for a war. Period. Right. A lot of what Logic is saying is that we're not prepared, and I agree we are not prepared. There's some of us that are, but that doesn't dismiss the fact that a lot of us are not.
Not enough.
But you can suffer no delusions. We're not them niggas to play with. When push come to shove.
On that note, you know, we got to get these likes up. The likes are low. Got to get these likes up.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sliding like a lubricant. Don't forget the Gucci print. My little chick Peruvian. Hold up, let me check my ego. Lately been really focused on the neighborhood hero. Switching up my stamina, transforming the stilo. Niggas are playing hard, I'm playing smart. Yes, I should. I'm no longer in the hood like 10 hard bands start. Playing in my pocket, don't knock it to protect mine. I will introduce you to a rocket plugged in like a socket. I know all of you connects. When you see me, when you greet me, give me all of your respect. Waistline still, nothing getting killed but the tech. Tell your bro, keep her body. I just deal with the neck. Holla, wow, like the Lakers. Spot filled up with pizza, you got flavors. Anywhere I can take you. I don't want no bullshit bitch with me in Jamaica. Yeah, get rid of that hoe like she was stolen. Hey, look, you can keep that money if you owe me. Yeah, and you and your partner, y'all be rolling. And should've let my boy take shot like he was Kobe. Zay, play, Zay, play.
What the likes at? How many likes is it?
We got
y'all niggas start freeloading and hit the like button.
30 likes.
We got 30.
Yeah, let's get up to 50.
32 likes. 71 people watching. 77 people watching. We got to get the likes up.
Yeah, let's at least get it up to 50. Share it to your community tab on YouTube so everybody know to come through. But I think that's a lot of what the shit is, man. I think people just want to have this perception that so-called black people are docile, not gonna fight back. Whether it's people that come from this country or whether it's white people, they want to believe that we're not gonna fight back, and that's not the truth, man. You're gonna get hurt playing over here.
Right.
I think that's a part of what a lot of the responses you see is you done ran your mouth or you done invested in these niggas ain't gonna do shit. Okay, it's a lot of dead people thinking the nigga not gonna do something. You only can push a person but so far. You can only push these people but so far. And I don't know. I think I've said this often. A lot of people can only be them when we not being us. And they need us to not operate like the rest of the world do, so they can be comfortable. They can keep coming in our community and keep playing in our face. And I'm gonna support. I'm just saying this. I'm gonna be behind my people. But when you're wrong, you're wrong. I'll call you out. That's not a question. That's on our job. But I don't give a fuck about. I'm not letting no Italian say that dumb shit. I don't give a fuck about a white person saying it. I'll handle my business. I don't need your motherfucking job. I don't need your help to do my job.
I think recency bias kind of play into like this public fear mongering perception because I have been hearing a lot of like, oh, it's gonna be a race war and you know the motherfuckers ain't prepared and this and this and that, right? And you know, being a little bit older, right? Being a little bit older, I'm here to tell you, bro. I remember the O.J. Simpson trial. All of that shit was on the heels of Rodney King and a fucking L.A. riot. Do you hear what I'm saying? And if anybody who lived back then, they will tell you if it was ever finna be a race riot, it would have been in 90 something because the white people was ready to fucking throw any nigga they could off a fucking roof after that O.J. trial. A man in Texas literally got drugged by a fucking chain on the back of a truck during that time. You remember that, sis?
I
Like this is
remember
the
that
shit that was going on.
I think I remember that.
Like right, like the RIP to him. That was one of the
Jasper, Texas.
story of the time. Jasper, Texas. He was walking down the street. That white boys just grabbed him, chained him to the back of a fucking truck, and drugged him till all his body parts fell off.
Sure did.
We all heard about that.
That happened. That wasn't no 1960 shit. That was in the 90s.
That was in the 90s.
You know, niggas was still finding niggas just hanging randomly in trees in the 90s. So that's what I'm saying. That perception of white people this finna be the race war time. This finna be that's a sentiment that to make lesser niggas walk around with fear and apprehension in their life, like you were saying earlier, bro. Scared to do something.
Yeah.
Ain't no niggas ever like in real life. Niggas will tear this bitch up. Like I lived through that shit. Niggas was ready to tear this bitch up during that time.
Right.
That shit don't nobody really want that shit. Them white folks was standing at the edge of Beverly Hills like, please don't come y'all crazy ass over here and burn that shit.
Right.
Please
and it's
don't.
True though, because I was in high school when that happened, and this does, with all the tension, kind of feel like a similar situation, but not quite. You know what I mean? It just seems like there's a big divide. And when that happened, I remember us watching it in school. We was actually watching the trial in high school. And, you know, the white people had their opinion. The rest of us had our opinion. And it was tension. Like people were waiting for that verdict.
Thank you. They was waiting. Do you hear me, sis?
It was a rough time.
We talk about OJ. Bro, they had the OJ verdict in school for regular people. OJ verdict. This was grown up business, and they showing this shit to kids, bro. 6th graders.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is fact.
That's how tense the country was at that time. So, like the sister saying, it's tense now. It's tense now, but I remember back then it was like, boy, don't even drop a rock around white people, boy. Motherfuckers finna start shooting.
Right, everybody looking around, eyeing each other like I wish you would. Like it was a lot of tension.
The trope is that we just conquered and docile, but you about to find out that white people are just as conquered and docile. If it apply to us, it apply to you. That's now y'all baby dying. Now what y'all gonna do? You gonna sit your bitch made ass right there and get outclassed like the rest of like everybody else. You ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing but be dominated and like it. These people are the first people that were conquered was these white people. Y'all forget where they come from? You forget who they are? I think a lot of people forget that these people are still colonists right now. But they want this shit to be on us because everybody can come on here and bang on the nigga. It's just like in the hood. The niggas that be shooting motherfuckers or doing what they do it to a nigga they know they can do that with and get away with it. So in this country, the so-called black man is the one that you can keep playing these motherfucking games with. Oh, y'all docile, y'all weak. Y'all ain't do nothing with the white man. Well, the white man about to watch this little boy kill one of his babies, delete one of his babies. Watch what he do. Not a motherfucking thing.
Nothing.
You just as bitch as you try to articulate.
No Cap-tivity.
Gonna sit your bitch ass there and take it. This is gonna be y'all Emmett Till. But the only thing is we gonna be better than you, and it's not gonna be a situation where that little boy was innocent. He wasn't innocent. He started the shit and he got finished. That's how that shit gonna end. You ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. On the block I live on right now, it's just me. It's me. It's a girl that live right next door to me, and right down the street. Everybody else is white and Asian. I wish the fuck you would say something to me. The suburban out this way, it look like the 4th of July out here in the this Maryland suburban area. Light you motherfuckers up.
No
It ain't happening.
captivity. No
Yeah, I'm not
captivity.
feeding to that race war shit because, like you said,
It's
they you can say people on our side ain't ready, but like they ain't ready either. Like we forget most of the country is obese.
they're not.
In fact, them
Exactly.
white folks ain't about to get no race war with niggas. That's not about to happen. But I want to talk about this thing about seeing a divide. When has there never not been a divide between black folks and white folks? This is not like that's not. Maybe I missed it. Like, is that anything new?
No.
What?
So
Who was saying that?
no, somebody said earlier.
You saying it was an opportunity? I think Tyranny was saying something like that. Oh,
yeah,
no,
like
maybe it was more love.
I can't remember who said it, but somebody's there's a you can see a divide. Like the divide's always been there. I don't understand. Like that's just that's everyday life, ain't it? I mean, most black folks and white folks don't see things eye to eye. We live different experiences, and we don't really operate the same way. So I don't see why that's any kind of a cause for pause of it being a divide. That's called the history of the country.
Listen, I'm pro segregation. I think we need to move away from white people. I think we need to move away from a lot of these foreigners and deal with our own shit and get ourselves together. That's what I think. So I'm not about this coming together shit. The Constitution for the United States of America and your local constitution and your state and the laws is enough. We don't need to come no further than that. You act when it comes to doing business. You act like you know. I'll act like I know. Y'all go over there and do what y'all do. We go over here and do what we do. We too involved in what other people. That's why I ain't like when Tyranny was talking, because she keeps and not just her. They always talking about us in relationship to white people. Your identity is independent. It don't depend on somebody else. Stop worrying about what other fucking people get. It don't matter if they get more or they get less. It has nothing to do with your household. The next person, your neighbor's income, their cabinet is not filling your fucking children's stomach. We got to focus on what we need to be doing. So I'm pro segregation, and I don't have no problem with the criticism that come from us about us, because we need to know how we think about each other and how to solve the problem. But I'm done with the we got to tick for tat with white people. I want to tick for tat with them shits. Them shits may be washed once or twice a week or a month. I don't give a fuck what they do. I don't care about them people. I don't care that they exist. I see them shits every day. I be forgetting. I don't even know they fit. If you put a bunch of white people in a line, I couldn't tell you my neighbors because I don't look at them shits. I don't give a fuck what they do. We too worried about what they do and not maximizing on who and what we are. We too busy worried about them dumb shits. Fuck them shits. Fix your motherfucking shit. Fix our household. We need to be removed from these motherfuckers and start dealing with our own shit. And not saying we less because we perceive that they have more. These so-called white people are $37 trillion in debt. They broke as fuck. They broke as fuck. And their credibility is crap across the planet. Stop worrying about them. Let them motherfucker. They got their own motherfucking problems. Let them shits rock.
Yeah.
Learn the law. Play the game, man. Play the game. Learn the game. Play the game.
And speaking on that, I don't think, and granted, I'm not a geopolitical expert, but I do try to pay attention to what's going on globally. I don't think people seeing this. There's a major paradigm shift about to happen, to where, like, America or white or European people in general are not going to be calling the shots no more. Like, that's happening as we speak.
Your local governor in your state gonna have more power than the president. He already got more power. He or she already got more power. You're gonna be living and dying by their decisions in the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the most important election for everybody's life, is their governor. Your governor gonna be dealing with presidents of other countries for the US president. You have more important shit to be focused on, to be worrying about dumb shit and stupid political arguments, and you better learn your laws. Like we talking now, that's the good thing about what we're doing right now in this conversation, is people are looking up laws and being able to see laws in the chat. That's gonna have a bigger. That's why I don't care about political shit, because it come down to a law. If you don't know law, you're wasting your time. You can't know money. If you don't know money, you can't take care of your family. So you got to know the law dictate the money. The money don't dictate the law, contrary to people's beliefs.
And wait, think about,
would they be sending money? Well, I'll just say this real quick. They'll be like, oh, but they put all the money through the lobby. The law allows them to do that. It's common sense stuff. People don't understand that. The law allows the money to be brought through, do lobbying and do coercion or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The law dictates that. AKA, the pen is mightier than the sword, and that requires literacy. Even though I understand Logic's little joke earlier, but you have to understand what the fuck is going on in the world. You gotta be able to read at a world-class level. You're not dumb shit. I don't give a fuck about who's the president. That bitch is. It's like swapping butlers. I don't care. You're a servant, nigga. I don't give a fuck who you are. Don't make no difference. You get if it doesn't matter what. If iPhone changes CEOs right now, all y'all that got an iPhone for whatever reason, I got it because y'all crazy. Y'all expect the same motherfucking service and the same quality. I couldn't give a fuck if they put a monkey right there. I want the same quality of service. So you have to understand that nigga is a servant. President of the United States, your governor, put that bitch to work. If I don't fucking answer to you, bitch, you answer to me. That's how law's set up. But if you understood who the fuck set it up in the first place, you would take your place, but y'all don't. So go ahead. Will.
One more second.
That's a good point.
One more second, man. We got to get the likes up. We got 76 watching with only 39 likes. We got to get the likes up. We got to get the likes
Hey,
up.
bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man. Go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man. Go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Yeah, somebody drop world class for the iPhone disrespect. That's not that won't be tolerated. I don't know
iPhone is for people that wash the dishes in cold water.
Anyway, I'm not. With non-iPhone is for Mexicans. So there you go.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Went straight racist.
Yeah. Bitty bitty bum bum. That's you. Anyway.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, it's about to get thick in America, and whatever white people perceive that what black people at, they about to be right there with us. So, I mean, I don't know if you remember on this shit, about a couple weeks ago on Freezy Stream when he did like a 12-hour stream or something like that, and Jeff was talking about it. And it's like, yeah, everybody about to be poor in next the way they cutting stuff and the way they trying to cut, because like I say 37 trillion that they're just trying to survive right now, and a lot of people about to get cut loose by the wayside, and most of them people that gonna get cut off is gonna be so-called white people who you think are running shit. And another reason why I'm not worried about no race war, because they're gonna be trying to eat.
I don't remember the last time I seen a healthy white person, other than the white girls to be by the yoga spot. That's the only time I've seen them in like they even look fit. That's the only time. I'm not worried about them shits.
No, and they're gonna be.
This case is good.
No, I'm saying they because we live under this. I don't know what name if you want to call it white supremacy or if you want to call it white dominant society, whatever you want to call it. Like, I don't think people realize that is mainly a facade that's been held up by certain policies. That's not an organic thing. Like, there's a reason why they've had so many perceived advantages, because it's been set up that way. That shit is about to go away because the nation can't afford it no more. And you really gonna see who's who in the coming time. Now, niggas, we're not used to getting any kind of support, artificial support. We gotta do what we gotta do, right? And so now you're gonna be having a situation to where everybody gotta do what they gotta do. We already here. That's nothing new to us. So you got people who used to being propped up now have to get it how they live. I think you're gonna see who's who. That's why I look at it. So that's why I ain't worried about it.
You know what I see with that is no different from the people that's speaking against Carmelo and saying whatever the fuck they saying. I don't want to put no words out there, but is those type of niggas gonna help them white people? They're gonna make sure the people is like Django like in the Django movie, when Master got shot, and the nigga, what's his nigga, friend Steven, Calvin, them niggas gonna make sure they white people was safe, man. They gonna take care of them, and that's, I think,
not when he shot Candy.
When he shot Candy Legs, he said, Calvin, he didn't care about himself, and that's how a lot of these motherfuckers is, bro. I think that's the reaction we having to the shit.
I don't say I disagree with you. I don't think that's going to be effective because there's not going to be anything to help them. Like you're not going to be able to help them.
They're gonna fight us. They will steal from us to make sure their white God is fucking warm and shit. What you mean?
You really? Well,
white man air better than ours. Yes, absolutely. Hey, Doug Will, you the first nigga is gonna be chaotic truth. He gonna be the first nigga to make sure fucking. He gonna be the first one to make sure Imperius one of them niggas get the water they need. But
I don't think.
Man.
I might be wrong. I don't think it's gonna be enough. I mean, and they of course they're gonna try. I just don't. I just think the entire paradigm will have shifted so much.
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna do no good. You can help. You gonna look stupid. That's not what I mean. That's just what I see when I'm reading, and I just don't think you have to really just help you and yours and the people in your immediate community. I don't think trying to. There's not gonna be kissing ass is not gonna get you anything anymore. See what I'm saying?
So
like there's nothing to get.
To your point, world class. Do you see like majority of like black people, like do they see like white people differently than black people?
A majority, yeah. Yeah, they look at them as they got some type of advantage.
They really don't.
Which is, and they do as well. A lot of white people think they do.
No,
don't.
not just advantage, but like to the point which you was halfway speaking earlier. Like it. I think you was speaking bigger than like you was speaking like more on the inferior type of level.
I gotta be careful when I say this because I'm born in the city, so I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak for like the county and rural, niggas, because we in the city, like we'll cuss out cops, like we disrespectful. So we don't. I can't say that niggas. Let's say like JP for instance, right? Some of the stuff that JP say is some of the stuff I've heard from niggas. Like we value the white man shit. So I think genetically, physically, creatively, I think our people think we superior, but when it comes to governance and government, I think our people think we're inferior. So I don't want to half answer your question. I just don't think overall our people do in the city. So I'm just speak for city folk. But I think when it comes to government and stuff like that, we do. So when it comes to stuff like this, I think we do. But I think we know we bigger, faster, stronger, more talented, stuff like that.
How can you be inferior when one is being artificially propped up and one is being artificially hamstrung? How can you say the one being hamstrung is inferior?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That's what my earlier point about they don't have to get it like we get it because it's never really been a equal. When there's such thing as equal, it's never been a fair fight.
Level playing field.
It's never been. There you go. It's never been a level playing field. So that's why I want to spit every time I hear somebody talking about some merit based, whatever. It's never been merit based.
That's my channel name. Represent. It represents a level playing field. When you operate at a world class level, when you know what they're doing, you're not tricked by the stupid shit. I don't care who run politics. I don't care what a pale person is saying. I don't care if he come up and call me an NIGGER, because I'm competent and I know what that word means. All I know is you're trying to call me what you are, but you don't even know that you're that. I'm not triggered by black people or this because I know that applies to you. It don't apply to me. When you have a certain standard and understanding, you're not affected. When we get on level playing field, we kick they fucking ass, and not just the white people, everybody. A level playing field, we bust people ass, and that's what I want people to focus on. You
don't hamstring people you know you can beat.
Exactly. I'm not gonna sabotage your car if I think I can beat you in the race.
Right. And then the whole thing about, because I kind of caught snips and bits of that. Are y'all talking about if a white person says something to you racist? The most and I could be getting source material wrong, but because we all told that white and black in the construct is not a real thing, right? It's made up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But even in the context of white, from what I understand, that applied to a small group of people. That just wasn't any Caucasian person.
No.
Is that right?
No.
Yeah.
It don't have it. It don't even. It's actually it's white and black are legal classifications, and a
Right.
white person is white the same way that an Arab is white or a Mexican is white through the Naturalization Act. To take an alien and clothing them with the rights of natural persons. That's what naturalization means. That's the only way that these people are white. It's just a legal classification.
But even because
And it-
go ahead. I mean, cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
because whiteness didn't start here; it started in Europe, right? That
What you
concept of
mean?
what, like the invention, the construct of a white person, was not an American concept; it was a European concept, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
because it's just it's a classification of status. White
Right.
is really just means no debt. That's all it really means. It means
But
just
from my understanding of it, it applied to the elites of Europe. It just went like you're Caucasian, you get to be white now. It
never applied to. It wasn't a genotype and phenotype thing. It wasn't about
Right.
looks, race.
It had to do
It was
with
just about
like
legal
your
status. Like
your
if you understand it.
status, your wealth, your
Mhm.
bloodline. It applied to
Mhm.
those people. So the person that's standing next to me in line in Walmart might think he's white, but he ain't. Even in the context of the invention, you're not actually on that team,
Yeah.
fam. So
Yeah.
I don't really
You know
trip.
that because when all the immigrants came to Ellis Island, they weren't treated the same way. That's why the
Exactly.
Italian mafia existed in this country.
Italian,
They weren't on the same level.
Irish, Jews,
Yeah,
Polish,
that's what I was
they
gonna
weren't white.
say.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
and
Go
most
ahead,
of
Fran.
Even Jewish.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say even Jewish people, like you said, Italian, Irish. I mean, they didn't call themselves white people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why even some of the Africans don't call themselves black.
Right.
Unless they second
A lot of
generation or
them
something like
don't.
that. They'll say they from they call themselves where they from.
Exactly.
You got niggas from Colombia, Cuba, Puerto Rico, dark as us, if not darker.
Yep.
They say where the fuck they from.
Yeah.
Yep.
So some
We the only
random
ones that identify ourselves like that.
yeah. So some
Even
random
in Africa, they say colored too. Like they don't like really associate with being black. That's just like an American thing. They
If
even still
if you to
say
call
colored.
somebody
But
if you to call one of our ancestors black in the 40s and the 50s, they will fight you. They never
Right.
call themselves that. That shit ain't happened to like the James Brown song.
but
That's when we
it
start calling
goes
ourselves
to,
black.
it goes to like what y'all was saying for as like the what white meant for as like a elite status, and like black was like low class nothing, that. So like you said, if you would have called someone black back in the day, it would have been a disrespectful thing, because of what it
Exactly.
represented
Yeah.
or what people
Just like
represent for as when they call you black.
Just like now, right? We play with Job Turkey. You a Job Turkey, Job MFer. Back then, they just slapped the shit out you. That was a real disrespect back then. It wasn't no joke back then. You job motherfucker. When they like we say bitch, they say they mean that shit. You job motherfucker. They mean that shit.
Right.
Like, who job, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Like that shit wasn't cool. So through social engineering and then and people been coerced to think they something they're not. Like that. If you go back, that's why movies like Django is hurtful, because you start thinking you were called black by Australians, and they didn't call us that. I made up a damn word. I probably didn't know damn fucking nationality. They wasn't calling us that back in the early 1800s and 1900s. It's new. Like they be through social engineering be putting stuff in people's face that never existed, that wasn't even real. And a lot of what the black is, when you go and look up the etymology, they even put it on. I'm surprised they even got you in Google now. If you just Google black means pale, they even tell you the history that the word black really means pale. Most BLA words mean pale, like bland, blanket. You go look up an unabridged dictionary, it'll tell you what the word really means. Blank means white. BLAQUE means white. In Spanish, the word for white is blanco. In German, the word for pale is blas. The word black actually really means pale. So when they say so-called racist, well, quote, racist, unquote, terms, they're talking about themselves. Black was considered to be low class because it was associated to the slave class. The slave class
Exactly.
comes from Slav, which is Slavunkian Scandinavian, which is the people you call white people today, which everybody, including the little hats, sold for 7,500 years.
Mm-hmm.
People don't understand their history. They don't really know who the hell who. So what they did is just name swap. So white dub will was just a status. It wasn't because we know they're not white. They pale pink, green, red. They're not white. We know we're not black. We're brown, copper, tan. You know,
Right.
some people look like Vaseline. We know we don't look like that. So it's not about how somebody it's not about how we actually look. It's just a legal status. But along with that, got to come with a game plan to continue to get you to not think and read. That's why along with that, we couldn't read for 147 years. We would get attacked, hung if we had a book in our hand.
True.
So I don't gotta hide. Like I said this before, the truth, every lie is made out of the truth. The truth makes everything. So I can't hide the truth ever. Nobody can hide the truth from you. All I got to do is make you not recognize it when you see it. That's all I got to do as an evil person. It's the bad Darth Lord of the world. I got to make sure you don't recognize it. Well, a good thing for me is you come here like that. Babies don't come here knowing how to read an encyclopedia. It's not in your womb with you. They not listening to TED Talks and just getting all the information uploaded before they get here. You come here as ignorant as they need you to be. All I got to do is keep you in that state. I need to keep you in that state of mind, which is what the word entertainment means. That's why that's our number one expense as so-called black people is entertainment. We spend too much money in entertainment. That's our problem.
And that's
we
the
stand in the
problem.
same state of mind. Absolutely.
That's the problem. Too many of us have always been the show and not the business. You know what I mean? We're just the show.
Yeah.
We're the entertainment. We're, the act or whatever it is. And when we're looking at, whether it's sports, entertainment, acting, music, whatever it is. And too many of us are not involved in the business sense, like more now than there used to be, of course, but it's still not to the level. It's usually still somebody above
Absolutely.
the black person or whatever you want to call it that's at the highest level. There's always somebody else above that person. And I think that's a problem. And I think that's part of the reason, I guess, we can maybe contribute it to us being late in the game because we were held back for so long. But then, I don't know. We know that the other people work together more, and it's just, I don't know. It's just a constant divide, not even just, of course, we know it's between us and other races, but just even within ourselves that we are not moving up at the pace of other races. I don't know.
They systematically demonize every organization that was civic based.
Mm-hmm.
All the organizations that taught civics, that taught law and rights, they demonize them. They make you'll make a joke about it, or you'll think they domestic terrorists, because they can't afford us operating like a nation. We don't operate like a nation. We operated like guests that just happen to be here that can't be deported nowhere, which should be your clue that you're not from somewhere else. Commit a felony, but the nigga's still here. Let a Jamaican do it, see if his ass stay here. The information is right in front of our faces, but we just it's so dependent. Like this situation with the Carmelo, y'all don't understand how the foreigners and white people are so dependent on you not recognizing what's going on and being docile. They're heavily dependent on it, because when you make on level playing field, which what Dub Will was talking about, you make a claim, they make a claim, we make a claim, our claim is over their claim. And when you study law, you'll find that out. And when you understand personam jurisdiction, you can go study that independently outside of me. It don't have nothing to do with me. When you look up jurisdiction over the person in law in the United States of America, it's going to change your entire perspective on things. Because When you look at that in relationship to the Dred Scott case that has not been repealed, and look at that judge's decision, it's going to change your life, because you are not, when you walk around calling yourself black, you are not a citizen of the United States of America. You don't have rights. Everything that you've been experiencing is a privilege.
Yep, that is
And it's
true.
under that guise. When you get off of that, because that's what I'll be like. I certain arguments scare me when I hear the feminists talk about it's a patriarchy and your skin brown. Little girl, you don't have nothing the fuck to do with that conversation. That has nothing to do with you. You got bigger problems than. Go ahead.
That is the most irritating thing when I see a so-called black feminist talk about the patriarchy. I'm like, girl, nigga, when have you ever?
Don't have.
What? Like,
we so lost. them and the niggas. Now, I don't want to say supporting Trump or just be telling, oh, go change it in the law. Like, bro, do you not know where you are? Like, what are you talking about? Shut up. You got bigger problems. These niggas and the division conversations that we be having amongst ourselves. I ain't talking about tethers. I ain't talking about foreigners. I'm talking about the division conversation. And that's why I censored myself when I was answering the question, because I don't want to create no divide between us in the city, the brothers that work in the rural area and out in them counties, because we need each other. Right? We need to work with each other. We don't have the privilege. We're not in position to have the arguments that we have. We're not in that position. For any of us to go, let me make sure I'm clear. For any of us to go, I want rights for black men. I want rights for black women. I want rights for children. I want rights for elders, so-called black elders. We are not in that position yet. We're in a position where we need to be recognized as human first.
Exactly. I read that, and that's what I was going to say, but you just beat me to it, that we weren't even deemed to be human. Wasn't we like presented like as a quarter of something?
3/5. 3/5 of a person. That's what you are right now. It didn't change.
Right. It never changed.
When is the proclamation? They did a proclamation for what was it called? Emancipation Proclamation, right?
Right. That was a wartime act. That went a law.
Exactly. That part. When the fuck did they make the proclamation that you're not 3/5 of a person? When did they ever say that?
They did.
What was that at?
Never said.
Never. But you arguing that's those niggas in the hood. That's the nigga. You're not in that position. Y'all be saying stuff that just don't make sense. That's not. You can Google it right now and look the case law up.
Every
time you hear, go ahead, Double.
No, I was gonna say further on the Emancipation Proclamation. All that did was basically constrict us into the military. If I'm not mistaken,
because we POWs. Because we're POWs. We wasn't ever slaves. We were prisoners of war. It's in their laws that they designated the Indians as Negroes. It's in their laws. It's not a concept. Your grandmother wasn't lying when she's saying we got Indian in our family. That's because she was raised. By the time she was raised, that's what they was calling us. They wouldn't call Choctaw. They wouldn't call Tunica, Iroquois. They wouldn't tell none of these things to these people. These was children that were taken as prisoners of war. Mm-hmm. Your family got deleted. When they had those Indian versus Cowboys, your family got deleted. They took these children and they raised them in reservations. That we all come from Africa shit is fake. It's not real. It's in these people law. They don't want you to study law. They want to continue to scare. So what you were saying, though, Will, and they want you to think you're not going to get a fair trial. Run and be scared. No, go study the law. And if I don't get it, the consequences, if I don't get a fair trial, that's what I was telling y'all to do earlier. You're going to flood the Department of Justice with so much motherfucking documents, affidavits, and evidence. They're going to drop down from the fucking clouds from the Department of Justice on that county's ass, and they're going to lose a lot of funding. Plus, the other thing is each public official has a bond. Right now, that family, this is why I don't fucking like attorneys. Right now, that family can file a claim against the bond of the county, the court, right now, the court, the precinct, each officer involved, the governor, they can file a claim against all of their bonds that allows them to operate in the public, that protects the state from these officials. They don't know that. They don't tell these people that. What I gave y'all is, what I just said just now is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. for free. That's why I fucking like attorneys, because they keep information for themselves. The attorneys need to have a motherfucking bond that they don't tell you about. Every time they file a case and you get a case number, that's an account number. It has to have a bond. They don't tell you that shit. But they'll tell you about sovereign citizens doing paper terrorism, though. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is research it. I'm not making it up. They have entire businesses that insure these people. They don't tell you that. They don't want niggas to know what's going on because it's so fucking easy to destroy this system. It's fake. That's why I be telling people about the 1933, the Federal Reserve and all that. It's no money. So they have to create transactions. They create transactions with fake claims that nobody can defend.
They better find pretty soon. The money ain't real.
They got to create, because what moves the money? What allows you to spend your Federal Reserve notes at Amazon or at the gas station? They tell you in the Modern Money Mechanics, produced by the Federal Reserve, their headquarters is in Chicago. They tell you exactly. It ain't backed by nothing other than the fact that you think you can exchange something for it. The niggas who don't know no better go, the money ain't backed by nothing. That's a lie. It's not correct. The money is fiat. That's a lie. It's not correct. Money is backed by thought.
The full faith and credit.
It's backed by ignorance. It's only one industry and there's only one commodity, and that's ignorance. The only reason you go get your hair cut or go get your car fixed is because you don't know how to live your regular life and do somebody else's job. If you learn how to do it, you wouldn't need them niggas. Ignorance is the only thing that moves. You don't have no money. I showed on my last stream in a law dictionary that money does not include notes. You look at your $100 bill. I wish I was candid if I would show it. You look at your $100 bill. What does it say on there? It's no dollar sign on that shit. This is literacy. This ain't conspiracy. You can go and read this shit. Look, pull out your $1, your $10, your $5. It's no dollar sign on that bitch, front or back. You think they forgot to put it on there? It's no money. So the system exists where the money creation process, where they need a transaction. They need a transaction to be able to create more money. That's how it works. So they're going to keep you're going to keep doing transactions when you're ignorant. I'm not going to go and buy wood from somebody when I know how to cut wood, and get it myself. If I got the skills to fix my laptop or fix my computer, I don't need you. What I need you for? If I know how to put a discovery in and I know how to do the administrative process, I don't need no fucking attorney. What I need him for? But when you don't know, that's what creates transactions. I got to go and have this guy come in here and say the same. When the fuck have you seen an attorney say some shit you can't say? All they doing the same words you can say. That's it. Some of them may be in Latin. It's not rocket science. The scientists and mathematicians are saying more difficult words than they are. That's not difficult. In re, in rel, in propria persona, pro se. That's all they say. Once you understand the game, it's a whole different conversation, bro. It changes everything when you know better. And they keep niggas, and it starts with your identity. When you have an identity of ignorance, anybody can play games with you. For us to be sitting there arguing with FBAs about our value and stop saying they fucking convincing these people that we just some fucking idiots. They really think, bro. I watched this. I wish I had it on me right now. I would ask Next Level to play it. I don't even know where it's at. This African girl was she just was explaining that they showed them a video before they get over here. These people in Africa that don't even fucking know we were slaves over here. I'm sorry. What she said in the video, she didn't know we existed. She didn't know we existed at all. Bro, if it's not on Facebook, it's on IG. I will find it so you can see it. I'm not making this shit up. They said these mystery people. That's what she was saying. These people that never existed. She didn't even know we were slaves, so she got over here and argued with us. If it's on, I'm gonna look for it right now. I'm gonna shut up and look for it so y'all can see it. If Next Level play.
Anyway, it was good talking to y'all. I might drop down. I'll see y'all later.
All right, Will.
We're done. Next Level. What is that you put in the chat?
Oh, I was just putting with what world class was speaking on, as far as government officials being bonded. Uh, they are bonded, like just range on their position and their title. Is just, I think it differs state to state, but yeah, government officials are bonded.
Yeah, for those with excellent credit, required bond amounts up can range $2,000. We need some support.
Yeah.
Who's gonna be the first to hit the cash cap? We haven't got no support for the stream.
Yeah, support the stream. Let's get these likes up, share the stream. Let's keep it going.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing it.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care. She need a lap dance. She need for you to come. Ah.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Did the nigga here lap dance and stop singing? She said she need a lap. My friend need a lap dance. This nigga stop singing. That's hilarious.
This what you put in the
But
back.
I put it. Yeah. What I was talking about in terms of the African lady. Take it at face value, or she lying, one of them two. But that's not the first time I heard it. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. I think it's like 2 likes off of 50. Let's at least hit the 50 likes.
Yeah, it's inching up slowly.
Yes. Hit the like button, or Cassandra B is gonna get chest hair dandruff. And we don't want that for her. Crown Life, what up? Artifacts, what up? Dell 0015, what up? What's that? Secret too? Secret though? What up? Loso Way 24, what up? I know Freezy sleep. Conscious Moron, what up? Smitty, what up? I think the girl that I meant I think she say her country. I forgot. You got the button, the unmute button for the video.
People of America, that's it. 2 races, okay? But when you're going through the sessions of coming to America, especially from Egypt, they tell you later on, they put you in a room and you have to watch a video and then they introduce you the African American race. Okay, don't come blaming us Africans for how they portray you guys. Okay, as soon as you learn about African American race, at the same time you learn about 911. Okay, this is a white man. This is how they train people who come to America. That's when you're shocked about this unknown race that they talked about. But they don't tell people, oh, these are from slaves, or, slavery, all that stuff. Okay, they just say these people, they steal. They show people videos. Be mad at the white man. Any African can tell you when you're going through process of coming to America, they show you a video. They show you a video of a black man with white t-shirt, blue jeans, walking around the neighborhood, and as soon as the black man keep walking, and to clear the air, okay, nobody, if I didn't know nothing called African American until I came to America. Before that, when we were in Egypt, okay? When we were in Egypt, when we did our papers, when we was about to come to America, yes, they take you through sessions of understanding America and American life and the inhabitants of America. Okay, back home we just know the red Indians. We just know the red Indians. Okay, and then we know the white people of America. That's it. Two races. Okay, but when you're going through the sessions of coming to America, especially from Egypt, they tell you later on, they put you in a room and you have to watch a video that, and then they introduce you the African American race. Okay, don't come blaming us Africans for how they portray you guys. Okay, as soon as you learn about African American race, at the same time you learn about 911. Okay, this is a white man. This is how they train people who come to America. That's when you're shocked about this unknown race that they talked about, but they don't tell people, oh, these are from slaves, or slavery, all that stuff. Okay, they just say these people, they steal. They show people videos. Be mad at the white man. Any African can tell you when you're going through process of coming to America, they show you a video. They show you a video of a black man with white t-shirt, blue jeans, walking around the neighborhood, and as soon as the black man keep walking.
Yeah, that's it.
I've actually heard something like that before.
Yeah.
That's what they do, but it wasn't an African. It was somebody else of a different race that said when they came over to America, they showed them the tape, and it was, black people, and they pretty much was like, stay away from these. It might have been an Asian person, matter of fact.
Yeah. Happens all the time. It's a concerted effort to make us look crazy. Go ahead.
So do you think that's like the most of the mindset from like melanated people that's not from America coming to America?
Yes, I do. I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard like certain people, let's say from Africa, a lot of them, I think, are kind of programmed.
Not to cut you off, but not just even just Africa, because she was speaking on Africa. I'm saying, like, would you say you would get this from like some maybe like
Arab?
Like just overall, not just African, like you say, Arabs, just whoever, just overall, like, would you think that's a consensus of other people? Just
I do.
Yeah, I would say yes. I would say yes. It's the propaganda you see, and the like that's in mainstream media, and it's a propaganda you don't see. This the propaganda you don't see. It speaks to it.
Right.
It makes sense when you see it. When it's like, well, now I would, if I'm her, right, and let's say she come here, she make a baby, maybe with another African, right, from another country, don't make no difference. And what she didn't speak about is the consequences that come, right? She didn't talk about that. That's another part. And I'm looking for another video to show you to put with this. So you can say, oh, she probably just ghetto, she young. I'll show you a professional saying the same thing. You could imagine that they would tell their children the same stuff to protect their investment. You could imagine that. Like, if that's what I got to hear about, yeah, don't stay away from them. Because if you go into a new place, you got to trust the information of the people that live there. And that's essentially, even if they're, genuine, that's what they're doing. That's how they're going to look at stuff. They're good. They could be good people, but if the white people are telling you it's only two races here, which is crazy. These people are the bad people. Because why? I'm the white person that's letting you come over here. So they're gonna favor that person over us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure we've all seen, like, people from other places that no matter where they come from, it's a stereotype, the black people in America are lazy, they're no good, they're thugs, and this and that. Third, I think that is, like he just said, kind of passed down and that's the way a lot of them perceive us over here in America. I've seen people go at it from different places on platforms with American black people, and just I guess go throwing shots back and forth of how they feel about each other. And one person was just like, that's what I was taught. So I think they do see us like that.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
It's unfortunate, but
Okay, here we go. Here you go. I got another one. His name is Mustafa Heffney. Got you right now. Next level. Just put it in the back chat just now. Oh, the super chat? Get the super chat.
Crown
Life.
Go ahead.
Go, you got it.
Okay. Crown Life with the 20. Salute to Freezy, World Class, and everyone on the panel. Be like
Bang,
Crown Life.
bang, bang,
Thank you, Crown.
Bang, bang.
We appreciate it. Be like Crown. Send some more support.
Yes. We thank you. So that one is a whole different perspective from the young girl, because people can dismiss her. Oh, she a feminist, she young. The guy I think this is from the 90s, if not the 80s. He's a professional. Another guy from Egypt, I guess. You could, if he did. I actually played on my own thing. But switching scenes. Yeah, but these situations, this is related to the Carmelo thing, because it's like this expectation for us. It's like the I guess public relations as it relate to us, and this expectation for us to continue to submit and be docile. And no matter what we do, we always the aggressor, because this is what, it's not that it's real, and it's not whether it's fair or not. A lot of these different nationalities need to feel like this so they can justify their behavior and their treachery against us. Oh, you back?
You talking about this YouTube video?
Yeah.
All right.
It goes along with that. So that's just one person. There's somebody 20 years older than her saying the same thing, way more professionally.
I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. In Egypt, people are identified by the religion first, not the race. So in Egypt, if you are Christian, you are a minority person. But if you're black, you're not a minority person. You are a part of the mainstream society. And I came from this background. And in Egypt, you identify as Arab and as Muslim. And in this country, when I first came, I identified myself as Arab American and Muslim first. And gradually, I became to identify myself as black. I came to the US in 1978, and I became US citizen in 1985. When I became a US resident, I was told by the Immigration and Naturalization that I am white. And I told them that I'm black, and they said, no, in this country, you are white. All Arabs in this country, all Arab immigrants are white. I didn't pay much attention in the beginning to this, because in the Arab world, we identify with our ethnicity first as Arabs, and then with the race second as black or white or whatever. But in this country, you identify with your racial group first and then with your ethnicity second. Gradually, I became black first and Arab second. And I rejected my white classification publicly for the first time in 1987, in February, as a panelist in a function sponsored by the Association of the Study of Black Life and History in Detroit. I said that I belong to two minority groups. I am Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I work for a white school district. The superintendent is white. All the associate superintendents are white, even though that we provide services to 30% black population. But the organization is white and the approach is very white. The attitude towards me changed completely after I went out publicly and rejected my white classification. One coworker came to me and told me, a white coworker came to me and told me right after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over. He said, you have nothing to do with these people. You have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle. You have nothing to do with them. These people lie and steal. When I see one of them in my neighborhood, I call the police. And I was told by the director of general education, who's retired now, in '88, I was told by him that I get people angry when I say that I'm Black Egyptian. If I just say that I'm Egyptian, I would get along. I have to add that I was denied promotion twice because I chose Black classification. This is part of my 2 lawsuits against my employer, which are currently pending. 2 lawsuits.
Now, just for the education of our viewership, why don't you share with us a breakdown of Egypt as it is today, insofar as blacks or combinations thereof of European descent and what have you?
We don't have Egyptians of European descent in Egypt. We have a population which is basically a mixture of ancient Egyptian blacks who intermarried with Arabs right after the Arab conquest. The ancient Egyptian population was brown and black before the Arab conquest. But before the Arab conquest came the Greeks.
You can pause whenever you want.
Hey, what up?
Ancient Egyptian.
Hey, Rhea.
That was it.
Hey, okay. Hey,
So
wait,
what's
what?
your thing?
That's for me, my peep is the production of the breeding of the original Indian people and the Persian Empire. Because I have some Persian features and stuff like that. Because the tribe where I belong to, they're Indo-Persian because it's called it's called the Gurkha Kiani. So basically, in Punjab, the Canaan dynasty came over, right? They came over and they ruled there and they bred there, and the faith was spread there. My ancestors accepted the faith, so that's why I'm Muslim.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Which next level in FNM, what y'all think?
Interesting.
About that video.
I find it interesting, but it's not shocking. It's not shocking about the employer or anything like that. We know that in other countries they do not classify themselves as, black or white or whatever. So for him to say that, but what I did find was intriguing is that I didn't know that back then. Did he say he came over in the 70s at first?
1978.
Yeah, that they would have been classified as white.
Exactly. That's literally what you see what I'm saying? And one of the things he said that they told him was these people come from the jungle. I'm trying to figure out what jungle was in Africa. What jungle was in Africa?
Wow.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That part. But this is 1978. This is 7 years before I was born. I'm 39.
Wow.
This is not new.
But you know what caused her back then, though? Basically, I'm fortunate. Me, my dad, everyone else, my whole family's fortunate enough to be ourselves. You know, back then, the original rich Pakistani people, when they came over, the ones that immigrated over, they couldn't be themselves, though. They literally had to hide everything. They had to hide their language, hide their culture, everything, get beat up, everything, man. Those guys, though, back then, 50s, 60s, though, 50s, 60s, though, the people, though, for me, though, when the original ones, when they came over, those guys, though, couldn't be who they are today, though. For me, I can be who I am today.
So next level, can you please bring up here for the T comment? Go ahead. I want you to talk, but I just want you to bring that comment, that statement she just made up, please, if you can.
This right here.
Yeah, you can go ahead though. I'll speak after you go.
But I just think that it's it explains a lot to where you see like a lot of different immigrants come in and they just like laugh at us, So it shows a lot. But go ahead.
That's interesting.
You operate with that. See, this is my point right here. It's about perception, which means when you watch that video and you're listening to him, what he says, that you're considered to be white. So when you look at these statistics, white people are this leading in that, and it's not just these pale people that you think that you keep hearing about. It's the
Right.
Mexicans, it's the Nigerians, it's the Arabs. It's not what you think it is. So a lot of these people don't understand. When you don't understand law, you don't know what they're reporting. That's why I keep putting y'all to etymology, parse, and syntax. Go look up the law, because the law is using the real meanings of words.
Right.
Well,
So when they say things and they put statistics out, you know what they're talking about. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was gonna ask this question though. What do you think I look like though if I didn't tell you what I am though? If I didn't tell you what I was though, what do you think I look like to you?
I would say, yeah, Asian. Maybe you like mix with Asian and maybe Arab.
Yeah.
Oh, Arab is Asian. Yeah, that's what I would say.
I know Arabs and Asians are different, so I'm more like Southern Asian
Well,
though.
yeah, I know. I'm just geography, based off geography.
I mean, the way you're
You say
dressed and
Asians,
stuff in the
that's what it is.
picture, if this was the first time I seen you, and if I did not hear you talk, I might think that you were Hispanic.
Okay. Or I could fall under the Hispanic or Arab category though.
Yeah, but that's one of the things people need to, like, when it comes to our people, it's a concerted effort. It's a consensus to continue to try to make it, to put like, to fuck us up PR wise. And I think that's
Wow.
one of the things we need to focus
Yeah.
on is clearing up our public image. That's the one thing I liked and I agree with when it came to Kevin Samuels was our public image. And I'm not a big image guy, but I just think the information and the perception that we even have of ourselves is inaccurate because we don't know, like what T just brought up, when things are being said, what it actually means. So now y'all know to watch the stream and that's watching on the replay, what's really going on. And it didn't come from some world class. It didn't come from me, a YouTuber. It came from a guy that migrated here from 1978, right? And became naturalized in 1985, the same year I was born. He said that 39 years ago. Right.
Well,
and
wait.
the other African girl that you watch speak, it's not coming from me. It's coming from these people themselves.
Wow, that's interesting, man. Wait, but you know what, Worcaster? You know the born version of me, the people born with my heritage and stuff like that. They've made this stuff clear. They're separating from me, and the British people here already know I'm different, though. You know, so that's what I was saying as well. They already made it clear how different I am from them, though. Even if I wanted to, at one point I wanted to be them, though. But then I started to realize though that I can't relate to what they are going through, you know? Like they grew up differently. They're the same people as me, same culture, same language, everything, but their experience is totally different, you know? So I wanted to be them, but then I started to realize I'm not them, no. I'm basically a blend of both, though. And for me, that created a huge confusion, though. Because both sides, though, will never really accept me, though. And the only time they'll want me, though, is if they need me. So, like, basically, the British people want me if they needed me for something, and the Born Pakistanis would need me if they needed me. So that's why I started to realize now.
So you're an individual. See yourself
Yeah.
as an individual.
Yeah. The only one I basically fully
You keep going
accepted.
with that individual thing.
Wait,
Wait.
because look, man, the only reason I said it like that though is because I was confused my whole life. I had no idea who I was though. Like first I thought I was British my whole life, but then I realized I had a heritage and everything. So then I accepted that later. Then I started to actually start being confused. Where do I fall and who do I belong to? Or am I one or the other? That's what I actually felt like.
Does your parents teach you your heritage? Your
Parents
culture?
teach me. They teach me the culture, but not as much though. My dad told me though that neither side would really accept me, and I always known the UK/American culture my whole life though. And my mom only shows they don't show too much Pakistani culture here though in my home. So I do get my culture in my home, but not as much though. So it's more like a Western version of their culture though. So I have more to learn. Muslim culture though. Both my parents though are basically, trying to teach us to be just Muslims only though. So we go by faith in my home.
All right. That makes sense. But you know what? I was just thinking about something. Since that was 78, like, have they changed the classification since then? Like, I mean, I wasn't born in 70. I wasn't born yet, so I don't know what if they had, white, black, Hispanic, um, Asian, or whatever. Like when you had to fill it out on paper.
Nah, they still have white, black. They got like Pacific Islander on there now. They got non-Hispanic.
Right, but wonder what they had back then in 78.
The
I don't know why that's bothering me
Naturalization,
that they would classify him as a white man.
Well,
Naturalization Act.
Didn't it have? Wasn't it Negroes at a point in time before black?
Yeah.
Well,
The
I mean, pretty
Naturalization
much
Act was
in that
passed in
time. If I
1790.
existed that time, though, they probably classify me as Middle Eastern or something like that, though, because probably in those days, I'm just assuming, though, is that back in those times, though, what they would consider Asians is the Chinese, that's Japanese mostly, though, because that's what when you say Asian, that's what mostly comes to your mind, though. But when I say I'm Asian, though, there's different types, though, now. When we say
Yeah.
Asian, there's multiple groups to it.
Listen,
What'd you say about the act, world class?
in the Naturalization Act was first passed in 1790. It established a uniform rule of naturalization, limiting it to free white persons who had resided in the U.S. for 2 years. It was modified, including in 1870, an act which extended naturalization to aliens of African nativity. This, you can Google this right now. In 1906 act, which standardized procedures and established a federal naturalization service.
Wow.
So when I say Africans and I say Nigerians are considered white, you can look up Google and you can look up your laws. There's a difference when I talk and other people talk. I'm going to provide you the facts because I speak from a factual standpoint. I don't have an investment in any of the information. It's based off what the information is. Then I'll take a position with respects to the facts. I don't even do opinions. That's why I speak so matter of factly, because that's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about facts, stuff that I know. You know what I'm saying?
That is definitely interesting.
It's tough. It is. I do admit that it's. My bad, Riaz. I do admit that it's culture shocking because you've just haphazardly heard these words, and then when you see something that you can relate to, and that's a person giving his experience, as opposed to me like looking in law dictionaries, reading case law all day because I learned to like it because I like the truth. When you see it, and then you see another person, and you keep seeing it and seeing it, and it seems like, oh, okay, it's something to this, and then you look the law up. It's like, oh wow. So what's going on? That's why I don't talk about it. People may not know me from it. I don't be talking about words and stuff for no reason. I'm like, your perception of reality is wrong. So what I hear is when people are making decisions to do things, even if you're successful, you're going to fail. And then that's when I got to step in and go, look, now I can't sit by and let this happen. Even if you're right, you're going to fail.
That's interesting.
That becomes that's people that's being doomed for failure no matter what. That's people set up for failure no matter what you do. And I'm not. When it happens, it's going to be on a person like me. You sit back and let these people go through this, and you ain't say nothing. You know what I mean? Because I know better. And a lot of people that know better don't speak up.
Do you think so? At that point in time, it didn't matter like where you came from. If you were coming into the country, you would be classified as white.
So you can have in the law dictionary, Black's Law 4th edition, you can look up naturalization or naturalize, and it gives you who it applies to, and it gives you who it don't apply to. So it's not just anybody, but you meet the qualifications, you can be naturalized. And when you naturalize, because I wish I could just give you the link, but I don't have a link to the dictionary that I can give you. I just got it here. I could
I'll
probably send it
find
to
it.
you.
Oh,
I can
no,
screenshot it.
100% no.
Yeah.
Anyways, the only reason why I said what I said further, because there's many like me though, same people, there's many like me in the UK actually. That's what we actually go through. Basically, many just like me though. Just that right now, I actually came to the realization at a very younger age though. 23, I actually learned that. I even had a conversation with both parents on what I am though. And after that though, they said, look, my mom gave a spiritual answer though, and my dad just gave me the realistic answer though, of like, okay, look, it's just like the faith factor as well though, that kind of makes you feel different though as well though. So I had the conversation though, because actually it was deep rooted though. I actually said it's nothing to do with nowadays what I just see. It's actually been there the entire time. I just didn't know how to tell you back in the day. That's what I told them though. I didn't know how to tell them back then though, because I wasn't conscious enough to actually know what I was going through.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I might have to screenshot. Yeah, it's
Yeah. So I just
how people
embrace
suffer from a lack of knowledge, man.
Yeah.
When you
I
know better, you
actually
do better.
Yep, I learned a lot though. So that's why from that day forward, I just accepted the fact I'm blended culture though, and I'm going by faith. So basically, the community that mostly accept me for me was the Muslim community. So the faith that I follow, that's the only one though that I care about the most about being accepted by. Because they accept me regardless though, because it's one faith and unity and everything like that though. So it's not really for me the cultural aspect or the national aspect though. That faith part though, when I'm in that community only though by other people who are in that faith though, I don't get confused. I know where I stand though. But when I'm around the people when it comes to the cultural part though, I can't relate to them.
Right.
Yeah, I can't relate to them, even though I'm the same as them, though, but they cannot relate to me. I can't relate to them.
I understand that.
Yeah, so basically, yeah. I also did learn about the history of the family and stuff like that, where actually the ancestry for me is I'm Indo-Persian people, because the concept of the Pakistani people is recently new though actually, because they were originally the Indo-Persian, half Indian, half Persian, Indo-Persians though before, but then I think it was 1933 though, there was this pamphlet or post or whatever, this pamphlet or something like that though, calling for a majority Muslim country though in that time though, and then they got their wish though in 1947. So they divided the Indian subcontinent into pieces though, and majority Muslims go to Pakistan or was East and West Pakistan. East Pakistan's now Bangladesh, so majority Muslims go there, majority Hindus goes there. But that time though, they did not do it properly or something. British people did not handle it properly in that time though. So the borders and stuff like that, lots of things happened, man. They didn't handle the borders properly. So they had a war and everything.
Mm.
So young Riaz, I kind of missed it earlier. So you was debuting your music, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would you like kind of like classify your music as?
I just basically classify it mostly in the hip hop stuff. I like hip hop culture, so it's majority UK hip hop though. It's not really what I used to do though. Is basically I used to perform other artists' lyrics though. So I used to sit by the computer and just record myself listening to different people, artists and stuff like that, and I just perform their lyrics. And I wasn't that. I don't feel that good though the way I did it, but I tried though. And eventually, I changed the way I do stuff now. So the only stuff I do is basically I do voiceover contents. I just talk over clips. I just talk over clips and explain little detail and let the music play.
So you basically saying like you do voiceover, so you have like no like original like music of your own.
No original music of my own, but I can change in future anyways if I wanted to. No original music though, of course not.
Here, are you
And
there?
the LA project with the $5. Speaking of identity, do you think an adopted child should be told who they are and when, if yes?
I
Good
mean, that's why
question.
they said, I can tell you that's why in my faith, though, when you adopt a child, you're supposed to keep their parents' last name and not give them your name. No, I know that kind of sounds kind of like not fair, but actually it makes logical sense, though, because the only reason you give them, you're supposed to treat them like your own, but you're not supposed to give them your last name if you adopt a child in my faith, because it's to make them. It's to make them closer to their own parents, to make them be who they are though, and be who they originally were before you knew them though, and to make them closer to their parents though. That's why you have to keep their last name.
But you, I mean, when you say it like that, I mean that will be the case with a lot of situations. Like I mean, that can be tough because I mean you have some step parents that's been step parents from almost like let's say birth, to where like that's the only parent they know, and or even adoption. Like what if you go through the process of adoption through different type of like agencies or whatever, like you don't know their history.
Right. That's
You know what I'm
true.
saying? You just bringing in a child, so like so
Okay,
to get
That's
that
somebody
makes
tough.
sense though.
history, their background, like I mean,
Okay, sorry. I
I
guess
think
you have a point though. So I'm just gonna respond to that though, and then I'll let you speak. So I was trying to say though, yeah, you have a point though, but that's how in Muslim culture you're supposed to do it though. I'm not saying though the way you explained it to me is not wrong. It's kind of right in some way that I understand where you're coming from though. I can empathize. Like I'm very empathetic, so I can understand what you mean and where you're getting at though. I'm just basically explaining how the Muslims adopt a child. But you can continue now, Phil. I'm sorry.
no, you're all right. I was gonna say I think so. Now I don't know when would be the appropriate time because you know real young kids are not gonna understand, and I think like even the adopted parents, they might not want to confuse them, or or even maybe they might feel some type of way if they told them the truth. Um, I do think at some point when they're old enough, they should probably know, but I don't know what age would be appropriate because I feel like there's a lot of underlining things that could happen. Like, say, it's a health issue later on where they need to know family history, or maybe they need, you know, I don't know, some bone marrow or something, anything from, somebody that's really has their same DNA, and then all of a sudden just spring it on them later on, you know what I mean? And they had no idea that they were even adopted. So I just think that it should be the goal to tell them eventually, but I don't know when.
Mm, that's interesting. Hey, but also don't forget the part as well, though, that if it wait, what about like explaining it to them in a way they understand, or even if you try explaining it to them, they're gonna kind of struggle. It might be a struggle for them to truly understand, and not really just not the embracing part, though. Just like not just how they're confused as well. It's just also pain and a hurt as well that comes with it on an emotional level, because they actually like, look, I understand though, like I'm not who I was raised by with though, and they're not really my biological and stuff like that, and that just kind of makes them feel some kind of way, just gonna impact them in a certain way. It's like I get what you're getting at.
I mean, but I think in different cases, also, let's say if the child is not even the same race as, the family, I think though, in that situation, they would probably start to notice a lot earlier. So,
Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, the when is the entire time, and absolutely yes, they should be told who they are.
right. That's a good
Because
question. That's a tricky question.
That's
because
interesting.
I think all you're doing is prolonging it. Like if you grow, because they don't nobody want to think that the people that they love lied to them about who they are, and who they are is extremely important.
Right.
You want to let them know the situation, and so they can be raised with the truth. Because how can they trust you after that?
Right.
That's gonna, when they find out at 21 years old or 25 years old or 16 years old that they're adopted,
they're probably going to be
it's
mad.
like, and you've, of course, but you've
wouldn't
raised them
call
to
it
be
just
honest, but you're not being honest with them. That's
absolute resentment.
hold on, Riaz. And you raised them to be honest, and you've given them consequences for not being honest, but you haven't been honest with them. That could be a serious consequence. Like they can have a traumatic effect from that, and then have complete displacement, and if not, what is it called, dissociation? Because now my reality is fake. So I think they should be told as they're growing up. I know that puts a child at risk if there are other children in the family, they could be teased. But I think a family that's adopting, we can't guarantee this, but a family that's adopting should be have a loving culture where that's not gonna happen.
Right. And it could be really, really tricky because, the kid might start thinking, like at an early age, I think a lot of those feelings would be so confusing. Like, because, you hear all these stories of people are looking for their real family, once they get a certain age, and they're wondering, well, why my mom didn't want me, or what happened to my dad, or, no one looked for me. Why'd they give me up? So I don't know. That is just so hard to pinpoint the right age.
Yeah, that is kind of sad though, actually. I get you in that though, man. So is it like basically some kind of form of resentment though when they find out the adoptive parent though lied to them, or basically the resentment toward their biological parents though, because why did they give them up though? Or but what if the case though that what if both biological parents passed away though? Imagine that though. They spent their life trying to find them, no, and when they do find them, no, or they come to the truth or something like that. Someone tells them the truth that their biological parent is not in this world no more. Imagine that though.
Yeah.
Well, but that's what you're speaking to is circumstantial on if
Right.
that was the case. But what she's asking is in general, and I think in general, irrespective of the circumstances, it should happen. Now, obviously, it could be extreme cases where we adopted you because your parents tried to delete you, something like that. It could be something superior, seriously, in severe cases where that can cause trauma. But I think the baby would need to know, because it helps them with their identity, because it's going to come to some point where even when you grow up with your family, you're going to start to realize you're a little different from other people.
Yeah, that's true.
And you need to have those answers. And if you don't have those answers, and it's not even going to happen, you're going to start adopting and associating yourself with somebody that, that's just not for you. My faith with anything now is just having the right fit. Whether you shopping, whether you're in a relationship, get the right fit. And to get the right fit, you got to know who and what you are.
Yeah.
And if you don't really have that true answer, it's not attainable, I think.
Right, I can agree with you. So I was just gonna say, I agree with you, man. That's what I was like growing up, though. Like, I kind of had love for myself, but at the same time, when you put like that in general, of course, though, I actually still wanted to know who I truly was, though. Even if I did discover my heritage and everything, though, that still was not satisfying to me, though, because I did not actually, I still felt like, though, what am I actually, though? Other than knowing my faith and everything like that, though. I'm still, like, that's what I kind of felt like, though. What am I, though, actually, before that, though? Now I know what I am, though. Just that before 23 years old, I was just like, what do I belong to?
Right. So that poses another question then. Let's say you adopted a child, right? And let's say 5 years in, the real family came looking for a child. How would you all feel about that? Would you incorporate the real family in, or I mean, how would you feel about that?
Let me make it as personal as I possibly can, so I can, because
Right.
I think that it's hard to give an answer with that because the attachment to that 5-year-old is gonna be a big factor in that. So let me put myself in the shoes through scenario. I say I had my god baby, a child that's not, I didn't give birth to, right? I didn't birth.
Right.
I got my god baby for 5 years. Her mom comes for, let's say her mom was the person that was the problem. Her mom comes and she want her baby back. And legally, she can't have her baby back. And I'm now processing it as I got the scenario with my mom, right?
Right.
Because when you were saying it, when you were asking that, I'm like, yeah, no, get a baby back. Now I think to genuinely ask your question, you got to put yourself in those shoes. You build a relationship with that baby. That's still not your baby. And the family come, they got themselves together. Ideally, I would say yes. But in that situation with my godchild who I didn't give birth to, I don't know if I would do it as easily. I don't know if I can't honestly say that I ever would. Knowing that, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I know ideally that's the right thing to do, was go back with your family. But if I'm if I got her every day, her mom not there, and 5 years later they come back, I can't confidently say I would do it. I can say that the right thing is for me to say, yeah, go back with your mom. But I don't know if in real life I'll do it, to be honest with you.
Right.
Okay.
It's like the movie
I can't honestly say.
Losing Isaiah. Remember that?
That was a movie?
Yeah, Losing Isaiah with Holly Berry when she was a crackhead.
Wow, man.
And the white woman had the son.
Oh yeah, I think I seen that.
Do you remember that?
And she was
Yeah, she was on drugs.
I don't remember that.
The white people adopted the child. But then,
I watched
later
it
on
today,
she
though.
wanted
I don't
them
think I
back.
remember.
It was with Halle Berry.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember. I probably did see it because I remember the title, and I think I remember her face, but I can't remember the line.
I was also gonna say, though, you kind of understand, though, like, I kind of explained this, but though, that's why, though, in my faith, that's how it's supposed to be, though. Not saying, though, like, they do cases, though, what you explained, though, I kind of agree with you, though. Makes sense, though, but you can understand why, though. Like, I'm talking about the cases, is about, like, you actually hack. You know what I'm getting at, though. I don't know how to explain it, but you can kind of understand why I said explain the way of doing the way I'm supposed to do it, though.
Right. Either way, it's just a difficult situation because you're attached to the child now, and you've been raising and loving the child for 5 years, and then the parent comes. I mean, I guess you would also have to look at the circumstances of as well as like, why didn't they have the baby? Why'd they give the baby up? I don't know. It's tricky, but it's a good question. What do you think, Next Level? Are you there, Next Level?
I'm here. I'm here.
You somewhere being an individual? You heard the question?
No. What was the question?
Just like in the movie, what would you do if you adopted a child and then 5 years later the real parents came looking for the child?
okay, that goes to the condition of the adoption, and just like what's that, hot Baldwin or whatever, said, like all you get the paperwork, so say for instance in that instance, like the whole losing Isaiah, like it was a whole drug thing. Like say for instance, she came and she was cleaned up and she's proven, and when you go through the proof, you go through the right channels. Like I mean, yeah, that's okay. You got because that's what you're signing up for too, though.
Yeah, I've been in this situation, but I haven't similar to it. I haven't been in a situation where I had a child for 5 years. I've been a part of the people that made the decision to take a child back to their parent, and their parent wasn't healthy. Been an advisor, I've been around it, and it happens almost every time. It happens exactly the way you think it's going to happen, and usually it's a back and forth situation. The mom on drugs, get the baby got to come back, or go to the mother. It just be a back and forth situation, and it's bad.
What about what does law say? Because what does law say as opposed to when someone lose their child and them gaining access back to their child, like far as visitation or just legally getting them back, like.
Well, with adoption, it means that the child is there. It's different from like fostering children and and stuff like that. So when you actually adopt, that means that the child is yours. So I'm not for sure what kind of circumstances would be for someone to overturn that actually.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, as far as the legal thing is true, but I still thinking to your question of finally I got this child. Finally, the parents are back in position. Under those circumstances, I don't know what I would do. If they still the same raggedy way. Well, I can't see. If they still the same way, the hell no. But if they're in position, that's ideal for the child. It's like you gonna make a decision to do what's best for the child or what's best for yourself. And I'm gonna make the decision that's best for the child. If I could be in the father's life in terms of helping him be a better parent for the child that I've adopted, that's what I would do. In the mom's life or whatever, I would do that just to help and make sure that baby life is the way it's supposed to be. But if they're
like
not, if they haven't changed, I'm gonna fight like hell. Yeah, if I got a co-parent, be an adoption parent. I don't know if I ever would adopt. I probably should, but co-parent being the adoption parent and with the real, biological parents, because these you got to think from the other perspective of the child. Let's say the child is old enough to speak and articulate their position. In their mind, I'm being treated better by this person. This is my real dad now. This is my real mom now. This adoption mom and adoption dad is my real dad. They may not want to go back with them.
You would be all they knew,
right? Exactly, and they could have genuine fear. So I think it will be a process, but it is ideal for the child to be with their birth parent and their birth parent to be confident. I mean, competent, not confident. Well, confident, but competent. And if that's not the circumstances, I would know I wouldn't. But if that's the circumstances, like the scenario I gave about my own situation, if I would have been in that situation, if my goddaughter's mom, if I had my goddaughter for 5 years, that her mom came back and she in position, I know in my heart I should do it, but it would be difficult because of the relationship. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm saying? I know I'm supposed to do it. And if she's competent, she's healthy, whatever the mom I'm talking about, that's the ideal situation. I'm not going to leave their life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, as an adopted parent, the adoption parent, I'm not going to quit on them. They can always, just like a godparent. That's why I think your question is close to that. It's close to like a godparent. You know what I mean? It's more legal. Well, adoption is legal, but it's like I'm not going to leave their life. I'll always be there for them if they ever need somewhere to come. But it's a difficult situation. It's a difficult situation. That's a tough situation.
Very. That's a very difficult situation.
Yeah. And I suppose we had the child feels as well and who they feel more attached to as well. Of course, the biological parent has to be there though, but also though, like at some point, like when the child reaches a certain age though, they start to develop certain parts of their mind though that makes them feel a certain way though.
I think
Yeah.
as long as it's not a situation where the baby's life is in danger with the parents, it's
Right.
manageable. If it's a
Yeah.
competency issue, I could understand any other parent extending it, going, "Well, shit, it's no different to me if they in danger," because you want the best for the child. But I think
Right.
at the end of the day, you got to think about to Soup's question, LA Project question, their identity and who and what they are. They need those formative years. They say from 0 to 8, unborn to
Mhm.
8 years old, but it's really into 13 to where they're developing their personality that they're gonna have for the rest of their life.
Yeah,
Right.
And
that's
it's important
interesting
to
though.
establish. It's important to establish a foundation for them and that who and what they come from. Because a lot of how why I was confident is because I know exactly who I come from. I didn't have no, I don't know who my dad was type of thing. So I'm
Right.
Okay,
speaking from a
that's
perspective that
cool. But
a
I
lot of
get
adopted,
you though.
a lot of go ahead, Riaz, go ahead.
So I was trying to say that basically I got where you get, and I thought that's kind of with me as well. I have two parents, I have a culture, I have everything though, but it's just that for me though, I just literally the way I felt like though, like growing up though, like I had like a feeling of not basically fitting where I'm fitting because on both sides though, right? When you actually, for me, I thought I was British my whole life though, like in the UK and everything though. Because I lived my whole life here though. I had no clue though that I had something else though. And when I did though, I said no, I'm not that though. Later I get embraced it though. But then later though, I started to be confused a little bit more though. Because look, with my dad though, of course my dad's the same as me, but the only difference between me and him though, he's more closer to his parents' culture, and me, I'm basically like a hybrid or like a basically a blend of both of them. I embrace it now though. But basically growing up though, I had no idea though, because with me, and there are many like me though in my generation though, that's what we kind of go through now. Because people in my generation though, even though we have what we have though, it's just like basically some of them be confused though, and they don't know where their place is though, because both sides though, will never truly accept them though. Because when they try and
Yeah,
be more Pakistani, the British people will be like, we're going to be so offended with you. And if you be more British, the Pakistani people, like, they're offended back, though, as well, though. So it's like basically being pulled in two different directions, though.
Mhm. I
Yeah.
understand
Being
that.
pulled in. Yeah. That's why I understand where I understand now. Because sometimes, though, that's why sometimes, though, I say what I say about them, though, because they created that mindset for me. Of course, I made that mindset in my own head, but who actually helped me create that mindset, though? Not my family, though. My born Pakistani family, that's different, though. I have trust in them because they love me and the way they treat me. But I mean, outside of that, though, and the way I see them behave, though, on both sides of the fence, though, they created that mindset. They helped create that mindset for me. That's why I'm basically like that with them now. Because I actually see and observe and how they behave with each other or how they treat others like me though. That's why I'm like that with them now. Because I see, because they created that though.
So,
Thought I saw somebody.
oh yeah, that was artifacts. He popped up, but all right, he just came back.
Yeah, it's a basic answer. I
There.
guess I guess there are people who are who have parents born in two different countries, born in a different country, but their kids be born here. So I guess that's what they go through though, because they don't know what they really are. So when they get older at some point though, because they grow up one way in the home, but then when they go outside, everything is different for them though, and they're trying to find their place between both of them though, because you're not trying to lose one or the other though. And if both sides would truly accept them though, that's why basically me and many like them though. Me and many people like me, we just create a blended culture together, and we're basically our own thing at the same time. Still the same people at the end of the day, still family with them, no, but we're more different though.
Let's show artifacts. What do you got to say, artifacts, about what's going on?
Artifacts, you there?
Artifacts, are you here, man? You here?
You gotta come off mute.
Okay. Anyway, that's just the whole point of Focus Summer is that I just view it from a multicultural perspective, though, because that is what I'm based on while I was growing up, though. I started to understand that, though. Because look, I could have just ignored all of that growing up until now, and I would have just spent my whole life being confused, though, until I leave this world, though. I could have done that, though. I was like, no, I don't want my future bloodline to actually go through what I go through. And when they do, they know how to deal with everything. You know, I don't want that to actually go through my bloodline later on. I don't want them to suffer through that. They could probably, even if they do, though, when they start to suffer through that, if I ignore that, they'll go through something worse than me. I don't want that, though.
FNM, when that nigga said, when that civil rights guy said, worse, I was fucking tripping. I was laughing. He said, I've been through worse than this. I was like, when he said, I went through worse than this. I said, that's not how you say words. That's not the right way.
Oh, man. Okay. So was it a bad messenger, or was it a bad message overall?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Because you and Mola, I think y'all had the same position.
Kind of, but not exactly. So for me, with the whole thing, I think it's kind of the messenger for me. I didn't like the way he kind of turned it on him, like what was happening to him, and it was like kind of promotion for him and his organization. You know what I mean? I thought that if he was going to get up there and say something, first of all, I don't think he was needed, but I think Freezy had said this at one point, that the family was probably, in tune with that organization. They may have been helping them out. He might have even been the one to help them obtain that lawyer, because the organization is in Dallas, and so was the lawyer, So I just feel like he's been with them, and, and that he has some kind of situation with them, that he's in the mix of everything. But the way he just presented it, for me, I didn't really agree with it. I felt like maybe it should have been the lawyer instead of him. And I just think he said too much and did too much. And especially now that, we know that he has some kind of shady history. I don't even know all the facts about the shady history, just from the bits and pieces that I heard. And so I don't think he was the right person to get up there and speak on behalf of the family.
I think Artifacts is ready now. Next level. I don't disagree with nothing you said. Because I do like a lot of the things he did, to be honest. Because of his position of being, like, I guess, well, part of his job seemed like to be PR, the protection aspect,
right,
that he has for the family. I think that was important. But I think a lot of what he did had to do with that family being shocked about not just the trolling, the death threats, the bullying and stuff. I think a lot of this response was because of that, and also the fact that they said they're not going to do no more conferences. So I do agree. I think people was looking for that conversation. I mean, looking for that whatever the hell you want to call that shit, just to hear the parents speak. I didn't think people was expecting to hear him talk. Then he talked, I think, damn near 2/3
Right.
of the video.
And he talked the
So I
longest,
think that
too.
bothered people. He talked a
Mhm.
lot. I'm not gonna dismiss that, but I do think overall he kind of had to do. He didn't have to repeat himself as much. He did make it about him and his business. But I do
Right.
think people not looking at the fact that his business was getting attacked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I agree with
But
you on
not
that
by
point.
not by name, but because he's doing the PR that if his incompetence being conveyed on the family and he's the person responsible for that, it reflects on his business. So I just want to be clear. Go
Right.
ahead.
Right. I don't think that he, did anything in bad intention or bad favor. You know what I mean? I just think
Yeah.
he should have said a quick 1, 2, and then here's the parents. You know what I mean? Instead of going, he
I
should have
think
just made his points real quick, what he had to say, instead of going into this whole soliloquy of what some of the things he said could have been left out of that, because then it made him
I
look
agree.
like, well, is this guy up here promoting himself and talking about his own problems and situation? And that's the part that I didn't like. But as far as the
I
mom,
think
everybody has mixed emotions. I just think that I think two things. I think that it was um, planned, like it was strategic to kind of sympathy. I definitely think that. I don't know, who's doing the advising, if the lawyer's in on it, or if it was just that pastor or PR guy, whoever he is. Um, I think that is probably the reason why the dad didn't speak, because and I think they wanted the mom to kind of play on her emotions, to show her emotions to the public of everything that's going on. I think the main reason for her doing that, beside if it was planned that way for strategy, not only because of whatever's going on online, but they said they've actually, they've been doxxed, whether they're not staying in their house or not, but people got their address. People are sending packages to their house with crazy stuff in it and things like that. I think she just, and also the GoFundMe that was taken down. I think she wanted to address that and also address the Go Send, whatever it's called, the other account that's legit. So I think she wanted to try to paint them in a better light versus what some of the media and even these social media platforms are trying to paint them to be scammers. They took the money and bought a car, a house. You know what I mean? I think she just wanted to sink that in, that that's not the case. And why are you guys bothering us and sending us death threats? Why are you doxing us and just different things like that? So, and also about the dad, because they are being threatened overall. They know his place of business and everything. So he is on a leave of absence. I think that just the same way people dug up on the Metcalf dad, and they was like, well, we found this. He had an essay in 2011. You know what I mean? I think that the dad didn't speak because they didn't want him to, get passionate or seem aggressive maybe in any kind of way, so they can be, see, that's where he got it from. He's an angry kid. Look at this, dad's aggressive too. You know how, black men can get passionate when they speak. You know what I mean? The same way the mom got passionate, but at the same time, she's a little small petite woman. You know what I mean? So I think it was all strategic on how they planned the whole situation. That's my opinion.
I don't deny that. It was without a shadow of a doubt a strategy. I just don't think it was a good idea, or there's a lot of things that was done wrong. But let's talk about what I think is right. I think he addressed a lot of things that needed to be addressed. I just don't think he was a guy that should have addressed it. I think an attorney, it was better suited for an attorney to do it than a PR guy or whatever the hell he's supposed to be. Because you're talking about stuff that you don't need to be talking about. I do think one thing that I do support that he said was he acknowledged the other side's intent to get people to stop supporting them financially.
Right.
I don't know if an attorney would have addressed that because of the legal issues, but I do think I understand the law a little bit when it comes to PR. I do understand that he can say stuff that an attorney can't say. Let me make sure I'm clear on why I'm supporting some of the things he said. He can say certain things and not be held liable to the same degree that some attorneys can say. He can open his mouth about and be wrong about stuff that it relates to law, but an attorney cannot. He knows the consequences. That guy can probably get away with. He's not going to get the same. This is really what's behind me saying. I should have just said that in the beginning at first. He can kind of say things because he's not bar associated, because he's not in the business and law, and get away with certain things that an attorney can. So I do like that he addressed that. The issue with the children need to be brought up, because if they are being chastised about testimonies and evidence that involves a minor, they can't do anything about it. He spent some time on that. I thought that was, from a PR standpoint, it was decent. If it was, as it relates to, if him and the family are getting a lot of threats based off that, I think what I'm saying is, I think a lot of the threats and things that were just egregious they want to address, I think, including him, they emotionally unstable. If he's the best that they got, they in trouble. Because he's more trained than they are, but he's not. So I think there's some things that was good about it. I think the criticism on him was legit. I think because he could be better than what we've seen, but I think it was so personal because he's probably never been in nothing this viral and wasn't prepared for this moment.
Right. And I definitely don't think the mom ever spoke publicly before. She was shaking. She was nervous.
Of course.
I mean, it was true, but I think that's kind of what they wanted, to show how stressed and hurt and distraught she was.
So y'all are okay with the message, just not the messenger. So y'all are fine with him making it like a clear cut, like black and white like thing, with him being associated to Black Lives Matter.
I wasn't okay with his entire message. I wasn't. Okay. You know, I didn't like the way he went about them. I agreed with some of the things.
How he tied into George Floyd and all those other cases.
I don't think he necessarily should have done that. I think he could have touched on, like, hey, we have had racist threats. He could have just said that and left it like that, I think. But I don't think he should have played all the way into it like he did, or leaned all the way into race, because even though we know it's filled with racial tension through just how big of a case it is and people's different opinions and perspectives, but I don't know. I think he could have toned it down some. That's my opinion.
I think because I've been on YouTube for a little bit and I've dealt with narratives, I'm a little more seasoned, so I think of things a little different than the average person. But I'm trying to do the best I can to have empathy from their position of seeing people lie on you and other people go with the lie. It's shocking to them. You know what I'm saying? And a lot, you compound that with threats. You compound the threats to your life and your children's life with your children now responding to, even the boy, because the boy's home now, with the fears that they have. Now, when she said, because we all, when we watched it, you can empathize with her. When she said her 13-year-old little girl is afraid to be home, that changes a lot. So I think a lot of the unpreparedness comes from that. And I was surprised to not see people have empathy for that. I do understand niggas like he is making it. I mean, he because it's about him too, because he's experiencing the shit with them. But he's not in the same position they are in, and don't nobody really want to hear from this nigga. To the second, I don't know the nigga name. All I know is this GNAN group that he got. And I think Logic said he probably mentioned his company like 18 times. It's excessive. It's ridiculous. It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the things that he said needed to be said. I can't deny that. A lot of the things he addressed, because
I think some of the stuff needed to be
because
said,
I think you,
but some could have been left out.
criticism of him is absolutely fair, because it's no question that he made it when Mo Love was like, he made it about him. I can't say that you're wrong, and I can see how you get rubbed the wrong way when you watching this nigga talk for 2/3 of the damn video. That's why I was like, when Logic cut in, I was like, is that it? Because it wasn't that bad. But when when we played the video, it was almost longer after he paused it than when it started. And I was like, yeah, this nigga's just but we're not in them shoes. We're not seeing the text messages or the emails of, we can't, you know what I'm saying? You got to have a level of empathy, even with the professionals being unprofessional. When you're seeing certain things, seeing death threats, you don't know what they sending them people, and he probably affected too. He probably got some threats and he never mentioned it. That probably changed people's perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he did mention that he got some threats, I thought.
Oh, he did? Okay. He spoke up for the judge. I think a lot of things he did was good. I just think he was unprepared. It made it look super crazy when he knocked the mic over. You know what I mean? You just looked like he wasn't ready for the moment. It made him look like,
I think somebody on the panel earlier was like, "What is that?"
That was Logic. He said somebody need to mute. Mo Love was like, that was him, and he started laughing. But yeah, man, I think people are a little too hard on him than what he was. I think people need to have a little bit of empathy.
I think he tried.
I think from a PR standpoint, everybody was. I mean, it was in the chat. It was on the panel. Y'all was making it seem like the nigga was just a complete buffoon, and he did make a mockery. I mean, he did make a mockery of himself, but I think he did the family justice by addressing the certain things. Yeah. And I'm not gonna gaslight y'all, act like y'all not right and everything. Every criticism y'all had was correct. Everything you said about what he did is accurate. I just think we need. I've said this on another live, I think even on this channel, we need PR people for our people. We got to get used to having somebody like they got in the JDL, having somebody kind of speak for us, but we got to get better, because what he did, and I do understand what Tyranny was coming in and saying, we always criticizing our people.
I understood where she was coming to.
Yeah, I get it. But we're not going to get away from that. People look at us as if we're God, apparently, and it's not going to change, because we still, even amongst each other, we still had that same standard. Because we tell each other, am I wrong or not? We tell each other, whatever you do, whatever the white man do, you got to do twice as better. And we tell each other that. That's what we say to each other, irrespective of if, that's the standard we've been held to. We put that pressure on ourselves. It's not going to disappear, because we do want to, let's keep shit a stack. We do want to outdo these white people. We do want to outdo these foreigners. We do. We absolutely positively do, because we know what we're capable of. So I don't think that expectation is going to leave anytime soon. We're going to criticize each other. And I said all that to say, we need better than what that guy represented, and better than Benjamin Crump and all these other people being our PR people. They're not doing well. They're not doing right by us. That's true. And they themselves have to get better.
Right. I totally agree
think Candace Owens does a better job at representing white people than our people do for us.
And that's sad. That's sad.
That's sad. That's not good.
But who will be at fault for that?
What you mean? Which example? Us?
Yeah, far as like, will it be our fault because like not too many people is stepping up far as like you said, PR for the Black community, or even like leadership for the Black community. Like how when you speak of leadership, PR, you speaking of Benjamin Crumps and things like that. It's not too many other people like speaking up.
I'm gonna give you an example of, and you're right, it's on us, but you got to understand that these people that are standing up or not standing up are us too. So let's use the manosphere for example. Let's use the two polarizing people from the Black manosphere, Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels. You got Kevin Samuels, who made his PR, his thing was about images. And I agree with him in terms of the image thing. He made it more about his business venture than our personal issues. Tommy Sotomayor made it more about his feelings and his experiences than us. The things he brought up, even in the Black manosphere. that the problems that men have, the legitimate issues that men have with what women are doing, he made it more about himself, and Tommy Sotomayor did, and Kevin Samuels made it more about his business venture, and coined phrases that had more to do with his consulting business than our issues. It's stuff like that that becomes a problem. When you step up and you say certain things, you have to make it about us, not you, the best you can. And we don't do that, right? And then also on us as a people, we keep accepting the fuck shit.
That's true.
We have to stop.
That's true.
So a lot of times it's both, not either or.
Yeah, I think like even back, like if we go beyond where we are now, 2025, and we look back, let's say in the 80s, the 90s, or whatever, I think we had better, representation and people that spoke out more, in a better manner than it. I mean, I'll say even Al Sharpton when he was fat. He was the man. He was on top of everything. What's that other dude? Farrakhan used to get ahead of everything and be the spokesperson, and it might have been just related, of course, with black issues, but I mean, I don't know. They knew how to speak to the people.
But is it about the message or is it about the messenger? Because if you look at Liberated Soul, he said, if Umar wasn't on his bullshit, he'll be a good example. Like, is it about the
because
messenger?
He speaks well.
Okay, but I'm saying, but is it about the messenger or the message? Because here it goes. Like you just brought up Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton was known to be with the mob and all the mafia people and all this stuff. So even still, with all the great things you do and the great things you say, could you still be held liable for what you may have done in the past or what you may be doing now, even though you representing, like, far as publicly, far as speaking and getting things done, but this not how you probably like actually live it. Like, do you have to have that Dr. King persona or that Malcolm persona to be a leader in the black community?
You gotta understand. I think you're addressing the fact that it's unfair, right? It's unfair for the leaders, whoever stand up to VPR or be a leader, not in a good position, and that's a fact. However, you got to fight the war that you got. A general now, he can't prepare for war like the generals back in the 1600s. Warfare is different.
Yeah.
You gotta consider the present day PR that exists right now, and you have to adhere to it. And if we point out Al Sharpton, or we point out Umar Johnson, or we point out anybody, if we know they're gonna get them, and this is my issue with our people when it comes to politics and these situations. Why my solution always is being better parents. Then why isn't it that we don't groom people for this position? Groom people from birth for this position that is squeaky clean and take all the excuses away. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Because we want to fucking play. We think marriage is about our feelings, making somebody submit to us and having a motherfucking ball and joke and turn this shit into a romper room. Marriage is about producing competent people that can contribute to society. That's what it's for. We don't want to use marriage and relationships for what it's for, and specifically bring somebody into this planet. And it kind of goes to what Super was talking about earlier, a question she had earlier, LA Project was having earlier. We're not bringing people into this planet with the intention of doing something, right? Everybody, hey, you can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want. It's not the fuck you. We are not in that position. Like I was saying earlier, we don't have those privileges. You're not a fucking citizen of the United States of America. It's not time for you to play and treat just like a fucking romper room. That's not what you're here for. You're not in those position. You're not in those white people position. You're not in those Mexican people position. You're not in nobody else's position but the position that you are in. So next level, what I'm saying is, it probably is fucking unfair. And to Charity's point, yes, we do tear each other down, but that's consistent with the situation that we are in. We produce innocent people every single solitary day. And for some reason, those innocent people can't make it to 20 years old. They got tainted experiences. They got tainted history. They can't make it to 30. They can't make it to 40. All of these babies that we birthing, nobody can make it to 40 squeaky clean to represent us, so they can't tear that person down and tear us down. You kill a snake by cutting the head off.
That's a good
and that
point,
becomes a
though.
problem.
That's a good point.
But
That
do
is a
you
good
think
point. Though.
they like we appoint these people, or do you think for the most part these people are appointed to us and we just really accept them?
I think the ones that we can name, they've been appointed.
Right.
Most of
I
the ones
think
we
they
can
just
name,
kind
they've
of
been
got in that
appointed. There are
public speaking fields, probably whatever they do. Like, what is Umar, social worker? Wasn't Al Sharpton was political at one point? Then we have some people say Benjamin Crump. He's a lawyer. So yeah.
Yeah, I think they were selected and appointed, but we know. Here's the thing. I'm just keep fucking stuck. That's just have a real conversation. The thing with what I'm saying, why we know who's talented amongst us. We know who's wise amongst us. We've always know. Everybody know that in every state that you at, every little circle you at, you know that person. Our problem as a people is we getting our fucking feelings when we think somebody thinks that they're better than them. And you want to make sure that person is low or they got dirt on them.
Talk your talk.
Everybody want to
Talk
get
your
their
talk,
motherfucking
world
body.
class.
So,
Absolutely.
world class, I have a question for you, world class.
Because
good morning, everybody. Good morning.
But let me finish this real good day, real please. Let me finish this last point because this is important. This is the real reason, even because what I spoke about is an ideal, right? Raising children for these positions, right? That's more of an ideal. In real time, we can do this now. When you got those people that are quote that think they're quote better than you, unquote, you'd rather taint them people versus putting them people out, training those people and have them do the PR thing, because you know we're gonna get tore down. So you rather have no representation than that they have to see somebody that everybody gonna think that person better than them anyway.
Bro, you on point, bro.
But we don't want to look at we don't want to look at the experience and adapt. And in warfare and in real life, that's why we lose. You're not adapting to the field. Go ahead, my bad.
That's interesting, though. That is interesting.
I have to push back.
Hold on, Riz. Artifacts and Ruthless is
Okay, cool. I got you, man.
I got a little pushback, right? A lot of pushback, actually. So,
okay,
because you just said appoint parents so that we can have more better children come out a better product, correct?
Say it one more time.
You're saying you're attributing to a success of a child to his parents, then, correct?
Indeed.
So here's the question I have for you, Mr. World Class. Do you think this world is an evil world, or do you think it's a good world all around? Not just the United States in totality.
If I had to choose between the two, I'll say it's good.
It's evil.
This world is good.
It's evil, right?
No, I would say it's good.
Okay, but I'm letting you know.
I would say it's neither.
Neither.
Why would you say it's evil?
I think it's complicated.
Yeah.
Well, just the things going on, right? People killing people, people doing things to people, all kind of levels, right? We're not going to just talk about.
I promise you, it's more people being. I promise you, it's more people being genuine.
Okay, but once again, right? You can't say that. You can't say that with a surety because you're not everywhere at one time.
I can.
You're speculating at that point.
I've seen people give more money than I've seen people delete people.
Okay, but yeah, but
I agree, world class. I
agree, though.
Okay, so but you can't. People lie everywhere, right? People are liars everywhere, right? You can't say that. Oh, and nobody lies. Just only in America that we have these problems. No. And let me give you an example, right? Like Russia, right? The guy, what's his name, Putin, right? Two-parent household.
Putin.
He took the presidency. Then after he took it, he deleted his competition, right? So that was savage, right? And then in China, right, they enslaved their people so much that like 4 or 5 people share a bed, right? They just, they go to work, other guy goes to sleep, and right? They impoverished their people so much. A lot of people don't really understand that, right? And then on top of that, right, they have a lot of Buddhism, a lot of ideology that is very demonic worship over there, right? Then we got, let's just say, right? I'll just get those two.
No, there are Muslims in China as well.
The point I'm making is, right? This is an evil world, number one, right? People, they're in other countries, they're having the same problems like we are. They're just not we're just so media driven. This country is just so media driven. All our business is on the streets, right? Everybody can just see our problem. Where in other countries, most of these countries don't not media driven, so we can't really see what's going on over there. But really, in totality, it's a lot of evil shit going on everywhere. Now, back to the point of the parents attributing the parents for the child's success, right? Because I've seen very bad parents and children still excel. I've seen very good parents and children still go the wrong way. And I've seen vice versa, right? I'm going to say this. I believe every child, when they come to this world, are their own individual, right? I don't believe no child is obedient to their parents 100%. I don't give a fuck what kind of life they come up here, right? It's just a few. There's probably a lot of children that go with their parents because their parents, if their success, they're going to stick with it because there's success behind it. But what one inspires to be in their life, right? And how they become as a person has nothing to do with their parents in most cases. It's what their heart desires to want to pay for their family, right? So their dad might be an president, and then he wants to be an engineer, right? Because he wants to do this is what he wants to do. Right? I don't want to deal with people. I don't like people like that. So I'm laying out. Let me get to my point. My point is everybody, right, was being held accountable for their actions alone, right? Actions of a child, you do not go and take their parents down, right? The kid goes out and deletes someone, that's on that child, right? If that kid goes out and steals, it's on that child. Now, what do we parents do? We do have a right to, I guess, some tell them, hey, that's wrong. We shouldn't do that. Or, boy, you shouldn't do this. We shouldn't. This is how it's supposed to be. And I don't want you to be like me. Or I don't want you to be this or that. Yeah, we as parents, we try to navigate the child to the best point of success in this world, right? But that does not stop the child from being a liar or having envy or having hate in his heart or not liking people or being a bad husband or being a bad wife, right? That has nothing to do with the parents. That has nothing to do with his parenting. That just has everything to do with that individual, because that individual understands right and wrong. That individual is not ignorant of what is success and what is not success, or whether they care about living or dying, right? So this is where the pushback I have on you. You cannot, even you can raise the best parents in the world, but that doesn't mean that kid's going to listen to their parents. And all 100% of kids at some point are rebellious or do not believe in the same thing their parents believe in, right? In a lot of cases. Some of them, like I said, some of them go with it because maybe it's money, family, legacy. They'll play it off. But for the most part, we don't listen to our parents, right? We do what we do. And I'll land it right there.
Okay, so if you have a 40-year-old person and they have a 19-year-old child, right? When that 40-year-old person is 60 and that 19-year-old child is 39, are they still a parent?
A parent, yeah.
Ruthless?
Yeah.
They're still their parent, right? Okay.
So
So
I'm gonna say yes, but then the context is, but their roles change. Okay, I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, the roles change. That's fine. It's no different. The roles will always change when the producer, the person that produces, releases their product to the world. This is why you get callbacks for vehicles. You get callbacks for equipment. This is why if there's an issue with food, you go back to the person you got it from. In the Bible, it says you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. We don't know this child. We only know this child because you brought this child here. You are responsible as a parent for this human being. Our job is to produce good human beings as a parent. I prefaced it with, that's what marriage is for, to produce productive human beings. You as a manufacturer, as a producer, is responsible for these human beings that you put out here on the planet. Just because they have this thing called free will, free choice, however you want to call it, doesn't negate you and doesn't undermine the fact that you're responsible for this human being that wasn't here if you weren't a parent.
Okay, but if my child goes out after all my good teachings, look, this is what you're supposed to do. Don't hang out with these type of kids. Listen to the teachers, do your homework, make sure you do the best you can be. and then my child goes and watch or meet some people at school, some kids at school that he warms up to, that he really likes, and they might not be the best for his future, or are the best for his image. And then I find out, I say, hey, don't do that. And he says, this is my life, mom or dad. It's not your. You don't tell. He'll only listen to me so much. He'll be like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna do what I want to do, right? So we understand that typically parents and kids are not necessarily. We don't really get along, really. We don't. But the kids, we deal with it because we survival of the fittest, right? They're paying all our bills, food in our mouth, clothes on our back. So of course we're not gonna too much give a lot of pushback because we really don't want to get the streets, you know what I mean? But then that's why we turn 18. Most of us, oh man, what happened? I thought that was yeah. It just I was waiting to get up out of there, right? This is why we leave. We leave because we want to do our own thing. So I am going to agree as parents, our duty is to try to give our kids the best tools for success. That is our duty, right? To at least give them that information, right? We're information givers, right? We give them here. This is the information we give. But let's be honest, the school raise your kids more than you do. The kids are at school more than they are at home, right?
Well, that's when you blame the parents. That's when you need to hold yourself accountable as a parent. You're absolving yourself from a lot of things that you're talking about, bro. You're not bringing up any solutions. You're just absolving yourself, bro.
You will feel a certain type of way, right? If you raise your kid to do the right thing and they go out and delete somebody and they come and charge you, right? You just think this is totally wrong. So don't tell me what one want to absolve itself of. I'm just not taking that beef. My child goes out and steal at the store. I don't want them to come charging me with a misdemeanor and I lose my job because now I got a felony for stealing into something I had nothing to do with. Because my child has to be accountable for his own actions, sir. That's the way it goes. It doesn't go, hey, well, who your parents? Oh, parents is Artifact. Oh, yeah, let's go arrest him. Well, what am I being arrested for? Because your child has deleted someone and you're the parent. So you're responsible. Oh, yeah, sir. You're looking at 30 to life. So let's keep it in reality, right? The reality of it is even the courts recognize that, right? They're not going to charge the parents with the acts of the kids, right? It just that would be incomprehensible. That would be what the biggest nation destroyer ever, right? So that what you said is not true. The truth of it is, once again, right? We are information givers, right? There is a God up there, right? There is a God. There is a God. So, we as parents are not the overall creators of human life, right? Call them sperm coming out. We don't know which sperm is going to go in that egg. And you don't even know the sex of the child for the first 90 days. You're just hoping, oh, it was a boy or a girl. I hope it's a boy. I hope it's a girl. Because we don't have that control, right? And then once we find out what it is, then we have a baby shower, right? Then we have a baby shower. Right? So once again, right, all I'm saying is moving, and I'm going to pass it back. We as individuals have to be held accountable for our own actions. Even the courts at 12 years old, once a kid turns 12 years old and he can delete someone, he's charged as an adult, sir. He's charged as an adult. And then that's an extreme. But even if he goes out and do something at 8, 9 years old, that's really bad. They're going to hold, now maybe not as strong as adult, but they're still going to hold that kid accountable. So my point is, our children have their own hearts and minds, that they are their own individuals from the time they're born. We just provide a safe haven for them to, cultivate them so that hopefully, because it's a gamble, that they listen to our instructions and that they go to school and listen to the teacher and extract some sort of, and maybe their talent goes with their education and they can make money from it, that they can take care of their own family and live their life. This is all we can hope for, but there's no fucking guarantees because the kid might have a different ideology. He might have a different way of thinking. He might want to do something. He might want to be a hitter. He doesn't, I don't want to go to school. I just want to delete people. I don't want to go to school. I just want to, just because this is just who his heart is. His parents. It's him, right? This is what he's attracted to. Same thing with a woman don't want to be a wife, right? She doesn't want to be a wife no more. She wants to get up out here and shake her ass.
Man, this sounds like a bunch of excuses, man. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you don't want to. I mean, it just sounds like a bunch of
No,
you know, old
reality.
man excuses, man. Like the men that I'm paying attention to, they want to hold themselves accountable for themselves and their children.
No, they don't.
And you just
No,
bringing up
they
a bunch of excuses, man.
Ain't no parents gonna turn themselves to the police station when their kids delete someone. Hey, look, I'm gonna take this life sentence for my child. Ain't no motherfucking parents doing that. Ain't no parents gonna say, hey, don't send my son to jail for stealing or doing this. I'm gonna volunteer to take his charges. Ain't no motherfucking parents doing that. So don't tell me why I want to hold themselves accountable. Bullshit, right? Would that kid do something?
What's the overall point you trying to make though? That's what we trying to get.
Well, that's because you're not listening. You get triggered on the fact. I said clearly that each child and each individual have their own hearts and their own minds, and even the countries all around the world treat it as such. They don't destroy the parent's life for the kid's decisions, like what the kid does. Everybody understands this. Everybody understands that when the kids do something or disobey their parents or be disobedient towards their parents and towards the laws of the land, that's on that kid. And that continues as he's an adult. They don't go and say, well, hey, Carmelo Anthony, you go home, we're going to bring your mom and dad to jail because you weren't supposed to carry a knife to school. What kind of parents are you? How do you're supposed to know every second what your kid has in his backpack, what he's doing, what he's thinking, and you know what I mean? Because he didn't walk. No, we're charging you guys because you didn't teach him the right thing or same thing. You know. So once again, like all I'm saying is this, brothers. I'm not saying that as parents we don't want the best for our kids. Of course, everybody wants their kids to win because if they win, the family wins. No doubt. No doubt. Ain't nobody sitting here saying, "Oh, well, you know," no. It's just when you give information and you create, this is where you work, right? So that the kid can have a home, grow up, and not be out here worry about things. You try to give them a life so that they focus on their successes and their future in a positive way. This is what we want. This is what we desire so much, whether single mom or double parent household, however you look at it, right? So
listen, you got to be able to let your child fall or have a controlled environment where he fails in a controlled environment. You're talking like if the child does wrong, he goes to prison. As a parent, you're not going to give a fuck no more. Like you're not going to care about your child if he's in prison. That's how you sound because you're always going to care about your child, sir. All right, regardless of what position he is in life, you're going to care about your child.
I just say that.
And so we're trying to get better understanding of how we can nurture these children without coddling them. You know what I'm saying? Because I agree, like they have to go out and experience life. They have to fail, they have to succeed, and they have to be able to give that opportunity to these children and not be so harsh and stringent on what they go through. Let them go through that. He want to play with knives, let him play with knives. But you still, as a parent, should be, the head leader. You're supposed to be more mature. You're supposed to let them know right from wrong. And I believe eventually that child will find his way back. That's just been experience that I have seen. You don't just.
I'm not disagreeing with that artifact.
No.
Let
me respond to what you were saying, Bruce, because just because something isn't a guarantee, that's no validation of anything in any way to any degree imaginable under any circumstances. That's never an intelligent response for anything, that there's no guarantee. The other thing is this. Yes, they have a right to make a decision, and a decision can be bad. Cool. If they make bad decisions and you don't think the parents are going to take responsibility, or they should, then that means you shouldn't take no credit when they do something right as well. And I know for a fact you're not going to do that, or anybody that believes what you believe. As a parent, you're responsible for. Hold on, you talk for a minute. As a parent, you're responsible for what your child does, even if you're a grandparent or a great grandparent. That's your bloodline. You know how you know that I know that you know that's the truth, because I'm pretty sure you've been aware of people giving their child their last name. You think that's for no reason? The family last name and the family bloodline is a thing. You're responsible for that person. The solution to all of this is be better parents, so you can actually position yourself, like I said before, grooming these children for these positions, grooming them to position themselves and position our people to be in a better situation. This haphazard, they could choose. Their choice should never be looked at as a negative if you're a valuable person that can teach them how to think and how to make good decisions. Your fear of them making bad decisions is reflective of your horrible ability to convey intelligent decisions.
Absolutely.
I've done this with adults. Have people that have started entire careers based off me showing them how to think better and make better decisions. I can show you channel after channel after channel.
So
I produce. I'm not like the rest of these people in this situation. Go ahead.
See, you watch too much Boys in the Hood, huh?
I can't remember that movie.
Oh my gosh, but I will say this, right? Here's something I'm gonna give. This is an example I'm gonna give, right? We see white people, right? Their kids don't do a lot of deletion. They're not like the black kids as much, right? As far as the out loud violence, right? But they teach their kids to be KKK members. They teach their kids to be white racial superior, right? And their kids believe in it, and they grow up into this, and they have that, and they carry that in the part of the white power thing. Is that a good kid? Not good parents? Are those good kids? Or those good parents?
You judge a tree by the fruit it bears.
No. I'm just saying, is they're successful, they're rich, they carry on the white power ideology. No, the KKK, look at they carry on the KKK ideology. They don't like other races, but they're just business-wise, right? And their ideology is white is superior, right? So you said that's a good parenting?
What?
So
what?
We understand that.
What are you trying to say?
Wait, I don't. Wait, what are you saying? No, what are you saying, man?
What I'm saying is,
say it again. Say it one more time.
Okay, so white kids, right? Because we don't see them do, I would say, as much activities wrongdoing as, let's say, black kids. Okay, and I'm not saying they're better. I'm just saying we don't, right? But because they took a different route, right? White kids are more white power, KKK, right? Race. Most white kids, their parents teach them to be racist. They teach them to be, like white power. Like that's their ideology, right? It's whites, we're this, we're that, and they don't necessarily go out and delete people, right? They don't necessarily go out and but they have this in their heart all their life as they grow up, and their parents groom them into that, right? And then they take that ideology and they hold it to their heart. Is that good parenting right there, to teach your kid to hate other people, that you're racial superior, and that you're KK, that you're going out here doing these KKK meanings, and your kids wearing the white robe like you're wearing the white robe? Is that good parenting?
I don't think you realize the flaw in your question. I don't think you realize the flaw in your question, but for them it is. For us, it's not.
Okay,
but
no, it's not
correct. Oh man, great answer.
But it's not about the whole thing. Wasn't about good parenting or bad parenting. It's about, is the parent responsible for the child?
Exactly.
They are responsible. The parent is responsible for the child, though, yes, but when the child gets older, to a certain extent, they are, but the child is responsible for themselves. So when you say it like that, I can agree with you.
So once again, right, when those school shooters, those little white boys, when the shooters shot up all them schools, right? Did they take were their parents responsible for that? No.
Nah, their parents responsible to a certain extent.
You compartmentalize it. They're responsible for their child. They're responsible for their child.
Do they go to jail? Do they go to jail for the kids doing the school shootings?
They are responsible. Let me say it again. They are responsible for their child. They're not responsible for the act. That's not how that works. So you know, no law like that. That's nonsensical.
Oh, okay, but
they are responsible. Here's the thing. They are responsible for their child.
No, they're not.
They are.
They are.
If they weren't responsible for their child, nobody would ever bring the parents up.
They just bring the parents.
What are you talking about?
They just bring the parents.
Oh my God!
This is why we got so much. This is why we got so much dysfunction in the.
Hold on. The police departments around the planet, just use the United States of America, they delete citizens, and some of them are illegal. Do they disband the entire police department or the state?
No, that's it. They just get rid of the police officer who did it.
I asked you, do they disband that precinct?
No, they don't.
All right, then. That's not responsible. Responsibility don't work like that. You didn't get that from Earth.
It's not
you didn't get that.
Bad cop.
Nidus, you didn't get that from Earth. You just saying something random that has nothing to do with what responsible is. They usually take a position against that officer's actions. That's what those parents would do.
So
those parents would go, I didn't teach him to do that. He wasn't supposed to be doing that, but those parents are still responsible for producing that.
Wait, but I was gonna say that. Well, I was gonna say though that yeah, I kind of agree though, man. Because isn't it the parent responsible? The only reason they check for the parent as well, though, because they also know where the child actually learned where all these things from. Though. It's not just basically outside as well. How they doing stuff at home as well. Of course, the parent is responsible though, because the parent is like basically the foundation of how the child actually goes out in the world and stuff like that.
So let's have this conversation.
That's why we have so many broken homes. Men leave the family and disappear and go create another family. And we don't know what the hell happened before he got into a relationship.
So let's break.
I was also gonna say this offense. Isn't it also that's why in some people in two-parent homes don't feel like they don't fit. Even if people do grow up in two-parent homes, some people just literally feel like they don't fit anywhere though. Even though if they have two parents, they have everything they want though, but they don't feel fulfilled deep down inside though. Some cases though.
No parent telling their kid, when you get mad or get bullied and don't go shoot up the school. Ain't nobody telling the kids that. Right? But it happens, right? So what I'm saying is this, right? That kid getting bullied at school and something's happening to him that he has to, because everything I understand, when you're dealing with a situation where there's potential violence or potential emotional catastrophicness within one because he's getting bullied and bullying is not necessarily hit him. They might be calling you ugly, you fat, sloppy, whatever the bullying is, right? That within that child and that child tells his parents ain't telling him, well, here's the gun, son. Go handle your business. You gonna sit here and tell me that? No. They're gonna tell him, well, we need to talk to teachers, we need to talk, because we don't understand that we really can't stop bullying. You can't stop it, right? You can only give your kid potential conflict resolution. But now that shit builds up over years, and he's just in his heart, he just feels he hates these guys because they're bullying him, they're making fun of him in front of the girl he has a crush on, and all these things, right? And this kid holds on and he gets a pistol. He finds out somehow to get a hold of a gun, and he goes to school and just start blasting, right? That has nothing to do with his parents. That has everything to do with his experience.
If it didn't have nothing to do with his parents, he wouldn't bring his parents up.
That's just one example, though.
Ruthless, why do we have last names?
They're responsible.
Hold on, Riaz.
This is wild. This is wild.
Okay, sorry.
Question: why do we have last names?
It's the standard procedure of legal process.
No, it's not just that only.
Yes.
That's one aspect, though.
It's to know. No, it's to know where you came from and who to hold responsible.
No, that's not true.
Talking
No,
of the community.
That is true.
Yes.
No, it's not. Because babies born and give a last name and they're adopted out the next day. So I don't want to hear that.
They give you. We have the system of last name. We're not talking about the America because there are family names throughout every culture, throughout every society. This is what humans have done to keep other humans in check.
No, but
make sure that you don't run amok. We know where you come from. This is why bastards have been so problematic throughout society. Because if we don't know where you come from, we don't know who to hold accountable.
No, hold up. First of all, let me tell you something. If your kid goes out and commit a crime, right, of any sort, they're not going to charge the parents. They're not even. They may talk to the parents like, "Hey, your kid's being charged," because it's a legal process. It's part of the legal process, right? But they're not going to go and say, "Well, we're going to charge you too."
Again, you think you're talking government. You're talking about government. I'm talking about community and culture.
Community's not going to do that either.
That boy's family. Well, let's bring it to current events, right? That boy's family will not have the same standing in society that they had prior to.
How's that not possible?
Because he's already receiving death threats at work.
Okay, but
their family will never be the same.
No. Oh, you must be talking about the Carmelo Anthony thing, right?
Yes.
Well, to that, this has an undertone of a lot of disagreements of how this should be punished. So that's another conversation.
Again, you're talking about law. I'm talking about culture.
Let me land my plane. I'm not saying that this is prevalent in this particular situation because the favoritism that the kid is getting, one, and now we have a bunch of people that want everybody to pay for that. This may be a racial situation, but when I'm speaking on a day to day, right, on average, kids do a lot of things wrong, right? Now, and we're gonna take the most egregious things, right, just to show exemplify. So when the school shooters, back to them, go and shoot up the school, do they go contact the parents? Yes. And let them know that the child is going to be charged? Yes. Or the child got shot in the act? Yes. And they're going to ask the child, did you recognize anything for him to do this for? They're like, no, he was a good kid. Or he did his homework. He was always coming in at the time for school. We was a pretty cool family, right?
What are children referred to
Yes,
as?
No.
Ruthless, because
the Florida State shooting was a direct result of the parents, bro. A direct result.
So now we want to say, all right,
hear me out. When a woman gives birth, she goes into labor, right? The children are often referred to as fruit of the loins. It is still reflective on the parents. That boy's actions will still be reflected on the parents in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I have to disagree because
wait.
Those parents could be upstanding. Those parents could do everything they were supposed to do, and they look at that child and they talk to the parents. Oh, dad's a lawyer, or mother's a doctor, and did all these things, right? They're just gonna like, well, he didn't listen, right? Listen, families don't pay large price of society for the sins of their children. They don't. In some cases, in some cases, with particularly this Carmelo Anthony case, I would say this is one of one because of two different races involved, and so like there's a lot of different people want a lot of things done, and it's just not. They just want to bother and get or pour their anger out and their hatred towards the people that they hate anyway, even regardless of the action, right? So that's just been the racial understanding. And this is what I would have this conversation with World Class another time. But I would say this back to the responsibility part, right? The responsibility part, we're not responsible for our kids' actions. I'm gonna tell you the truth. The only thing that a parent will be held accountable for if you don't feed that child, if child starves or something, or you put that child in a position where they can be very unsafe position, yes, they're coming after your ass. But if your kid goes out on his own accord,
wow,
and I'm not even going to go egregious no more. Let's just say the teacher tells him, boy, sir, you need to do your homework and stop messing with other kids. Your kid says, fuck no, leave me the fuck alone. I'll do what I want to do, right? And he has this situation, they call you, hey, your kid's back talking to the teacher. You're going to take your kid home and discipline them. Boy, I didn't teach you like that.
Stop right there. Why? No. If the parents aren't responsible for the actions of the child, why call the parents in the first place if they're acting up in school?
Because it's part of the legal process.
No, it's because they're responsible for the child.
Let me say this: the school.
Jesus Christ. On Resurrection Sunday.
The school used to be able to paddle the school. They didn't have to call the parents back in the day. If the kids did something wrong, they could take them to the principal and get paddled. But that laws changed, right? All those laws changed. So now they're not able to do that no more. So they just call the parents to deal with it, to try to say, hey, your child is acting up, and then so you can deal with your child in a disciplinary fashion that's fit. That's the only reason they do it, because the law changed.
No. Ruthless. Here's the thing. I'm 39. Even in my lifetime, even in my school, I went to an elementary school. I was still getting popped in the mouth by the teacher. They still call my mom. When they couldn't do that anymore, they still call my mom. You are exactly what I said. The parents are responsible for the child. It's not a legal process. You don't have two parents arguing with each other and then call the school or call the police. They hash it out. It happens all day, every day. Parents hash it out with each other. Where are you from? If you see a child, an average woman or man, see a child without their shoes or they get injured, they're looking for the mother. They're looking for the father because the parents are responsible. I'm not understanding what's complicated about this conversation.
Well,
Simple.
if the parents are not competent or they find out the demon can't pop, then they take that child away and give them to some other parents. So not necessarily, it's just a part of the process, right? If this child is out here doing all these things, let's just say, like you said, he's walking around, dirty clothes on and never showering, then they're gonna call the parents like, hey, your kid's hygiene and so bad, and they find out the parents are no longer are competent enough, then yeah, they're gonna send a certain type of people out there to deal with that, and they probably end up taking the kid away and adopting them out, whatever, right? But the point I'm making is this, right? When we talk about responsibility, right? The responsibility of the parents, which the law will hold them court to, right? Will be create a safe environment. That's one. Food, and clothing and all that stuff, and a stable, right? Like don't be, and you ain't supposed to be shoot guns with your kids and all that stuff. You ain't supposed to do that, even though white people do it all the time. But anyway, right? That's another story. So my point is the response, yes. But now, beyond that, let's go beyond the jurisdiction, right? Once that kid walks out the house, is able to function and go to school and form a program, right, outside of their parents, which they have to, right? Which is listen to teachers, play sport, whatever it is, right? Then that kid. Now, if that kid goes and do something that's a jurisdiction of state law, like delete someone or fight someone in the street going to school and the police get a hold of it, they're going to take him home to the. That's two different things. So if he gets in a fight, let's say outside the school, and then the police get him, then they're going to take him home to his parents, right? They're not going to take the parents and say, hey, we're going to write you a ticket because your kid got in a fight. We're holding you responsible. No, they're just taking you to your place where you can where you reside at. They're still going to probably give your kid a ticket, right? They won't take him to jail. They might pick him lock up for maybe a couple hours and call parents come down to get him, but whatever, right? They're letting you. They're giving a warning to the kid. Hey, you continue this way, you're going to end up in jail. Not going to, and then they'll tell the parents come get you. So
okay, I'll raise you a scenario.
I don't even know what he's missing no more. I'm so confused.
I don't understand it, but this should clinch it. You're at Walmart with your child. Your child is knocking all types of manner of electronic devices off the shelves in the entertainment section. Who's responsible for repairing that situation and buying all of that equipment that got destroyed?
The parent.
No.
No, the parent is responsible, man.
What happened is this is how it goes. This is a process. The law will be the manager would come down. And they would tell first now, if the parent is promoting this, yes, the parent's responsible. But if the kid runs off and then knocks a TV over, then they're just gonna say, hey, get your kid, man. Get it. I don't know what you're gonna do. You take your kid home, dismiss him, whatever. They're not gonna charge the parent, you gotta pay for that TV. No. It's not gonna happen.
What?
100%.
What are they going to do? Charge the child? They're going to charge a 12-year-old?
What? They're going to charge a 12-year-old? He's just a kid.
You think
and this is how you know you're not having a genuine conversation
like that, though. Kids do have of course the kids is responsible for what they did, though. But they're not responsible for repairing all of that, man. The parent is, though, man.
This is why
the parent is the one to raise them, though, man.
They got insurance people that insure these places for those type of things, right? So they're not going to charge
Allah.
So let's go look it up, right? All I'm saying is this, right? I'm not saying that we don't have a level of responsibility for as, may try to keep our kids in check. Yes, that is. I'm giving y'all that. But when our kid disobeys us and then goes out and disobeys the laws of the land at the same time, right? He will be held accountable for the actions by the law of the land, and then when he gets home by us too.
Yeah,
let me ask you this, Ruthless.
No, but look. Of course, they're responsible for their own action, but the parent is still responsible for them because who's the one who brought them in this world? Who's the one who provided for them? Who's the one to basically make sure their mental/emotional needs is fulfilled? Though the parent is, though. So basically, the parent is still responsible for the child, whether what age they are. Don't matter, though. Parents still responsible to a certain extent. It's just the older one. It's just older. When the child gets older, though, that type of role slowly steps back, though. So either way.
let me ask you this, Ruthless. Is it an age restriction on what you saying? Is it like teenagers? Is it like like toddlers? Like all children? Like what do you mean by like basically like they are responsible for themselves?
So we the level changes, right? Good question. Very good question. Next level. The level change. So from zero, we say from day one to about 6, 7. They kind of, they kind of put it because the kids don't do as much. Nothing really happens. Little small stuff like grabbing plugs, stuff like that. So yeah, that's just on the parents to try to make sure that their kid, doesn't electrocute themselves, stuff like that. Making sure and then they teach them, don't be disobeying your dad. Listen to me, this little parent thing. But now there's when we talking about, let's say I'm gonna say age. Let's get to age 8, right? Where I think second or third or third grade, or second grade, whatever, right? Then now, if that kid goes and punch a kid in the mouth in the school because he didn't like him, right? They're not going to hold the parents accountable for that. They're just going to tell you, hey, don't do that. They're going to write them up or suspend them and then send them home to you, right? And then when you get to this age, and then from age, I would say from age, as soon as your kid goes to school, leaves your jurisdiction, right?
No, parents is always gonna be there no matter what though. Plus though, anyways, though, what about the spirit?
Listen. When that kid leaves the jurisdiction of your house, which is to school, right?
Jesus.
That kid now is in a jurisdiction.
I know you're not about to say the school responsible and not the parents. I know you're not about to say that.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying. They do have a level of responsibility too, right? They got to treat your kid with respect. They need to. They can't just be going up and hitting your kid. They can't just be going up cussing your kid out, right? So there is a level of responsibility there as well, because they can be sued, right? Of course, they can get charged and go to jail for doing something to kids, right? Of course, they're held responsible too, right? So, and then even people outside, even the people around the, outside of school have responsibility. If they go up and start messing with kids when they get out of school, some strange dude comes up and try to grab your kid, and that's kidnapping. Oh yeah, he be held accountable too. So yeah, there is a level of responsibility on all fronts, right? When you talk about jurisdiction, okay, you can't just go up popping kids' mouth that ain't your kids. Hey, bro, I heard you cussing. Shut up, bam. Right? That could be you could be charged. So therefore, there is a level of jurisdiction on which there are a level of responsibility that all adults are automatically applied to if those things happen. But back to the parents. So the parents, once that kid goes to school, which is another jurisdiction, and his behavior in the jurisdiction of the school is, let's just say, unwarranted, like he's picking on kids, he's stealing kids' lunches, right, and doing those things, right? The school's going to hold him accountable in a way where they're going to say, hey, this is wrong. We're going to have to write you. We're going to send you home, and you don't come back to school for a couple of days until that's your punishment. And then he goes to back to your jurisdiction, and your parent, what you doing? I told you not to be doing this. No, right? So it's a level on all parties to show some sort of discipline there to that child, to let that child know that what he's doing is wrong.
Nice. So, okay. I think you have I don't think you understand what responsibility is. That's what stresses me out. Let me give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
You got an NBA player, everybody know named Michael Jordan. He went to this college called North Carolina. I think the coach, pretty famous coach. That coach produced Michael Jordan, allowed him to be a starter. That guy, Michael Jordan, went on to win 6 championships. All right. That coach is responsible for Michael Jordan. Responsibility is not limited to liability. Responsibility works both ways. You understand? So because, and this is what I'm hearing you say, this child go this, he make the decision, they get in trouble. When the child does well with your last name, you get credit for it. So my thing is, if that's the position you're going to take, don't take any credit when the child does well.
I mean, that's fair.
Wait, I was just gonna say this as well, but so I was gonna ask this as well. Isn't it also the parents is also responsible in a spiritual aspect as well, though? Because to me, the way I see it as well, though, in Judgment Day as well, though, both my parents, though, in Judgment Day, though, the way I see it. Okay. I was just trying to. No, so you cut
Well,
me
can
off.
I
I
ask
thought,
a question?
hey,
Does anybody else up here agree with ruthless logic?
mm-mm.
Oh man.
No, no, no.
Okay.
I'm
So
just
are
gonna
we
say
just
this.
trying to prove the point then? Well, who's right and who's wrong?
Well, I'm right, of course, right? I know I'm right. So, because
No, I
And
don't
and,
think
and
so.
ruthless land, yeah.
when they talk about responsibility, right? I'm not going to jail for my kids' behaviors. I'm not. If he goes and do something in this world, whatever age, he's going to the police or whatever jurisdiction he in going to make him pay. Not me.
So
I'm not going to pay
so
a
No,
price.
so you're
so
just abandoning
ruthless.
them. Straight up
So
abandoning
ruthless. Who has more control of the kids, like the parents or the schools, or who has more authority and
them.
everything?
The world has more control of your kids.
What?
The world.
What?
The world
Well,
influences.
I was just gonna ask.
Kids,
Okay,
kids
so
are
when
influenced. Kids are influenced by their surroundings. More so,
this is
because
fear.
let's be
Yeah,
honest.
but the parent, that still does not.
Let's have this conversation. Hey,
Yeah,
your kid,
but the real question is, though, because who's the one to set the foundation, though? Who is?
your kid leaves your home when he turns 6, go to first grade or kindergarten or whatever, right? Your kid now you're sending your kid off
Right.
a new parenting institution, right? Right there, your kid now is over when you leave your house and you drop off at school. They're now in somebody else's care,
Yeah.
right? So who has control of who, right? And kids are in school majority of their lives 80% of the time. 80% of the time. The
Yeah,
parents,
ruthless. You have
Yeah,
the
but
military.
the
The military has. They
responsibility
have.
of the child is for a lifetime, not an age thing, man. It's a spirit. I was also trying to explore the spiritual aspects as well, though, because what about, like, let's say judgment, when Judgment Day happens as well, though, you'll be asked questions about how you raised your kids and what you basically put in them, and also the faith aspects as well, though. Did you actually raise your kids to actually have the faith and everything like that? Did they practice and everything? Because your kids can also get you in Jannah and Jahannam, no, because basically you're still responsible for your kids, not just in this world, but you're responsible for them in the next world as well, because you're going to be asked questions in that aspect
this is
too.
a policy, right? That's a far next world. What's the next world, Reyes? How the fuck
The
you
next world
I don't.
is
I don't. I don't. I don't,
afterlife.
I don't want to have a conversation. I want to have a conversation. Listen,
Yeah, that's something else.
not ruthless. When the military, the naval academy or naval base, right, sends out a vessel, and it destroys somebody else property in another country, is the United States government not responsible?
It depends.
Are they not responsible?
It depends on if America wants to be responsible or not. It's like, fuck that. We ain't responsible. They're not responsible. But if they want to be responsible, they be responsible.
You think the world treaties has it in their writings that the United States of America is not responsible for terrorist acts with their property if they want to? You think that's how it works?
They might deem them responsible for those actions. Yeah, I'll give you that.
What do you mean?
Like you said, like the other people might say, hey, America, you're responsible for, like, let's say Iraq, right? Everybody understands that America went over there illegally and under the United Nations code, all the nations code of conduct. That was an illegal move by America to go over there and kill the people's president and take all their resources, right? That was a straight robbery, right, in front of the whole world. But now, do people say America is responsible for that? Yes. But are they going to hold America accountable for that? That's a whole other conversation.
So you think that? Do you think that car manufacturers like GM, they do recalls because when they send out their product, they're not responsible? Because you said when a 6-year-old go to school.
Yeah, they're responsible.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so if a car manufacturer is responsible for their cars, why wouldn't a parent be responsible for their child?
Because it's a difference. World class.
Hold on one second, guys. Next level, I think hot sauce is in the back.
Yeah, hot sauce in the back. He under what's that name? Blade Runner.
So I would say this, right? It's a different though, because in this world, people believe that children and so have choices. Cars don't have choices, right? People believe that children have choices, and they're supposed to be able to make choices that are good choices, right? People believe this. This is the ideology of the world, right? So now, as parents, we try to give information so our kids can make the proper choices at all times. You know what I mean? That's our hope and that's our desire.
So
But
you use
we understand,
law.
but we do know that kids make choices that are not,
right,
necessarily in coexistence with their parents. We understand
That's
that.
but you're saying that, and you keep bringing up law. But can a child make a legal contract?
Can a what?
Can a child make a legal contract?
No,
Why not?
because the contract's already put in place for him.
He can't make a child can't make a contract because they're not legally competent.
Whoa. I'll take that back. Let me change
I don't think it's legally, mentally.
A child from
Hold on, Riz.
a child from 1 to, I would say, 7, maybe 6, they can't make a legal contract, but 8 plus that, they can. They can go to the people and say, hey, I don't like my parents. I feel uncomfortable. I don't like the way they're treating me. And then the United States come in, whatever they people come in and redo that contract, right? And whatever they're going to do. So that's
based off what?
Child can divorce you. They can divorce his parents.
Okay, based off what? They can just divorce because they want to?
Off their,
so you're saying you can find a state law.
Very often, but it can be done, right? There's a kid that divorced their parents. Some white kid divorced his parents off the pretense that he didn't like them and he didn't feel comfortable around them. So
the process of emancipation. I know what you're talking about.
Under normal circumstances, right? Because you're talking extreme cases.
Yeah.
A child can just go and say, because I say create a contract. That includes everything in life, right? That you saying that under normal circumstances, a child can just leave and emancipate.
Yeah. Yes.
Under what law?
The law of that kid feels. If that kid feels, because American does not.
All right. So the law in your state. Under the law in your state, with an 8-year-old.
To your point, work class is different in every lot of states, right? It's different, and so certain states are like, "Hey, get your ass back home," right?
You should be able to find one. It's 48 of them.
Yeah,
you should be able to find one.
But some states will be like, "Oh, take him and put him in some sort of thing, evaluate, and then if his kid says, well, my parents are,"
but that's not creating a contract.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's not a contract.
It's one big credit.
It's as you said, the contract was already created for them in the state. They can't privately contract because they're not competent. So they're no different from the property. They don't.
We're talking about what age we talking about here, though, right? World class. We got to get an age.
In each state where the child does not meet, a person does not meet the legal age, they're minor. They're not competent to make a contract. There's certain circumstances.
What age is that, though?
Huh? There's certain in various states. The age varies anywhere from 16 to 18. And they can, under certain circumstances, it's not a standard. They can't, in all cases, they can't contract when they're minor.
But
they can't do business. They can't get business licenses.
Yeah.
They can't get self-employed licenses. They can't become barbers and real estate agents. So they can't contract.
At 16 they can. At 16 they can. But before that they can't. You're right. But I will say this, right? And I'm not disagreeing with you, just for the record, right?
Okay. No, we good.
Yeah. I'm just saying is that's not completely. The child can be charged as an adult at the age of 12. You understand that, right?
That is under a certain circumstances where they committed a criminal act. But that's how many children, how many 12-year-olds are creating that situation?
Not many. It's
not a standard.
I'm just making
like less than 1%.
I'm not trying to. No, I'm not trying to disprove your point. What I'm saying is we have to understand there's loopholes around and there's different things that apply at different situations. So it's, how you say, it's not clear cut is what I'm saying.
Well, again, like I said earlier, nothing is guaranteed in 100%. Nothing exists like that ever. So that we still dealing with the basis. The basis is parents are responsible for their children, even past this legal age stuff that we're talking about.
But
because they are the person that's responsible. If this guy, when Jeffrey Dahmer did what he did, they talked about his family, where he came from.
I understand what you're saying, but hold up. This is what I'm having. Responsible in a psychological manner where you just say, you're a bad parent. We don't believe you did the right thing. Is that what you're talking about?
All of it. You're responsible for your child.
Or maybe held to a standard is what you're talking about?
Yeah, of course.
No, that is your child. Like
it's just fundamental.
In that level, at that level, right there, in that way, yes, you're correct. Society looks at the parent in a lot of cases, in most cases, and because of the kid. I'll give you that, right? But
even if the person is 40, I'm 39 years old. My mom is responsible for what I do. If I go out here and whatever, do something to embarrass my bloodline, they're gonna talk to her. They definitely will dox her, and they want to get all of her business.
Okay, so being embarrassed and being
no, I'm not limited to that, but they're gonna hold her accountable for producing me. If I go out and do something egregious,
but that's not really being held accountable. That's not really being responsible.
It is accountable. It's accountability. It's accountability because they're not asking no other woman.
But if you go out and delete someone right today,
right,
right, they're not going to. Well, so
you're talking consequences. Right? You're confusing consequences with accountability and responsibility.
I'm just saying there's this level of responsibility. We have to it's limited responsibility. Is more words you want to use. Parents have a limited responsibility.
Fine. It's still responsibility. Nonetheless, even if you understand if it's quite cool, I give you the limited responsibility. It's still responsibility. You're still going to hold her responsible for producing this person.
Yeah. Right, so like I said, like basically the parents is responsible for a lifetime, no matter what age they are, and that the amount of responsibility when the kids get much older and they're doing their own thing, kids is independent or whatever though, but the parents is still responsible in a way though, but that kind of responsibility when the child gets much, much older though is limited though, right? So it's a lifelong thing though.
Even if you had a baby, even if you had a stillborn child, you're a parent. Even if you the baby got pregnant, you got a woman pregnant, and y'all had a child deletion, you're still a parent.
Okay,
even if you had a person that's 100 years old, you're still a parent. You will never not be a parent. You're always responsible.
That's what I was just saying though. That responsibility is not just for the age thing; it's a lifelong thing forever.
For the sake of
a lifelong thing.
For the sake of the argument, right? For the sake of the argument, so I think our bridges are in different lanes, right? Well, I'm looking at the extreme, and you're looking at it from a
fundamental standpoint,
parallel of, I would say, a parallel of the standard of excellence, right? So that's where our bridges are going different ways, right? But if you bring it to cut the argument so we can move the conversation forward, when we talk about standards in society and how we're judged as a people or parents, I'll give you that, right? That people say, hey, well, you must have been doing something wrong in that house, right? People do reserve these type of rhetoric for, people's kids who do things that are egregious or non-egregious or that are not, not so, I would say, politically correct or whatever, right? People do kind of look at the parents like, what y'all do? Yeah, I'll give you that, right? So from your point to the parallel with, the most level of
watch this, Rufus. I think you understand this, right? Yeah. I can get online and I can start the best Black woman ain't shit channel in the history of the world, right? I can say that a million billion times, and I can go out and give to charity, produce jobs, and help the community. And I can start running my mouth going saying, I'm the best thing since sliced bread. Guess what they're going to say? You still came from a Black woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
They still going to give my mama credit. I can talk shit about her all I want, but they still going to give my mama credit. And guess what? They right. I can hate her till I'm blue in the face, but they going to give her credit. Even if I'm talking bad about Black women, they're going to say, you did all that. She had to do something right because you here. Because she's responsible for me.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
I mean, that's right or
wrong. Right, I can agree with that.
And I'm not saying public perception is the foundation, but I'm just showing you how general and fundamental it is.
But so we're in public perception is what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
That particular responsibility, right? That responsibility. That's solely public perception. With your neighbors, how people view you as a parent. Yes, I agree with you that. But now we get talking about our eyes of the courts, and we get to talk about things like that because we get to your point. Even the Carmelo Anthony case, right? It's been judged in public opinion. Nobody knows the fact. Nobody was there, right? But everybody has reserved for this guy, right? Some think he needs a death penalty. Some thinks he needs to be jailed for life. Some thinks he needs to be acquitted. Some things, whatever, right? Because people have a tendency to want to follow their emotions on what they feel, and men are guilty of this too. So now when we talk about the women being emotional, right? We need to hold ourselves accountable and stop talking about men. Women are emotional. We're emotional too. Because we're doing the same thing they're doing. We're just saying, oh, well, he needs a death penalty. And we ain't even heard all the facts, right?
Oh, yeah. That's some people saying, yeah.
We ain't even heard all the, we just know bits and pieces that has been leaked in the press, right? And now, this is, I would say, this is the first time in history I've ever seen this. I've never seen this before, right? Because you remember the Rodney King ranch, right? You know, the blacks were doing anything, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, the Rodney King ranch, the blacks, tore LA up, whatever, right? But this is the first time if something jumps off this, it'll be black and white rolling together versus white, black. You know what I mean? I've never seen this before. So that's just another conversation. But I'm just saying this, right? To your point, just a dead argument. I'll give you public perception. If you're going off public perception, you're absolutely right, right? People, what your kids do is a reflection of the family.
Yeah. You judge a tree by the fruit it bears. Yeah, they're gonna hold that person accountable, and they should fundamentally. That's even you go back. I mean, it still was PR back in the day. Even if you go back to when it was just kingdoms and empires and tribes, your last name ain't everything. Your like that's why they say in the Bible, a good name was worth more than gold, because just your last name could get you privilege, can get you treatment that and that on land. You go to a foreign land, those people don't even accept that. Those people don't even get what you treated, get how you treat it. So your last name and where you come from and your parents. Talk to Asian culture. These people here today. Yeah. What they family think of them is everything to them. Yeah. And not dishonoring them is a big deal. And I think
100%. But yes, I agree with that 100%. And Asian parents, they're so tough on it. They're
I'm gonna ask this question: which Asian though?
Next level of hot sauce was in the back. I don't know if he's still there. He might have left. But go
Sorry.
ahead, Reyes. No bad.
So I just
You say what now?
I get where you're getting at though. So I just get where you're getting at though. But I just saying when you say Asian, there's multiple different Asians. Though, which Asian group? Do you mean Asians as a whole though, or do you mean the
primarily Chinese and Japanese? That's what
Chinese, Japanese, South Korean, and stuff like that? That you talking about those Asians though?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
my bad, hot sauce. Come back up, hot sauce. My bad.
Okay, but I get what you're saying, though. But when you say Asians, to me, you have to specify, because I'm classified under Asian by law.
I only brought them up as an example for Ruthless to be, because they're here, so that you can
I'm not denying that, though.
I'm right, but I will say this to the parents: that don't commit suicide because your kid did wrong either.
Self-deletion.
Right? Fuck what the world thinks, because they're hypocrites anyway. Right? They're not perfect. So I don't think I'm going to sit here if my kid goes out and do something and everybody's talking about, oh, you this is a bad dad. Fuck you guys. Y'all ain't paying my bills. Y'all ain't make sure we eat every day. So I would say this to the parents, right? Don't get all uproar. Oh my gosh, the public perception. Because we understand that the public will turn on you whether it's good or bad, right? It depends on how much they like you now. If they really like you, right, they ain't gonna turn the other way. But yeah, that's to the parents, right? Who get bad luck, their kids doing things to them that are.
I don't think that's a high percentage of children that have good parents, and they just turn out to be fucking assholes. And I think when you see a parent be a good parent, they just got a badass child, or whatever, or the bad apples, the world corrupt them. I don't think people really ignore the fact that they were a good parent and just go, oh, it's your fault. It's your fault. I think other parents have empathy when you do everything you can and it don't work out. Because like you said, I'll give you to your point. The world does corrupt the babies. These schools, their peers. I think the peers is the biggest influence, along with media itself, not just social media. I think that has a serious influence, but it's on us as parents to kind of chaperone them through this media. I don't think we do well enough of that. Like my son, let me give an example. Let me give an example real quick. My son, he watches YouTube on my account, so I can see everything he sees. You could do that with YouTube Kids and all that. You can still see it, but I see everything he see.
I got a history of it. I can go through my history and I can look through everything he see and look at the transcript and see some of the words that he say. And when I hear it, I'm like, hey, you don't know, you ain't supposed to be listening to that. Turn it off and go from there. So I do it myself. I don't be telling people to do stuff I don't do. So go ahead, y'all. My bad.
Yeah, I can agree to that though, but I was also trying to see it through a spiritualist type of point of view though as well though. I agree with you, you know. I'm not denying what you mean though, but I'm also trying to see it from another aspect. I'm trying to see it through the spiritual aspect as well, and how the parent's responsibility is also attached to the spiritualist point of view as well though. And that's what I'm trying to get at as well though.
So I'm gonna say this, right? I don't like public perception. I really don't, because it's so hypocritical, right? And if you really want a chance, because you don't want to hold the government accountable for letting all these, movies with all this murder and mayhem and drug dealing, they're capitalizing. They want money, right? This country cares about money, so they'll corrupt your kids by putting all this homosexuality, right? This in schools and all this stuff, right? Here, you can be. They even tell your kids you can be whatever you want to be, right? The government is teaching. They're backing this, right? With the exception of Donald Trump, right? You want to transition? You want to feel your inner person? They're overpowering. They're not even helping the parents. And this is the problem I have with people who are voting and shit like that. The government's not even helping you run your household. They're actually making it harder for you to be a parent, right? Because you're trying to tell your kids, well, this is this and this, and then they're coming out with all these movies, all the social media. They're allowing all these things, or they might put PG-13 on it, right? But Disney has some weird shit going on. I watched the whole Disney movie with my daughter, and we had to get up out of there. And it was PG-13 because it was some weird shit, devil worshiping shit going on there. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Let's go. So our government is anti-parent.
It is.
But yeah, we want to judge the parent of the child, but we're not judging our government for not helping, because they do have a lot of power of influence.
But that's the next step. But see, that's just my point. It got to be done in order. We got to have our house together before we hold our house together. Because when we do it and we start, because Ruthless, what's gonna happen? Y'all got to start realizing where people get this stuff from. When we start holding them accountable, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna start going into our business and doing the same propaganda and invalidating us. So you get our house together, ourselves together first, then you can really, and then you can do it in the same damn day if you need to, and then go hold them niggas accountable. But they're not supposed to be helping us in our household. We don't want government in our household.
I hear what you're saying, and what you're saying is very on point, right? But here's the problem, right? America cares about only one thing, and one thing only: money, right? And they will keep, long as feminism, right? They will keep that shit going, because why? It's going to keep women spending money. Long as kids going out getting transitions, that's good for the medical field, right? So once again, so they're going, and then you could say, well, let's get my house in order, but the government's in your house. They're regulating your house.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
Out.
They're giving the child empowerment, the woman empowerment is what's destroying the family right now, right? Because the government's empowering these individuals and individualism, right? Which is dividing the house more, because now you're trying to, let's just say world class, you're the guy with the father with the iron fist, you keep things respectable. And yet when your kids walk, remember, y'all send your kid to school, because you're not a teacher, world class, it's not your profession. So you're gonna send it to the school, and the government's in sneaking shit in, you know what I mean, to your kid, when it's supposed to be at least trying to give you aid in a way where, hey, let's not put all that shit in school. You know what I'm saying? Because we understand that parents got to work and provide, so they have to send their kids to school. So let's not put all this trash in there. Let's keep it clean. You know what I mean? But they're not, right? They're putting the trash up in there and say, well, hey, yeah, this on you parents, y'all. We're gonna put all this homosexual stuff in here. We're gonna teach them to be rebellious, because when you empower somebody, right, that would definitely is teaching a person to be rebellious to whatever the least powerful person that they have to deal with. You know that, right? That's the number one thing. That's why the families are being divided. That's why divorce rate is up. That's why children are running away from homes and getting adopted out. All these things, right? Because when you talk about empowerment, that is the number one key to dividing the house. Because now everybody wants to run their own program. Because why? Oh, what you gonna do? Spank me? I'll call those people on you, and they're gonna come check you. They'll give you warning. Then what's next, right? So I would say this, right? I wouldn't say it starts in the house. It starts with, are you going to continue to vote for these wicked and evil politicians who are funding and making sure these corporations put money into this rap music, into these GTA video games, right? That they have the kids play all the video games are fucking evil. I like playing it, but god dang, shit, you got albums, what, 98% of a gun shooting? You're killing people, right? Yeah, but we just it's just a game. It's just a game. But those things influence. Those things influence. So we have to understand, right? In this world, in this particular, they are very pro capitalism. And they will do
No, that's the excuse though, man. Because technically you're the one who's supposed to teach them though what is the difference between what is real and what is not real though. Just explain to them when the way they understand though.
Young readers, but that's limited though, because you have to send your kid to school. And your kids in school 7 to 8 hours a day, and the government's sticking the trash in behind your back. You gotta go work. You gotta go to work and make money so that y'all can have rent paid, lights on, food on the table, right? So within that time, that window, which is 8 hours, that's a large window. That's a large window. And this is 5 days a week, 5 days a week, right? That is a lot of time. It's just very, and I'm not saying impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible to your point, young Riaz. I'm not saying it's impossible. But it's all the odds are against you.
Okay, I get what you're getting at, man. It's just that my pen taught me what is real, what's not real. I have a faith in everything, and I just basically look at it like, look, and no one maybe let's say no one's watching me, police ain't watching, teacher, my pen, nothing though. I remember who's watching me all the time though, and I always remember in the back of my mind, look, is this what, the man who made me though, the person who made me basically would have wanted though. So I just look at it like that though. The way I was raised and stuff like that, that's just how I was taught as well, though. Like, literally, my mom literally told me, though, I may not be watching, but God is watching you all the time, though. So that's why every time when I go outside, when no one else is there, I always just remember, look, is God going to be truly happy with me if I did this, and that? I'm like, okay, no, he won't be happy, though. So that's why I'm basically well-behaved and very functioning in that kind of manner. I see what you're getting. I'm not going to deny it, though. But it is possible. Just gotta find a way.
So
next level is your fault.
That's why I move the conversation forward in responsibility, right? The responsibility is because this country become more government dependent. You know what I mean? Then the parents are achieving less responsibility.
Yes, creating dependency.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying when I say I don't have a quick fix. I don't think the problem was created overnight. I don't think it was created this decade. I think it's going to take almost the equivalent in lifetime so the problem to be permanently solved and resolved. I think being a parent solves all of these problems. Is the beginning of all of the, even if it's not the solution, it's the process of having a solution, is being better parents. They say intentional about marriage. We need to be intentional about bringing children here to accomplish and solve a specific problem and positioning them to do that.
Yeah,
that's how we got here.
The physical needs as well. It's the mental / emotional needs too, though. And basically, look, you can provide everything for your kids. You can teach them whatever you need to teach them, though. But you have to truly understand them, though. Like literally in emotional aspects as well, and how you can basically do that. Because emotional aspects, though, is important, though, because you can do everything for them, though. But do they actually really feel it like that, though? So that's how you have to truly understand them like that.
But for you to do that, right, you have to create a better economical system, right? Because the way the economy is now, the parents they don't have time to be the best parents they can potentially be because of resources, right? You need resources to raise a family. So, you know, and to keep and sustain, plus get ready for your retirement, get ready, because you're going to get old, right? So this is why they put Trump in office, a lot of Americans, because they want more, you know, they've seen all their money dwindle, the economic success dwindle away, right? And the more the economic success dwindles away, the more you have to work, the more hours you have to put in, which will not allow you to be the parent you're supposed to be.
Why you say that? Why do you say that?
Because if you're working before, you know, in the 80s and 70s, you can work a cool 6 to 8 hours, you know what I mean? Be home on time for dinner and be there to have the conversations. Yes, that was more, you know, now because of the, you know, the rising cost of everything from 6 to 8 hours, now it's 8 to 12 hours. People working 15-hour work days on a large scale, right? Because they need that extra money to compensate for the, you know, the growth of the economy and things becoming more expensive, which means less time at home, right? Less time to teach. And this is both parents. We're not just talking about one parent. Both of them got to do 12 hours. This is why the divorce rate's so high, because people working so much that they're building new lives at work, right? With work husbands, et cetera, work wives, et cetera, right? So that's even worse to divide the house, right? Because now you're at work so much, that becomes your new home. It's basically your new family, right? Because you're there so much, right? And this is, like I said, you have to be able to mitigate that, right? And that is the only way you can mitigate that is putting the parents back in the home, still being able to make a decent salary and not be gone all that.
So that would also apply to not being able to make a better economic situation then, right? Because if you work in your regular job or whatever you're doing in your career and you need more money than what you got, you can't do nothing at the work because you don't got no time.
You can't what?
The same. I said it would apply. You said they can't be the parents that they want because they don't have time.
Right.
That would also apply to them not being able to create a better economic system. Because if you don't have time to be a parent when you're already a parent, you don't got time to go to school. You don't got time to start your part-time job. You don't have time to do nothing.
Whoa.
But we know that. But we know that's not real.
No.
Right?
No,
we know people create.
No. You. I'm just saying is right. When we're talking about the family structure, you know what I mean, and responsible parent structure. We understand there's some oops babies. There's some, right? We know there's a bunch of them out there. But the responsible parent structures, they have to keep up with the economic woes of this country, right? They have to keep their lights on and their rents paid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about, so we're going to talk about, let's say between the ages 28 and 60, right? They're going to have to work more hours, right? People can't retire at 60 anymore. They got to retire at 75 now. You know what I'm saying? You got to work more hours.
So the only way to have more money is to make more money? Is that what you're saying?
I would
No.
I mean, it is possible to make more money and be at home more. I mean, if you get lucky and start a YouTube channel and grow some major income.
Let's use a scenario. If a person's monthly expenses is about, let's say, $4,300, right? Let's say they make 6,000, whatever, 5,000, 10,000. 10,000 they make. Expenses is like 4,300. They invest in, they doing whatever. They got some reasons. They got taxes, whatever. You're telling me the only thing they can do is increase their income to 11,000 or 12,000 versus reducing their cost of living from 4,300 and to like maybe 3,200 with the same value.
I mean, I know that
there's no way to do that.
I'm not saying that that's the only way, right? But let's just say the average.
Let's say primary.
The who?
Let's say primary. You see, are you saying that making more money is a primary way to have more access to more money?
No, it's a primary. No. Making more money is keeps you able to keep up with the economic growth of America, right? Being that things are more expensive, right? So you have to somehow. Now, some people are going to get 2 incomes, 3 incomes, right? That still takes time, right? But not necessarily because people necessarily don't want to make more money in that way, right? To sacrifice so much, right? But they have no choice, right? Either if they stay within the same arena which they were before the, let's say, pandemic, right? Then they're gonna drown out, right? The house is gonna fall apart. They're gonna be homeless or whatever, right? So they have to work more hours because they got they're preparing for retirement too. Plus, what I mean, they got so I mean it ain't just they're working for more money; they're working for their life to be on in a so when they get older, they have some place to stay. You know what I'm saying?
They have a genuine reason for doing it, right? Cool. So how do you get it? Because you're saying the thing what I'm addressing is you're saying that they don't have time to be the parents they want to be. But when it comes to business and when it comes to making more money, these people find times. When you take a class, real estate class, pick up some extra classes in college, people find time then. Why come people can't find time to be better parents?
Yeah, but it's just because they're forced to, though. That's the point I'm making. They're forced to. It's not like, right? So most Americans are comfortable at one point. They had a cool, everything was taken care of, right? Okay, boom, 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 boom. But when the economy took a shift after the pandemic, and things went up, and rent went up, all these things went up, it forced them to,
Well, that's the pandemic. Cool. Let's just regular time, like before then and now. People have. Well, shout out to the LA Project, $5 super chase. He says, all I keep hearing in the next show is how we cannot do something. How do people operate and succeed with that mindset? I think that's to you, Ruthless.
So we are doing something. We're working more hours, right? We're working more hours. So with that being said, LA Project, that is a good thing in a way because you're keeping a family afloat, you're keeping our bills paid, we're keeping, food on the table, clothes on the back. Okay, all those are essentials. But what it also does is the negative part, the cons of it is lack of parenting, right? Because you're tired, your body is only so much sleep in the day, right? So many hours you can sleep in the day. And you need that sleep. So when you get home and your kids are home, right? You have a conversation for about an hour and a half. You know what I mean? You try to give as much information as possible, then it's time to put them to bed. It's time because you need your rest. You don't want to fall asleep at work. You don't want to have sleep deprivation. So yes, we are doing something that is going out and sacrificing more. That is doing something, but it's not conducive to run a successful household though. That's the problem with this economy, right? With you having to allocate your time to keeping the house afloat, it takes away from parenting.
It just takes away from the time you're saying, right? Because you got to be
the time to parent. Yeah, the time to parent. It just does.
But when you have a need, right? If I'm working 12 hours in any other situation outside of being a parent, if I'm working 12 hours a day, whatever, 4 or 5 days a week, and I got an extra cost, I may got a settlement against me. It could be anything. I can have a fine because I didn't move the trash out of my backyard. Whatever the fuck it could be, right? If I have that, then I'll find a way to make money. You'll find a way to do something. And the limited thinking that people have to have access to more money, I got to go spend more time is the problem. I got to go make money. When you can reduce your expenses and learn how to be, because this is what you're going to do. When you increase your ability to make money, Ruthless, what you're doing is increasing your skills. That's going to allow you to be in another position where you can make more money in a shorter period of time. That doesn't change when it comes to being a parent. You need to acquire skills to be a better parent. It's not about time, and that's what I don't like about what the women be saying. It's not about time. It's about the quality time you spend and the conveyance of competence and skills from you to the next generation. It's no difference when it comes to making more money. The quality of skill where I can give more value to my customer or client in an hour than I could before, or my employer, your customer, your client, I can give more value to them in a shorter period of time. It's the same thing. I can give more value to my son or daughter conveying a skill in the time frame that I have with them. If I'm working 12 hours, I got to pick them up for school, get them something to eat, come home. I can spend more quality time and convey skills with patience, learning conflict resolution, learning how to communicate, right? Luckily, if you're able to allow your children to see how you work and see what you're going through, develop empathy in them, develop some professional skills. I happen to be in a family that did a lot of assisted living. I had a lot of self-employed people in my family. So I know how to work hard, and I know what they went through to work. I watched my grandmother and my mother wipe shit in the morning. I watched it. You know what I'm saying? So that changed my perspective.
Right.
Go ahead. So go ahead.
Wait, but I mean, with me though, I was fortunate enough though. Yes, I had two parents, but back when I was born though, both were working in those days though, and my mom and my dad had to divide. You know, they had to find a way to actually deal with both and trying to deal with me back then as an only child. Then I had other family members come in and help me though. So I had my mom, my auntie though. She came over and stayed and looked after me when my mom was not there though. So I did have my parent everything. Early childhood though, when both were working at the same time. By the time my sister was born, that's when my mom became full time at home though. And then, recently though, working now because we all grown now.
So I would agree to a certain degree, quality over quantity, quality over quantity. Okay, your argument. But still, right? But this is the only problem I'm having with the society standpoint, right? Of being judged by the fruits of the house, right? Now, when those things do happen, and I think there was some white kid, and he went into his parents, and they were at work, and he knew where the gun was at, went in there, got the gun, and went and shot some people up and whatever, right? Yeah, so quality. I am a quality parent because I am trying to make the best of that hour. But we do understand that kids have devious minds, right? Right? They do a lot
I
of
wouldn't say they have
things.
devious.
Yes, they do. Yes, kids have devious
I
minds.
wouldn't say devious at all.
Yes,
I would say
no
they
doubt.
have.
Well, you didn't think that white boy
expanding minds.
when he went up to come out after he was trying to check him and put his hands on him? That was something that just didn't happen at that moment. This is something he's been doing probably for his whole life, right? Checking other kids and they didn't listen to him, put hands on them, right? This is something he's been getting away with for years. That wasn't a one-time thing. It just didn't happen to go this way, right? But my point is, kids are problematic in most homes, right? And it's a high risk when you have to work those many hours. So that means you have to work those many hours, even though you're doing more quality paradigm and you're doing things at a more efficient rate. You still understand, right, that the kid is his own individual. We do have to understand that, right? The kid they are their own individuals. They have a mind of their own. Yes,
okay.
They take some things you say and put it into their repertoire. Sometimes it's a 60-40, 50-50, depending on the child, right?
You think most children is just creating their own sayings? They just doing their own thing, or you think most children are following what everybody else do?
Yes, like for
Which
example,
one?
right? Let's look at the more easier. I'm gonna take the more softer approach on this one, right? On this example, the women, right, growing up, not wanting to get married, not wanting to be wives. It's not that they don't know how to be wives. It's not that they know how to cater to men. They know what men want. And really, they do. But they don't give a fuck. They're like, it's all about me, right? That's just in their mindset on what they believe. They have a two-parent household. They see their mom and dad was happy and all these things or whatever they was doing, right? They were like, I don't want to do that. I don't really want to have kids right now. I want to go out and, I need to find myself, right? I need to feel myself, right? This is just them as individuals, right? The girls are saying, you know what? I don't want to get married. I don't want to listen to a man because now I know that I can make my own money. All these things are valuable to me, right? Through the teaching of school and growing up. I understand that is man desirable? Yes. But do I absolutely need him to get to where I think I need to get to? Not necessarily, right? This is not a guarantee anymore. Now you're dealing with a group of women that are coming in with, I can do bad all by myself, right? And this is now creating a hostile environment amongst our dating community, and marriage is down. Relationships as far as quality is down because, and I'm not blaming it on the women. Don't get twisted, but I'm just saying is their mindset of a lot of women are I can live with or without a man. A man, I do not need man to make me valuable anymore. I can make myself valuable. All these things are the evolution of the mindset of women that are coming in and saying, hey, I can do this. How I want to do this. And the way they want to do it is not necessarily they don't like the traditional. They see their parents. They have all the Cosbys. I want to
No,
do that.
it depends how it is though, man. You're the one who basically attracts it. What you put out is what you get back. So what you see is what you get.
I'm not saying that, Roaz. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm just making a point of just using that as an example of how kids have a mind of their own and what they see fit for their life, right? As young adults. That's all I'm saying, right? I'm not trying to blame them. Right? I'm just saying is the women are seeing fit for their life as single women able to get a job, get an education, or go to OnlyFans, whatever it is they feel like they need to do to be great. They don't need a man for this, right? In being there, telling them what to do or covering them, right? Women don't no longer have that mindset. So my point of that is,
I see where you're getting at though, but I think it just depends on where it is though and what they actually value as well. That everyone's different though. I'm not saying you're not wrong to a certain extent though. I just don't agree with certain things you're saying though. I get where you're getting at though. I'm just saying though that everyone's different though. So you do get people like that, of course though. But then you also get people that you get people like that though, who actually want the things though that you actually mentioned, who want to get married and have all these things though. There are people out there though. It's just that there's not as much though as you see though. Just gotta find them somewhere.
yeah, but I'm just saying, right? I'm not blaming women for the overall.
Of course not. That's what I'm saying though. I get what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying you are saying that either. What I'm saying is I'm just giving a world-class example of children are evolving because they have so much access to more information than ever before with social media and stuff like that.
But the example, I get you, but it's a result of horrible parenting.
And that's why I disagree with you, because that goes back to my earlier point about government dependency, right? Because the government, right, is empowering these individuals, right? And this is afforded to them. This is taught to them in schools.
Well,
where they
again,
go.
Yeah, but I don't just
hold on real quick. That has to do again when you're a parent, you got to understand that falsehood that the government going to protect you or the government is going to be able to help you undermine whoever or be independent. Being a parent is teaching your child that listen, it's about you, me, us, and your family. Government ain't got shit for you. That's a part of being a parent, and that comes from bad parenting. That these little girls think they can spite men. And use the government as supplementation, even though when you go to some of these channels, the chicks are saying you broke if you want Section 8 and all this other shit. So they really don't care about none of that. It really has more to do with horrible parenting, meaning these women raise little girls that can be impressed by bitter little bitches, bitter old bitches that can't get the results that they want. And they're not teaching these girls that these bitter bitches is trying to play you out of position because they jealous because the girls in their generation got what they couldn't get. That's a parent will fix that. So when they start to say this language, they know to ask them this question, that question, or that question, like you watch them do the niggas on Sharon panel. But they don't do that on the other side. That comes from bad parenting.
Well, once again, you can have the greatest parenting in the world. Right? You can have the greatest parenting in the world. But if your little girl wants to run her life, she's going to run her life, especially in a government like this, right? She understands that her rights that she has are afforded to her. She understands her sexual liberation. She understands this, right? So you can tell that if you tell your kid, look, baby, want to look for your person, don't be messing with all these guys. Don't be doing all the right? Yeah, there are women still teaching that, right? But when that girl is out here going to school with her friends, and her friends are saying, hey, all I do is this, that influence is greater than parent teaching in a lot of cases, right? But the point I'm making is her mindset and her ideology on what she wants in her life under the present structure that we're under, they go together, right? Feminism in the present moment is, hey, empowerment, women empowerment. And women are loving this, right? It has nothing to do with parenting. It's everything for themselves. Because when they become parents, right? when they become parents and they see that and the man is doing everything he's supposed to do, and even if she's getting a lifestyle, doesn't matter. She still leaves because I'm not happy anymore. That has nothing to do with parenting. Her happiness is what she's putting first, or what she feels, and this emotions in her, right? If she feels it's best for her, and her emotions the way she feels, she's going to make whatever moves it takes to keep that intact. That is her ability to reason within her emotions. And that has nothing to do with her mom and dad, even though they've been together 30 years. If she feels I'm not happy with this guy because I'm not progressing, I feel like I'm stagnated, right? I am leaving him because I think the grass is greener on the other side because I feel I can do that.
I don't think you realize how many of these decisions is inspired by these girls' mothers and their family.
In some cases,
I don't. A lot of them is they follow behind their mom that's single now, right? And it's the parenting is such a thing. It's to the point where they don't want to be parents because they don't want the damn payback. They don't want their child to do to them what they do to their mom. The parenting has you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. These horrible women are a product of the mothers that birthed them. It works both ways. They're representing them so much so that these women, what did these feminists say? Oh, I'm not dumb like like them women in the past. They don't have respect for their mothers. Do they? Am I lying? Next level? They say they're not dumb like them. They don't have respect for and that comes from parenting. And this speaks to what you're talking about. Y'all don't understand the power you have with your voice and how much your voice means to children. You got to understand that for the first, I think, 4 years of their life, their memories is your voice. They think in your voice because they haven't really discovered theirs yet. When they making all that noise, they don't even know they're making all that noise. When they saying stuff as infants and 1-year-old, they just trying to mimic you. You are their voice. And our voice don't mean shit. But you got parents. Hold on, let me say this, and let me say this when I'm done. Let me say this when I'm done. You have parents, and I always correct mothers as much as possible. When you stop giving your child 6 and 7 and 14 times for you to tell them something for it's a consequence, you invalidate your voice. You give them one warning and you give them full-fledged consequences. It changes the dynamic when they know that mommy not playing and daddy not playing. When they say stop, it means stop.
Okay, so
that's a part of the parenting I'm talking about. Go ahead.
I can agree with you on that though. I guess the one parenting technique work as my parents used as well as the emotional part as well though. Like basically, you know that face that your parent make that like literally don't talk to me, or basically that face that like look, I'm very disappointed in you. Because look, the emotional part though for me actually gets me to learn as quick as possible, because then I self-reflect as well. So then it's just like look, when I disappoint one or the other parent or when they're emotionally in a way, they'll still be the parent and they'll still love and care. But at the same time, if I keep doing that, though, it's more like they don't care at some point, though. When the moment I realize they don't do that anymore, they stop caring, is the moment I don't want that, though. And I want to better myself, though. You know, some people actually want to improve differently. Me, I just learn the emotional way because I don't want them to stop caring about me, you know? So that's why, I just, remember, look, is this what I actually did? So self-reflection as well. So everyone's different, man.
But I think y'all are given two different type of circumstances. See what Ruthless was presenting. He was presenting like, oh, like why would you be responsible for a child? Like if I raised him good and he do something bad, that's like more of an independently way of thinking, as opposed to which I was speaking with the women. Those are more of a dependent way of thinking, because though they are being told and being shown, like they are being a product of their environment. They're not really thinking on their own to view men or think this just based off what they see and what they hear and stuff like that, but I think both situations, it just it's nuances to both situations.
I just want to say this, right? When we're talking about people in general, right? I'm gonna take it off the women. Just say people, right? We all have plans and dreams and things we want to do. You know, some want to be football players, some want to be basketball players, some want to be models, some want to be this, some want to be that, right? But understandably, life is like a box of chocolates, right? You never know what you're going to get. Some people get hooked on drugs. And it ain't necessarily they meant to do that. It was just at a party, friend pals, so I'm trying to try it, and boom, they're hooked. Some people do the same thing and don't get hooked, right?
I'm gonna give you one
So
more shot. And you
we
lose.
talk about
I'm gonna give you one more shot.
when we talk about parent responsibility, the responsibility is it only could go so much, right, and go so far when it comes to children execution of their instincts, right? Children move off instincts 90% of their life, right? And everything they do is instinctively. You can tell them, don't do drugs, don't do this, don't do that. But when the situation comes before, they instinctively make the moves, right? And this is the thing of the he
I
instinctively.
disagree with that. It's not.
Camelo's situation was on complete instincts, right? Right. It wasn't like he thought it out. Well, he does this, I'm gonna do this. No, Bull pulled up on him. He was probably a little shaky, and it just went where it went. So my point is, kids have their own. They are instinctive, and we have to understand that the parents do not control them. Right? The parents cannot control the kids. They can't because
I wouldn't call it control. I'd say influence, though.
the kids have rights and they have protected rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what the kids do and what they have in their life is what they want for their life is their own individualism. Okay, so we cannot conflate what public thinks about your parenting or what why my kid won't listen to me. We are all here about and understand that we can give our kids the best information possible. That's our job. But it's up to them at the end of the day to execute those things. And if they don't, then, hey, I gave you my best shot as a parent. I gave you my best shot. Now, you didn't really think my words were wise enough for you to succeed, then more power to you. I'm still love you. I'm still going to always, adore you as my child. And when the bad things come that you have to learn the hard way, because most kids have to learn the hard way, right? Then I'm going to be here to, support you. And that's all I can say.
Mm-hmm.
All right, shout out to the sophisticated jerk with the $10 super chat. He says, shout out to the panel. I know Ruthless didn't just quote Forrest Gump. Hello, he said, shout out to the homely Ruthless.
This whole thing is a circle, but not a real circle, more like a freaky circle.
This doesn't make any sense.
Nah, nothing makes sense here, man. The only thing that does make sense
Next level
is
is
that
your fault.
nothing makes sense.
It was definitely your fault.
Who was that? Who was that just talking?
That was Thor. To somebody in the background.
That was a Thor.
That's
Thor.
young Riaz. He got some other shit going on.
No, that was me. That was me. I got more.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you better say
Jump the Monko.
Point the fingers.
That was without rhyme or reason.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Oh,
The women protectors here. Dust.
This game falls was full of that.
As usual, dust. My question is because men is leaders. You should listen to us. We're leaders.
That didn't take long.
Everything is a woman's fault. Feminism did this, and we already getting to the kids. So they make their own decisions, and what the hell we need parents for then? What's your job?
Is that a question?
Yeah, what the hell we need? What they need you for then?
So
Everything's on them. Everything on the woman.
Is it a question or
what they need your ass for?
Is it a question for you or a question for the panel?
Mainly you. You don't want pitching that. Well, we can't do nothing to the kids. They got the powers. They got the.
Okay, so I'm laying out to you.
Man, we need to have the kids running the world then.
Let me lay it out to you simple, so you can have your question answered. Parent job is number one is to try to provide a safe environment, food, clothes, basic necessities, and give advisory, the best information, pass information along, so that child can have a great potential to
Wait,
succeed.
but that's forgetting the mental and emotional needs too, though.
Absolutely, that's impossible.
No, that is possible. You're kind of excusing that, though. I'm not saying you're not wrong, though. You're just making an excuse, though. It is possible if you make it possible, the way you think. I get what you're trying to say, and I'm not going to deny you.
You have to be authoritative as a parent, right? Some way, right? You got to have a level of authority, right? So the kid can respect you. You don't want to be trying to acquiesce to their emotions.
Yeah, but I'd say it's authority with balance, though. You can't be too hard, though, and you can't be too soft.
You need to try to be as firm as possible. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't work.
No, it don't work though. It's basically yes, be authoritative. Yes, have basically but do it with balance though. You can't be too hard because if you're too hard, you're gonna create resentment, and if you're too soft, you're gonna make them. You're gonna lose control, or basically you're gonna lose control though. So basically, you're supposed to balance it. Yes, be authoritative, but yes, have some authority, and basically, like put your foot down when you need to, but then also learn to balance it out. So then it's like respect, but then also they understand, look, you actually care for them as well, though. So it's with balance, though.
All this money I'm spending on them, making sure they have nice clothes.
Really, bro?
Yeah, it's not just the money. Okay, look, that's
hold on. And I'm giving them. I'm listening to their stories. I'm giving kids on the forehead, sitting in the bed. You know what I'm saying? I'm showing them love. Yeah.
Okay, that is one part of love, though. But you have conversations with them as well. That is great.
Oh, baby. So
that's not love. That's going through the motions, bro.
No, that's
man. You're talking about managing. This whole time you were talking about managing a child, not raising it.
No, wait.
She's talking about
Look, I
managing
get
emotions.
it. So that is a form. You're doing it because you love them. But do you actually have conversations with them? Though, actually just talk to them and stuff like that. Try to understand them. I get to know them. Just talk to them in a way, like also like listen to them as well, though, without like basically not cutting them off halfway or like without judging them. It's supposed to also talk to them in a way and make them understand, though, and then also empathize with them for what they're going through. When you actually do that, it actually works though, because both my parents do that and it works with them though. I just prefer my mom over my dad though. I trust my dad. I respect him. I can tell him things, but my dad prefers my mother to do the emotional part though, because it's easier for me to do it with her. That's just how I do it based on my experience. Everyone's different, man.
Thank you so much, Sue.
I don't know what he's talking about. Go ahead, Scale.
No, I was gonna say this. I talk to a lot of adults, and I even do some mentoring and stuff with kids. Most kids don't even believe that they can come to their parents, or a lot of people growing up.
Yes,
their outlet for pain, their outlet for whatever they're going through, peer pressure, or just guidance. A lot of times, their first option ain't even the parents.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Like, imagine being Allen Iverson playing on a team and saying, I don't want to ask the coach, hey, how do I play defense? How do I even run the plays? Meaning it's so not appealing. It's so either self-centered. Like a lot of parents try to either let the kid do what they want and only there for disciplinary. Get them. But you didn't guide. And if you guide, you don't have to worry about the discipline and for all this slavery force stuff. Or they don't listen. And I get it. Most people are not taught how to listen. Listen is an actual skill. Or create an actual plan that works for this child.
Get the fuck out of here.
With your spouse, you at least get to pick something. You get some say-so on who you pick as your spouse. But the kids, you don't even get to pick the gender that pops out. Whatever comes out, that's what you get. And you're supposed to manage that based on who they are and who they're supposed to become. Most people don't do that.
That's insane.
Right? What did he say that was wrong?
No, what I'm saying is that's insane. When the kid is born, right? The kid is coming to a place where you're going to have a set of rules for him and a set of knowledge to share with him. And you're going to make sure he has a home, place that is fed, all those things, right? So when the kid comes in and grows up, you are to show that, a form of authority that, hey, we're here for your success. We want you to succeed. And these are the wisdom we're going to share to you. This is how you do it. Now,
but are you
that's back.
Are you as a parent responsible for
let's let him finish.
guiding the
Let's let him
children?
finish.
Say that again. Next level.
Are you responsible for guiding the children as a parent? Are you responsible for guiding them?
That's a good question because that's a loaded question, right?
What?
Yes, it's loaded.
What?
Let me answer the question.
If you're not responsible for guiding a child, who the hell is?
Because listen, no, because we have a conflict of interest here, right? If that's the case,
right.
You should not take your kids and drop them off to school ever, right? Because you're putting your kids in the hands of someone else, and they're guiding them, which is a school, right? The school system, right? So therefore, if to next level's point, to make his, I'm just trying to answer his question correctly. If I'm responsible at that level, right, then I'm not to take my kid to no school. I need a homeschool.
Did you take them to the restaurant?
No.
Did they go to the restaurant?
That's different. What are you talking about?
Well, they do that. The kids is
whole
fat.
different thing. Restaurant ain't teaching them. That's food. I'm talking about when you go to school, you're indoctrinating your child, right? The school is indoctrinating. They're not only just teaching them math and
no less than McDonald's.
English. They're there teaching them ideologies of things that are empowering, child empowerment. I'm just saying, right?
Basically,
I don't understand how that.
Rufus is proving my point.
Goes to what he was saying earlier, how the children, I don't know the percentage, but some children are spending more time with in the education system rather than at home. They only bathing, sleeping, and eating at home, and then going to repeat the same thing. So that's what Ruthless was saying. You know,
no, that's kind of weak.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If to your point, I'm just trying to answer your question.
24 hours in a day. They only there 8, 6.
That level of responsibility, which next level asks me, is the parent totally responsible for guiding that child? And if I take on that answer as yes, then I cannot take my kid to school.
Don't. But anyway, if you're not responsible for your kid, it was your decision to make the kid.
Scam, hold up. I don't understand that logic. I just don't understand that logic.
I think he's speaking to that certain sector of parents that where like their kids are doing the school for 8 hours, like you say, but also like they gotta fit the school against their particular schedule. They can't work their schedule around the school, so they child probably in aftercare or in some type of after curricular activities or even before care. So you add that up, it might be 10 hours.
It doesn't matter.
It's 24 hours in a day. If you minus,
it also don't matter.
How many hours you have to sleep for at least 8 hours.
There's kids that go to school and handle business, and there's ones that don't. And it's going to come down to parenting why the ones do handle business, ones that don't.
No, oh yeah, of course. I was just saying. I think
most of everybody went to school.
What Ruthless was kind of speaking to.
And then you get to pick the school they go to.
How am I being able?
And you're the one taking them and dropping them off. What the hell are we talking about? If something goes wrong, they call you.
So how am I going to be the most effective parent?
You're not. You already made that decision.
Hold on. I'm taking my kids to school, dropping them off, and the school is now indoctrinating them. Plus, the things around them are influencing them for other kids, other ideologies, right? So my kid is now being potentially tainted. So as a parent, all I can do is try to reel back.
Ruthless. Can you go to that school and go find 10 kids that are not being indoctrinated, that are actually handling business, doing something right? Don't they got parents?
I don't.
Let's just say this was desperation. Can you go knock on their door and say, look, man, my kids is following the school and they won't listen to me, which is one problem. Why are they listening to the school? Like the first thing I said, most kids don't have an outlet, which means the parents can't connect. All they want to do is correct. They didn't build the environment. They didn't create an actual plan for the kid to follow. They just had kids.
So
and then you're going to blame the school? The school didn't have the damn kids, you did. And the school has kids that are handling their business. Go talk to their parents and do what they do.
Are you telling me that it's more than having kids than just baby showers and gender reveals?
Of course not.
So I hear your sentiment. I'm not going to even disagree with your sentiment, right?
Birthday parties
that is utopia. But in reality, right, is things happen at school, right? Like bullying, which is a large part
The
of it.
parents is the bigger bullies than the bullies at the school.
First, what I'm saying, I'll let you finish it. You send your kid to school, right? You drop them off, and some kid out of the camera tries to take his lunch because he just feels he's bigger than him and better than him, right? And your kid starts crying. Oh, he took my lunch, right? Now, two things are going to happen when that situation happens. Instinctively, either your kid's going to run to the teacher and say, hey, or he's going to defend himself, or he's just going to not say nothing at all, right? So what I just use that example as the things that happen in school that's outside of the parent's control, right? On what your kid is faced with, right? What your kid may be, other kids might not have the same respectability in their mindset as your kid's way of respect. Your kid might just mind his own business. He might just do his work. He might be a nerd. But then you got other kids, they want to take shit. And they want to, you got kids, you got, you got kids that make fun of kids. Oh, you big lip, you big ugly motherfucker, right? That could be a psychological impact. And a parent cannot control that.
Why do you think that those children? This is fundamentally the problem, and I definitely want Soup to get into this conversation again. Why do you think that the child has a bigger chance of being influenced by children that are their peers versus your voice that feeds them, clothes them, taught them everything that they like and love?
Because
I'm listening to you, and I don't. As a dad, there is nobody voice than me. I've never seen my son hear me talk and then do what somebody else say, even his mom.
So listen, hear me out. I understand. No, world class. In utopia, that's how it's supposed to be. But in reality, we understand.
I'm living it.
We understand, right? I'm just saying it. We understand that when you send your kid to school or whatever they're going in an environment that's outside of your jurisdiction, things can go differently, right? Because
that's life. That's regular normal
shit,
things.
bro.
Your children,
Let's hear what LA got to say.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh my God.
Good day,
What? What I do? I said good afternoon. Hey. Okay. So I was just definitely listening to what you guys were just saying. And I agree. I mean, it comes down to effort. How much effort are you putting into your children? Because this is the one chance, let's keep it real, the one chance to actually have some control in the people that you see every day. You got a little one right in front of you, right?
Absolutely.
So for me personally, especially if you have kids, hopefully you wanted them. You have to start asking yourself, why did you want kids? It's not to exalt yourself. It's not just to continue your bloodline. You are entrusted with this little person to help them navigate through life. They're not going to do everything that you want them to do. They're not robots. I agree with that. However, it is our responsibility, if we bring them into this world, to help them as much as we can. And that's by communicating with them. I agree with, I can't remember who said it earlier, but having a plan. Who told you that your kids have to go to public school and be saturated with the outside world for 8 hours a day? Who told you that? Who told you that your situation couldn't be where they could be homeschooled and now you can work from home, making decent money and valuing the right things so you don't live above your means? You can buy them nice clothes. You can have them in the best communities. But if you don't teach them value behind that, you are responsible for how they look at other life, how they look at the world, and how they do conduct themselves moving forward. So this is a really good conversation. Those are just some of my thoughts just off the top.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I want to pose a question to Scam real quick.
Who's speaking?
So Scam, when you hear like what Ruthless is saying,
go ahead.
And like when you say, oh, you teach your child as good as you want to, and then they go to school and they listening to King Von, or they listening to all this stuff, and they get involved by this gang that's at the school or whatever. Would you say that's the environment or the people, the influences is at fault, or would you say that parent is at fault?
I'm gonna say this: what they do on the internet, same thing with the women's conversations. They act like people just walk somewhere and you click a button and they turn into something. Yeah, the woman was raised by 3 parents, and then you click the button, she turned into a feminist. That's not true. Or the kid, you did everything, because they make this idea that every dad is working 80 hours in the post office with a suit on and came from an 8-parent household and knew everything, and the kid just didn't listen. They just said, hey, I want to smoke some crack instead. That's not true. And every time, like if you listen to people on the panels talk about their childhoods, experiences, and everything, you see all the gaps that went wrong. Or times talking to back chat, or in your real life, the stuff you talk about with your parents, and stuff most of us done been through and seen, you see where they went wrong. If as a child, 8, 10, 12, you don't feel comfortable coming to your parents, it's go to anybody else. Doesn't that mean something wrong?
Yeah.
Why don't they have, how can I explain this? Make it simple. When you talk about having a plan for a child, it's not just rules, regulations, or I'm gonna get you. No, it's emotional needs is very important.
Yes.
How to explain this? Make it simple.
You got to teach them how to care.
Caring,
Yes. And
listening,
value life.
talking, expressing yourself. But the stuff you hear people, you tell your 4-year-old, be a man. He 4. Do you give him a driver's license too?
I
Really?
hate that. I hate
You're the
that.
man of the
Calling
house. And he's
little
8.
toddlers man. I'll be
You
like,
can't spell house.
no.
You're telling me the man of the house. Or you tell kids, suck up them emotions. Emotions don't mean nothing. So they absorbing all that pain, just letting it marinate into their soul. Because that's what a man is. All we do is work. That's slavery.
Okay, does parenting involve like a sense of like knowledge of self?
That's
the
okay.
entirety of it.
First, the parents, most of them don't know their damn selves. Their parents, 30, 40, 50-year-old men come on these panels.
Before you go into that, though, Scam, answer his question, though. Because you're
No,
talking about what it's not. But,
I'm going to get it. I'm going to get to it. If the parents don't know self, how they going to know their kids? And how do you teach a kid to be the best of the version of what they are if the parent ain't even the best version of them, or can't relate the world in the terms of the child? They can only relate it to themselves. I don't ever remember football or basketball like telling Dennis Rodman he got to play point guard, or Shaq he got to dribble up and down the court. You design something that's best for him, and you know what his strengths and weaknesses are. People work the same way. You don't tell them certain stuff ain't important. No, everything like.
I was going to say that, even every child is different too. So just even learning how to communicate and deal with, it's just about adjusting. And like I said, just knowing about life, period.
Yeah, being a parent, the epitome of being a parent is identity. You tell a person, like my uncle used to say, you come from greatness, you come from great stock. You give them the identity that you received, and you show them this is how we put our shoes on. This is how we do our taxes. This is how we treat our friends. This is how we handle money. This is how we shop. This is how we party. This is how we play. This is how we present ourselves. This is how we speak. The entirety of your identity is in all of civilization. You learn civilization from your family, and you get that from your identity sets the standard on what we deal with and what we don't deal with. That's the entirety of being a parent.
But what
This is how we practice.
Is there is a level of temptation out here that will supersede your parenting, right?
How you go about.
Hold on. Relax. I'm almost done. There, when your child, we can give all of our kids the tools. Look, we can lay it out for them, the plan and everything. But when they walk out that house into this world, right, there is a level of temptation at every corner. There's a level of things that are maybe not what's best for them. you can only hope that they use your tools to try to combat that. But sometimes it doesn't always go that way. Or most times it doesn't go that way. So what I'm saying is the temptation that's out here in this world does not discriminate, right? It will hit anyone and everyone it get its hands on. And like I said, I understand as parents, you guys want to be upstanding. Oh yeah, my kid, I want to give, but you cannot control how your kid deals with those temptations of life, the things that could change their life forever.
Why do people say it like that? Like you're not supposed to try every day to be the best you can be. It's not saying that anybody's perfect.
But it's like when you listen to it, right? You can speak to the success of feminism, but when it comes to parents, it's just this imminent failure, as if the feminists are using some different brain than the children. They got the same brain cells. If you want that success, if you want to be more sure with the infection of temptation, why don't you mimic what they do and do the exact opposite? So as confident as you are with temptation, and I'm that confident because I know what they're doing. That's how I know what I'm saying works. That's why I don't have a child that's dishonorable or disrespectful. I don't have that because I've implemented I know the same stuff that they know. I study history. That's why I tell people on a consistent basis, etymology, parts, and syntax. So you had a foundation of being able to recognize what's what and what's not. The number one thing that happens with children, what happens with everybody, is 95% of the decisions that people make is subconscious. What impresses your subconscious is the repetition that you repetitional intake, what you watch in your audio and video, what you watch on a consistent basis. So I can control their responses by impressing on their subconscious how to respond to this situation, that situation on a consistent basis. I know how you're going to respond because the way your genes and your brain and your neurological pathways are set up, you're wired to respond like this. So people aren't cookie cut. People aren't getting the results. People aren't doing the same bad thing, being obese, breaking up with relationships because they're just so different. They're doing it because there's a system that is telling them on a consistent basis. That's why you go to everywhere. McDonald's got the same thing going on, got the same exact menu. They argue the same stuff work in every country on the planet. So there has to be some fundamental analysis that they have that you don't have.
Yep.
Dude, are you aware of mental health?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're actually talking about it, to be honest.
So do you understand that? Okay, let's I'm gonna take it another way. Let's take Hunter Biden, right? Prestigious family, the Bidens, right? And this dude's out here committing acts, right? And he doesn't even need to. His family's well to do. But he has to do is make his own name. And so he does something, which costs him jail time. His father ultimately gets him out with his power. But the point I'm making is, right, all this shit sounds good, right? About the scientific, his brain got this much and all this shit. But that doesn't mean shit. Because if your kid wants to make a name for themselves and how they want to make a name for themselves, they're going to do whatever it takes. Now, the way it may take might not be criminality, right? Might be, he might go hit a business and start making a bunch of money. Okay, you get lucky, right? But the point I'm making is you can't sit here, world class, and project your parenting onto everybody else, right? Because everybody else doesn't come from the same branch. Everybody else doesn't have the same ideology as you. Okay? All I'm saying is this: kids.
But aren't you doing the same thing?
When they're
on the negative side,
they will be their own individuals, and they will make their own fucking way, with or without you.
Then what do they need you for? You don't just roll a dice and then a kid pops out some good, some bad. That's not how it works.
Listen, children are using their parents to stay clothed, food in their mouth because they can't make the resources. Well, once a kid gets to those resources, then there's no use for you, sir.
Ruthless. Have you ever went? You're older than me. Have you ever went to some people and asked them why they do what they do and actually fully listened? A lot of people will actually tell you. People who eat McDonald's instead of fruits and vegetables, in their mind, they believe that McDonald's is going to do something. It's a lie. They believe that McDonald's is going to do something that fruit and vegetables won't. They're going to feel a certain way. Ask them why. Why do you believe this? When did this happen? you'll find they had poor nutrition growing up, or they're coping with their feelings or whatever, and it's a form of pain. Why did you smoke heroin instead of going to school or going to listen to your parents? Or why did you do this? They'll give you an answer. And a lot of this stuff is the same. Most people don't have an outlet to talk to their parent. The parents did not make a connection. They're not influential.
You was talking like you're doing right now, but I wanted to acknowledge that is a very serious point you're making right there. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, since y'all saying most children don't have the, can't talk to their parents.
Yeah.
Would you say it's majority parents thinking like Ruthless then?
No.
The result,
no.
Most are in the middle.
A
Just being
lot
honest.
of parents think kind of like, well, I
Well,
feed you,
not
don't
to
I?
the extreme
I
of
told
what
her,
Ruthless
don't I?
saying, but
they can't control them.
No, I'll say that most
to-
people are in the middle. There are the extremes, and there are the ones that listen or do whatever. Most people are in the middle, and in the middle is usually people who are lacking something.
Huh? The fuck out of here.
I would say,
if you
I
say
would say
Just let it
that a
roll
lot of
around first.
most parents are raising their children to not be dependent on them.
Yes. Yes. And thank you. Thank you. Just thank you for help making my fucking point. If you're teaching your kid to be independent, right, and the kid is already innately independent in his mindset, then that kid's gonna have his independence regardless.
Okay, I'm gonna help you with that. I'm gonna help you with your point. I'm gonna help you with your point. I'm gonna help you with your point. It's the same thing that lions are doing with their cubs. It's not because they can decide and go think to do something else. That is the epitome of being a parent, to help your child to be self-reliant. That's what allowed them to be parents. That's fundamental on earth. You're raising a self-system. Like I always say, like a Super heard me say this, and Scam heard me say this. We usually having this conversation. This way the three of us definitely agree. I'm not raising a child, I'm raising a parent. I'm raising somebody that can raise somebody. You know what I'm saying? I'm raising somebody that's going to be in society, and so I understand your point that they can make their decisions. We're raising them to make their own decisions. I'm raising my son to be better than me, to make distinct decisions from what I did, preferably better decisions, better being, I guess, articulated between me and him.
That's every parent's
So that's
dream.
the point. Exactly. So I understand they're going to make their own. Where we want them to make their own decisions. That's what we're raising them for.
So you're making my point then, right? All I'm saying is,
but no, I'm not, because you're saying you don't have any control. I have control because he's watching a child. Listen, but watch this. All I'm doing with my son is what I've already done.
World class, you're contradicting yourself.
Are you saying you have influence or you have control? Because they come with different.
You have a level of influence, yes.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to go with the implied meaning.
Yeah, you don't. What I'm saying is,
influence and control are two different meanings.
So this is where world class is contradicting itself. He's saying, "Oh, well, I'm teaching my kid to be independent, but I have control. It can't be both."
I said I'm raising my son to be self-reliant.
Right.
I said that's the exact word. I didn't say independent. Independence doesn't exist.
Oh, no, we're
not real.
Yes, it does. I mean,
it's
yes,
also a
not.
process.
Okay, but I'm just saying
it doesn't exist.
Let's switch the word. Let's just say self-reliant, right?
Self-reliant.
But the point I'm making is, you can't control that kid. That kid has his own mind and his own thoughts outside of you. That's all. You cannot deny that.
Every parent can control their child.
Self-reliant.
That's impossible.
Control.
If you can't have control of your child, they would take your child. Having control of your child as a parent is the foundation of being a parent in North America. What have you been watching? They don't go get somebody else because your child not working. No, your child not behaving.
Wait. What did I miss though, man? I just got back. I went to eat though, but okay. I kind of see what you're trying to say though, but I'm just basically saying it from the point of view of a system though in my home that actually works between two parents. Because I was raised in a 2-parent home, though. I'm not saying though. I'm fortunate case though. That's what I'm saying. I just have both my parents found a system that works for me though. You know.
Okay.
So, what class? What I'm saying is this, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't be raising your kid to be independent or, self-reliant away from you and then control them, right? Either you raising them to try to have complete control over them, to do what you say, to do exactly what you say, or you're teaching them to be independent thinkers of you.
It's
right? That
it's
this
not
is
a
the
contradiction. You
no,
said you can't
It's a
control your
It's
children,
not
process.
a
and you
contradiction, man. It's not.
It's also a process. It's not a one or the
It's
other.
not.
Right.
It's
It's
one
a
or the
long
other.
process.
It's one or the other. You can't have both. You can't be teaching
No,
kids
you can
that's
though.
not
It
playing.
can work though.
You can't
You're
be
just
teaching
teaching them. Okay, as long as you're basically with them and what that they're supposed to do what you tell them though. But when you get older, when they get older, you're supposed to teach them to
okay.
slowly, like
So
basically not rely on you too much though.
okay,
So
so
it's a slow
I know
process though.
homies who have kids and their kids came out gay. Right? So you're gonna mean to tell me that that parent made his kid become gay?
again, it's the word
Yes or no?
responsible.
Some of them.
It's the
Nobody
word
It's not
responsible.
knows
about
why.
that though, man.
So
It's
you
about
saying the parent made the kid
responsible.
become gay?
Huh?
You said that kid became gay. His parent made him become gay.
You asked me what I said. What I said is all parents are responsible for their children.
So if he's
Chris
gay, that's
is
my fault.
responsible for his gay child. He's
That's
not
my
somebody
fault.
else's child.
That's my fault.
Huh?
If my child becomes gay, that's my fault.
Again, if the gay guy would have became a millionaire, a straight millionaire, it would have been would have been responsible too, right?
No, I wouldn't. No, I didn't. No, I would have told y'all stop. No, I didn't. I didn't give him all that money. If he won the lottery, nigga, if he won the lottery, I would just say fucking got lucky.
Rufus, I just wanted
If
to
he made $1 million from watching your life, then what?
What do you mean?
I
Being a
mimic
millionaire- hey, listen,
these guys.
listen,
You watch from plenty of brothers
Listen
who's
to me.
successful go. I'm where I'm at because of my dad.
When we're talking about millions, right?
Mhm.
This is a very rare accomplishment throughout the world. Only 15% of people, and sometimes 1 or 2% of people ever achieve that. So
Okay, they win an award. They win a prestigious award. That's not rare.
Unless I'm passing on generational wealth, right? Then it is luck. It is fucking lucky if he gets millions. That ain't my parenting.
So you're not responsible for when they do something well, then, right?
No.
Is it called when they do something well? Is that fault?
No, just blame feminism. That's what he gonna do.
It's fault.
Find a single mom and blame it on her.
So I cannot give.
Right. I
Let me
agree.
help you guys out. I'm not giving LeBron James' mom credit for LeBron becoming a great NBA player. That all on LeBron, his athleticism and his talent.
Nah, of course though. You gotta give her some credit, but because she had to make this. Okay, he put in the work, but who was there to actually help
Would
her
you
get
hold
there,
on,
though?
hold on, Riz. Would you give Joe Jackson some of the credit for Michael Jackson?
No.
He effed them kids up. Let's be real.
He was worse.
That's one of the very issues. The Joe Jackson is one of the very issues I push back on. He mortgaged them kids, cheated them out their childhood and everything. They were slaves. But continue.
But basically, what we're saying is, do your environment shape who you are? Does that have an
Parents
influence?
are the immediate environment.
No.
They also
Yeah, they are.
choose, not necessarily choose because you don't roll dice.
No,
They
they're not.
create the environment.
The immediate environment is the school.
So the school got them school got the woman pregnant.
Huh?
The parents choose the damn school. What the hell are you talking about?
What are you talking
They
about?
take them there and drop them
So
off.
parents do have a role in their children's decision. It's just that the child is basically the one who made it, though. Of course, they have free will and stuff like that, but who was there, though? Because at the end of the day, though, the parent is there to actually, the parent is their influence, though. Whether the child listens to what the parent says or not, though, it's basically, that's how the parent still, the whole point is the parent still has a role in it.
All right,
They have the master role.
I want to open some space for let's get Ronald 804 in there.
Ronald 804.
What do you got to say, Ronald, about this?
What's up? What's up? Hey, Rudolph, you know you in trouble, right?
Yeah, I know you're gonna say something crazy. I've been waiting on your ass.
Nah. Yeah, we've been having this conversation for a while now, man. You're still wrong. You still haven't learned anything. You read the Bible, man. The Bible says, train up your child in the way that they should go, and when they're old, they won't depart. Right? So it is your responsibility. I am the priest of my household. I'm the leader of my household. All accountability goes to me when it comes to my kids, man.
No,
I don't play with that. If my
kid
kids
goes out and delete somebody tomorrow, he's going.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yes. If I listen, even when it comes to your kids going to school, yes, most of our kids go to school. Most of our kids are not homeschooled, right? You're supposed to have a relationship with their teachers. If your kids are acting up in school, you need to be able to have a relationship with your teachers. That teacher is supposed to email you, when when the kid is acting up, and don't act like it's like a glorified daycare that you just drop your kids off and you have no responsibility of what happened in school. And then later on, you want to blame the school to prison pipeline for why your child's in jail right now, right? So we as fathers, right? We can't put it off on the mother. We can't put it off on the teachers. We got to be held responsible. That's why it's important that we need to be in the house that our kids are being raised in, right? So you can't. Go ahead.
So once again, right? I'm not disputing roles and responsibilities in that format, but the bottom line, what I'm saying is, when you take your child to a different jurisdiction, which is school, and you drop them off there, right? You are relying on another source to do what's right for your kid or to your kid or be an extension of what you believe in, right? That's what you're doing. Now, within that environment that you're dropping them off in, right, there are clear and present dangers that can occur with other kids, other interactions, right, that can influence or even make the experience terrible, such as bullying, such as name calling, such as homosexuality, all these different drugs, all these different things lie in this nest.
Hey,
right?
Ruthless.
Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'll land it right here. All I'm saying to you, gentlemen.
God damn.
All I'm saying to you, gentlemen. Of course, we want the best for our kids. I'm not saying as parents we don't feel responsible for every action because we want the best. But understandably, when you drop your kids off into that nest, anything can happen. And you can only hope and pray, right, that if those situations arouses, that you and the teacher and the team of advisors can try to stop or mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, right? Try to cut it short if we can. That's all you can do. But other than that, that kid in the moment or whatever that moment may be, you can only hope that they do the right thing.
Hey, Rufus, I had a few questions for you. I'll make them simple. Did you know that when you had kids that they're going to be going to a school? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Did you choose to get up in the morning and put them in the car and take them to school? Was that your choice?
I had no choice.
You didn't have a choice.
Nope.
You could have dropped them off in the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
Or you could have took them to the school in LA County, or you took them to one to Memphis.
Okay.
So you're saying the kid made the decision which school they wanted to go to?
I just took them to school closest.
Oh, it was an act of God.
Proximity. I just took them.
Okay. You knew that there were bullies at school and there's homosexuals because it's been there since the beginning of time. Yeah, correct?
Yes.
You knew that having unprotected sex is how kids are created, right?
Yes.
You knew that 9 months later a baby comes out. You watch Boys in the Hood, right? Take your thing, put your thing in there, and a baby comes out. You knew. And you knew 9 months later the baby was actually coming out. So you had 9 months prepared, and there's going to be a kid coming out. You knew they were going to turn 5 and need to go to school. You knew there's peer pressure, bullying, and all the same stuff you've seen back in 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. I don't know how old you are. Yes. The same thing. You know McDonald's is not as healthy as fruits and vegetables.
Yes.
You knew the stuff. The plan never changed. The formula didn't change. But it's their fault.
Yes,
because the school took over. And you took them there. You picked the school. You moved into the neighborhood. You paid the taxes.
Yes.
You signed the forms.
Yes.
If something goes wrong, call me, Mr. Jenkins.
Hey, scam, real quick. I want Snoop to
but
come
it's
in.
feminism's fault, right?
But scam, this is what's crazy about what you're saying and what you're doing right now, right? I want you going right as soon as I'm finished talking, Snoop. We at this part of the conversation because we were talking about PR. We was talking about the guy, the civil rights guy that was at the press conference for the little boy, right? So what I said was a part of we were criticizing the guy and we don't accept leadership because we always criticize, and tyranny came up and all that stuff. And I was saying, right, we always we accept these situations because the next level asked me a question. We accept these situations where we have bad leaders or bad representation, and I use the red pill as an example.
Like Kevin Samuels and Tommy Sotomayor, they both made about stuff it wasn't supposed to be about. And as Ruthless is talking, it's proven that point now because I'll just be arrogant. Instead of having somebody like me be their leader, make their arguments for them, because I'm not gonna get caught up like these niggas be getting caught up. Instead of doing that, they just want to haphazard and find a reason not to follow the people who they know are better than them. And this is precisely the problem we're having as a people. I'm just letting you know how we got to this conversation.
Who is the they that you're referring to?
And I'm talking about Red Pill, Manosphere, whatever. Instead of having somebody that knows how to speak in public, that knows how to back up their information with facts, you have people that say crazy shit when it comes to this topic of children, which gives the women, the feminists, the BWE, they give them all the credit in the world to say these niggas just want to avoid responsibilities. These niggas don't want to be fathers. Making me look crazy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Proves the point.
This is precisely what I was talking about. And it makes us look crazy when you don't have skilled, prepared people in public speaking. Everybody can't do PR. I'm more than likely not the best PR guy, but I'm better than them niggas. I'm not gonna be up here making everybody look fucking crazy. Because their whole argument is that we doing what we do, being bad mothers or not. Soup know I be making this argument all the time because you niggas don't want to be fathers. And if they hear Ruthless, they be like, see? And I'm not taking a shot at Ruthless. I'm just telling you, this is prima facie evidence of exactly what I meant and exactly why the situation be where it's at right now. See, like this just now, right? This conversation with Ruthless, he been up here for almost 2 hours. I never lost track of the conversation. For over 2 hours, my attention span is that long. For over 2 hours. You understand? Everybody can't do that. I didn't lose track now one time. These niggas can't keep track in one conversation, but this I just had to at least let you know. I had to make sure you was clear on that.
No, I got
Right.
Something that both of us do.
Lose my cool though. Oh, you haven't seen me cuss though.
Hold on, Riaz, real quick. Let's because he want to respond to what I said. My bad, buddy.
World class.
Okay, go ahead though.
Should there be like a overall standard when it comes to parenting?
You're not going to get that. I don't like using standard because people pick and choose the things that they allegedly value and say that's what everybody else should be doing. Knowing they look in the mirror and they're not that, especially in these panels in this environment. Because I always say we want to talk about standard. Let's talk about human life, confidence, and how you treat yourself. And I can open most of y'all's refrigerators and you failed. So if you're not going to value your own human body and life for the next 50 years, then we ain't even got to get to step 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. Look at how people talk to people on these panels. What you think going when you think they change it when they click their
when they talk to children,
talk to their kids or their girlfriend? You think people ain't knocking melons around? Some of the women and the men. You think they ain't busting heads wide open, throwing pots and pans?
Hey, Scam, you notice when we be making this don't hit children argument, a lot of niggas disappear and stop talking. I have
to go 1-on-6 and dust them all the way off. You think all this control talk that they talk, what they really want, and they talking about, we don't got no power because they can call the police. Why does she got to call the police? What the hell you got going on over there?
Right.
I ain't never been on a date or dealt with a woman and the police even come up in a conversation.
Well, you never date a woman.
That's the bullshit we talking about.
I like that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I like to answer that question.
That's the bullshit we talking about.
I'll make me wonder why I try.
Bang.
Your norm
bang,
is Ike Turner with a back fist. Mine is having a conversation with a woman. And it's like, well, you don't know these women's.
Hey, next level, I like to answer your question.
Yo, women. That's yo women.
Let Ronald get in there. Let Ronald get in there real quick.
All right, me personally, I do have a standard, and it's just for me. And if anybody want to use it, they can too. I think the most important you could give somebody is time. So time is very important when it comes to your kids. You're supposed to spend time with your kids. And the other thing also is you need to be a positive influence in their life. So you gotta speak to them positively when stuff happens in the world. Even with this situation we're talking right now with Carmelo Anthony, you sit down and talk to them and tell them, okay, this is what I want you in these situations. This is what I want you to do as my child, right? So it's very important to, you know, to just be with them and talk to them.
But should in a father's aspect, should time be more valuable than financials?
You gotta be able to.
I mean, you hear a lot of guys say, get your money up, you know, get money, you know, so you got to be able to provide. So in the midst of doing all that, you're gonna take away some of that time.
Yeah, I understand. I know there's some jobs, for example, if you're in the military, you got to go on deployment, or if you're a truck driver and you do that cross country for a week and you come home on the weekend, I understand that you're not there. But you should also, and hopefully, you know, you're in a 2-parent household, you know, with a wife, that you could kind of like say, okay, this is what I want for this family. And your wife could be there, you know, dictating what, you know, what you want also as the leader. You know, so you just hope, but hopefully, but most people don't have that, you know. But if you home every day, like I said, you just got to give them time. You can't just be like, okay, my job as a husband is just to, you know, go out there and make the money, and then you want to blame the woman for when your kids is doing wrong. So you gotta try your best to balance it. Just like how you need to spend time with your wife,
balance.
You
Yes.
need to be able to spend time with your kids also.
Making money don't exempt you from the parenting part.
I agree with you.
Ronald 804, I'm a little disappointed in you, but I'm at the same time proud of you, right? Because here you are putting Mr. Carmelo to the cross already and nailing him up there. Then now you want to come and talk about productivity. I'm confused, right? But let's beside the point, right? Gentlemen and lady, we're in a world where we all want the best for our legacies and our, you know, family structures, whatever we put our hands on, our imprint. I am 100% for that, right? I'm not denying that because I want it too. Shit, right? I don't want my kid to go out and make me look bad. But the reality is,
Ruthless. You just proved the point in what you just said.
I'll let you finish. I'll let you do your
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so all I'm saying is, let's not take away from the responsibilities of the children. They have the responsibility to be obedient as well. They have a responsibility to uphold the rules as well. They have a responsibility to, you know, be civil. And that's on them, right? There's a level of that on them. I'm not going to take no level or all of it from them and put it on the parents. The kids have a level of responsibility when they walk away from you, when you're not around. Because that's the way it's going to be when they do grow up and be grown men and women. They're going to have to deal without you. So it is a level of responsibility on them to do what's best, not only just for themselves, but for the family's sake as well. Everybody has a part in this shit. We're just not going to take the pie and give it all to the parents and give it all to society. The kids have responsibilities too. They know the difference between right and fucking wrong. And they know that, hold up, they know that, you know what, if I do this or the potential of this, you know, this can make my family look bad. But they have to take that responsibility.
Let's get back to that age range that you're talking about when you said it have levels of children have, like kids have levels of responsibility. Like, what's the levels of responsibility? Like break it down. In your
as soon as you drop them off in another jurisdiction, right? Right? It's up to them to listen to that teacher. Right? You can't be there with them in the class. It's up to them that you talk to them, listen to the teacher, don't be talking back, don't be messing with other kids, right? So that's their responsibility to execute that. When they go to babysitter. So as soon as you transfer them to another jurisdiction, which is the school or the playgrounds, wherever, right?
What about a babysitter in their own house? What about a babysitter in their own house?
So the level of responsibility falls on them to execute the teachings of their parents.
What about a babysitter in their own house, though?
Hey, Ruthless, I got to push back on something you said even earlier. is we had the kids and they responsible for the family name. And yeah, I want what's best for them, but they can't make me look bad. What that means is I. You kid belong to me. You do what I want you to do. Ain't nothing in there a plan for the actual kid. The plan is for them to do what you want them to do.
Mr.
Then when you're talking about responsibility, you always talk about what they responsible for.
A level.
But you ain't responsible for nothing. It's school, it's feminism, and it's somebody else. How you teach them to be responsible?
Scam.
By deflecting everything onto them.
Don't they get disciplined, don't they?
No.
You don't discipline your kids?
I don't have kids.
Oh, well, that's why
you don't know what no. So the only hold on, hear me out. When you say discipline, the only thing you talk about is inflicting consequences.
Hold on. I have a child. I'm gonna speak.
Go ahead, world class.
And your
with
kid
discipline
goes to school and do something, right? And it gets to you. You implicate a level of discipline on them.
No.
It starts with discipline on yourself to begin with.
That's not discipline. As a person that's 39 years old, that never drink, never smoke, never don't got no tattoos, don't got no criminal record, I can tell you what discipline is. I discipline my son.
I didn't say what kind of discipline.
I discipline my son. I discipline my son, my 8-year-old son, by being disciplined in front of him.
Okay, you said
that's what disciplining your child is.
You said the same thing I'm saying.
That is not what you were saying. You're saying
no, you were not saying that.
Wait.
Discipline don't start at.
I didn't say what type of.
For me, 1 second. Give me 1 second. Discipline doesn't start after somebody do something wrong. It starts preemptively. I discipline my child by being disciplined in front of him every day.
Now you're wrong.
That's how you discipline them. That's not even possible to be wrong. Because that's what discipline is.
You're wrong.
Nah, he's right though.
Perfect.
Nah, he's right though.
Perfect.
I was just gonna say one discipline method that I got normally though is either I got talking to, got shouted at, or one other way though is basically when the moment they stop caring. So you know when they stop talking to you for a second, when your parent stops talking to you for a certain amount of time, that's when you know truly that you actually messed up and you should actually learn and improve though. That's how I actually learned and improved though. But when my mom literally told me though that don't talk to me and literally go away, I actually literally, that literally hurt me. Not like hurt, but that literally I was kind of sad though, because I actually realized I made the mistake and I disappointed her. There's a fear of disappointment is basically another way to discipline though. Okay. And it was out of love though. And she'll talk to me again though. Not the way I learned.
Rufus. Okay, since it's stages, like you said, stages to responsibility for as kids, right? Okay, let's pertain it to this case right here. This case, Carmelo Anthony is 17 years old and did what he did. Like not saying are you responsible as a parent, but for raising and your influence.
I gotta drop y'all be safe.
Like where would that stand? Where would that stand on that, Ruthless?
So once again, right, that was in the Carmelo Anthony situation.
Hold on, quick. Shout out to World Class, man. Appreciate you for having you up.
Oh, he tried.
I'll get you next time. Okay. But I will hold that in a regards. So repeat your question again. Next level. Repeat it again.
From your ideology, what you were just saying, for as the kids, having sole responsibility, I'm
not gonna say soul. There is a level. I meant to
say I meant to say the levels of responsibility. Yeah. Like you were just breaking it down. How would you pertain that to this Carmelo Anthony situation?
Okay, so good fucking question. Next level. So now, Carmelo Anthony, 17 years old. So for 17 years, right? Me and him been communicating. He's been getting this thing straight A student. He's been making a family name look great, right? Now, but through this journey, there's probably been maybe, I'm just speculating here, maybe a few instances of violence, right? Of bullying or some sort, right? And maybe me and him had a conversation before, and I might say, hey, defend yourself, man. Stand up as a man for yourself. Don't let nobody push you over, right? So Now, how he handles that in that particular situation, that's on him, right? He want to take a, he picks that knife up, because I didn't teach him that. I didn't say take no knife or take a weapon, right? And he see in his mind that, okay, probably see a couple movies, a few things. He's like, man, this would be cool. This will probably help me. Take that knife in his backpack and then go to school. And then
Wait, but that's technically part of your job to explain to him, though. Look, this is
so happened, right? A guy's approaching him. Now I'm sure when Mello was sitting there talking to who he was talking to, he was not expecting it. So I'm sure he was just doing a normal day, normal life of a teenager. And this kid on his equal pulls up on him in a very aggressive manner. And just to add context, where they at is probably very racist. So there's probably been a few racial undertones there over the years. So this kid pulls up on him with good size, and his brother, and they get to tell him or barking orders to him, which they don't have the authority to do. Now, this is the instincts kicks in, right? This is all the responsibility on him, right? This is where his instinct or how he's going to protect himself or how he's going to deal with the situation. This is all on him, right? Now, the kid pulls up on him and says, hey, you need to get the fuck up out, get up out of here, whatever. And I don't know exactly what Carmelo said back, or did he just stand there and was looking, whatever, right? So the kid tries to physically remove him by force with the element of fear. And Carmelo's response to that element of force and fear was to engage in a weapon, right? Say maybe because maybe his makeup is, I'm not no punk. I'm gonna stand up for myself and whatever it takes to defend myself, right? So it's obviously he's not going around just poking a knife at kids because he'd have been out of school, right? They'd have been reporting him. So he only used it for probably the most situation that was he felt fearful, right? So therefore, at that point, when he pulled that knife out and did what he did, I'm under the impression that he was just, this is how I'm gonna get this guy up off me. I'm not gonna let him punk me. I'm not gonna be embarrassed in front of my peers. Yeah, and he probably was a little bit of anger, all in the milk mixture, and ran right after that. So in that moment, that was instinctive. That was who he was. Every kids are not monoliths, right? So every kid other kids might have ran away from him because he's too big. I don't want to fight him. Other kids might have, I'm just gonna tell the teacher, right? But his makeup, his mindset is, I'm gonna stand up for myself. Now, and so happened, the most egregious thing happened from this event, but all that responsibility was on him in that moment, and what his instinct was to defend himself in that moment.
All right, I like to answer that question also.
Okay, bro. The thing I'm just saying, that, okay, I get that, though, but I'm technically part of your. So I'll say this quickly, and then I'm gonna drop. So basically, the point I'm just trying to say that basically, yes, okay, I get what you're trying to say, though. But that's your job. That's part of your job to basically have the conversation with the child, though, and explain. Look, this is what you see. It's not what's real and what's not real, and what you're supposed to do and not do. And you're supposed to basically explain. Look, these are the different ways to defend yourself, though, or basically how to conflict resolution the issue, though. I basically, though, of course, though, just to walk away, but if you have to, though, last resort is to be physical, but there's no need to get violent, though, like that, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong in basically telling. I've done that, though, actually. I've literally went off and snitched, though, on somebody who's kind of, took to me in a kind of way of done stuff to me. I literally snitched, man. I don't care, though. Because look, I tried, I did whatever I had.
hold on. You say you literally snitched?
Yeah, I snitched or straight up snitch on them though. Like basically when someone does something to me or I'm not about that life though. I'm just saying like basically if someone bullies me or talks to me in a certain kind of way, I'm going to snitch though at some point because look, I can do everything as possible to do it myself. I can tell them to stop. I could walk away though. Or basically I could just stay quiet though. But I'm like, look man, I'm fed up though and you're not gonna listen to me. So I should just get someone else to deal with you. That's what I'm gonna do. Cause it's goddamn, I have to snitch though. The snitching's my last resort.
At least he's being honest, man. At least he's being honest. I'm gonna go back to how y'all
Okay, but
doing on the
thanks for
panel.
having me up though, everybody. I'm off.
How
All
y'all
right,
guys
thank you.
doing?
We're okay. All right.
I want to go back to World Class Point when he talked about the person that we put in charge to be the spokesperson for the community. I think that we put these people in charge because of the imagery, but I think most of these people lack the discernment and the knowledge to give the information. Normally it's a rapper or it's some type of community activist that came from prison that speaks about an experience that a lot of us don't have. And I don't knock these guys' experiences. I think that it's a sector for people that has those experiences to actually look at those people for enlightenment and acknowledgement and knowledge. But I don't think that's the majority of us. I think the majority of average, people, we're looking to find our way in the world, and no shoe fits all. But we have to stop putting these people up
Let me ask you
to be a
something off of that.
representation of us because they're lacking information. They have the exterior, but the interior of the person it has a lot. They lack knowledge.
Let me ask you some artifacts. Like you said, go through some like the prison and things like that. Like why do they have to go through something? Like do other leaders from other communities have to go through something?
No, it's only in our community that we push that type of energy and that information towards youngins. I don't know because see, look, I was raised with a certain level of fear, man. I didn't fear them per se, but I feared a certain level of my parents when they told me to do something and how they acted and how they performed throughout the earth. All right, it was a fear factor. If I didn't do this, how would I look towards my parents? And it was a certain level of fear there. And I just think that we are chemically imbalanced. I think that we don't put things in the proper perspective. In competition in sports, you have a certain level of fear, but you have to get over that fear in order to, do your job and complete the mission. And so, however you get over that fear, it's not about stabbing a man in the chest. You got to strategize. It's about mental warfare out here. All right. Now, how you get dominated is by the mind. It's not by the body. And so I learned that at a young age. Just communicating with my teachers and my classmates, I had trial and error. I knew what to do. I knew what not to say, but I knew what to agitate. I knew how to agitate people. And trust me, people are going to do what they got to do to get you to feel a certain type of way. But it's not illegal for somebody to, say what they want to say to you, man. We in America, it's not illegal for someone to remove you from their premises if they legally have a right to be there. And what I'm
Yep.
saying is that we have to go about things a lot differently now because the eyes is always watching. The black man is being watched, bro. That's one thing I can tell you from trying to be an example. The black man is always being watched, and
Okay,
they're
so when you
always
saying
looking to hold
we,
us accountable, brother.
when you saying we, you mean we the people, or we as in a certain select of people?
Certain
Give me your
select.
example of what you're talking about.
Like
Certain
when
select.
you said we need to move like this, we need to do like this. When you
Talking about
saying
black people.
we, are you speaking about we the people, or we a select group of people?
Talking about
A
this.
select group of people, the ones
Okay.
that actually was seeing that example, and the ones that's actually displaying that example. So you've seen it. You're now being a representation of what grandma was or grandpa was, and you out in the earth. The ones that are set, the ones that's supposed to be the example, they're the ones that have to. Yes, they're the ones that have to kind of move in that direction.
We have to. We're not really. This is, I understand. I understand there is a great need for black excellence. I understand that, man. I am 100% understand that exists. Like there's blacks that want excellence for blacks, right? I'm not even going to dispute that. But what I will say is this, right? We do have to understand life happens, right? These things, these unexpected situations is what we need to have a conversation about. You got to expect the unexpected. But when the unexpected comes, we just don't know when it's going to come. And everybody got a plan until they get punched in the motherfucking mouth, right? So we have to understand that, yes, we have. Do we want black excellence? We in America, we came a long way. We've from slavery, this integration, all this shit, segregation, whatever. And we came a long way. We have economically excelled as a people. We have some highly galvanized individuals who have exceeded expectations. Yes. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to be faced with adversity. And that adversity can come in multiple ways. It's not only just, well, you need to move like this, you need to move like that, you need to move like this. Understandably, right? That's commendable, right? But if somebody breaks in your house and tries to take all your shit and you gun them down just in defense and they die, nigga, that doesn't mean life is over. That doesn't mean you didn't have good parenting. That didn't mean you weren't a civilized parent. It's just that you acted in a moment where you thought it was necessary to defend your territory, which is your body, your family, whatever else embodiment of responsibility that you're obtaining. And and then the guy who was happening.
You use a self-defense. Well, you use a self-defense. I don't knock that. You get what I'm saying? That was a good example that you used, but that was a self-defense argument.
Yeah.
And I don't think I don't think you should be you shouldn't feel no type of way if you're defending your honor and defending yourself.
And you weren't trying to kill the guy, right? You acted, you've been practicing this for probably so many years on how to use it.
When you speak on self-defense, Ronald, give us your take on self-defense.
Oh, shit.
What do you
next
see?
Level, you trying to start some shit next level.
He brought the example up.
All right. To answer your previous question, right? First, we as parents, we got to protect our kids from themselves, right? They're young, they're gonna do dumb things. So one of the things you got to do is you got to check your kid's bag. There's no reason why your kids could have a knife in their bag, and you have no idea that your kid's been walking around with a weapon for God knows how long. So you need to know what they got, what they taking. If they got a car, check that car also. See what they got in that car. If you know your kid has like a knife, you need to tell him, hey, I don't want you taking that knife to school. If you get caught with that, most likely you'll get expelled. So it's very important to let your kids know what's going on. When it comes to self-defense, I tell my kids, if you could get away from a fight, try your best to get away from it. Because if you fight in school, most likely you're going to get suspended at least for 3 days or more. So I don't want my kids to get suspended. So if you could back away, back away. You try your best. If you're caught in the corner and there's no way you could go, yes, you need to defend yourself. So that's the way you should.
See, Ruthless.
Do it.
See, Ruthless is speaking from a child that is defiant. Now, I don't know his experience with his children and things of that nature, but from my examples of what I've seen, yes, children go through that phase where they do become defiant. But at some point, how didn't you get across to your children how to communicate with them so they can understand where you're coming from? Because it's really about understanding. If that child is defiant in every level and how you're trying to teach him, that's a parent problem, brother.
No,
that's got to be a parent problem, brother. It is, bro. Like, how can your child just be defiant at every turn? You know what I'm saying?
I like you on facts. I like that about you, right? Because you probably type of parent
bullshit.
Probably hit himself over the head if his kid did something that was maybe costing him a big cost, right? I'll give you that. But my point to you is there are, okay, and I'm going to give my anecdotal experience. So I'm out the mud, right? I'm out South Central Los Angeles, right? Now, all of us, there was a group, all of us, all over the world, right? Then you have some homies, they want to gangbang. Some homies want to go to school and play basketball. Some homies want to chase the girls. Some homies want to make money. We all have our different, even though we was in the hood, we all didn't ascribe to the same thing. We all didn't have the same blueprint, right? We all had different dreams, right? Yes, our parents gave us the man, hey, go to school, this your teachers, this, that. But then there were influences that influenced each one of us, right? Of how we was to take this journey, right? And some of the homies were influenced by violence. Some of the homies were influenced by drugs, et cetera, right? So my point to you guys is this, right? Every kid is defiant in some way or another, right? The real slicky ones get away with it, but every kid has a level of defiance in them. That's just the way life is, right? Nobody's perfect. We all understand that. We all can agree to that. So when we talk about, then I really like to look at the Carmelo Anthony situation, right? Because to me, this is the epitome of a man who was not maybe idealizing the violent things to do or to be a gangster or to be he wanted school, he might want to play football, he probably want an NFL career, make millions, right? That's probably his aspirations, dreams, right? Whichever way he did. And this unknown situation that he had no knowledge that was going to happen came upon him, and it happened all so fast, right? And we as a people, and particularly black people, because I know white people are going to be what they are, a lot of us are throwing this guy to the wolves, right? We want him executed. We want him life sentence. We want to destroy his life because we trying to project our level of parenting and the way our kids are onto this kid. And projecting is not protecting, nigga. All you're doing is saying, oh, well, I teach my kids that if you fight, walk away. Now, this is the part Ronald don't tell you, right? This part that when somebody tries to bully in front of a lot of people, this will get you shamed. Motherfuckers will be like, oh, you're a punk, right? This is amongst boys, man, trying to be men. You don't want that jacket. Well, at least not everybody. Some dudes don't mind it. For the most part, especially when you play football, the part of football is the projective toughness. You want to get punked in front of them, and that word gets back to the team and to your homies. Nigga, you let that nigga punk you? Right? We don't want to talk about this. We don't.
The toughest men I know, the toughest men I know done did time, bro. The toughest men I know done did time, bro. 10, 15 years, bro. You learn, you live and you learn. He wanted to be tough in that moment with that knife. He's going to have to deal with consequences, bro.
That's not the point, though, Artifact. That's not the point I'm making. It's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is this can happen to anyone. You never know when your car is going to get pulled, right? And you might have to do something, and the outcome might be more than what you want it to be. That's my point. I'm not saying that he's going to do the time or he's not going to do. I'm not talking about guilty, not guilty. What I'm talking about is we have to understand in this world that we live in, there's bad things that can happen at any moment. And there's no guarantee. You give your kid all the teachings in the world. You give him all the wisdom in the world. Doesn't mean he might have to fight for his life. Doesn't mean he might steal out the store. Doesn't mean he might get a girl pregnant and leave her. Doesn't mean he won't be a drug addict. Doesn't mean, you know what I mean? There's so many, or he might even become a cop, even worse, right? So we understand, right? We understand, right?
That's diabolical right there. That's crazy right there, man.
I'm just saying, right?
Man, the perceptions, man. Listen, I didn't grow up with those certain perceptions, man. I'm telling you, y'all ones that grew up in the 70s and 80s, y'all, we bring those perceptions on because of the perceptions y'all have. Police, I didn't crucify police growing up because I grew up in a community where we was community activists, bro. You know what I'm saying? We actually work with the police. and the community and the councilors and the town mayor. So for me, I had to watch out for the police only because I was known in the area that I was living in.
Yeah.
So I couldn't act up because all the motherfuckers would know me. And they're gonna report to my parents if I did anything stupid. That's how my you know what I'm saying? So
artifact, but what I'm saying, artifact is my point to you is I understand those circumstances which you have, but if a nigga would have ran up on you and try to take your manhood, right? Who knows what you would have did, right? Who knows what you might have took his life, right?
Correct.
You don't know, right? Because you ain't finna let him take shit, right? So I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear niggas teaching their mans to be punks. Oh yeah, just let a nigga he come up and try to take your life or take something from you. Just walk away. Well, if he's aggressive and he's not, and he's like, if you walk away, I'm gonna hit you in the back of the head and do it anyway, nigga. Then you're gonna lose anyway. So at least go out with a fight. So my point is this, right? We're gonna stop this nonsense that nigga, there is always a level of protection that a parent can provide. But when that kid walks out the house, he has to provide his own protection, nigga. That's the name of the game. I don't know when we acting like we don't have to protect ourselves when we're out at school or when we're out with our friends. We don't act like we're at the movies with our friends.
So look, so what you're saying is the parents should have never had that press conference. That's what you're basically saying.
No, I'm just saying, no, they should have the press conference because his father's coming out, and I commend that, right? That he's supporting his son, right? I commend that. But my point is, we have to understand, yeah, the parents can protect you only so much. But at the end of the day, when you walk out that house into a different jurisdiction, which is the world, you have to protect your own self. And how you do that and how you provide that for yourself and your family falls on how you do it and how you. And as long as you can live with being a man and standing up for what you believe in, nigga, then more power to you.
I personally think the black people that we have today, that's the ones that's criticizing old boy, they are like the modern day slaves, right? They've been black. Those black people been beat so long and so much, and got so much injustice to the point where they trying to take this opportunity to show the white man. That's why they trying to make it known it shouldn't be. Black folks trying to make it known that it shouldn't be a race thing, because they want to. They still trying to. How could I put this? They still trying to prove to the white man what they be doing is unjustly and all this other type of stuff. So they want to prove that it's not about race, and so they is willing to throw that black man under the bus, which I would call so coward. Right? It's easy to throw a black man or a black boy under the bus, and this is what I go back when I said last time. Wow. The only time we can defend ourselves as black men or black boys is when it's up against another black boy, right? If you go against a black woman, nobody gonna have a problem with it. If you go against a white man, nobody gonna have a problem with it. For example, hold on once. For an example, who remember when that dude punched that lady in Chicago in that restaurant and her son shot him? Everybody was okay with that. Everybody was okay. He only punched. Allegedly, like that's what that white boy did. Right? He only punched, and everybody said he deserved death. But the moment a nigga is on top, he deserved to go to prison. And he only used a knife. So what the world is telling, I don't think black men should be listening to nobody, not even black women. Because at the end of the day, you are the target. You are considered the target. It got so acceptable. If anybody had to die, it has to be a black man, period.
What's the word you use, JP? Use the word attack. See, I'm not looking to go against black women, but if I have to defend myself because of black women, then I get the point, JP. I get the point.
This is what I'm saying. It's easy to throw away black men and black boys because that's what's so custom to get a white man's fucking approval. right? Because this is why those black people trying to throw that black boy under the bus. He did everything that he was supposed to do. Because had that would have been a white boy and some blacks and some niggas was trying to bully on that white boy, and he stabbed one of them after they try to put his hands on him, everybody would have said, well, they shouldn't have been trying to bully that white boy. And everybody gonna focus on their upbringing. Talking about they was probably been bad ghetto boys. Why nobody bring up this white boy, these white boys, and the brother right along with him were bully people. They was some piece of shit white boy.
Look. I do think that some people have that agenda, JP. I do think that some people go into the argument, into the conversation because of their past experience, bro. I listen, from me to you, listen, I've been through some shit. I've been through some turmoil, but I don't blame the white man. That's my I'm not doing that because the white man.
I blame him.
The white man has never made a bigger impact on my life, bro. I'm from a predominantly black area. The white man has nothing to do with my
You're a damn liar. I hate when y'all say that.
Bro.
The system, the white man has a system to fuck your life up, to keep you at a level base. Yes, they don't have to. Yeah, they don't fuck with you directly. That's what the niggas do. That's how they train you. But systematically, even the education, they fuck you up all kinds of ways. I hate when y'all do that, trying to remove y'all trying to do all of this stuff to get white man's approval, to get accepted. Like, please, white man, we not trying to defend this black boy. He is wrong, and we not gonna defend him. Shame on the other black people for defending him and making it about race. You let these white people get all over your fucking head was what I see.
So
y'all got all this white guilt for black people. A lot of black people got all this white guilt. And they willing to throw their own under the bus because that's what's gonna happen.
JP, I don't got white guilt. It's just that I'm not looking to be the spokesperson for black people and their agenda, bro. It's like every time I go around certain people or certain, parties, bro, you're going to be the person they use as the token for the crap they want to spew, black or white, bro. They want you to be a token. And so
I'm standing on this. I think that black boy, that white boy deserved to die. He deserved that shit. Point blank, fucking period. How many times I'm so shocked that black people trying to excuse this.
Rest in peace to that boy, man.
Man, fuck rest in peace to that boy.
So here's the thing, right?
I'm so tired of these black people, Rufus. I'm so tired of these black people keep trying to make an excuse for white folks. Out of all of the deaths, that when black men attack a white person, they kill him. He shouldn't have been doing a woo at the bam, and they go home. But the moment when the nigga kill a white, I think I hate to say this. It's three people that's scared. It's three people that's scared. It's three types of people that's scared if black men start getting self-defense with this shit. That's white women, white men, and black women. The reason why they don't want this academic to uprise and start. That if you do something to a black man, he get to kill and gun you down and stab the shit out of you. Because those are the main people that be attacking black men and get away with it. White men, white women, black women. But the moment we start seeing a pandemic of black men retaliating, that's now they gonna have to put up a fight. So when a black woman do something to a black man and he stab her in the heart, he shoot her down, he get to go home. When a white woman do something to him, he gun her down. He get to go home. When a white man do something to her, he get to gun him down. They don't want that because they wanted to make it. They wanted to be so. They got so comfortable with bullying on black men and try to give black men these unrealistic, ridiculous expectations. You're supposed to walk away after you get attacked.
It's not bullying, bro.
Hey, JP, everybody don't want to be
not bullying, bro.
in the
It's
system
not.
like you are, man. I don't know why you keep on coming to these pounds, keep on talking, man. You just wasting time.
Who?
Everybody don't want to be like you, right?
No, man, no, you some pussy.
Whatever.
Most of y'all want to be pussies.
Whatever. I ain't gotta go out there and beg for food for my kids.
Yeah, but you gotta go out there and beg the white man to take care of you. You gotta go out there and beg the white man to give you permission to live.
You've been a bum all your life. Stop trying to give advice online. You're a loser.
All your life?
Stop it. All your life. Right?
Damn, your voice. You got
right?
Dog, that's another thing, you nerdy ass punk.
Your
Like,
marriage
dog, I hate these nerd ass niggas. I would rather see you niggas dead.
Your marriage
to be
lasted
honest
6
with you.
weeks.
One thing worked for the black community. One thing that was worse for in a black man space, I mean in a black community amongst black men, was these fucking nerds.
Hey, Jay Prince,
we have to have
was
an
the white man
uprising.
responsible
We
for your
need to
marriage
kill black
being a
nerds.
disaster?
We need to kill those black nerds off the gate.
Jay Prince, was the white man responsible for your marriage being a disaster?
Man, you don't got nothing. Don't nobody recognize you. Don't nobody acknowledge you. You is nothing.
I've been
You
married
a
for 14
nerd. Don't
years.
nobody give a fuck
You was only
about you
married for
or
6
your life.
weeks. We're not the same.
Your own family don't fuck with you. They don't give a fuck. Don't nobody give a fuck about your
I've been married
nerdy
for
ass.
14 years. You've been married for 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
And that was a
Damn.
disaster. We are
And I
not the same,
guarantee I
man.
can fuck your wife within a week.
Whatever.
Like,
Well, that's
You can
disrespectful
come up
right
here
there,
and
man.
lie
You need to
and make
get off the internet
pretend.
and do something with your life. Stop being a bum.
You come up here and lie and make pretend like you got this long hair, man. Ain't nobody
You gotta
give a
beg for food for your kids. Stop being a bum.
Ronald,
Get off the internet.
Ronald,
Do something
not
with your life.
antagonize a situation. You're antagonizing me, right? You're being like
No,
that
you
white
keep on blaming the white man where he's been a bum all his life. He didn't look
but you
himself in
have
the
to
mirror.
attack
Stop
his
being a
argument,
bum.
not his
You
personal
have
life.
nothing to contribute to society.
Ronald. If you disagree with him, attack his argument, not his personal life.
Everybody should disagree with him. He's been a bum for the 3 years that I've seen him online.
That is not a way to argue.
Newsflash, niggas is bums compared to every other race, dummy. Include your dirty ass.
That little ass shirt on.
Salute.
Little brother shirt on.
I'm about to get off here soon, but yeah, Jay Prince. You remember what they told you back in the days?
Ronald,
you need to get off the internet.
Ronald, you're
do
acting like
something, do it
you're
again.
acting like you're from the hood now, right? You acting like a degenerate.
I grew up in Brooklyn. What do you think?
So quit faking like you're a good dude and you know you with the shit.
Oh, I'm a good dude.
He's a
I was
good
a good
dude.
dude that grew up in Brooklyn, and I ain't have all these issues.
Every hood have those types of punks in their hood.
Grab the reins, Freezy. Grab the reins, Freezy.
And I used to go to Milwaukee and club.
Bring the show back home because this is they got personal attacks.
No, go ahead. Y'all finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, JP. Y'all.
I personally think that these black folks, because I'm going to talk about this types of stuff too to really share my thoughts of how all these punk ass black folks trying to turn the switch. The reason why they trying to turn the needle on the black boy is because they punks, they scary, they coward, right? They not finna. If anything, all black people should have been saying, "Well, fuck it." White people been getting away with killing black men forever. No matter if their hands was up, it don't matter if they was in the wrong or not. Everybody be getting away with it. But black folks are so thirsty to get accepted from these people. Man, I hate these niggas, dog. I swear to God, I wouldn't mind seeing them motherfuckers dead. To be honest with you. I wouldn't mind seeing these punk pirate ass black folks dead than the motherfucker. You are the poison to our community. You too much of a pussy ass coward. Then one have the nerve, the audacity to keep coming at niggas like me. Sit your pipe your punk ass down and have 10 seats.
I will say this:
talking about a white man, but I gotta ask a white man for food to feed your kids.
But then they be aggressive with. Then they be trying to get aggressive with niggas and all of them. And sit your pussy ass. Shut the fuck up.
Because I do believe if
stop being a bum.
Wait,
I swear to God, I can have this conversation with no nerves because I've been kicked you all up in your shit.
Whatever.
I don't like y'all niggas swag at all.
So stop it.
I don't like y'all niggas swag at all.
So JP,
I would love to see them niggas gun the fuck down. To be honest with you, Fucking
So
black
And
nerd.
and
So
that's how
JP,
crazy your
boy,
mindset
that's
is.
crazy work, but Lord.
That's how crazy your mindset
does
is.
this
That's why
goes
you need to
to
get off the
your
internet.
JP? Does this goes to your standpoint when you speak about the butlers versus the like
Yes, the butlers and the mammies. We still have the original mammies, not the new mammies that they made up. The black women that's on a black man's program. The original mammy is to protect that white man and his kids. So when you see these black women defending that white boy and trying to extra love and show all this punk ass love to this white boy and her family, those are the true definition of a fucking mammy. And with when it comes to the black man, they are the butlers. The reason why they going at this boy, I won down these black folks because he probably had dreads. What you mean? He was going to school. He was in the same type of fucking career as that white boy. But the problem is they see black. If you had to do a survey and see who gonna mess up, you take a black boy, a white girl, and a black girl. Everybody gonna have their eyes on the black boy to see he gonna be the first one to fuck up. He is always expected to be the one to fuck up. They overlook everybody else but that black boy.
okay, we're gonna pay some bills real quick. You wanna read that super chat for me, JP?
Narratives and dialogues, $20. I understand where Jay Chris is coming from because of what he's been through. Some of y'all are so dismissive and will overlook his points simply because you have not been through that same thing and think they are exempt. And that's the biggest thing, narrative and dialogue. They think because they ain't never been through stuff, they really don't believe that they're a nigga right white. Everybody else will view you as if anybody had to get shot down. A black nerd, a butler, a white man, a black woman, or a white woman. Who you think they're gonna gun down first? Your black nerdy ass, butler ass. They're gonna sacrifice your stupid ass.
Listen, if y'all would
Every
like to,
black person should be celebrating that black boy. By the time we got a white body.
if y'all would like your comments read and highlighted like Quafinino, you could either send a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy.
It's about. Oh my bad.
Let me ask y'all something. Does Carmelo Anthony deserve a fair day in court? That's if it even make it to court. Does he deserve a fair trial?
Yes, exactly. Yes, he does.
But he's not going to get a fair trial.
Absolutely.
Is Carmelo innocent? Is Carmelo Anthony innocent until proven guilty?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, just like anybody else.
So if he's innocent until proven guilty, why are so many black people convicting him already in the court of public opinion?
Right.
Because because
it's a normal thing.
Some of the evidence that's come out so far, we could see some of the mistakes that he made, and also there's a child that died.
Make him guilty?
No, it doesn't make him.
What is the mistake he made, Ronald?
Bringing a weapon to school.
First off, they weren't even at no school.
It's
where they was at was miles away from the school.
It's school property. That belongs.
That's not school property.
Just shut up. Let me speak.
It's not school property.
It belongs to the Frisco. Let me shut up. Let me speak. It belongs to the Frisco Independent School District. That stadium, right? So it is school property, right? It doesn't belong to one school. Other schools use it also. It's school property. So he bought a weapon.
It doesn't. Listen, it belongs to. It's not school property.
It is the Frisco Independent School District.
That's false information.
No, it's not.
It belongs to the district.
Listen. It's not school property. School owns the property.
The district owns it. The school district owns it.
Well, that's different. Listen what I'm saying. It's not school property.
It still fall under school rules, man.
Listen. You said it was school property, and it's not.
It's the district's. It's a school district property.
Listen, yo, do we really got to do this?
It's the school district property. What are you talking about? So it falls under the guidelines that the district put out. The same thing as the school. So just like you can't bring a weapon to school, you can't bring a weapon to the stadium. It falls under the same guidelines. You get your rules from the school district.
The weapon was legal.
As long as it's
We'll
under
see.
6 inches. Has to be under 7, I think 7 to 6 inches for it to be.
We'll see when the case comes.
It had to be over.
And I heard it was one of those steak knives that you hook up with a hook up the tent. You know how them steak knives you hook up? I heard it was one of those.
Yeah, it was bootleg. So here's the deal, right? Number one is you guys, Ronald particularly, you're not an officer of the court, okay? For you to be making these type of claims, what is the courts are viewing
Marching from the white folk.
They obviously the district attorney has felt a little bit of sympathy for the guy because they gave him a bail, right? That's why they got death threats, right? The judge got death threat, the district attorney got death threats because they gave the boy a bail to go home with his family, right? While he fights this. So obviously they just shared the information or enough information to see that, well, this was not a egregious from the mindset of him being in the wrong. No, self-defense is a product of this case. So you people who are convicted this man before his trial comes, you are an embarrassment to your fathers who fought for you to have this day in court, right? You're an embarrassment.
Don't push that narrative. Don't push that narrative on everybody on this panel. That's all I'm gonna say. Because that ain't something that I push. I only had a few comments on this case.
If it don't apply, let it fly, right? For to the people who are convicting before the case comes to full fruition, who want to show that they're citizens, that they're standing citizens, and they're able to make these motherfucking decisions before the evidence comes out. This is why you will never get a job like that, because you're not capable of being, even-minded and say, let's review all the facts. This is this is why you're a poor parent, because you probably do this shit with your kids, right? This is an indictment. This is an indictment on you niggas that y'all can't even follow the process. Y'all don't even respect the process of the fucking law, which you're supposed to be voted for. So,
Ruthless, who's a poor parent?
What I'm saying is, if
don't
you
try to get off the subject, man, because you're taking this all over the place. I got something for you too.
If you cannot respect the process, which your fathers died for, nigga, right? Civil rights and all that shit, so that you can have a fair day in court, right? You're black, Ronald, I think, right? You were part of that. Now you want to step here and come out and say, oh, well, I don't give a fuck. He needs the death penalty. You are a part of the problem. You're a part of systemic racism.
That's that white people they inherit. You are, even though these people that's black, they inherit the white man's concept.
Hold up. We need to form a coalition of blacks to deal with you, nigga. Because you obviously are going against our forefathers.
Wait. Let's go back to my original point. If Carmelo Anthony is innocent until proven guilty, and he deserves his fair day in court like everybody, why are you saying he's guilty, or why are you saying he deserves to go to jail because of the small so-called evidence that we've seen so far, or information?
And
to be honest with you, in the court of law isn't even credible yet. In the court of law,
right?
And we go in order because, for one, we've heard a whole scenario this man has given up here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and
I got
he came back up here on an Easter.
I got you.
You get what I'm saying? He know what the hell he doing.
But I would like him to answer that question though.
Say that question one more time.
If Carmelo Anthony is innocent until proven guilty, and everybody agreed with that, even you, Ronald, and he deserves his fair day in court, why are we already convicting him with this? Even though you said there's little information that's not even credible yet in court, that might not even be credible in court.
Because we could clearly see that he made some mistakes,
Who is
and
we?
a child is dead.
Who is we?
Wait,
Who is
let him
we?
finish. Let him
Okay.
finish.
Not only me, other people also, right? A 17-year-old boy is dead from this situation, right?
Right, but does that make him guilty of a crime?
It possibly could. That's the reason why. That's the reason why.
Wait, listen. Possibly, right? But does that make him guilty?
Right. In the eye of the law, he deserved his day in court. Right. So in the eye of the law, yes.
Until proven guilty.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so does that make him guilty with that? What you just said?
Me personally, the information that I have right now, I think he's going to be seen guilty.
Okay,
but in the eyes of the law,
I didn't ask you if you think. I asked you, does that make him guilty? He's not going to he's not going to go to court off of what Ronald thinks. Does it make him guilty?
No.
I don't really get what you're trying to.
Yes, you do. You just don't want to answer it, you idiot.
First of all, you're gonna watch your mouth.
Fucking idiot.
You're gonna watch your mouth.
I'm asking you, does it make him guilty? Not what you think. As of now, does what you say make him guilty?
No. Me personally, I would say yes. The things that I've seen.
Wait. So what Ronald 804 says makes Carmelo Anthony guilty.
I'm saying in the eyes of the law, he's innocent until proven guilty. But the evidence that I've seen so far, I think he will be.
What evidence have you seen? It's not even credible in court yet. Are you listening to yourself?
The evidence I've seen so far is that there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead right now. And also he got stabbed with a knife.
A 17-year-old boy that's dead doesn't make us a person guilty. There have been people that's been killed in the course of a physical altercation. And guess what? The person that actually had to use lethal force was called innocent as a result of it. So we know that this has happened before. So does this make Carmelo Anthony guilty?
Freezy, like I said before, you could consider him innocent. Just like
I don't consider him. This is the point. I don't consider him nothing. The problem with people like you are trying to, just because of your arrogance and how your emotional side of it, you are trying to convict this kid in the court of public opinion. You don't even have enough decency to say, you know what? I don't even know exactly what took place. I don't know exactly what took place. I don't know because most of the information, if not all, have not came out yet. They have not even indicted this case yet, right? So you can't even say that. You want. This is the point I'm trying to make, bro. The reason, you keep repeating that there's a dead 17-year-old kid, which leads me to believe that the only people that's actually putting emotions in it is people like you. Okay, yes, there's somebody that's dead, but we're acting like there hasn't been somebody that's been dead in a case where the person that had to use lethal force actually got off.
George Zimmerman.
Right? Listen, hold on. Was Trayvon Martin found dead? Was he dead?
Yeah.
Was George Zimmerman innocent or guilty in that case?
They found him innocent, and when I first heard about this case, I thought he would be considered guilty. I actually considered.
Okay, but was he innocent or guilty as a result in this case? In that case,
in this case, he got found innocent. But when when I first heard about the case, I thought he was guilty.
This is the point I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is that it's obvious that most people are saying, "Oh, he's going to jail. Oh, it was premeditated. Oh, he deserves this. Oh, he deserves that," because of your own personal feelings, right? And it might go deep. We don't know why you feel like that. We don't know why a lot of people with your similar views feel like that, right? Because there's been people that have spoken out against Carmelo Anthony and said he didn't have to use a knife. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to do that. He should have been a man and fought and everything. These same people have brandished weapons on YouTube. So it's just a bunch of hypocrisy floating around about Carmelo Anthony, and it's just a crock of shit.
And Ronald, let me ask you a question, Ronald.
Hold on, JP. Let me get in there real quick because I've been sitting here waiting. And please, nobody don't interrupt me, please. Only thing I just want to say, Freezy. Now, looking at this dude for the past 2 days, I have reviewed this stream with you and him 2 and 3 times. This is a tactic. You know what I'm saying? And he does this to show people, oh, I'm way more intelligent, emotionally intelligent than Freezy. So I'm going to get up here and troll him. You know, these are their words. Oh, you're too emotional. Okay. But in his case, he's emotional because he's taking what he wants and overlooking the fact that, you know, there's a due process in this case, you know, and because he says it, he thinks it's law. And everybody else that follows up behind him, you know, that gives him more steam to keep coming up here on these panels and twerking. I just want to say that.
Okay, let me sneak in, J Prince, then you go next.
Go ahead.
But Ronald keeps saying from the evidence that done came out or the information that done came out, he feels like well, guess what? Obviously, you're not considering all the information because now we know that Hunter, the twin brother that's living, admitted that he was the first one that made contact with Carmelo Anthony first. Yeah, he was the one that actually he was the one that possibly aggressed Carmelo Anthony first. So this could possibly be a 2v1 case.
And so Ronald.
But they don't want it, you know, consider.
If more evidence come out, you know, to sway me, then I will change my mind.
No, that has came out. That's what I'm telling you.
Who
that
are you
came out.
to persuade? You're not a damn law. You're not a law person. You already think you God.
No, wait, hold on. You said if more evidence come out, I'm telling you that has came out from the horse's mouth. From Hunter Metcalf's mouth.
All Hunter, from what the evidence said, all Hunter said was he turned around and asked Anthony, "Who are you?"
That's not true. He did more than that.
Right, of course they don't try to watch their shit up and make it like they do nothing wrong. Y'all giving white people too much. The problem is, Ronald, y'all giving these white people too much grace and credibility, right? So everything that you done heard, what Hunter and his brother them talking about, you going off what they saying. You ain't going off what actually took place. So let me ask you a question: if me and Freezy with no guns breaking your house with no guns, what you doing?
Answer the question.
Jay Prince, that's a dumb question. We are talking,
about
adults.
The question, man. Answer the question. Just answer the damn question.
It's a dumb question. We in our 30s and 40s, right?
Answer the question.
It is a dumb question.
What are you gonna do?
If we break in your house with no gun,
it is a dumb question. We are speaking about kids.
Okay.
What are you gonna do?
If you walking down the street, and me and Freezy come up there
on your property,
and in your space on your property, tell you to give me your shirt and hat, woo out the bam, and we literally use physical force and try to take it from you, what you doing?
I would defend myself. And once again, that's
against two people, right? We already been threatening you, said what we're gonna do to you. We're gonna harm you, woo out the bam. If you have a firearm or a knife on you, are you gonna use it?
Jay Prince, this is the reason why you need to get off the internet. We are speaking about
17-year-old all kids. That what you trying to stop trying to be slick. No, stop trying to be slick. Stop trying to be slick. So if two big dudes, hold on, Ronald, I'm not gonna let you escape from this. I'm not gonna let you escape from this. So if two big dudes is threatening you,
Freezy, let me know when I can get in here.
Hold on once, Ronald. If two big dudes are threatening you, me and Freezy, we some big dudes, we threatening you, we telling you we finna this what hold on, stop being a troll. We tell you this what we gonna do, and we follow through with it. But we don't got no weapons. But you got a knife or a gun on you that's legal, and we approaches you, and I punch you in the face, woo out the bell. So now we follow along with this threat. What are you doing?
Jay Prince, once again,
Walking
we are
away.
speaking about
He walked his
17-year-old
fucking
children. Stop
He
comparing
go,
it to adults.
but you're treating him like he's an adult, Ronald. You don't see that? You've been parading around YouTube with the same old rhetoric for the last past couple of days.
Okay, wait. So
You're treating him like he's a fucking adult.
He done bagged his own self in the trap. He said that boy deserved the death penalty, right? Last time I checked.
Why would I say that?
But he can't even get life in prison then. He can't even get life in prison then.
I never said he deserved life in
So
prison.
he should go to jail up until he turned 18, right? Why is they trying him as an adult?
Man, he want to see that man.
From what I understand, in Texas, they're going to try him as an adult. In Texas.
So now you can answer my question then. Because at that point, he's an adult just like us. He's not considered to be a kid.
He's also a young adult that's going to school. So it's
but
totally
he's still but in real life,
17-year-old.
But in real life, he getting trial as if it was me and you in that court, right?
I know I'm talking to JP.
No. You said you trying to make an argument that we are grown, but he getting charged like he is grown.
JP, I hate talking to you, man. You're too much of a fool to speak to me.
Man,
you don't know. The problem is Ronald's going to use that. He going to use deadly force. He going to use deadly force just like that boy did.
What up, Slimmy?
But it's difficult when it comes to a white boy because they see themselves. This black folks got this protection for whiteness. That's the problem. What? Black folks got this extreme amount of protection for whiteness. They want to prove they go all out their way, even throwing niggas under the bus just to prove that they trying to be balanced, they trying to be level and all this other type of shit. But when that boy killed that black man in Chicago for punching his mama, everybody said he deserved that shit, and she got off. He didn't use no knife or no weapon. He just punched the bitch.
Once again, you compare adults to kids.
That nigga to go to prison. Everybody said that's what he
deserved. You don't see
adults to kids at school.
You don't see that you was doing the same thing, Ronald, the other day.
Y'all can't conflate these cases because you're talking about something that took place. You talking about something that took place on school
Crazy, let me know what I can get in.
You got to stop doing that. You talking about something that took place on
Slimmy, you can go out the Slimmy scam. Go ahead, Slimmy.
No, he could go. He was here way before me.
Okay, you had already took off. That's why I said that. Go ahead, scam.
Hey, Ronald. Well, just being honest, I'm gonna just talk about legal, not legal, Texas. The simple.
Go ahead.
Because I can go all day about the parents when he was 3 had a bad credit score, and man, that's some bullshit. Media gonna do that. It don't mean nothing about nothing. Here to do it. In Texas, the weapon was legal. It's that simple. Weapon, legal. It was. Now, hold on. Here's the deal. In Texas, there's something called sizable advantage. You weigh 130 pounds, they weigh 230. Now, the problem is you got to go prove it. That's the problem. You got to go through the process. And I don't agree with him being charged with first-degree murder. Not even close. But they're provoking a fight, and it's you against one person, 2 people that can do seriously bodily harm, like almost fatal, like 2-on-1. You can defend yourself with that weapon. It is actually legal.
On school property?
Yes.
Why did the school expel him?
Because that's the weapon. They want to get him cooked. They defending that white boy.
Was legal. Now hold on.
Why did the school expel him?
Ronald, all the extra stuff is whatever. Because like when you go to Collin County, what they do in court is a whole nother story. But I'm just wrong.
You can expel both students if they get into physical altercation regardless. That's why.
All right, we'll see. Like I said, that's why he's gonna have his day in court, and we'll come back here like in a year and a half.
You saying why did they expel him? They expel him because it was a physical altercation.
No,
right. And he also had a weapon at school. When people fight, they usually get suspended.
The weapon
was legal. Though. He was getting jumped.
Ronald. Why is it not easy enough?
Yes, the brother was also a part of it.
Ronald wasn't getting
why
jumped.
won't you accept that the
Yeah.
weapon was legal? Why won't you accept
But
it?
you
Those are
too
more
busy
like
listening to the
closing
brother
arguments.
who was
Because it
already
doesn't
involved
help
with
his
the case.
narrative. That's
I'm
why.
also telling you about the use of the weapon. Now, the problem with the use of the weapon is this. Was it legal? Yes, but you have to defend it in court, where here comes the nasty process.
And if they
But
didn't have
legal
no
to carry,
signs,
yeah.
if they didn't have
No
no
weapon is
signs
not
and
legal.
no knives or guns, he perfectly could have it on there. In order to charge that boy with saying that he should never had that, they had to have a sign saying even though this knife could be legal. Just like when you go with your permit and you got guns. If you go anywhere and they got a sign saying no guns, then you can't have it. But if it's no sign, you can bring that motherfucker.
That depends on the state laws. That's fairly correct. But
And the school.
Ronald, one more thing. Here to deal
Okay,
with.
go ahead.
And I'll say this. Having the weapon and using the weapon are two different things. Having the weapon, it being legal. I don't know why you won't let that go, but the weapon was legal to have. Therefore, now when it comes to use of it, you can use the weapon, fearing life and danger, or unrealistic sizable advantage, like two dudes that outweigh you by 100 pounds, especially when you said they provoked it. Now, I don't agree. I don't like the whole situation. I'm not going to blame up the blackety white man from 1820. I'm just
But that
talking
stuff
about this
exists though,
situation.
Scam. We ain't
Cool.
gonna make fun of it. That's
No,
real shit.
they friends. Cool. It exists. It does. What I'm saying is this situation has its own stuff. So I'm not going to bring up what did the people have dogs or not, their credit score, what size shoe they wore. Just bring on what happened right here. If they were white, black, just like the loud music thing in Tampa, dude shot and killed somebody. A white dude shot in a car with 4 black people and said my life was in danger. What did he do? He smoked somebody and they locked his ass up. I'm fair across the board. Trayvon Martin, the problem was he was able to win it in court that it was legal. But you don't follow no 17-year-old home who got two little kids in the house. Smoke his ass.
So let me clear something up. The now named David Kukendo Stadium is one of the 3 stadiums used by Frisco ISD, along with the Ford Center at the Star and Toyota Stadium. Yes, the school district does use this property right along with the Ford Center and Toyota Stadium. Now, let me ask you something, Ronald. Is the Ford Center and Toyota Stadium school property?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to show you something.
don't have
Lord
to
have
show me
mercy.
that.
No,
I'll
I'm
show
going to
you.
show you something. I'm going to show you something. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Hold on a second.
Go ahead, Slimmy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's where it's at. It's still a school event, so you still can't have weapons on the property. You still cannot be an active student with a weapon on the property at a
Oh, the
school
school
event.
sponsored it.
It
Okay.
depends on the state. It depends on the state
No,
law.
no. They just put it in. They just put it in the chat. They just put it in the chat. The Texas
Hold on.
laws.
Slimmy, was
They
that
just put it
considered a
in the
weapon
chat.
though?
The Texas laws. Look
No,
in the chat.
I'm asking. Was that considered a weapon? Because if you're right, you're right.
What do you
If
mean?
they
What's it
consider
considered a
it
weapon?
unpermissible, no. What I'm saying is, certain weapons you can have, some you can't.
According to the law. Yes.
Just like in Texas, there's places I can carry pepper gas and knife, but I can't carry a gun. That's what I'm saying. I lived in Texas.
No, the question is, does the size of the knife matter?
All right, could you put that up, please? I just
thing.
shared something.
Some things qualify as a weapon, some don't in certain places. That's why I'm asking.
Bro, you showing me some AI shit.
Yeah, don't
Lord.
show this, man.
What? You are crazy.
Okay, man.
That was AI. That was an AI overview. Don't show that. That's
I
gonna
could
look
show
bad.
something else.
AI shit, dog.
What? That's against regulations or something?
No, just do something.
Black folks are all they way. Black folks fight for the white boys so hard, it's ridiculous. Like,
No. Y'all gotta stop doing that though, man. Y'all gotta stop doing that because what's right is right. It ain't about nobody fighting for no white folks. Stop saying that shit, bro. Stop saying that shit, bro. Stop saying that shit. Because if this wait, because you sound ignorant. And the fact is, if it was the other way around, if it's the other way around, my nigga, and it was a black kid killed by a white kid, it would be a totally different sentiment. So stop
You
playing.
understand what I'm saying?
Stop
You,
playing. Stop playing. Stop playing.
Be the
Stop
fuck quiet
playing.
though.
Stop playing. Stop playing.
Won't you shut the fuck
Stop
up, nigga?
playing. Stop playing,
So
because you
if
capping up
the
here.
white boy
Hold on,
would
one
have,
mic, one mic.
I almost 100% for a fact if there would have been a white boy sitting there and two niggas would have been threatening him and who other been come up there, put hands and all that, and he stabbed that black boy, everybody named mama would have said that, well, that is self-defense because them niggas had no business doing that.
No, we talking about the end result. We talking about the end result. We talking about the end result, my nigga. We talking about the end result. You stop talking. You stop talking.
Hold on once. This is another thing that's what's missing, right? Nobody's bringing up. So if the white boys, him and his brother, was commissioned to a crime, and this is why they keep trying to protect that white boy. They was in the commission of a crime. They the ones instigated this crime. To put hands on people, that's a crime. And if you die in the process of while commissioning a crime, right? The brother should be in jail, not the black boy. He's supposed to be going home. Them two niggas was thought of a crime to commit, and one of them died in a process of committing a crime.
Yeah, keep your hands to yourself.
His brother should be in the jail right now as we speak because they was in the commission of a crime and his brother died. So the brother supposed to be getting charged for his brother's death because they the ones instigated the whole shit.
But look, though, JP, the thing is, the brother tried to tell the other brother to leave Carmelo alone.
No, that's not what happened.
No. Hear me out. This has been.
I got a video of somebody that was actually there.
I know,
and
but
they said, man, them two white boys, they was targeting him.
But what I'm saying on other occasions, but I guess he had to run with it. You know, who you gonna run with if your brother getting attacked? You gonna run with your brother. So that was just natural. So on other occasions,
the brother already flunked the case when he said that black boy said, touch me and see what's gonna happen. What that implies is they was the ones threatening first because they had to let that boy know they finna do something to him. They finna harm him. And when the brother said that boy said, touch me and see what's gonna happen, that already tells you who was the instigator and all this other type of stuff.
Right.
And so hold on. And so they went forward. Instead of just leaving the boy alone, they continued to commission to a crime, and they put that white boy put his motherfucking hands in right along with his brother. The problem is, all y'all listen to the brother. He was right along with his brother.
Well, I think what's going on is I don't understand how we not using our critical thinking skills, right? Like, so if the brother Hunter was the first one that made contact, not physical contact, we don't know that yet, but contact with Carmelo Anthony, and he was the first one to actually question Carmelo Anthony and had a problem with Carmelo Anthony being up under the tent. And his brother Austin subsequently came over and played backup and actually we know for a fact that he physically grabbed Carmelo Anthony because he got stabbed. If we was to use our spidey senses and our critical thinking skills, which everybody has done thus far in this case, y'all would bet against that Hunter Metcalf was not aggressive. He did not aggress Carmelo Anthony too. Y'all would bet against that.
Yeah, because he said he didn't see the stabbing. I'm about to leave in like 2 minutes. Okay,
they giving that white boy 2 months break.
Wait. Listen, of course he's going to say that.
Right, dummy.
I don't understand that,
boy.
All right, so
the motherfucker who actually committed the crime.
Wait, hold on, wait. Why would you believe he didn't see the stabbing when he was right there?
He was a part of it.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so listen, There's no reason to argue about this. All right.
Now you don't want to
He
argue.
said it.
Go ahead.
Now you don't
So
want to argue.
that's why we gotta wait till the case comes. Right?
Oh,
So you want to challenge the black
Because
boy, but you don't want to challenge them white boys. You
if a
want
witness,
everything what them white people saying.
if a witness is saying something,
A
I'm
witness,
believing him.
he's
You don't
not no
believe him. You just gotta wait
witness.
till the case
hold on,
Man,
comes.
hold on,
JP,
hold on.
stop pushing that crazy narrative, man. We all
No,
emotional
he's
about
not
this
no
situation.
witness.
And
Not
listen,
all of it.
everybody
Let
is
me ask
emotional about
y'all
this
this. Let me
case.
ask
Oh
y'all.
my
Hold on,
God,
hold
No,
on.
these
not
Let me
really,
ask.
niggas
artifact. I
Let
slow.
me
know I'm
ask.
not.
Wait.
I
Let
just
me
don't
say
like
this.
when you get people
Hold on,
like Ronald
Coffee.
get up and do
Hold on,
this.
Coffee. I'm gonna ask Slimmy, Ronald, and Artifact this. If video evidence comes out hypothetically, right, that both of the Metcalf brothers actually aggressed Carmelo Anthony, would your position be more favorable towards it being self-defense or stand your ground?
Yes.
Okay.
If video comes out that both of them were there being aggressors, jumping him like you says, yes, it would change. Me personally, I still don't want him to have a weapon on him. But yes, it would change. It would change slightly.
So would you prefer them to beat his ass and just beat him up and he not do nothing? Just turn the other cheek? Is that what you're saying?
No. When we have kids, we're supposed to protect them from themselves. That's the reason
Oh my
why,
God,
according to
man.
school rules.
But what if your
you're not
son
supposed
is
to have
not there,
weapons in school.
Ronald? What if you're not there with your son? You can't be there with him 24 hours a day?
There's a reason why, according to
Answer
school
the
policy,
question.
you're not supposed to have weapons at school.
Why y'all be
To
What
antagonizing
prevent this
about
from
you
happening.
as the parent? What about you as the parent if you're
Why
not
y'all
there all the
antagonize
time?
people to try and fit y'all narrative because you want somebody to speak a certain way that they not following your narrative,
Because
man?
he
Why
wants
do
to
y'all
get
That's
do
not
criminal
even
that?
all
that.
his
We're
life.
asking
How
plain
you gonna
questions, Slimmy.
antagonize somebody when in the middle of
We are asking simple questions.
in the middle of him speaking? How you gonna try and direct
We're
what they
asking
gonna say?
we're
Because he
asking
has a criminal
questions. Can we
mindset. He
make
wants
it
to take
No,
this
clear?
criminal
you
mindset.
don't do that. You don't ask nobody a question in the middle of them speaking. The fuck kind of shit is that?
It's not in good faith.
He
And that's
thinks
true.
that kids should bring knives to school, and this is what happens. So if he wants that criminal mindset, this is what happens.
Why
Unfortunately,
did he feel like he had to bring the knife to school?
That don't make it right.
I
Listen,
have no idea.
it's going to come
But
down.
we see
It's
what
going to come
happens.
down
Now
to.
that opened more doors.
We see
Since
what
you want to harp
happened.
on that, hold
Hold
on
up,
once.
gun.
That opened more doors. Could have those two brothers
Man, we
could have
don't want
been
to push
bullying
this
on him,
crazy
and he could have
narrative that
been.
JP
Wait,
is
wait,
trying to
wait,
push,
wait. Come on
man.
now. Let's keep it all the way
This is
real,
the
right?
wildest narrative.
No. These boys are 4.0 students. They on a football team, so they could have been bullying him. He could have been going to the teachers, going to his parents, and since they is a higher up class, they just the
Where are
principal
you
of the
coming
school.
up with this stuff in
Wait,
your
man.
mind, bro?
Let somebody finish, dog.
What are you talking
According
about,
to the
man?
No,
witness, they don't know each other.
You doing the same thing
According
as
to the witness,
Ronald,
they don't
bro.
even know each other. So
No,
stop
hold
it,
on,
JP.
one. So if what I'm saying is he could have been. We see this in schools all the time where they let certain people get away with shit and they brush shit off until when niggas respond. Right, so he could have been telling the teachers and everything because you got to think about why did he bring a knife? It could have been past threats. He's on a football team. Y'all talking like this boy just a hood nigga, just fucked around, came from the streets and fucked around, ended up on them tracks. No, he was a part of the team. So obviously there was something that driven this boy to bring this knife, and it could have been those two white boys could have been picking on him throughout the whole fucking year. And this is why they try to make it seem
They don't
like
even
they
go to
don't
the
even
same
know each
school.
other.
They don't go to the same school. When you talk
It
about
doesn't
picking
matter,
on
but you can
the
do it
whole year,
online. You can do it
I said a
online.
bunch of dumb stuff. They
You
don't
can
even go to
still
the
do it
same school.
online. You still can do it online.
Oh, so
It's
now they
a
doing it
threat is a
online.
threat.
People get into it online all the time.
You muted for
Okay,
me.
so did he tell his parents? Did Anthony tell his
Sad,
if
man.
if in that scenario, did Anthony tell his parents, hey, these kids have been picking on me? Did Anthony stay with his team? So
And
these guys are
what can
check
they
this out,
do?
check this out. Let's
Can I say
let's
They
something
make
real
don't do
quick?
nothing until something actually happens.
Can I
so
say
you
something real
check this
quick?
out.
Freezing.
You can't punish.
Freezing.
Let's just Ronald. Let's just
It's
say.
going to come down to. It's going to come down
Let's
to
just
the
say me and you
eyewitnesses,
going to
bro.
get
It's going
separate.
to come down to them
Hold on, one
children
artifact.
that
Let's just
seen
say
it.
me and Ronald going to different schools, and Ronald been threatening me online. I go tell the teachers. I go tell my mama. They can't do nothing to Ronald because no crime occurred yet.
Jay Prince, if that's in your scenario, right? If he was getting bullied by these two kids in another school, why would he go sit under that school's tent? What sense does that make? if he's being bullied by these kids in the other school?
Because
I think he probably said, "Fuck, I ain't finna let these boys punk me." And
that's why he's going to jail. That's why he's going to jail.
No.
That's why your mind process is
What
silly.
you mean? So we gotta, as black people, we gotta live as black people. We gotta be a punk just so because the system is unbalanced.
Wait. A punk.
No, you gotta know how to handle yourself accordingly, bro.
It's nice to
Hold on,
What are you
because I'm
talking about?
glad you said that. Because a punk, that's a state of mind that's impressed on you by someone else.
Absolutely.
So that means stop. You said what you said. You
Emotion.
said. Now, so in order to be a punk, that means that has to be in somebody else's eyes. Why are you worried about what these folks think?
Facts.
To the point where you're going all the way over to the opposite team's bleachers.
Well, you can feel like a punk, right? It can be
No. That's not what you said. You said he's supposed to be a punk. Wait, hold on.
Right.
Hold on. Wait. You said he's supposed to be a punk, right? So how could he feel like that unless it's only impressed on him by someone else?
Okay, listen,
so if the dude's been threatening him, right? Let's just say Slimmy, he was planning on going to that track meet, and them white boys was threatening him online, right? And he said it don't got nothing to do with nobody else. I'm not. Let's say put it in our shoes. Let's say if I've been threatening you that if you come to Anton or somebody meet up, I'm gonna do this to you. Me and Freeze gonna beat you up. Is you gonna not go because we threaten you?
What type of scenarios are you talking about, bro? You is out your mind.
No, that's the perfect scenario.
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do regardless.
But Slimmy, what he asked
you too over the top, bro. Why you just calm? Why you can't give it one?
What I'm saying is, if I've been threatened online, I'm not gonna let them motherfuckers stop me from going to the track meet.
You can't assume that this just happened online.
So would you not show up at the meetup, Slimmy? Would you not show up? Because now
I'm going to do what I'm gonna do regardless.
Hey, listen, brother, take the words out, take the feelings and emotions out. So
hold on, wait. What you not
just
gonna
because
do?
somebody asked you,
wait. Don't
just
assume.
Wait.
Don't assume that there's any emotions. Don't talk to me like that. We don't got to do that. I had conversations with you before. I know how you operate. You're not gonna do that.
There ain't no emotions. You and I have never had a conversation.
We definitely have. We definitely have several times. Stop lying.
I know.
Stop lying. Stop lying, Coffee. Stop lying. Okay. I know who you are. I know the games you play. I was there when you got into it with Glow. I know who you are. Don't play with me like you don't know who I am.
So your
don't play crazy.
Because
you're not going. You can't do that. You can't do the psychological thing.
Anyway, listen. I'm not here to argue with you, brother. Listen.
I'm not emotional. Don't use those words.
Apparently,
that's all I'm saying.
But Slim, those two white boys was commissioning the crime. They the one instigated this whole mess, right? And one of them died in the process of commissioning to a crime. So if anybody needs to be in prison, it's the brother of his own brother's death. What? Because they the ones. If you're able to say that threatening people is a crime, following through with that threat is a crime, and literally putting your hands on people.
JP, that's not on the police report, JP. That's not on the police report, JP.
On somebody,
what are you talking about?
A crime. His brother was there in commission to a crime. Black people get thrown in prison for this all the fucking time.
Oh God.
That brother's supposed to be responsible of his brother's death because they instigated this. Yes.
This is crazy.
Man, you out your mind, bro.
Bro,
the eyewitnesses are going to tell the understand. They're going to tell the story, bro.
So anytime somebody get jumped,
and somebody
responsible.
Yes.
Wait. Everybody there is responsible for the death.
Yes.
Everyone involved can be
The
responsible.
young man got dealt with, and he chose to stab somebody. The young man got dealt with.
Yes, and if
the brother was not arrested.
If you're around and decide to jump me, right? That's already a crime. If the law states while commissioning a crime, that's a crime to jump people. So if you end up dying, Ronald gonna be responsible for your death.
It's not a murder charge. That's an assault.
Yes,
it's not a murder charge.
Everybody involved can be charged with murder.
Yes, but in this
Yeah.
situation, he wasn't
No,
jumped.
no,
And
Could
it was
be
at
charged with
school.
murder.
no,
I know somebody who did 8 years for
That's
that.
not what he's being.
no.
If there's an issue, go talk to a teacher, talk to a parent. Don't pull
Ronald,
out a
that's
knife
petty.
Oh
and try
my
to do it
God, you're
yourself.
so out of touch.
Ronald,
What are
you
you
being petty
talking
though.
about? Then
No, that's
what?
not being petty. It's being
You're
smart.
out of touch, brother.
No,
You're out of
Ronald. No, you
Why
being
you out of
petty is not
touch?
being. No,
Right?
Simply
What the fuck are
because
you talking about right now? Hold on. Ronald, repeat the stupid shit you just said.
It ain't stupid. The reason why I'm here right now, 48 years old, with no criminal record, is because you gotta know how to back away from time to time.
Okay, just
because you
repeat
a
what you
Right?
said.
pussy.
We talking about stupid.
No. Just repeat what
Ronald,
you
This is
said.
the problem,
There's a
though.
time,
This
but
is the
you being.
problem.
just read it
There's
back
a
now.
time,
Please,
but you being petty.
please.
Let's
This
do
is
it.
this is the problem.
Let him
He's
repeat
being
what he said,
smart.
please.
No, first of all,
Let him repeat what he said.
according to the evidence that we know so far, it wasn't any jumping, right?
Oh my God.
Hunter asked him first who he was. I don't know what Camelo said, but then eventually the other brother went and spoke to Camelo. So it wasn't the two of them jumping each other. It was just the one brother.
So where do
asked
you get the
question,
information from?
and the other brother told him
you
to leave.
said
Ronald,
So it wasn't a
who you got
jumping.
the
boy had
information?
a,
Watch this.
hold on,
Man,
Watch
let
this.
him
hold on,
finish
JP, hold
talking
on,
too.
JP, hold on. Ronald, you said if the boy has a problem with another boy, go get a teacher. You don't pull out a knife. That's what you said, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, you're being petty.
How the fuck would that apply to Carmelo Anthony and not the motherfucking white boy who started the shit?
Yes,
He
in
was
both
supposed to
situations.
be,
Yes, in both situations,
They
both of
act
them
as
could
if they
have
were
got a
security.
you
yes.
didn't articulate both situations.
I've
You
articulated this
articulated
before. Both children were wrong. If
They
I tell
thought
if
you
I
were
tell
somebody's
you
security guard
Prince,
and they got
let me
dealt
Let
with.
that nigga talk.
in both
Yeah.
situations, right? If the one who's passed away right now, if he would have asked Camelo to leave and Camelo said no, I would have went and got a teacher. Same thing when it comes to Camelo. If this boy's going to come up my face and touching me, I would have went and got a teacher also. So in both scenarios,
No, you
both
draw the
kids
lines
could
when
have
you put
done
your
different,
hands on me.
No,
Go
you
ahead, Freezy.
wouldn't.
He's just saying anything.
right?
No,
Both
you
kids could have done different,
Freezy.
right? You got to live
No,
to see another day.
that boy need to repeat doing the same shit.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't put your
And
hands
that's the
on
reason
people.
why. And that's the reason
Look,
why you
both
have all
of
these
both of
felonies,
y'all wouldn't
all
be
these-
lawyers. Tell you that
No,
much.
he gonna get
There's
off.
also
He gonna
felonies.
get off.
Both of y'all wouldn't be my motherfucking
Right,
lawyer. anyway.
I'm telling you right
And
now,
that's
you put
okay.
your hands on me, I'm gonna stab you in the heart just like old boy did.
And that's the reason
What?
why you've been
What
locked
kind
up.
of shit is that to say?
What is yo? This
I'm
is
keeping
what
it real.
That's not
this
keeping
is
it real.
yo.
That's
Put
keeping
your
it
hands on
ignorant
me,
as
I'm gonna
fuck.
stab you.
Hey, Freezy,
I'm gonna
what type
stab
of
you. Put
energy
your
is
hands
this,
on me.
Freezy? Eat Freezy, what type of energy is this, my brother?
This
Hey,
is what
Jay
I
Prince is
mean.
on
This is
your
why the
side.
community is in the
I
position.
believe we call
Jay
it
Prince is
Hey,
on
death.
your
man.
side, man. So, but anyway, I gotta
All
go,
agree
man.
with
I've been
Stan
here a
right
little
there,
too
brother.
long. I gotta take care of some stuff.
Hey, Ronald,
Let's
get
go
back
ahead.
up
What's up?
here.
What?
Don't,
I gotta go, man. I got a family. I gotta be around my family.
oh no,
Remember
you
my
don't.
advice?
You come
Be
on,
around
go
your
get a
family.
teacher.
Man,
You
please.
can
You're
put
gonna be
some
sitting
dust
right in
out
the
there.
same spot looking at
Two
other
to one
places.
scam
for a long
likely.
time.
I'll give you 5 more
If
minutes.
two people, if
No, I'm
two
gonna get you
people
next
decided,
time though.
see,
Go ahead,
Ronald
Ron.
only listened to that white boy. He
I'll
got
take
all
the
his
first one.
evidence from that white boy who was actually a part of committing the crime itself. So that's only evidence he know. He only going off what that
Go
white
burn the
boy
shit up.
said and what the media they not even, the story don't even add up. You can tell that they removing a lot of stuff because it seems like they got attorneys to telling them what to say and what not to say because they removing a lot of shit, right? So they not trying to put this white boy or both of these brothers in a negative, in a guilty light. So they only gonna say that he only asked him what you doing here, who is you, and as my son, like the mama said, my son always want to stand up to do for what's right. So they just trying to make this white boy look like he was the captain hero of the fucking school.
Man,
Like he
it's
was a
listen, bro.
motherfucking
His father
security guard.
extended his hand. His father extended his hand at that press conference. And I
Fuck
thought
his
that was a
father.
Oh
humbling
no,
thing.
you out of touch with
I
that
thought
one.
that
Yo,
listen,
y'all crazy.
nah, listen,
No,
bro.
no, no,
Y'all
no.
crazy.
Man,
He
y'all
took his
looking
son
for
life.
any
What are you
handout
talking
from a
about,
white
man?
man.
Damn,
You
like
see,
now.
y'all
Oh
want to
yeah,
make this
you
a
just
race
racist,
issue.
y'all.
What do that
And then,
mean? Because his father
and
said
then
in his
listen,
hand.
y'all
Racist
go
as shit
along
as
with
you
that
are,
crowd,
bro.
man.
Y'all
Nobody got
are
time for
racist
that
and
That
nonsense
man,
y'all be
that
man's kid is
Y'all are
dead.
racist. Y'all are
Well,
racist and
it's a
disrespectful.
lot of black people kids is dead and white folks walk. Nobody want to hear that sympathy shit.
What that got to do with
nigga.
this? What that got to do with this?
Do with this, nigga?
No, it don't.
You ignorant as
What the fuck
fuck.
is you
Calm the
talking
fuck
about?
down. Shut up, nigga.
Nigga, what
Hyper
the fuck you?
ass.
Listen, man.
Beat your bitch ass bitch.
Hey, bro, you got some.
Hey, bruh. You don't even know me. Calm the fuck down, boy. Calm the fuck down. Calm
It
the
ain't nothing,
fuck
Slimmy.
down, bruh. Calm the fuck
Slimmy,
down. You ain't built
Slimmy, let
like
him
that,
get
my
his
nigga.
energy
You ain't
out,
built
man.
like that. You ain't built like
You know
that,
you
bruh.
ain't.
You ain't built like
No,
that.
that was America.
You done got
Oh,
your ass
man.
stomped out.
Hey, JP,
You
I'm
won't make
warning
it
you.
home,
Slimmy from
bruh.
Cleveland,
You
bro.
won't make
I'm
it
warning you.
home.
I'm
You
warning
gotta
you.
watch who you talking to,
JP,
my
I'm warning
nigga.
you.
You gotta
Slimmy
be
from
careful who
Cleveland.
you talking
I'm
to.
warning you, nigga.
You gotta be
I'm
careful
warning
who
you,
you
bro.
talking to.
Stop.
Cause you would
JP,
never talk
stop.
to me. You would, hey, listen.
Stop,
You
JP.
wouldn't talk to me like
JP,
that
I'm
in real
warning you.
life.
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
just letting you
Stop.
know. I'm just letting you know. You wouldn't talk to me like that in real life.
JP,
You'll
stop,
get
bro.
handled. You'll get handled. And that's all. Hey,
JP,
you'll
I'm
get
warning
handled.
you.
That's
I'll
all I'm
pull up in a
saying.
heartbeat.
That's that.
He's even closer to you, bro. I'm warning you. Stop, bro. I'm warning you.
Man,
He
we
from
ain't warning
Cleveland.
me, no
Stop.
man. Fuck
I'm
what fuck
warning you. I'm
Cleveland,
warning you.
bitch.
I'm
I
warning
ain't
you, bro.
Milwaukee or
He's
nothing,
he's
nigga.
no. He's from Cleveland,
Ain't
nigga. I'm warning
Milwaukee
you,
or
nigga.
nothing,
I'm
nigga.
warning you, nigga.
Hold
Stop,
on,
It ain't that
bro.
y'all.
serious,
Hold
Stop.
on,
bruh.
y'all.
Stop,
Let's
bro.
have some
Stop, bro.
decorum.
Stop.
Jay Prince, wait.
Slimmy, we
Just
about.
don't brandish. Hold on,
Shut
Slimmy.
your
Hold on.
ugly ass up,
Wait,
We
nigga.
about to go viral.
hold on.
Ugly
Wait,
ass
just
nigga, man.
hold on,
Hey,
hold
go get you some
on,
women, man. Go get you some women, get
Mute
you
up.
some money.
hold on,
Stop talking.
hold on. Just don't brandish no weapons, y'all. That's all. Just don't brandish no
Up
knives, no weapons,
here,
no nothing.
man. That nigga big man.
Don't
He said no. He
try to
said no.
come
He
and
said
tell
no
me, try to
weapons.
scare me about some fucking Cleveland.
Hey,
I grew up
hey,
in
hold on,
I
Milwaukee.
didn't
Freezy.
say
This is
We
nothing
what
got
about
Slimmy was
guns
Cleveland.
too,
saying.
nigga.
I didn't
All
say
We
nothing
weapons
shoot
about
them
come
Cleveland.
from
motherfuckers too,
enemies,
bitch.
not
I didn't
The
say
fighters.
fuck
nothing
you mean?
about Cleveland.
We
I
shoot
didn't
them
mention.
motherfuckers too.
Shit like
Y'all
that. Shit like that.
I
LL keep talking
didn't.
about
I didn't
he from
mention Cleveland.
Cleveland.
I didn't
Like you
mention
can't die
nothing.
in
I
JP,
Cleveland,
said you would get
JP,
handled. I
nigga.
said
JP.
you would
I'm
get
warning you,
handled talking
bro.
to me like
Stop.
that in real
Stop.
life.
I
Stop.
do not
You're not gonna
gangbang.
handle me like
Stop.
that.
The most
I'm sorry
egregious
you're
shit
not
I've ever seen
Cleveland.
in my
Okay.
life.
You're not gonna handle me like that. On my
I
mama
No,
might
I'm
not.
trying
Hey,
to tell
I
you.
JP,
No,
might
no,
not.
he won't
on
pay
my
a
JP,
mama
nigga to come
calm
get
down,
you
Goddamn,
from
I
JP.
Cleveland.
might not.
No, he's gonna
I
pay a
might
nigga to
not.
come get you.
But
Stop it.
On the
I'm
people.
warning you,
you
nigga.
know what it is, bro.
Listen,
Man, go
y'all.
with
Look,
all
Let's
that.
have some
Man, go
decorum.
with all that shit.
hey,
You
hey,
don't want to
look.
start
He
no war
needs
I
like
some
gotta
that.
talk tough
milk.
on the internet.
You don't want to start no. You don't want to
JP,
start
you've
no
been
shit like
hogging the
that.
space.
I'm not. You called me out my name, little nigga. You called me out my
No,
name,
cause
little nigga.
you disrespectful. Watch your
I
motherfucking
didn't
mouth,
disrespect you,
bitch.
bitch ass nigga.
You
I'll say
JP,
that
want
I'm
shit to
warning
your
you, bro.
face. You a bitch. Getting all
well, you
hyper
need
on
to
the
come up here and
internet
show me I'm a
over some
bitch.
shit that don't involve you. You
No,
sound stupid as
you
fuck.
talk all reckless.
No.
And then
You got
you better
upset
watch
about
who
some
the
shit
fuck
that
you
don't even
talking to.
involve you.
No, you gotta watch who the fuck you
You,
talking
I
to.
don't gotta watch who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you.
I'll
I
stomp
know
your
who I'm
motherfucking
talking
head in,
to.
bitch.
No, you won't. You ain't
Hey,
gonna
Yeah,
do. You
JP,
Hey,
be
okay.
so
bro,
bro.
crazy on the
chill,
This,
internet
Okay.
because you
JP.
an
yo.
ignorant
Okay,
ass
people
nigga.
got no home over here though.
You an ignorant ass nigga.
And I'm gonna get ignorant, bitch.
Hey guys, hey, I'm
Nigga,
about
You
to
don't got
leave,
no
man.
home
So
over
that
thank
here,
you
shit'll
for
get
having
you
me on
in
the
the
panel,
grave.
Freezy.
nigga.
That shit'll
Hey,
get you in
Freezy,
the
I
Come up here
appreciate you
grave.
trying to
having me
talk
on the
all that
panel,
heavy
man.
shit.
All right, Rondo,
I'm
you
not.
started this
I
Ass
shit
gotta
down,
off.
go
fuck.
spend some
I'm
time with my
not.
family.
You
All right,
started
All right,
Rondo.
talking
y'all take care of
crazy.
yourself.
No,
All
Hey,
right, Rondo.
Steve, get
you
off
was
the
talking
internet, man.
He
reckless out your
started
fucking
and then
mouth.
leave.
No, I
And you
wasn't
don't got no
talking
All right, man, I
homes
He
gotta
reckless.
over
go.
happy
Thank
here.
now,
you for the
Ronald, huh?
honor.
You
You
ain't
happy?
Ain't
you
no
started
homes
Bro,
over
talking
here.
chill,
reckless.
bro.
You
You can't
started
get
this
Chill.
shit, Ronald.
that's
Man,
why
y'all
you
be
so
talking
mad.
reckless.
You
Y'all
can't
be
get no
talking super
bitches.
crazy on this internet.
You can't get no bitches. That's why you mad.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Freezy.
Nigga,
Hey,
nigga got
Freezy.
a
When I
low
left,
pussy count, man.
You look
Calm
like
the
a
fuck
Freezy. When I,
down.
crackhead.
You look
You look
stressed
like
out,
hey,
a
my
bum
Freezy.
nigga.
crackhead.
What you
You
said?
look
What you
stressed
said?
out.
What you said, Claire?
When I left, we was talking about parenting.
Yeah.
and doing well for the babies.
Bad.
I come back in the Fight Club 3.0.
How
You
about
know
you
it's
pay
gonna be
LL
Fight
to come
Club with
up
an
here?
ignorant nigga like
Since
this.
That's
LL
exactly what.
sucking your
That's
dick real
exactly what
That
they
good.
nigga
doing.
jump off the rails for nothing.
How about you pay LL to come up here since you want to suck your dick real good and see how that
He ain't
find
got to
out?
pay me, bro. He ain't got to
Pause.
pay me, bro.
Pause. Hold
Find
on.
that up
I
here.
come for free. I come for free. I come for free. I come for JP. I already told you niggas. But see, I'm not your enemy,
That ain't
bro.
even funny.
I'm not your fucking enemy, bro. I'm not your enemy.
Bring that Cleveland shit up here. We have fun.
I promise you. No, I promise you, bro. You
I
don't.
can't
The
wait
most
till one of
egregious
these
shit I ever seen
motherfuckers
in my
pull up
life
on
was in
me.
Cleveland. The
I
most
can't wait till
egregious
when y'all
shit.
try to pull up on me thinking it's sweet.
I
See,
don't
he
give a
trying to
fuck
see that, but
about
you the
you.
one escalating it. Hey, no,
I don't
wait.
give
See
a
this?
fuck about
No,
you.
Freezy, this is perfect. Freezy, this is perfect. You see this? I'm telling
Yeah.
JP to calm down.
No,
This
you
is
trying to
JP
make
is my
you
man.
trying to pump some
JP
fear
is
in my
my
blood.
man.
Somehow
This is my
he from
man. This is my
Cleveland.
man.
He can
This is my
send
man.
some motherfuckers
I'm
up
trying. I'm
here.
trying to tell
Like
you, you
we
don't
ain't
want it
from
with. You don't want it.
Milwaukee.
You don't
And
want
like
it
we
with
don't
us.
shoot them motherfucking guns too.
No, because he's not going to
Nigga, we
come. He's
kill
going to send a
motherfuckers
nigga
too.
for you.
What the
He's
fuck
going to
you
send a
mean?
nigga. He's
No,
going to
I ain't
send
Nigga,
sending
somebody for
nobody. I
you.
don't give a fuck
See,
about
you're
that nigga.
stupid. You're stupid. That's stupid. He's going to
I
send a
don't care
nigga.
that's
about that
what I'm
nigga.
saying. LL up here trying to suck your dick, trying to defend Cleveland.
No,
Nigga,
stop
I'm
We
from
saying stuff
from
like
Akron
that,
and
bro.
Milwaukee.
Cleveland. I'm
We
trying
No,
to
bust
tell
I'm
some
you.
not.
guns
I'm
too,
from
nigga.
Akron and
I'm not
Cleveland,
trying
nigga.
to do
I'm
that
from
because
there.
it's
I'm
not
from. I'm
allowed.
trying to tell you. I'm warning
All
you.
right,
I'm
all right.
warning you.
Can we get back? Can we get
I'm
back to the
warning
You
topic?
you.
ain't
Let's get
I'm
back
warning
to
the
the
warning you.
topic.
motherfucking thing.
The most
Where we leave
egregious
off
shit I've
at?
ever seen is
Jeez,
in
I got a
Cleveland.
lot of niggas that
They
will
didn't give a
pull
weird,
fuck,
that
man.
bro.
trigger for me.
They didn't give a fuck. I'm trying to
We
warn you,
gonna shoot
bro.
some shit down.
We're not talking.
I'm
No,
over
no,
here
they're not
playing
gonna shoot.
games.
They're not shooting shit.
Nigga.
You won't even see it coming. You're not gonna see shit. I'm telling you. I was with them 116th Buckeye niggas. I was with them niggas. You don't want to see that shit. I was with them.
Well,
Me and
LL,
my
you
Harvard
supposed to
niggas.
be
I was
something
with
up
them
here,
niggas.
dude.
I was with them niggas.
I
You
don't
don't
give a
want to see
fuck
that
about
shit.
them niggas. What you
Yeah,
mean?
you say
Stop
that
trying
now.
to
You say
pump
that now.
fear in my blood.
Listen,
And we
Nigga,
tell
hey,
pop
where
up.
did we leave
And
off
they
at?
pop up
Hey, in
and
the
come out the
conversation, where
dark.
did we leave off at?
stop trying to bring us some niggas that we don't give a
JP,
fuck about. Nigga, we shoot guns
JP,
too.
and
Yeah, you
LL.
That
talking
ain't
about
shit.
Milwaukee niggas we don't give a fuck about, bro.
Let's
We telling you right now, we don't give a
let's.
fuck,
You a
nigga.
gun, you get this your ass killed up this
We
bitch.
don't
Why
need
can't we
guns.
just?
I'm trying to tell you,
It's
we
called
don't need
Milwaukee
guns.
for a
They gonna
reason.
We
use
don't
magic. They
need
gonna use
guns.
magic.
That's what
JP,
I'm trying
stop.
to
All
tell
right, can
you.
we talk about the topic? Can we
Come
talk about
on,
the topic?
man. We I
Yeah,
don't,
can
I
we
don't,
talk?
I,
Yeah,
come on,
oh
bro.
pussy ass niggas. Then they
Ain't no
talking
Both of
pussies.
about
them.
Ain't
then they
no
talking
pussies
about
in
Your boy is
Ohio,
Carmelo
nigga.
hilarious.
Anthony is
Ain't no
wrong.
pussies in Ohio, nigga.
Can
We
we
don't do
stop
that. We
blaming?
You
don't
a
do
Can we
that
stop
here.
dick,
blaming
you
the
a
women
dick
for
sucker.
We
something?
don't do that. We gonna drop.
You
Hey
fucking
JP. Hey JP. Guess how much
foster
your
Y'all
wife
do
worth,
realize
kids.
y'all
nigga.
two on teams, right?
Guess how much your
Y'all do
life
realize
worth.
y'all two on teams, right?
3K. A nigga will come get you in a
No,
heartbeat. You want
LL
some
always
young
trying to
niggas?
follow me
They
around
gonna
to
come
talk
get you,
shit
nigga.
like a bitch.
See you
Hey, world
talking. You
Nigga,
class.
I
talking.
If
You
fuck
they on
a
talking.
teams
child.
and he
I
can use
Every
the
don't.
once
mic,
in a
116
while,
from Buckeye was the
every
most
I don't
once in
egregious
a
understand
niggas
that
I've
while,
ever
fuck
seen
conversation.
in my life.
116.
I
I
got
don't. I
headphones
don't
on.
care
You just
Can't hear you.
about
talking.
you.
You just talking. You just
I
talking.
don't. I
Them
don't
Okay,
care
niggas,
JP, it's
about
your
them
you.
fault.
the most egregious
Just
niggas I've
being
ever
honest.
seen in
No,
my
I
life.
don't
I don't
give
give
a
a
fuck.
fuck
You.
about
I don't
none
know
of
why
that
you
shit.
bring that
Hey,
shit
Therefore,
up.
hey, y'all
I don't
need
give
discussion.
a
some of
fuck.
us
I'm
got
calling y'all my
headphones on.
I'm
This
warning
names.
is
you.
this
Just
is
Nigga,
chill,
stressful.
bro. Chill,
All right, I
bro.
don't care.
stop
Have the
telling me you warning
conversation.
me.
Have the
Stop telling me that
conversation,
you
nigga.
warning me.
Have the
I don't give a
conversation.
fuck. Go get him.
JP. JP.
Nigga,
JP.
what the fuck you mean? Like I'm gonna be your
JP.
How
bitch?
long does the
So you
warning
gonna bring
last?
us some
You ain't
fuck
gotta be
ass
nobody's
stories?
bitch, bro.
Shut your
We're not
warning.
trying to I'm trying to de-escalate it.
Well,
Freezy,
stop
notice.
telling me that you
Notice,
warning me
Freezy,
and
notice.
go ahead
I'm
and
trying
do
to
it.
de-escalate it. What did I tell
No,
you
What
no,
are
earlier,
you
you
nigga?
ain't
doing?
Freezy,
de-escalating.
what did I
You
tell you
keep telling me
earlier?
that I'm worrying.
If you don't swing, I'm walking the fuck away because I'm not about to get my ass beat for you, bro. JP, if you calm the fuck down, I'm walking the fuck away. That's all it is.
What?
Either you calm down. So earlier in Freezy's show, shout out to Freezy, one of the hardest working men in this sector. Shout out to Freezy, nigga. Hit the motherfucking like button, hit that super cap.
Stop
Anyways,
telling me that you warning me like I'm supposed to be
Cap-tivity.
scared of you
why would I want?
motherfuckers.
No. I'm literally warning you, nigga. I'm warning you, nigga.
Man, fuck your
They don't
warning.
play like
Now
that.
what?
They don't play like that in Cleveland.
I
I'm
don't
trying
give
to
a
tell you.
fuck what they play like.
You
We
might
don't
think
play
it's
like that
internet.
up here.
I'm trying to tell you, nigga.
I
Just
don't
like
give a
I
fuck
be
about
doing to
none of
y'all
that,
One of
niggas.
y'all,
nigga.
one of
I was
y'all
a
niggas
You're
crack.
have
not
the
gonna
super
pump
chat.
no
I was a
fear in
crack.
my blood, nigga.
Look at
What?
them bitch
One
ass
of y'all
glasses
niggas get
you
Get the
nigga.
super
Shut
chat.
up, nigga. Shut the
Nigga, what
fuck
the
up,
fuck are
nigga.
you talking about?
Shut the fuck up, man. Man, take them
Yeah, I can
dumbass
read the
glasses
super
off.
chat.
See, I'm
Man,
about
you
to
was
turn
Y'all
supposed
around.
to
over
come up
hollering.
here so
I'm
many
warning you right
times.
now,
You
bro.
was
I
supposed
know
to
who
be coming
he
up
is,
here so
bro. I
many
know who
times.
he
You
is. I
did it.
got bitches. I got
y'all
bitches
gotta
in
Going
Detroit.
out of
I know
here.
who he is, bro.
respect
I
the
know who
money.
Trying to
he
make
is, bro.
somebody
And
out to
I'm
be
warning
y'all
you.
little bitch.
I'm
Hold on,
I want
warning
to say
you.
respect,
stop.
Shut the
respect
fuck
the
up.
There
money.
ain't
I'm
no
warning
hoes
you.
over here.
Hold on, J
Okay,
Pimp.
you don't have to be a
We kill
hoe.
shit like a
Hey,
motherfucker down
Freezy,
here
what
in
did I say
Milwaukee,
earlier?
nigga.
Hold on, hold on,
Freezy, what did I say
Ain't nobody
earlier?
gonna be
No,
your
it's
little
the
bitch,
same
nigga.
exact shit for 7 straight
No,
respect
minutes.
the
he
money.
trying to make a motherfucker be their little
J
bitch,
Print, hold
nigga.
You
on.
don't have to be a bitch
Hey,
to walk away. Just walk away.
hey.
Wait.
Can
This is
y'all
what
just smoke a
exactly what I'm
blunt?
saying
It's
about all of
420.
All
y'all.
these
Can y'all
Walk
just
motherfucking
smoke a
guns
away.
out
blunt,
there like
man?
I
Walk
ain't gonna
away,
use
Calm,
them
bro.
calm the
bitches.
fuck down.
Listen,
Y'all niggas
respect
is
the
too
money.
riled up, man.
Respect the money, dog. Go
Oh my bad.
go
Y'all got
ahead.
me out here,
You
man.
gonna read it world class?
Scam said he got it.
Yeah, I got
Go
it.
ahead, Scam.
Blaze McRoy, $9.99. Another perfect example of why you got to take YouTube with a grain of salt. From one man to another man, y'all got to relax and check yourselves. Navigate the conversation respectfully and address the topic.
Shout out to Blaze. Shout out to Blaze. Thank you, Blaze.
Bill and Nico, $10. What's a case study on what's wrong with the community and why situations like the topic happened? Lack of accountability, lack of respect, lack of emotional control. Man up, damn it!
Shout out to Bill and Nico. Thank you for your $10,
Not
Bill
you
and
added
Nico.
shit.
Listen, if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either leave a super cap, aka super chat, or you can leave a cash cap, aka cash out to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Listen, we're going on 19 hours. 19 hours. Support the stream. Support the stream. Okay. This for y'all. Let's get it. Go ahead, y'all.
Not y'all two. They were just arguing.
I think we blamed the white man. We blamed black women.
No,
It's
them white
time to
boys
go.
was commissioned to a crime. One of them died, so the brother's supposed to be held responsible.
No, Jay Frank, I think now we need to change it up and blame Middle Eastern teenagers. I think it's time to blame them for everything.
Mic check. Is my mic low?
No,
you good.
Oh, okay.
You can bring it up if you want.
They was commissioned to a crime. How come that on
bring it
fire
up a little bit more.
with white boys against black boys? No, what you know what it is? We never seen black men kill a white boy or a white man. So it's shocking to everybody. Because usually when it's come from a black man to a white man, when the white people are aggressive, black people usually go marching.
Okay. So when we want to get Smitty and I think it's Brutal reviews in. I think they ain't said nothing.
The last one, and Smitty, you want to go?
Yeah, Smitty, I think Smitty was.
Salute.
What's up, Smitty? Y'all had on the topic.
Yeah, right. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right, respect to the family, man. Salute.
Wait, hold on.
All right,
Artifacts, are you there?
Turn the jazz off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
So salute to no cap, man. Salute to you. All right. Salute to everybody.
Salute to you too, Smitty. Salute to you too, though.
Man, much respect to the family, man. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do, right? So my focus is on how much they got us by the balls. So this is all I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna get right on back to just sketching with my portrait. All right. So what I want to focus on is specifically this myself. All right. I noticed how the others are so accustomed and comfortable to us in no form of fashion having any unity. And you know one thing I really do like, and I don't care what the family did with the bread, whatever, or didn't do. Yo, like that was very, very refreshing for me to hear and see. Like we really do, and we really will like step up for our own. That was so refreshing. I want to highlight that. I'm gonna let y'all get back to y'all messy shit. Y'all can keep on talking about what hood this, what hood that. I don't care about none of that shit. I just want to let y'all know that I do appreciate when we actually are able to demonstrate that. And you know what I noticed? All of this like noise and ruckus that's coming from the others, right? All of this noise and ruckus coming from the others, it actually is very much so telling. It's something that actually really lets me know they don't want to see us unify. So all I'm gonna say is to my brothers, while y'all keep on sitting up here talking about who from what hood, and none of you niggas own no street. Y'all don't own shit. Just yelling about some shit that you lived around, just like the rest of us for the most part. So I just want to make sure that we stay in perspective. And you know I love us, right? So I digress. My mic is muted. Y'all go ahead and get back to it.
You call this unifying?
That was beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
was
just
good.
missed everything.
That was good, man. Stop
Listen.
Stop trolling, Pander.
For me, I think that we do need to be conscious. Listen, man. For me, I think we do need to be conscious of how we communicate, or how we articulate the case and what message that we're trying to portray. And I think from the conscious person's perspective, I think that we're looking at media influencers and how they see certain things. And if they, throw away the key on this young man, like how easy it for it to be for us to get rid of our own people because of maybe an accident. Because Freeze, I do think it was an accident, bro. But it's homicide it's tough to say it was justified. But for me, I do think that, listen, man, for me, I think that the people that want to, speak from their perspective and have a conscious perspective of the case, that they specifically individual need to be conscious of how they perceive the case. And it's out there, it's public, it's out there for public information. It's out there, the police report. So that's how I'm looking at it. And then we got, media influencers, people that's maybe want to generally push a certain narrative just because anyway, or one that's genuinely conscious of how they're perceived and how, like, for me, yeah, I just don't want to throw away a key on that young man because he made an accident, or something had, he wasn't consciously aware of what he did. We ain't got to keep pushing certain narratives. And that's how I perceive it. Yeah.
I don't think.
Can I make my last point real quick, briefly, please? You know what I also noticed between us? All right, so I noticed that between us and the others, it's race. I bet. What I peeped is between us, like me, everything I'm listening to us argue about. I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm listening to is somebody who knows the best of both worlds. I'm hearing my brothers and or sisters. I'm just gonna talk to the men. I'm hearing my brothers who actually really lived through some shit, really made it through. Like the ones who really say, and I notice who like say, you know what? Nah, like I get where he's coming from, how he could have made that decision. Those are those of us who really have been in that predicament in some form of fashion. And what I noticed between us is just a simple disconnect between those who really have had life or death before us and those who never have experienced that, but we just like hear stuff on the internet. We just kind of go by some stuff, right? And I really do notice that that's where all of these like arguments is coming at from. That's why we hearing real nigga this or that ain't no real nigga that and everything else. It's just about who lived what particular demographic of life. That's all it is. And that's why we say that we're not a monolith. But I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you.
May I add something to that? I think that when it comes to, it's shocking because we always find a scapegoat or we find a walk away thing when it comes to, we suspect it when it comes to like dynamics with white people, right? And so when you see this nigga treated that white boy just like black folks treat each other all day, every day. We treat them the same way, right? All day, every day. And the moment you see a black boy get the best of the white boy, it's shocking because we never see that. We expect it when it comes to the white boy or black boy dynamic situation like that, we expect it to be marching, not deleting no white boys. So it's just shocking. But had them would have been two black boys, it would have been well, that's 75th. They jumped them. And I've been saying if you jump somebody, you gonna get what you got coming. So we used to seeing black boys and black men dying. Right? It's not no we done got so accustomed, and that's what we expect in these situations. We not expect to see no white boy going up against no black boy or no white man going up against no black man and the white man get deleted. That's unheard of. So there's a lot of black people. It's trying to go all out their way to these white people to try to make them like they living in fear, like these white people is going to target all of them because we said, well, that's because I'm looking at it like a usual case. When there's two black boys, y'all came up there trying to jump old boy, committed a crime, and old boy died, right? So white people, they ain't bigger than the program. It's not bigger than the program. Them two brothers were trying to jump in, was talking shit to that white boy and try to use try to white privilege his ass off of there. And then they claiming it was their tent and woo out the band, right? So they literally, the white boy, the brother, exposed the whole situation when he said that black boy said, touch me and find out.
It's not the whole situation because they got eyewitnesses, JP. They got eyewitnesses that's going to show up to the stand, JP. That's not the only witness.
When you put that boy in a position where he had his back was against the wall, and from other evidence, it shows both of them was aggressive with this black boy. So when them two niggas walking up, he even gave them a slide because the moment you walked up, you could have got gunned down, right? He waited till they put his hands on him. They was already threatening two big football players. He just one dude.
And so what? So you supposed to wait for the other brother to hit him too? No, he did what he's supposed to have done, and I would advise my nephews and sons and them to do the exact same way. And white people is not bigger than a program. If a white person come up to my nephews and them threatening and putting their hands on them, I'm gonna tell my nephew, do the fuck you gotta do. Point blank, period. They ain't not bigger than a program. Y'all so used to the
What's
white
the
people.
program? What's the program?
The program is you put your hands on somebody, you're gonna get dealt with.
That's the program?
The program, especially if y'all jumping somebody. They literally came in, was down there trying to jump them. The brother, he just trying to make it seem, like him and his brother was in the right. Like they didn't do nothing wrong. No, the program is, if a motherfucker tell you to hit me and find out, and you want to get big bag and bull, well, fuck around. He fucked around and found out. That's the program. Keep your motherfucking hands to yourself. You not no fucking security. I don't give a fuck what your mammy said talking about. My son always
Yeah,
stand up.
he definitely proved a point. Yeah, he definitely.
Get the lights up.
Hey,
Get the lights up. Let's get it.
At some point, man, like we gotta stop being so low vibrational. Like for
You
real.
just got done threatening me.
I never threatened you, my nigga. I never threatened you.
Joe, come on, don't go back to that. Don't go.
Like I never threatened you.
But why is
Ohio guys against
Wait. No. You didn't did enough talking. Hold on, my nigga. Like, you got to stop being so low vibrational, man. Like real talk.
You got to be low vibrational.
No. This is the problem. This is why
I believe in you.
Wait. This is why it's so many people trying to justify what took place. Because if we was upstanding all the time and we was doing the right thing, no matter what it is in relation to whatever it is involving white people, black people, no matter what, we would not have these conversations. We don't know how to decide where to stand morally. We just don't figure it out. That's why we up here talk. Wait. That's why we up here talking about, oh, he gonna be seen as a punk. That's why you saying shit like that. That's low vibrational. You should not be fucking worried about what nobody else is thinking about you. You have to be self-preservation at all times. That's what you should be. That's not, no, stop. Self-preservation is not just fucking taking a weapon when you getting jumped. Sometimes you just fight back, my nigga.
You can getting jumped.
Wait a minute, stop. I done got jumped several times before.
I got jumped several times.
Okay,
but you can
nigga, I didn't have to pull out no nothing. I used my hands and I got out of there. So what the fuck is you talking about?
If all the times I got jumped, I would have used it.
I don't understand.
You can die getting jumped.
You can die getting jumped.
I'd have shot a nigga.
So what? He's supposed to just sit up there and take some blows from these white people?
Well, I got sent to jail.
So you think at the end of the day they was gonna kill him? Let's just be honest. At the end of the day, you think wait. In your mind, you honestly think they were gonna kill him at a track meet?
No, I think that you shouldn't put your hands on people.
Do you think they were gonna kill him at a track meet in front of all those people?
I don't know. They did. They already crossed the lines. We didn't think they was going to jump him. But they did.
You thought they was going to kill him at a track meet in front of all those people. Eventually, nobody would break it up. They was just going to let him pound on the kid.
Well, it seems like if that was the case, if people was going to break it up, this whole situation, this won't be a situation. Seems like nobody broke it up until that white boy was dead. His own brother that allegedly was there didn't break it up, right? Because he was a part of the crime. So it don't take nothing but a couple of split seconds. So obviously, if it was people there, they were just watching then. Because why is this boy dead? Why did they didn't stop the situation when they was up there threatening the old boy? Everybody let it go on.
So anytime somebody get threatened, so anytime somebody get threatened, it's always there's somebody that somebody just gonna stop you from threatening somebody else?
No,
And we don't even know. Wait. And then
wait.
wait. Hold on, wait. And then what's crazier? We don't even know if they actually threatened him because we don't know what took place for real.
The brother exposed him when he said, "Touch me and find out." What they tell you? They've been threatening him before they even did it, and he went on with his word. They touched him, and he found out. That's already it's already implied when the boy said, "Touch me and find out."
I want to ask you this: in what world are you getting jumped and somebody say, "Touch me," and you'll find out? In what world are you getting jumped?
No. The thing is, he wasn't getting jumped. They was literally that statement right there alone implies that it was some back and forth. Right, the brothers and them already acknowledged it, but they try to water it down. He was only telling him, asking him who were him and him to move, and then he tried to come over there and just remove him.
But JP,
First
JP,
off,
don't you think you yelling though, JP?
JP, teacher.
JP, are you arguing the defense? Why you yelling though? Arguing the defense though? Why you yelling? Arguing the defense of this young man.
That white boy.
If we can understand, because I'm listening, and if I can understand half of what you're saying, because I can't understand half of what you're saying because you're yelling.
Hold on. So Slimmy, are you telling me, Slimmy, that if I see you in the street and I say, "Who is you?" Basically, like gang members. Hey, homeboy, where you at? Where you from? Oh, you ain't from around here. You got to move the fuck around. And you say, "Well, I ain't going nowhere." Okay, me and my homeboys, we finna come and
Wait. You can't assume that I'm gonna respond like that.
What? How you gonna
assume that I'm gonna? First off, if I'm not somewhere where I'm familiar, the first thing I'm gonna be like, well, where the fuck am I at then?
So
you tell me.
Neutral ground.
Wait. If you, because you're saying this as if I don't know where I'm at. So, well, where I'm at, let me know where I need to be. If this not where I'm supposed to be at, it's gonna come off condescending. But I'm just gonna be like, well, what's the problem?
Slimmy, you
That's
know what I'm
always
saying.
Be my first reaction.
Slimmy, look at the back chat when you get a chance.
What I'm saying.
Where am I at? And what's the problem with me being here?
It was a crime. It was a crime. They the ones initiated the whole thing.
That's not what we're talking about. You
no, because I want to harper on that because that's not the point. The point
because it don't fit your narrative.
No. It's not about fitting my narrative because if somebody come and try to move you around, after they've been threatening you, they already posed a deadly threat because it's two football players as brothers. So they already talking about they didn't go get if they was that concerned, why they didn't go get the teacher or the security guard? They took matters into their own hands. And so what they did by doing that, they get into committing a crime. Battery. When the boy that's dead, the white boy that's dead, punched that boy, that's a battery.
Wait. You know that's what took place for sure?
Yeah, it was a Duracell. Continue.
You know everything that took place.
No. So we not finna play no games. The boy punched him, and after the boy punched him, he stabbed him. Good job, black boy. On my dead mama grave. Good motherfucking job. The white boys ain't bigger than a program. They can get it like how we get it. What you mean? That white boy deserved what he got, and he deserved to be in the grave. He put himself in the grave. Motherfucker, why you putting your hands on people? Why you think you somebody's security guard that you can come and run and tell what the fuck to do? He put himself in the grave, and his brother responsible for it. Because he know his brother. He could have stopped his brother. He could have said, come on, bro. He told him, if the brother was so innocent, why didn't he say, come on, bro? Because it seemed like this going to go far. He already said, touch me and find out. Come on, bro. Let's go tell the teacher then. Let's go get security. If he wasn't supposed to be there. No. They didn't think, they ain't never expect, because black boys and black men is not expected to defend themselves against white boys. That's not normal. So I'm happy that he made a statement. I think it should be more of this shit, to be honest with you. And I think it should be more of this. Yes, white boys need to get it just as well as niggas do. You ain't privileged to the point where you can come and try to direct motherfuckers. Who give you that authority? Little white punk. And he dig this own grave. That's what I would say. He dug this own grave. Point blank period.
You sound crazy. You
Hold
sound
on,
crazy.
let me slide in there. Hold on, don't. Let me slide in there before you say something.
Hey, can brutal reviews get in there? You've been waiting a long time.
Brutal reviews ain't.
You waiting a long
No,
time.
JP.
How come when that man hit that black woman in that restaurant and the son killed him, and everybody said he deserted that die? He didn't use no knife. He didn't use no guns. Only thing he did was punch that lady. She wasn't gonna die. According to Slimmy, she wasn't gonna die. How come everybody saying he deserved to get killed?
Whoa, what you talking about? I never said nothing about
can
that
brutal
shit.
reviews get in there? You've been waiting like a damn hour.
You said that you can't die of getting punched.
Let the next person.
What? I never said nothing like that on here, man. Stop making shit up.
All right, hold on.
Let it go. Said that, dog.
JP,
you good?
Brutal reviews, you good?
Stop talking, man. You making
All
shit up.
right, go ahead.
Hold on.
If they gonna kill him at that track meet,
Jay,
fight.
Make some room, Jay.
You can die in a fight, getting jumped. You said he should just fight back.
Jay, make some room. Go ahead, BC dog.
Yo, peace. What up? Good afternoon, everybody. How y'all doing, man?
Chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo, man. The only thing I want to say on it is did you guys see the video with the father at the White Lives Matter thing?
Yeah, we already reviewed it last night. This
I
was
just
an
did.
18-hour stream.
Right. The guy who was hosting it, he made a false claim. He said black people kill white people 350,000 times a year, some shit like that. So I went and dug in the FBI files. I can't pull it up because it messes up the audio, but I'll put the links in the back chat.
I got you.
White people kill more white people than anybody out there. And it was something that I've been thought, because it's like, if you in a white neighborhood, who you killing? Because white boys are going to black neighborhoods, Brownsville, Milwaukee, wherever. They're not going into the black neighborhoods killing black people. So who are they killing? They kill 44% of their 44% homicide rate. Black 53% homicide rate.
And that is a fact.
So if you got two lines, one line black, they kill 5 out of 10. White line, one line white, they kill 4 out of 10. So they right there. They commit 69% of all crimes in America. So if you got rid of the 27% of crimes that blacks commit, you still got damn near 70% of all crimes committed by whites. What that dude is doing is the opposite of what Black Lives Matter doing. They only pop out when it's racially motivated. Mm-hmm. And the live I did the other day, I said, yo, if y'all really don't like black people, just when niggas don't like niggas, what do? They pop, right? If you don't like niggas so bad, you don't need a reason. Don't try to get behind a racially motivated incident and try to use that and say, oh yeah, we need to do this. No.
Or a political party. Yeah.
Or political party. If you feel like that, then do what you do. But don't try to make it look like all blacks are killing whites. They ain't even they don't even go in white neighborhoods and kill white people. They go in white neighborhoods to kill other black people, like them damn rappers in Beverly Hills. They ain't pull up and shoot white people. He pulled up and shoot another black rapper. So this whole thing about they're trying to use this boy situation to start a race war. You don't need a reason to start a race war.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So, they got black people going against each other. Like that damn coon. I always heard about a coon, but I never seen one. That dude that was at the rally with his arm around a white guy, that was a real life.
That's one for real. Definitely.
nasty. It was
Like
wicked work.
He went home that night thinking the motherfuckers really like him.
Yeah.
What if they do?
Nah, they don't. That's
They don't.
the thing.
How you know? How do black people know so much?
But listen, man, we're not even going to.
Let me explain.
Because we invented
Let
knowing.
me explain. Hold on. Let me explain.
You invented knowing?
Yes, him. Yeah.
Let me explain. Because in prison, it don't matter what you are, right?
Oh man, come on.
Right? They have race wars, right?
We're not in prison.
Right. But just imagine a
Yes, you
world
are.
where there's black against white.
No, we're not.
I'm
not.
Who is sticking with who?
Yes, you are.
Bro, you should see my life. There's no way I am.
They are missing the point, brother. Brutal Reviews, they miss the point because even out here in California, in a place called Stockton, where it's a high population of Asian and Hispanics who are in gangs fighting each other, they're blaming that on black people, and black people not even in those gangs in that area.
Everything y'all frame is from the perspective of being like the victim.
And that's your opinion.
Based off what?
No, that's literally the way you're framing every situation, your narrative, the way you start a sentence, the way you just start.
What is it that you do? I mean, anything we say about
I'm holding you accountable. I'm holding you accountable for the words that you're saying.
All right.
You cannot hold me
So what
accountable.
counts?
You can't. You just like you have a right to speak your piece. I do too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm assessing by the words that you're saying.
I'm never trying to be the victim, but I will tell you what you do from what I've seen you up. You do. You're the type person that every time somebody says something about black unity or some kind of black person trying to, for the people that care about the black community, you go, "Oh, there's no black community." I've heard you say it. I've heard you say it. I can pull it up.
I care more about the black community than you.
Oh God.
Wow. Okay. Well,
you know how I know I care more about the black community than you?
I've heard you up here. I sit in the chat and I heard you talk.
Because I'm saying the truth.
Somebody say something about
You're framing the narrative from your emotions.
No, sir.
Hold on.
Those 2018
You read the script.
don't work on me,
We
bro.
said the same exact thing.
Wait, stop it. So, Bill and Nico, what's the truth?
The truth is that you're looking at this from the perspective of being the victim and not looking at it from the perspective from a leadership position.
This has nothing to do with leadership. This has
hold on.
Based off what?
This has everything to do with leadership.
What do you? I'm saying no. Hold on. Shout out to Cap Studies. What's going on, Cap Studies? What's going on? Thank you for your $5
What's going on?
Cap. He said, I've been on black and at least 10 different white panels talking about this issue. The only time I've heard race come up is on black panels. Shout out to you, Kev Studders. I appreciate you. If you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either leave a super cap or a cash cap. All cash caps and super caps will be read. Appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Oh, yeah. Back to you. Bill and Nico. So you said you know what a leader is and you know what a follower.
That's not what I said.
What you said, bro?
Victim.
So if we can't even remember what we're saying, in conversation, that kind of says a lot, doesn't it?
Bill and Nico. Stop. Bill and Nico.
I'm just being honest.
No, wait, stop. Everybody be quiet. Bill and Nico. Y'all got to stop with this, man.
Yo.
You just got to stop with that, bro. There's all these passive aggressive. We're having a conversation.
That's not passive aggressive. That's an observation.
No, it's not an observation. I'm up here running a fucking show and I just read a fucking super chat. I got a lot of shit going on at one time. So instead of you giving your smart ass observation, could you just answer my question?
Oh, I want to smoke. Go ahead, Belalenko.
You niggas be so smart, man. For real.
We need more smarts, especially the black community.
You ain't smart right now because you ain't answered the fucking question yet.
And he think he's the better.
Ask me the question. What's the question again?
Now you don't remember the fucking question. Now you don't remember. That's why I get tired of you smart aleck ass niggas coming up here.
Black people don't usually like smart people.
Man, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Somebody else talk, man. You niggas get on my fucking nerves. Always want to say something, want to sound smart as shit.
Shit like that.
Niggas always want to be sophisticated.
But was I said wrong or right?
You was wrong.
Let me slide in a minute, Breezy. Go ahead. Let me slide in
Your
a minute,
emotions
Free.
don't matter. It matters what I said. Was it
Nigga, I
wrong
can
or
have
right?
all the emotions. This is my shit, nigga. Fuck
Smitty,
wrong
this
with
your
you?
vote.
Hey, yeah. Nah, I don't know nothing. I would just like to say this. All right, so
That's what's up, Freezy.
I'm gonna say this and shut up.
If you say one more small aleck comment, I swear to God.
What?
You niggas need to listen, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Yeah, I scream all the time on my shit, but y'all niggas need to know the difference between a nigga that's getting emotional with that smart aleck shit, even though he ain't screaming. I know the fucking difference.
So I haven't always shown you
when
respect.
you making smart aleck remarks, and we ain't even have to be here. We ain't even have to get here. All you got to do is have all you have to do is just have a straight up conversation. That's it, bro. Without getting all smart aleck and shit like that, bro.
But why are you reacting to me?
We know you smart, bro. I asked you one simple question.
Thank you.
I asked you one simple question.
Yeah.
And you said I don't remember shit. That's the reason why we don't have. I forgot exactly what you said. But then come to find out, you don't even remember what I asked you. Now repeat what I asked you.
Why are you reacting to me being a smart aleck, but you're not reacting to the threat?
Repeat what I asked you.
But why do black people react to someone sound?
This is the problem.
Hold on. Let me make a point.
No.
Why do y'all?
This is the problem. This the problem, though.
Who the hell is y'all? I'm trying to.
Wait, hold on. This
How'd
is
I get dragged into some shit? I'm sitting here quiet.
Wait. This is the problem. Now he just criticized me for not remembering some shit, then asked me to repeat the fucking question.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I got 2 cents for you, Freeze.
That was wild. That shit was that.
Nah,
15
Freezy,
seconds
he
ago.
was talking while
Shit
you was asking him the question.
Okay, so
he went shut up.
It wasn't about him shutting up. It was his turn to talk.
But here's the thing. Here's the
Oh,
thing.
over the
I
host?
asked him. Here's the thing. I asked him.
Freezy asked him a question in the middle of his statement.
Listen.
So he didn't know.
Everybody, I can rewind the tape. Everybody got quiet when I asked the question. Everybody got quiet when I asked the question. And then he proceeded to answer the question with some leader and follower shit, which didn't make no fucking sense. And then I read the super cap. And then I said, then I tried to I didn't try to verbatim to quote what he said, but I somewhat said what he said, what I thought his answer was. And then he said, no, I didn't say nothing about no leader and follower stuff. This is the problem. You guys don't remember shit. And then he asked me, what was the question again? We don't even have to be here. That's what I'm saying. This smart aleck shit. We don't even have to be here. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to be at this point in the conversation. Like, we don't have to be smart aleck and all that shit. Let's just have a man-to-man conversation without trying to up somebody on some fucking smart aleck shit.
He wanted to skate past what you had to ask so that you could forget
You niggas really, y'all really do be assuming because a nigga, because I talk a little ghetto, but you assume because I talk ghetto, my IQ just low as fuck.
Right. Hey, say that shit again. Please say that shit again, bro. Please say that shit
Low
again.
ghetto.
Like,
half of these niggas ain't even smart. They can't even amount to the education that we got.
All that fucking smart and shit, dog.
I would like to say one thing real quick.
Drop your ass down and don't listen. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Fuck you and damn you to the white meat.
No,
because I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit, dog. I don't like that shit. And then you gonna tell me this my shit, nigga. I can scream, nigga. I can do what the fuck I want to do on this shit. Don't nobody tell me what to do on my shit.
Not my house.
Fuck wrong with you niggas, man.
I really want to get this part out briefly.
You got that out.
Smart aleck ass niggas, man.
Nah, bump all that.
But I was gonna say though, why you see the reaction you got from me being a quote unquote?
What reaction, nigga? Just answer the question. I don't give a fuck what kind of reaction you think you got or I got, whatever, nigga. Damn that shit. What you talking about right now? Nobody cares what you talking about right now. Trust me.
Somebody cares.
Nobody care. Nobody care, and I cannot
care
forever. I can make it possible to not care forever.
You can make it possible for someone to not
Yes,
care
do
forever.
not
What's
care
that mean?
about what you say forever in life.
Word.
So instead of going that far, let's move past this. That's what I'm trying to tell you, my brother.
Because I'm a smart aleck, right? Is going that far?
Just listen. You want to stay on this? Because I'm trying to move past it.
What you mean? I'm responding to you.
Do you want to stay on this? Or do you want to talk about what we was talking about?
This
I'm
is
asking
all
you a direct question.
This all goes along together. This is all the same thing. This is all part of leadership.
It goes along because you wanted to go along. But I want to move past it. I don't want to talk about this. I want to talk about.
No, this is about leadership. This is about character.
I want to talk about Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. That's what I want to talk about.
And guess what? Our behavior is a reflection of our children.
Listen, what I'm telling you is, bro, is that the behavior that you're exemplifying, if you think that it's exemplary or good, you're sadly mistaken.
I haven't cussed nobody out.
Hold on, wait. This is the problem.
I haven't threatened nobody.
All of this self-righteous bullshit.
Now it's self-righteous.
Yes.
Bye, man.
Yeah.
Get out.
What if that's just called good character? What if that's just being a good man?
If you think what you're doing right now is good character, I feel sorry for you.
For me, but I haven't cussed nobody out. I haven't threatened nobody. I support the show. I supported the show. I've been respectful. When have I ever disrespected you? When have I ever disrespected you?
Bro, you don't have to cuss nobody out for it to not be good character.
Bro, you're mad because I responded the way I did because you said it was a smart.
Hey, Cap, you having a great show, man. Just move on, Cap. You having a great show. Move on,
and I still rock with you, and I still rock with you and support you. I got no beef with you.
Chill with the gaslighting. I'm not
That's not
mad.
gaslighting.
Bro, you ain't even seen mad. You don't even know me.
Nobody got to get mad. That's not the point.
Stop. You ain't even seen mad. What you're seeing right now is I'm frustrated with your crazy ass. That's what you're seeing. I'm frustrated with your crazy, stupid ass.
Isn't that, well, why are you frustrated with my smart comments, but when people are threatened?
Because you taking niggas all the way around the world instead of having just a straight up question. I mean, a straight up conversation, my bad. A straight up conversation.
Facts.
That's it.
It's one side.
You just don't like what I'm saying, which is fine. That doesn't mean it's not a straight conversation. You just don't like.
Did anybody hear me say, would you like to move past this? Did anybody hear me ask that question?
Several times.
So I'm gonna ask it one more time. Can we just move past this point?
We can move past it, but let me say one thing.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say one thing.
You don't have to say shit until I tell you. This is the problem.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, bro.
Okay, no, you didn't ask me nothing. You said let me. Do you know the difference?
I'm asking you now. Can I say one thing?
The difference between a question.
I do. That's why I made a mistake. Can I ask you a question?
Okay, thank you. So listen, here's the deal. We're gonna move past this, bro. And from now on, bro, stop with that smart aleck shit, because I don't take too kindly with that bullshit.
I can't stop being smart, Freezy.
No, I said, if you think smart aleck and smart is the same thing, this is the fucking problem.
But can I ask you one question?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Why am I getting this big response from being smart aleck, quote unquote, but when people was up here threatening each other and getting violent, you was quiet? Why are we responding to someone that sounds smart, but when people are cussing each other out, making threats, it's quiet?
Can I answer your question? Wait,
yeah,
can I answer your question? Because you're repeating yourself. Can I answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I was directly having a back and forth with you, and you made an offense to me. So if you don't understand that, that's cool. That's cool. You know, you niggas get absent-minded when you want to. It's okay. It's all right. That's what I mean by gaslighting, bro. It's okay. It's okay, bro. We can move past the conversation, bro. But for future references, if I ask you a question, let's just have a straight up conversation instead of getting smart aleck and getting a little slick. We don't got to do that. Have I ever done that to you? Let me ask you, have I ever got smart aleck with you?
I've heard that you've done some.
Have I ever gotten
things.
smart aleck with you in the past before?
Yeah, you have.
When? Name it. Describe it.
I'm not the type of person I don't keep that stuff in my memory.
I tell you, boy.
I don't.
Boy.
I don't care. I move on.
Okay,
Even now, I'm
right.
cool.
All right, bro. See, this is the problem, man. This is the
in
problem.
this space. Do you know how smart?
Wait. I put it on everything I love. I've never got smart aleck with you. I know I haven't.
I think you even muted me before.
Hold on, bro. Stop it. You're lying, and now I know you're very disingenuous, and you'll just say anything to win. And wait. This is the problem. This is the problem I have, bro. This is why we can't have genuine conversations, because
this is a genuine conversation.
And see, bro, do you got any impulse control? Just because you're not screaming or nothing, you're still interrupting me and you're still being rude.
You just have people screaming on your panel for 30 minutes.
This between me and you right now. Be a man.
Exactly. I am being a man. I'm talking to you, ain't I?
Nobody else.
Let's talk.
I'm addressing you.
Exactly. Let's talk.
Gain some control, bro. Bro, I'm being honest with you, bro. I'm being patient with you right now. I really am. I'm being patient. If you think that I have to go back and forth with you right now, you're sadly mistaken.
I don't think that at all.
Okay. So please, I'm begging you.
He trying to make the show about him.
I'm begging you,
not
bro.
at all.
Listen, I'm begging you, bro. Leave it alone. Stop challenging me, bro. Stop challenging me on this bullshit. Challenge me on the topic.
This is part of the topic.
No, it's not, bro.
It is.
No, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
You don't think the way that we conduct and how we have conversations has to do with
but
the
that
overall?
Applies to you too. That applies to you too, my brother.
Of course, but I'm saying.
Hold on, wait. That applies to you too, my brother. And this is the problem.
I agree.
Wait. This is the problem. You self-righteous ass niggas think y'all are exempt from what you are accusing other people of.
Who said
you're
that?
exemplifying it right now as we speak.
Now, hold me accountable. I don't think I'm exempt from anything. I rock with you. I support the show. I don't know what the problem is.
Thank you. But not only support the show, respect the show.
I respect the show, which is why I don't cuss and I don't threaten. I don't cuss and I don't threaten people on your show and on your panel.
You don't cuss. I can cuss, nigga. Fuck. Damn, nigga. I pay the bills over here. I pay the bills.
So what is respect then, bro? What is respect? If I'm not trying to get your show canceled
over here, bro,
then what's respect then? This is
Why do you feel
just swinging
the best in class, brother? Why do you feel that you are the best in class? There's so many different men.
Don't worry about it. He gone, man. Fuck him, dog.
Idiot.
Fuck him. I ain't got to keep going back and forth with a dumbass. See, this is the problem. This is what I'm talking about. That's self-righteous shit. That's self-righteous shit. In my real life and on YouTube, I'm a hard-working dude. But a lot of times dudes like that try to discredit you. They'll try to pull you down, tear you down, while at the same time propping themselves up as if they're better. Telling me, oh, see, this is the problem why we can't have conversations, because you can't even remember a simple. Then you're going to ask me, well, what did you ask me? In real time.
That's the disrespect that we talking about. I still don't understand it, Freezy. I still don't understand how you come to somebody else's show and be so. Look, man, this is my house. This is my rules. At least if you can either respect it or leave. And this is what leads up to what them boys did. Those two white boys did with Anthony, because they thought they could get away with what they were they was gonna do. They can't get away with that all the time, because anytime you engage in a fight, anytime you get engaged in a fight, there's a possibility you can get severely injured, possible death. So he knew that coming in when he was engaged in that with that young man. That we know that.
That was a big leap, though, bro.
Hey, Slimmy, why you frowning your face like something staying?
No, I want to go at this guy Slim. This guy Slimmy.
No,
I want to
don't
go
go
at
at
this
me,
guy. I want to
bro.
go at this guy
Don't
Slimmy.
go at me, man. That was just the worst analogy I ever heard in my
No,
life.
hold on. Don't worry about my analogy. I'm gonna tell you like this. It's a thing.
No, nigga.
No, hold on. Let me talk. Let me talk. World. Hold on. No.
That
He
was a
said
bad
something.
analogy.
Let me talk.
That was a bad analogy.
No, hold on.
Just admit to it. Admit to having a
Let
bad
me land my
analogy
plane.
and move forward.
Nah, let me land my plane, little man.
Fuck your plane, nigga.
Let me land my plane. And you talk. Because you've been talking with dude all night, all day. So
No,
let me land my plane
That
and
nigga
you do
started
what you
yelling
do.
at me. That nigga started yelling at
I'm
me
on
and
the
I got
speakerphone.
quiet, my nigga.
We on the speakerphone. I know you sitting there chilling, but you don't understand. See, you don't even understand.
Don't come at me what I don't understand. Don't do that.
Okay,
You
well
don't
let
know
me
what
talk.
I understand.
Okay, do you mind if I
Use
talk,
proper
sir?
wording. Use proper
Okay,
wording.
sir. Do you mind if I speak?
Use proper wording.
You don't. Well, I'm just saying, a lot of the portions of the population don't understand what you're saying.
You don't know what
Is
the fuck I
85%.
understand. Do not imply that. Just say what you got to fucking
Stop
say.
talking over me. I'm not
Just
the
say what
last
you gotta
dude.
say. Stop saying
I'm
stuff
not the last dude.
saying stuff like that, bro.
The
You
real
don't know
deal
what I
is
know.
Slimmy don't like what
look,
Freezy
check
got
this
to say either.
Let me
You
say
don't know shit,
what
nigga.
I'm
Shut
gonna
the
say.
fuck up.
You're not about to talk over me, bro. You're not about to talk over me.
Weird ass
No,
nigga,
sir.
man.
No,
I'm not
sir.
talking to you. I'm talking to Coffee, man. That nigga know what. That nigga
Okay,
corny.
let me finish saying what I was saying and finish saying what you were saying. That was rude. That was rude.
I'm not talking to you.
I know you're not.
But
Let me finish
rude.
saying
But
what I'm
hold
saying.
on. You disrespected me. You disrespected me by saying what I understand. That's your
Not
first statement.
you.
You don't understand. No, nigga, you don't know what the fuck I understand. You ain't said shit, nigga.
Oh, wait.
Get your shit together, then come at me like that. And make sure I don't understand before you say it.
Can I say one thing?
It must be delayed.
I just want to say one. Go ahead, Cap. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because he's still talking. Hold on. Let me back out of it. Yeah. It's like I'm watching it on the TV and on my phone. Here's what I was saying. I'm not saying nothing in the world. I was saying something to the dude over his slim.
2 cent. Hold on. I got a super chat.
Okay, go ahead.
Bill and Nico, thank you for your $20. I gave you a little break. You are welcome. You are welcome on the panel. But I just had to give you a little break because you know. But he said it's all love, Freezy, respectfully. Yeah, you're welcome back, bro. You're welcome back. But I just want you to watch the replay. That's all. Shout out to Bill and Nico. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap to $NoCapFreezy, $NoCapFreezy. I appreciate y'all. And listen, y'all donate to the show because it's going on 20 hours straight. We've been live streaming 20 hours. So that's probably another reason why I just don't want to go. I don't be with the bullshit.
Yeah, all I wanted to do is say what I had to say, and I'll move along. They can have it right back. But I'm not sure. I couldn't hear because it's kind of delayed. I'm watching TV and on the phone. But 85% of what you say is really nonverbal. And I was sitting here watching. I think the guy right here name might be Slim. Okay, I see it now. It says Slimmy. And he like, what? I ain't say nothing. You know, if you fold your arms, you ball your fists up, bro, you talking to me. So quit with the bull mess. But here's what I want to tell people. I am so happy when you got people that I call level setters in the world. It's those people that walk around. I ain't no say I'm a bully, but yeah, I probably will slap you or I probably will punch you when you thought you wouldn't. A guy like the guy that was just in there talking that mess, he ain't never been punched in the mouth. And people like that, they got everything to say until they get level set. It's only a few guys out here to actually make a move on what they're talking about. I'm talking about people like Let's say a Rosa Parks or the guys that fought a police officer. Not everybody's built like that. Everybody's not a warrior class type of person. Everybody's not going to join the military and all this kind of stuff. These are different built people. When I hear other different type of people and civilians talk about different things, I get where they're coming from. But at the end of the day, it's people like there's some. I'm not gonna name people individually no more. I apologize, Slimmy, if I insulted you so much, but I'm just trying to speak some facts. But people like that, they need to get checked and level set, and you're gonna suffer the consequences of what you're doing. It's like a child in school, you walking around and you thought the teacher was gonna save you. No, it's some people that actually will slam you in front of the principal. And people like, you ain't got to act confused until you get level set. You ain't been level set. And in your time in life, you will be level set. I know you can do all this stuff on the internet all you want to. All you want to, you just talk and mess. That's all you're doing. Ain't nobody talking about thug stuff. You got to respect people. You're not all this disrespectful stuff that people doing. That's out of control at this point in time. I'm landing. Go ahead, Free.
What are you talking about? Like literally, what are you talking about, bro? You just speaking.
I'm talking about the dude Slimmy. I was on there watching.
Nigga, I am Slimmy, nigga. I am Slimmy. What the fuck are you talking about, my nigga?
I can't see you. Listen, I can't see you. I'm
How
talking
did you
about
see me
Slimmy.
doing the gestures?
I watched.
Wait a minute. You just said I was up here gesturing.
Argue.
You just said I was up here gesturing. If you can't see me, how did you see me making gestures?
No, listen. What I'm saying to you, you're on my TV delayed. I watched you argue with someone. It's on mute on my TV.
You didn't watch me argue with nobody. You watched the nigga talk to me crazy, and I got quiet. And I told the nigga it would not be like you wouldn't be speaking to me like that in real life. And I got quiet.
Yeah, I know it was a guy with glasses on, but he's not up there right now. I can't see his face. But you was going back and forth, and you know you wouldn't have that type of conversation with that man in real life because you look like you might be Carmelo Anthony size in real life, and you just
nigga, I'm
talking
6'5",
all this
bitch
stuff.
ass nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? I'll be like that with you in real life. The fuck is you talking about, bro?
Who's that?
Calm the fuck down. Doing this generalization shit, nigga. I don't care about none of that shit. You get hype with me in real life, I'm gonna get hype back. You put your hands on me, I'm gonna put my hands on you. It's that simple. Whatever happens, happens after that. I don't give a fuck about none of that extra shit, my nigga. This ain't
I know that's what Carmelo did, and that's what Carmelo did. He handled his business.
You're not gonna justify that child's actions because you acting like a sucker up here because somebody moving a certain way.
No. I ain't talking about. I can tell that's what you're doing. We trying to talk about Carmelo. We trying to talk about Carmelo.
Fuck, my nigga. You weird as fuck. You tried to use me as an example and you was wrong. You weird, my nigga.
It's all with men in here, pretty much. Yeah, right. I think it's all men in here.
So why would you say? So why would you say what I'm not gonna do in real life and you don't know me?
No, I said I'm pretty sure. It's just my opinion,
you're not
sir.
Pretty sure shit. You don't know.
It's my opinion. So just respect my opinion. It's an open panel. It's an open panel.
You don't know. Listen, bro.
I know it's an open panel. Just respect my opinion.
Don't make no assumptions about me. Just shut the fuck up with that shit and keep your conversation going elsewhere.
Okay.
You don't know me. I don't know you. You don't know me. I don't know you. And I don't give a fuck about you.
I know you
don't come up here talking about me like you know me, nigga. I ain't never seen you on no panel or none of that shit. I don't know you. I ain't never had no interaction.
He ain't the only one that said
don't do that bullshit, nigga.
People in the chat saying the same thing. People in the chat saying the same thing, though.
I don't give a fuck what the chat say, bitch ass nigga.
I know Anyway, I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get off it, dude, because he making it about me and him. It's not. It's about this Carmelo Anthony thing. It's about Carmelo Anthony at this point. See, because I done provoke. I done hit.
Weirdo, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up
I done
and go home and
provoke
go
his
to bed.
emotion.
Go sleep with your wife, nigga. Go sleep with your wife, bitch ass nigga.
I done hit an emotion, and this is what I'm talking about right here. People like that, when they get level set, then they like, why you do this and why you do that? But I'm gonna get on this Carmelo Anthony thing. But what I'm saying, if someone, I'm gonna switch it real quick. Let me switch because I don't want to argue with you dudes.
That's a bet.
Yeah. Anyway, bro, stop with the stuff. Stop with the cap.
Hold on one second, too.
Nah, Vaughn, don't do it, Vaughn. Nah, leave it alone, Vaughn.
Hold on, 2 cents. Shout out to Hink, bro. You so crazy. Hink, thank you for your $2.
You got rid of it. You got rid of light skin. Freezy, make sure you read in light skin.
Nah, we'll leave it alone. Hey, Brian, don't say that, man. Leave it alone, man.
Hank, what's up? He say, take your old ass to bed, Freezy. That's what Hank said.
Take your old ass to bed, Freezy.
Damn, I had skipped some super caps too earlier. Let me see. Shout out to Brutal Reviews. My bad, Brutal. My bad, dog. There was a lot going on. Shout out to BC Dub. Thank you for your $2 super cap. He said, kick that individual off, Freezy. Bill and Nico, kick him off. Shout out to BC Dub, man. BC Dub, that's my brother, man. Been rocking with for a long time. Shout out to BC Dub again. For another $2. He said, insults the host and then plays victim. Yeah, I'm glad it was obvious. God damn. Shout out to BC Dub again for $5. He said he knows what he's doing. He's trying to make a mockery of your platform, bro. I appreciate you. Shout out to BC Dub, man. Also, shout out to my sister Natasha Vincent for the Canadian dollars, $10. She said, dare we say he's displaying a lack of leadership? Exactly, sis. Exactly. Shout out to you, sis. I appreciate you. If y'all need to get if you just got to get your comments read and highlighted, especially if it's a necessity, you could either leave a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap Freezy. That's $ no cap Freezy. Let me tell y'all something, man. You can scream over here. I'm just saying for future references, this ain't that type of you can scream over here as long as you respect the host and respect the show. That's it. All right. Love y'all. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I just talk about Carmelo Anthony? And I'm gonna leave
statement.
I don't want to talk about nobody personal.
Can I say my one statement? I've been waiting patiently.
Go ahead and get
I just want to say one thing, right? So it's Sunday, and you know, I got some family over, stuff like that. And it's a beautiful day, and it's you know, whether you celebrate or not, it's Easter and all this other stuff. But I find it fascinating. Now watch this, right? I'm gonna tell y'all what I peeped the whole time. I'm sitting here just like this, right? All right. So what I peep is, all right. The whole time we was having a great discussion. I want you to understand something. None of this is really about physical. It's more so of a spiritual war. I don't care what you all say. Something is going to interfere with Black men being able to have civil dialogue. There's going to always be an energy force that's always going to try to infiltrate and sift its way through. I just want you to pay attention to that. I ain't going to go too deep into it. I ain't about to wrap nobody up in that. I'm about to get right back to my pit and pad, but I want you to understand that wasn't physical. That was way more spiritual on this oh so beautiful Sunday. Respect to the family.
It's still your fault, Smitty.
So
I
you
think
saying
it
if
was
the
just
Black
straight up
man is
dust,
at
to be
peace,
honest.
then the world will be at peace?
I only got on here just to talk about Carmelo Anthony. I just want to slide Freezy.
Okay, 2 cents. Let me ask the whole panel this. I think I asked Smitty done already answered it, and I think Artifacts already answered it too. But this my answer. This my question to the whole panel. If it comes out, what you said, Scam?
I was saying I didn't answer the question either, but go ahead.
Okay. Scam, go ahead with that bullshit. Listen.
No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Okay. If it comes out that we see footage that both of the Metcalf brothers aggressed Carmelo Anthony, would you guys think that Carmelo had more of a right to self-defense or stand your ground?
Stand your ground.
Self-defense.
It's Texas. Yeah, it's Texas. It's stand your ground. Yeah, it's definitely stand your ground.
Would it legitimize Carmelo Anthony's actions more?
Yes.
No more if it was one. It was just it's the same.
Well, I know I know your position, World Class, but
you promote so talking about the other people.
Yeah.
Yes. I think so. If they were attacking him, then yes, he had all the right to defend himself. 2 against 1. Come on.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna justify a weapon.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if that's gonna justify a weapon though. In a court of
You see
law.
the size of them boys?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm a fear of my life. That's what you got to think. What am I fearing? They might take me out, man. I don't know what these dudes want. You telling me to get out and it's raining. I ran the track. You ain't even a member here. You don't even run on the track team. What you
All
even
right,
telling
so
me?
we got to remember something though. We got to remember something. All right, so when it comes to law, all right, so it's all about equal exchange in combat. So if I'm fighting any one of these guys up here, which I pray on God never, you know what I'm saying? I love us. So if it's one-on-one, cool. The very moment another individual, a whole nother body is incorporated, that is a weapon. Jumping somebody is grabbing a bat. Jumping somebody is grabbing a knife. That whole extra body is a weapon. That's what
Not in a
y'all
court of law.
No.
What do you mean?
No.
Though?
And
One person can
In the
hold them
state of
down, and
Texas,
the
in
other
the
one
state
can
of
punch
Texas, it is. It's considered a
Like,
sizable advantage. But
yeah,
they
yeah.
also
Either
even
one person. I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say that one person can hold them down, and the other one could punch them. You don't know what damage that
But
could do.
that's not
for
what
what?
took place. You can't add. You can't
What we
add
talking
stuff
about
in.
right now?
No, I'm just saying
No,
two
that's
against
actually a
one.
legit argument because you can, aside from all the could've. All right, let me make sure. One-on-one, force on force is what it is. When you pull out a knife, you're pulling out, it escalates to deadly force. And I'm going by, I got a Texas CHL. That's where I took the class. And then I'm going to go to the updated stuff later. But force on force, justify you can defend yourself. Force on deadly force, you got to prove that there was a sizable advantage or you are fearing your life. The problem with it is you have to prove it. That's why it's this whole process of BS. It's
Can I
not
ask you a
automatic.
question?
It's called a due process, not a
Right.
process. Yes, it's called
No,
due process.
no, I'm saying the
Everybody
I'm
wants
saying the
to withdraw.
BS because I'm saying the BS because we know it's not always going to be fair.
I can
And you
understand
have to
that.
go through it, and it's not a process anybody wants to go through. That's why I'm saying that.
Respect.
Scam likely. What if I see the knife and I still try to engage with you after I see the knife? Is that still your fault or is that my fault? I see the knife and I still want to engage with you.
That's called liability. It is
No.
such thing as your No, it is a
I'm
percentage
just
of
curious.
liability
I
on
don't know
you.
the answer. I'm not trying to like question. I'm just curious. Like,
That's
what if
real.
that's the case? Like, what if I see the knife and I still like I'm gonna whoop yo, even with that knife, I'm gonna still whoop you.
No, if you're asking, is it wrong? Yes. I mean, if you're asking as far as court, you'll find out when you get there. The problem is that it still ends up in court. Simply put, when you pull out that knife, when you use that gun, that baseball bat, or whatever it is, when you escalate to deadly force, you're probably going to have to go through the court process and you're not going to like it, even if you're innocent.
Contributory negligence.
So
You
let me ask you-
contributed to, bro. It's called contributory negligence, bro. Yeah,
No, I'm just talking about the process.
If you saying that you know that's the case and you went into that, yeah, bro. Yeah, it's going to be a certain percentage.
No, not necessarily negligence.
They got to
start them with
Shut
that.
up, bro. Let me just finish
If I
and shut
pull
up.
at that
When
knife
you
and I
talking
start
about
coming
trying to
at
sue, listen, when you talking about trying to get your bread, like all of that in-game stuff,
Huh?
like when you really trying to get compensated, all of that's going to come into play. I
I don't know what you're talking about.
The
I don't know where you're
contributor.
going.
What he just said, listen. Let's not play games. He just said if he knows that the dude has a knife and he still decides, that is called contributory negligence.
On whose part? My part
No,
or
I
his
don't.
part?
Okay, if the dude has a knife, I don't get what he's asking.
No, I'm
Like,
saying
are you asking, is it wrong or is it
if
legal?
my aggressor sees me with a knife and he still tries to attack me, then what is the outcome of that?
He probably gonna get cut.
I don't have right to use that. Like, yo,
just
it's
told
almost a warning. Like I'm pulling out this knife. Like, leave me alone. I'm sick of y'all. Leave me alone.
Now I'll say this: when you pull out a weapon and you can have more of a justification. I pulled out a pistol, and they still came at me. That actually works more in your favor because it's like they're trying to take it from you. They're gonna shoot you, but you still got to defend that in court.
Right.
That's the
I'm
problem.
just asking, you know, would that be a, you know what I'm saying? Like they saw me pull out the knife and I'm like, yo, leave me alone.
That just helps the case. But the nasty part is that even if in Texas, if somebody breaks in your house, that's pretty easy. Smoke them and light them up. In Texas, they really want to give you a pat on the back for that. But when it comes something where we got to prove and what happened, who hit who first, when it gets to that, the problem is you got to go to court. That's all I'm saying. If it costs you $30,000, $60,000, sitting in there for 8 months, it is what it is.
I agree with you, but don't you think based on and salute everybody, don't you think?
And I'm not saying you can be right, but you still got to go through the process.
No, and I agree with that. But if we looking at just the fringe evidence that we got from the police report and everything, it seemed like it's going to be hard pressed for the prosecution to argue murder because that comes with intent So
Right.
based on all the circumstances around this case with him, being in his, proper presence, not bothering nobody, not being the first aggressor or agitator of the situation, and then, along with him asking was the young man okay, actually defending himself based on the logic in the report from the actual witnesses that were Metcalf's friends. Whether if they're telling the story from this way or that way, what they're actually saying is that their friend went over there and accosted this person first, no matter how you look at it, right? And like you said, based on Texas law, which I think is, again, another nuance that people not understanding, that culturally, when you grow up in places that got stand your ground, castle doctrine, et cetera, you might be groomed a different way than somebody that grew up somewhere else. So they don't have the duty to retreat as other places do. They don't have to. It don't have to necessarily. And you could probably help educate them a little more. When it comes to stand your ground, it's great bodily harm, which stand your ground is a self-defense case, right? So it don't necessarily got to do with you feeling like somebody's gonna kill you. All you have to do is feel like it's a threat of great bodily harm, and he got a strong case for that, being that his size, like you say, size advantage matters.
Possible advantage,
And there's
yeah.
two of them. You dig what I mean? So it seems like the prosecution may have jumped the gun, and I spoke on this earlier with the murder charge, because that comes with intent, and that's going to be very hard to argue. On top of the case law that's already been presented in Texas with similar cases with stabbings on school grounds, where people have actually been found guilty and engaged in fights, willingly, and stab people, and and people die. And the most I think I seen somebody get was a 30-day in jail, 10-year probation for a negligible homicide.
Yeah, the problem with case law is Tuesday I do a crime, Thursday Freezy does a crime. It's still going to be different how they go about it. Different judge, different jury, different whatever. They're going to do what they want to do after the fact. I might get 20, he might get 5.
No, listen, brother, I agree with you.
It's a false sense of consistency.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, that point right there, the false sense of consistency.
Right.
This is what I'm saying based on the case law in this previous case that happened in San Antonio in the state of Texas. Texas, as we all know, got that motto, don't mess with Texas. And, the undertone of the racism and the bias within this case, I think what supersedes that is the fact that in a state like Texas, just like I'm in Missouri, they protect their stand your ground laws and their gun laws way more than they are willing to stand on a racist rhetoric in order to set the precedent of a case law that can undermine them being able to stand their ground, and so on and so forth. You feel what I'm saying? So even when I'm talking about the Jesus San Miguel case, that was a Mexican fighting another Mexican. They very well could have threw the book at him, but they didn't want to set the precedent for case law in the state of Texas. And this was just last year. They didn't want to set that, because then now that, that will be used in other cases, right? So what they did was give him negligible homicide, 30 days probation, because God forbid in a state where we want people to protect themselves, castle doctrine, have any reason to feel like I'm threatened by somebody and can lead to violence, they don't want to change that. And a quick caveat, is the reports are coming out that Carmelo did not have a knife. He had a cleat cleaning tool.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now the new
kind of the same thing, because it's still a weapon and it's still legal.
If he's stop real quick. A cleat cleaning tool for any athlete, for anybody who may have played football or ran track. It's a little, probably like a 3-inch blade that's perfectly legal to have on a school campus, track meet, or whatever, to clean your cleats. Right? So again, that's what I'm saying. A lot of this media propaganda that they're putting this information out like this dude is some type of thug, murderer, loose cannon, and now that more and more information is coming out, it's more in line with just a kid at a track meet being accosted.
Yeah, we was pushing back on that anyway.
It's gonna be a game changer.
Yeah, I was pushing back on all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, his dog leash and the credit score and everything they brought up for 30 years. I was pushing back on that anyway. I was like, look, let's focus on what actually happened. 2 dudes, 1 dude.
One dude
Yeah.
said this, one dude cut person. What's the law? That's all I was more focused on. All that extra.
I could agree with that.
The coulda, shoulda. Well, he looked at him wrong, and he sent them this 6 weeks ago on the internet. I don't know. Really don't. And to be honest, I don't even throw all this race stuff in there either. Did he say, man, I'm gonna get a black dude today? Now in the court, yes, some race.
Well, hold on, real
Just
quick.
because the one was black and one was white doesn't mean he said, I'm gonna go systematic oppression and get some of these black guys.
That part you don't know until you get the testimonies from the children around those games.
Now if it gets there, then it gets there.
But hold on, Scamp. Why race is a factor is because in the case of Carmelo Anthony, who lives in the state of Texas, Frisco, who we can now see just from the outside looking in, it is an undertone of racism within these places. So the reason why that has to be highlighted, because that's a part of his defense. It's like it's a different feeling as a black man in Texas, I would assume, when you're being approached by two white linebackers. You see what I mean? He has to give his testimony, whether it's on stage or through his lawyers, that hey, I'm groomed into this type of society. I've seen this before in the state of Texas. It's historical precedent for this. So we can't just now, and I get it. We supposed to be like color law is blind, but the nuance is true. You see what I'm saying? Like white people, for lack of better words, have been able to justify some of these things based on perceived threats, on how niggas dress, their hair look, shit like that, right? So the historical evidence for a young black kid growing up in Texas, we just can't undermine that and say, no, let's not add in race. No, let's add that in. That leads into his fear of being accosted, right? As black people, bro, moving from the city of Chicago to Southern Illinois, I'm telling you, that fear is real. And for a child his age, you get a rude awakening when you get approached by two white teens. It might not be the same as somebody who grew up in the city. I grew up in kind of like both type of situations. So how white people would approach you in the city might be totally different how they approach you in the country, and that will affect your reaction.
Definitely.
Frisco's
Bobby, check this out. Hold on a second. Hey, Bobby, check this out. What you were just saying.
Can I say one thing before I go? I'm going to go.
Is that Bobby? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Thank you, Freeze. I appreciate you. I just wanted to add it on.
Most definitely.
Yeah, all day. Thank you, Brody. And thank you. Salute to all the brothers. Happy holidays, everybody. When you were always talking about same crime, different day. No, what I've learned is what it comes down to is like, for example, out here in PG, we say like pay good or plead guilty. So what I noticed is that what it comes down to is who can afford to advocate the case better. And that money comes into play. As long as you can pay that bread, I mean, you got a much better
part of it. I can agree with that.
You see, that's all I was to say. But yeah,
I'm just saying that case study is not. No, I'm just saying that case study is not consistent enough for people to always try to go off of. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, hold on. Where gone? Not where.
No, I give you an example. Hey, yeah. Somebody showed a video where it's a YouTuber, big old dude, following a dude with a camera with a cell phone in his face, and the dude shot him. That's unnecessary. I see it as a homicide, and both these dudes are white. Harassment and fear for my life are two totally different things. You shoot the dude because he's following you with a camera in the middle of the mall. You just smoked him. You didn't fear for your damn life, and he ended up getting away with it. I don't know.
Hey, hold on, world. Hold on right before you dip, because I want to say this kind of with you on what y'all was saying. It's
hold on before you say that. Shout out the conversation with my sister MJ. Thank you for the $10, MJ. She said, not Freezy doing 48 hours again. Keep up the great work. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Shout out to MJ in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit that notification bell on Conversations with MJ. Excellent content creator. No Cap-tivity. If you need your comments read and highlighted, or simply want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Go ahead, 2 Cent.
Yeah. What I want to say is, man, I mean, it's hard. I don't try to talk about California business or people in New York business, because I don't stay there, and I haven't lived there for an amount of time. I stay in Texas, And what I'm saying is the law, they keep saying weapon, weapon, weapon. Even if you look it up, you can Google it yourself.
It was
You
legal.
don't have to be a lawyer to know the law, but you have to have, I can carry my weapon if it's 3 inches blade, 4-inch blade, I
5.5.
still have.
Yeah, it got to be under 5.5 inches in Texas.
Yes.
You should
So
know that.
first of all, so quit saying it's a weapon. So now it's deemed a tool in the state of Texas. That's number one. Now, for the guys that tried to be the aggressors and they proved that they were the aggressors in this situation, trying to bogart and make him move while they're in the stands where there are no assigned seating. So that wasn't his business to do what he did. So I understand sometimes Texas got some crazy laws and we do some crazy things down here. And I've been down here for long enough. I'm from the East Coast. I know people don't understand. It confused me. I'm on an island out here. So when I try to talk to people and let them know, I'm like, yeah, imagine this. Only a few people that I know, like if you've been in the military or something like that, you went to white bars because say non-black. You can get caught up behind enemy lines. You don't know what it's like to almost about to lose your life. And you don't know what all these people are going to do to you. In the state of Texas, the law is if 4 people approach me and acting like they're going to hurt me, I don't have to wait for one to punch me or grab me to defend myself. We don't have a duty to retreat here. And I want other people to understand.
It's like that. It's like that in St. Louis too, brother. That's why.
You don't have a duty to retreat.
There we go. That's what I was speaking to. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't have a duty to retreat. It's not like these other states, man. I'm telling you, it's a foreign country here. People look at it. I'm like, just Google it and you'll see what I'm talking about. And you can see some case laws about it. But guess what? When people get convicted, acts a felon. See, people listen to the beginning of it. That stuff be getting overturned, thrown out, reduced sentences and stuff like that. It happens all the time, but they don't report on it. I know the game and what the play is. Most people are not going to report on, hey, now they reduced the charge and threw this out and this, that, and other. And that's normally how it goes.
Yeah, that's where a lot of these white pundits kind of mucking up the numbers because they'll say something like black people get convicted get charged with the most crime, but then they won't throw out the number that we also get the most cases thrown out or dismissed, at that same,
over 65. Hold on. Wait, 65% black folk get exonerated.
Right. So it's like they throw that first number out as far as being charged, but they don't never follow it up with a lot of these charges be trumped up or you know what I mean? These cases get thrown out because it wasn't no, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have no reason
Bobby, ain't that on us to
search people and stuff. Go ahead.
Ain't that on us to know the difference between being charged and then being convicted of a crime?
Correct. And that's why I was glad the brother that's in Texas, spoke on that nuance because, I'm born and raised in Chicago, but once, my mother got remarried and we moved to St. Louis and growing up in those 2 different places, now both being violent, both places where you have access to weapons. The only difference is in Chicago at 18, my access to a weapon is limited to illegal stuff unless I go about like stringent proper ways to get weaponry. In Missouri, in St. Louis, 18 years old, you walk in there with your ID, you get a gun, any type of gun that's legal in that state, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way in Texas.
21.
And right, it's 18 in St. Louis, in a lot of these places where they got these stand your ground and these loose gun laws.
It's 21 most states.
You said in most states?
Weapons 18, guns, handguns 21 most states. Even the war zone states.
Well, I'm speaking on St. Louis. That's what I'm saying. I'm being specific.
Okay.
I'm saying I know in St. Louis and in most of Missouri, like Missouri in general, the age is 18. Because they're like in Texas, the same way, because the perception ain't like going to kill. The perception is hunting. You got to think in a lot of these, like in the states where I'm at, it's a large, like rural culture. It's a large, you know what I'm saying? People that's outside. So knives and guns and things like that aren't perceived the same way they get perceived in the city. So so they have to go by the state. So even though Houston is a major city, just like St. Louis is a major city in the states of Texas and Missouri, respectively. Most of the state is rural, so they going by the
Missouri
rules
21,
of
big dog.
huh?
Missouri 21 for handgun. Most
Okay, well
places just 21 for hand.
they might have just
The
changed that because I
yeah,
knew it was 18 a
most
few years
places
ago.
shotguns and rifles you get an
Yeah,
18,
18.
but
Okay,
handguns, yeah.
that's what I'm speaking on.
There you
Shotguns
go.
and
Yeah.
rifles. Okay, now and that's why I'm being specific
That
because
was 22 caliber, 21 caliber.
right, a lot. Now the reason why I'm being specific with that because you're right. 18, you can get shotguns and rifles. In St. Louis, the AR rifle. Wait, AR rifle is the staple for young niggas out here in the streets in St. Louis. You understand what I'm saying? The AR is considered a rifle, but
Yeah, and the Draco.
they can't put that stock on it. The Draco is considered a rifle. They can get all these things legally here. You see what I'm saying? At 18 here, right? Because it's still considered hunting equipment. Mossberg shotgun. You know what I mean? All these things are things they can get. And you're right with the 21 with the handgun, right? But it's still, a 3-year difference. Basically, the point that I'm speaking to when it comes to the knife situation, is no age limit on that in most of these states that we're speaking of with the stand your ground. It's
Can we make that a thing?
It's no
Yeah,
restriction.
can we make that a thing?
We all agreed. We all agreed that
Hold
the knife or weapon, whatever it was he had, was
Hold on,
legal.
let him get the
Hold
super
on,
chat,
Spam.
y'all. Let him get the super chat.
Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt for his $2 super cap. Appreciate you, bro. He said, "What that W stand for, Slimmy? What up?" What?
West side.
West side, my dog. Slimmy,
No, he's saying a W, a win. He's saying a W. I ain't from no West Side.
West Side, Slimmy.
West Side.
I ain't from no West Side. I'm from the East
No,
Side. I'm from the Southeast Side.
You from East
No,
Coast?
it's one thing
I'm from
I
the South Side.
It's one thing I disagree with.
Hold
Not
on, I ain't done.
100%. Oh, go
I
ahead.
ain't done.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Shout out to Trucker Yell for his $5 super cap. He said, "I told you, Freezy, one more month and the village is out of Plano, Frisco area. Big dog, the missus don't like it, nor do the kids. We out this racist ass area." So Trucker Yell actually lives in Plano. He lives in Plano, which is probably 5 or 10 minutes away from Frisco. And he said his whole experience in that area has been racist. It's been a lot of racist situations he's encountered with his family, his wives, his kids, and whatnot. So shout out to Trucker Yell.
Which is why the race argument in the defense of Carmelo Anthony is purposely, is pertinent because that's a part of his defense, that perceived fear, that threat. I live in a highly racist area, and here I am minding my business being approached by two, oversized white gentlemen for no apparent reason. I haven't done anything wrong. Yeah, you don't know what they're gonna do. And if you go up in a place
one
where
more super chat, bro. He got one more super chat, yo.
Shout out to Trucker Yell.
Read.
Appreciate your Trucker Yell for having your VIP pass for 9 months. Shout out to you, dog. He said, "Freezy, it's been 62 hours, dog. It's time to shut it down. Don't you miss your family? Laugh out loud. Get off the internet." Shout out to Trucker Yell. I appreciate you, man. I got one more.
Cap-tivity.
I got one more. Let me see. I got a PayPal. Shout out, man. And shout out to Carl, man. Always coming through on the PayPal side. Carl, thank you, bro. Carl said, just supporting the content. Shout out to Carl Anderson for his $20 PayPal. We don't usually get PayPals, man, so it's always special. I appreciate you, Carl. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Go ahead, y'all.
No, I'll say I disagree with the scale. I ain't gonna say 100%. I disagree with the scalability that y'all put race into this. There are black people who get into it with black people, with Hispanics, whites who get into it with white, Mexicans against Middle Eastern. There are people who don't like each other, and sometimes they get to fighting. Every time, it doesn't mean, oh, bliggity black race oppression system, feared for the life. You didn't like what this person did and what they said, and y'all got a problem, regardless of race. Now, if it becomes that, or it has something to do with like actually really being there, then I get it. But you can't just make it there if it ain't there. And just throw white and throw all this stuff in there. Now the court, that's a little different.
Wait, you can't say that.
They made it there. We didn't.
Wait, listen, you can't say that if what we dealing with is perception, and like that's part of the law, the perceived threat, right? That's what it's stating in the law. So
How do you justify?
That's not gonna work
I'm
in court.
trying to explain.
Go ahead,
But
finish.
listen, you saying it's not gonna work in court, and I'm saying the perception of a threat, it goes into my life experience. It goes into everything, right? Just like a woman walking down the street, if she being accosted by a man, yeah, the perception of the threat. Look, I done been violated before. I done been and here come this random man grabbing me out the blue. I'm 5'5". He, you know what I'm saying? He's 6 foot, whatever. He grabbed me. If she pull out a weapon to defend herself, yeah, she can very well argue. Look,
That's
I got
not
it.
perception.
That
That's
is
reality.
and
Yeah,
that's what I'm
we
saying.
read
But listen, and
we
that's
read
what I'm trying to
reasonable
get
belief
to.
earlier.
The reality that there we go. Reasonable. The reality of black people who live in these communities is that they experience racism. We hearing it over the internet. We're hearing it from people who actually live in these areas. So I'm saying if you don't live in an area or
Saying it from the
that's from the
judge.
city and stuff, like I'm from Chicago, bro. Chicago is very segregated. So it'd be hard for me to argue that because we don't come into contact with white people like that. We don't live in spaces. We don't cohabitate. We don't integrate with white people like that.
Yeah, Scam.
Why they doing the judge
Integrate
on
and
shit?
live with white people and can
I don't
actually
think that's
say,
gonna
yeah,
help. I don't think that's gonna help the defense.
I have a lived experience of this, and two, it's gonna help him based on the fact that he was minding his business. And two,
Nah,
white
because then they're gonna because the thing is you gotta still realize like he's only 17. So and then he didn't grow up in poverty
what
or nothing.
17?
Well,
What they got to do with it,
he didn't grow up in poverty. He's only gonna have but so many experiences, not like a grown man like you and I.
brother?
So that's
I'm
not
trying
gonna
to tell you.
that's
I'm
no,
trying to tell you that's my experience, bro. Listen,
right. That's what I'm
if
saying.
you grew up in the city,
You can't use your logic in this case and act like it's going to be the same logic of a child that's 17 who probably hasn't experienced the same things to the degree that you have.
but that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. I experienced these things at 17.
I understand that very well.
That's
I
why I was trying
understand
to
that
make
very
the
well.
difference between growing up in a mostly black experience in Chicago and moving to Southern Illinois where we integrated in with white people that's from all these rural areas and stuff. My high school experience was littered with these type of experiences. It was a culture
you
shock.
you don't
like,
know
oh,
if they're in rural areas or not.
Well, they
Bro,
well,
Frisco-
okay. So wait.
I'm not
so,
buying it.
So
no.
To back
Frisco,
you up,
Texas, Frisco,
Hold
Texas
on.
is not a major city.
Yeah,
It's
it's
suburban
only to,
Dallas.
But he's not from there.
I'm not saying that he not from. I'm saying he lived there. I wasn't from.
No,
I wasn't
okay, hold
from.
on.
I wasn't from
Help
Belleville.
yourself.
You see what I'm saying? I wasn't from Fairview Heights, but moving there from Chicago, it's like, oh, I gotta change the way that I perceive white people. Some of these people are a literal threat.
So
It's not gonna
like
work in court, dog.
To back up, kind of,
It's not gonna work.
I agree with both of y'all. What you saying, Bobby, is I experienced that when I went to the boot camp. Like I had a perception because I'm from Cali, so our perception with white folks is it's whatever. You feel me? We all get along, whatever. When I talked to them niggas from the Louisianas and the Texas, them niggas sounded like my daddy and them when they was growing up. Completely different thing. Then I got stationed in Texas, and that shit feels different. It's even hard to explain. Like you get into it with a white person in California, it's like it's another person. You get into it with a white person in Texas, you don't feel safe. Like
there we go, and that's
especially
all
when you're
I'm
talking about the
saying.
smaller towns. And but the reason why I agree with Slimmy is it's not like he's gonna have a jury full of people that live that experience. That's the problem.
How do we even know he's gonna have a jury at all?
Yeah, he might get up.
Okay, well, I'm
if
assuming
if he did, we can't expect.
yeah, I was
He
gonna
got
say
their own
if he
court
did.
district in
No,
Frisco.
I'm saying he could very well opt to have a judge trial. This is what
No,
you
that's
got to
true. That's
understand the
true.
law.
I'm
He could-
assuming. I'm assuming jury, but if he has
Right
a
on that,
judge,
Bobby.
hopefully he would have a judge that went through that similar
Look at
experience.
the situation he in now.
He
He
got
got
a
a black.
sister.
He
He
got a
got a
black
sister.
judge right
He's
now.
doing
One
right
like
now.
ain't no way if y'all had it. His lawyer, I guarantee you, is not dumb enough to say I would rather choose a tainted jury pool than take my chances with this black judge who got a better understanding of the law and probably know the actual experiences of this place.
But
Like I've been locked up before, bro. I had a
He
judge
hasn't went through the
trial.
grand jury yet, so I don't even know if she's going to be the jury of the actual trial.
No, she is. She is.
She is. She the one
yeah, she
presiding
is.
over it.
So
Hey,
if the
I
grand
got a
jury,
That's
so if the grand
everything.
jury comes back with an actual indictment, then it's guaranteed she's going to cover that trial.
Yes.
hey, I got a question for y'all
And
then.
it's a small town. It ain't a lot of judges.
If
Unless
y'all are
they
saying you can use perception,
You
oh,
sure
go
she
ahead,
wasn't a
Fred.
bond? She wasn't.
It's
Y'all
not.
sure she
Hold on.
wasn't
It's
just a judge on a bond
250,000. It's
here?
not a town. It's a city. Like, because you remember we talking about Texas. They have actual towns where you talking population 20, 30. So it's not a town. It's an actual city. It's just a smaller city because it's 200 and
Yeah, the
what
courthouse
50,000
is
people in there.
Yeah, Frisco got
the
a lot of people,
courthouse is
a lot of money.
8450 Moore Street. I'm looking at it right now. It's 8450 Moore Street. They got
No,
their
I got
own court district, municipal
I got,
court.
I got a question with this perception thing, because you're saying because of experiences and because of this, two white guys, because you know how it is, they could have got me. You know, we got the perception of the white dudes. So that's cool that a Middle Eastern guy says, hey, man, these two Hispanic guys, they look like gang members because that was their experience. You saw it on TV and all. Or the white dude says these big, angry, aggressive black men, so they can justify that
But
also.
hold on. The
Right?
justification.
So we're going on this alleged
Hold on, wait.
experiences.
Listen to
that
what I'm
people
saying.
had.
The justification comes once them people become aggressive to you. Now it's overly justified.
What does aggressive have to do with the race? If it was two black dudes or Middle Eastern,
Wait.
same thing.
I'm about to tell you why. Because if I
But the
already,
language in Texas is reasonable.
if I'm on it, if I'm, hold on, wait.
Man.
Who, the brother on here that said he was from Cali, right? If I never been to Cali, but all I have is a perception of California, right? And I'm in a neighborhood walking, and I see a group of young men coming towards me in all red, right? I don't know their intent or nothing, but right off the bat, if I just on a loose stereotypical perception say these guys might be Bloods and gang members, right? That's the first thing, right? Now, if in passing them, they become aggressive towards me, start putting their hands on me, asking, hey, where you from? This and this and that. Now I'm inside of a real threat. See, that's what I'm saying, that where the real threat meets your actual lived experience. Because if I'm just sitting there and two white kids coming up, I can feel that way. I can say, oh, it's gonna be something. But if nothing actually happened, that's just a loose feeling. Now, if I got that feeling and they come up telling me to move, and they come up putting their hands on me with their other brother accosting me, and I'm telling them to stop, and I ain't did nothing. Now I'm inside of an actual threat. This ain't not now. The experience that I may have thought one real is actually happening to me. It's two white people putting their hands on me and trying to force me out of a situation. It's not a stereotype no more. Now this is really happening to me.
I think you're missing my point. My point is this: if them two dudes were Middle Eastern, or one was Middle Eastern and one was from Yugoslavia, once they pose a threat, you don't need the perception. All that stuff go out the window anyway. If the two dudes were black,
that's actually correct. Yeah.
if the two dudes were black or light skinned, whatever kind of junk y'all people be pitching, one was FDA, whatever that shit is. You had your perception, was mostly bullshit. But now once they pose a threat, it's two people posing a threat, and they're bigger than you. You're gonna deal with it how it is, regardless of black, orange, white, if they even speak in your language.
In law, that's called subject matter jurisdiction. That's
right.
what that's
My
called.
pushback is
it'd be adjudication.
I agree. I agree with what you. I agree.
Yeah, my
with
pushback is this: that gives the right for a Hispanic guy or a white guy to say, "Man, these two aggressive dudes with these red shirts on looked like gang members," and say, "What you looking at, sucker?" The threat is them just saying, "What you looking at, sucker?" But they can go and throw all the gang member, all the perception,
Superfly.
just like somebody can throw all this up. You say, "Don't cut me."
Oh,
no
you ain't say
jive.
job turkey, right?
Yeah, don't cut me no jive, motherfucker. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Two big white guys. We can't throw this two big white guys all out there like that until it's a threat.
Hey, Scam.
Just like they can't throw the two big black men.
That's why I'm speaking after the fact. That's why I'm saying in the case of his defense, because everything like before the fact, you're absolutely correct. Everything we're speaking on right now is after the fact. He's been attacked now by two overly sized white men. So that we can't we can't slide past that. That's the fact at this moment.
No, I'm just saying. So what do we need this racist town, all that other stuff? They got in my grill. They was bigger than me, and I cut his ass. That's all you need.
Wait. The reason why
for court, I agree.
Right? No, for court, you're absolutely correct. But even inside of his defense of why he felt threatened and all of that's gonna come to apply. We can't look at we can't not just act like inside a court proceeding, bigotry and all of that shit ain't taken into account.
No, I'm saying it's not good because Slimmy on the panel, he's 6'5", Tommy B 6'4". It opens up the lane to say I'm scared of them big aggressive black guys.
No, but
am I wrong?
No. Let's take it from wherever Slimmy from. Let's say Slimmy from somewhere in New York. Right? Okay, you from Cleveland. Let's say I'm from Cincinnati. And I can say that, bro, I heard Cleveland niggas put a thing out to where if any nigga from Cincinnati get caught in Cleveland, then it's gonna be a problem. That threat of a perception. And if I just so happen to be passing through Cleveland and Slimmy walking up on me as a Cleveland dude, I'm already tense. Then he's, hey, you from Cincinnati? Blah, blah, blah. Then he start getting aggressive. Yes, that heightens the situation for one person because I've already got this perception of, hey, white people in this area or white people who have known to grow up in Texas, they're overly aggressive and it could lead to death, a definitely encounter with these folks. I'm trying to protect myself at all costs.
How you gonna back that up?
Perception part.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Because in the law, because in the law, this is in the law.
Not is gonna say premeditated.
I live in Texas.
This is gonna go along with premeditation though, because
it says perceived threat. It's just
but it's
like
gonna go along with. But this is gonna play into premeditation because you already knew what type of people are going to be there.
No,
premeditation. Before you get there.
Not premeditation. That's not premeditation.
Premeditation would be
premeditation is killing a specific person.
Right, I'm coming there.
It's a specific person.
Wait, I'm coming there to call something. That's not premeditation. It's my intent is to come here looking for trouble. If my intent is just to sit down and I'm not bothering nobody, he's not the aggressor in anything. Premeditation would be I'm trying to go think of a plan to go towards this person or that person or a group of people or whatever. That this has nothing to do with premeditation. I'm at a track meet I'm supposed to be at in an area up underneath the tent, not bothering anybody. This is all witness accounts. Murder and premeditation is thrown out the window just from the eyewitnesses saying, hey, he was sitting there on his phone trying to get out the rain like everybody else. And they felt that he shouldn't be somewhere because of their feelings.
Bobby, hey, everything I need to learn tonight or today as far as what people are saying, when you're not here, man, there's only 2 states that ever shocked me in my life. It was Detroit and the state of Texas. Man, when I got here, I've never heard, I heard of sundown towns and stuff like that. When I got to Texas, man, I actually lived talked to a girl that was in Tyler, Texas. And he's like, no, we got to get back because of this, that, and other. It's a lot of people on this panel. I know you haven't experienced it. So we got different frames of references. When I went to Detroit, I understood what was going on. I was from North Carolina, from the South. I was in my 20s. Man, these people got guns and I didn't know nothing about corrupt cops and all this. Man, it's 2 places ever. And I've been all around this country from the Mason-Dixon line to the east. When I tell you, if you experience it, you would understand what we're talking about when you get behind these enemy lines with a majority of white people. They're not playing. They're not playing with you. They're the cop. They're the judge, they everything, and they try to bully you. And there's some people that's like, no, I'm not gonna take it. But I want to just get to the point. I'm gonna say this and land. Just get away from this whole thing about a weapon. A weapon, the knife would have had to been a certain length. It is considered a tool, no different than you stab me with your fingernail file and all that stuff. So stop spreading that propaganda.
We all agreed on that.
Yeah, we can all spread that into a better light because, like, first of all, he had a right to have it. Now, he violated school policy, but school policy is not law. And that's all I'm saying. I'm gonna land it there and slide back out.
Yeah. I think with you with scam with your yeah, that was crazy. I think with you and Bobby was talking about scam. The we read it earlier with reasonable belief. Just a quick Google thing. I'm just go through it again. In Texas, reasonable is a term used extensively in various legal contexts, often tied to the concept of the reasonable person. In general, it generally refers to, this is highlighted, what an average, ordinary person would do or believe in a similar situation, focusing on prudence and fairness. The penal code is chapter 1, general provisions. It says, I think I put it in the chat. It says, real quick, reasonable belief means, this is Texas law, a belief that would be held by an ordinary and prudent man in the same circumstances as the actor being the person doing something, not like an actor. So that's, the perceived, all that other stuff is just, would you in a normal circumstance, or normal set of circumstances, do the same thing? So
right, and that's what I'm saying.
When I bring up when it's brought up that the two white boys are approaching this young man, telling him to leave, and they don't have the authority, a reasonable, and the state where they don't have a duty to retreat, which this is important. I forgot who brought it up earlier.
Exactly.
They're raised like that.
They're
raised.
raised.
All of them are raised in that.
You.
And that. Yeah, I think you did say that, Bobby. They are raised that way. So it's heavily unreasonable for them to expect him to do something that they all were raised under. They were raised in that type of concept.
That's the point that I was.
They were responsible. They were responsible for going and getting an adult. Whoever ran that event, whoever opened the gate up, that person, it had to be an adult there responsible for that. At that point, that their actions is unreasonable. You don't have the right to enforce something as a student on another student, or whatever you want to call them, athletes at the same time. It's just quick, right there is enough. You don't need nothing more than that.
When you said a reasonable person, right? Hold on. When you said a reasonable person, this is still, you still gotta apply this to the persons they're talking about in the state, persons from the state of Texas. You feel what I'm saying? This is black, white people, Latinos, or whatever. So even if it boiled down to a jury pool of his peers, that's going to be reasonable, the race thing, in the eyes of most black people that might sit in that jury pool. You feel what I'm saying? World class, because this is their lived experience, not us from Chicago or New York or LA and places where it don't like race tension don't apply the same way. This is these people cultural lived experience.
No,
and that's the beauty of being judged by a jury of your peers. That's the value
crazy
of that.
Part people not talking about is even if he went and got a teacher, that teacher can't put his fucking hands on him. If that teacher put his hands on him, that's a lawsuit, and he looking for a new job. Like that's what's insane about it.
I don't hear that coming up. That's why I was pissed when what's his name that was here? Whatever his name, the guy had cammed up. I was pissed when he said that, because he said you go get a teacher, you don't pull out a knife. I'm like, how did you skip the nigga that caused the problem? He was the one. I think so. He's the one that was supposed to went and got a teacher, not the young man that was supposed to be there anyway. And the teacher, like Tommy just said, what was the teacher going to do? Slap him? No. That's I don't care how nobody feel about this. I don't care.
The same way the student did. The
you going to jail.
Would have been in trouble. Like
that's a fact.
Even as a teacher, you can't put your hands on a nigga.
No, I'm
this
not.
The other point though this the other point that JP made, bro. And I even missed this. In that same situation, I don't even argue the deletion charge, right? It was assault. Why was the other little boy not even arrested if it was a fight? I don't even understand why he wasn't arrested.
That's what took place. Don't nobody know if that's what took place.
The witness accounts didn't put the 20 in yet. But
did they actually put hands on? Did they actually put hands on?
The cops don't know just as much. They got to take. I know here in Maryland, if it's three of us and somebody says they taking all three of us.
Yeah, everybody going.
Everybody going to jail, bro. So I don't understand. I didn't even catch that till JP said it. I'm like, that little boy's supposed to be arrested. So you went from not arresting the other little boy that was in the scuffle or involved in the scuffle to giving this young boy a capital one murder charge.
But world class. So no witness accounts has put the twin in it as of yet. Now they have collected cameras from people, and if the camera shows it, then I guess they're gonna proceed from there. But as of now,
they can charge him later. You're right.
No witness accounts have put the twin in it. But my thing is,
that's fair.
from anybody I know. I don't care what race. If the homie in it, I'm in it, and that's the homie. So you damn sure know if the twin is in it, I'm in it. I don't know. That just
Especially in
seems
Texas,
common
bro.
sense to me.
It's Texas.
No,
It's
not even
Texas. They not
Texas.
gonna.
Nigga, on Earth.
You know what I'm saying?
On what Earth
I
does a
just
twin get into it and the other twin just chill and
and
just
if come on, bro.
Wait, hold on,
I've watched
Tommy.
these twin girls whoop somebody's ass.
Not just that, Hunter was the first one that actually
That's
had
yeah.
a problem with Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, so he had a
Hold on.
problem,
Now
and then he
watch
said,
this.
"You know what, brother? You
No, if
handle
it
it."
gets
Like,
to that,
come
then he
on,
should
man.
be charged.
Watch how quick race becomes an issue, right? Just a few days ago, young white kid agreed to a
Kaysen,
fight. Kaysen, there we go. Agreed to a fight. Walked into a bathroom to fight. Said he got scared because they was gonna jump him or whatnot. Stabbed the kid in the back
multiple times.
multiple times. Oh wait,
Yeah, I think
that's
I
not the
run this up
kicker.
earlier.
That's not the kicker. Here's the kicker. This I don't know if they ain't because they ain't showing this kid. I assume he a look white child or maybe mixed Latino whatever.
Nah,
But
he white. They
he's
showed him.
okay. He's a little white
Yeah.
kid, right? Stabbed this other kid multiple times in the back.
The other kid
Good.
was Hispanic.
The other kid was Hispanic. What was his charges? Assault with a deadly weapon, not attempted murder.
No,
That's
he
the
got
point.
a murder charge.
No,
No, he
he
got a
got
murder charge.
assault with bro. Unless it's another case that I'm looking at.
Nah, bro. I'll
Because
tell you
hold on,
what,
did the kid
yeah.
die?
Yeah.
Okay, the case I'm looking at, the child didn't die.
Oh no,
So
Casey Allen and the kid
okay,
died.
so the
That's when they
Casey
was in the
Allen kid
bathroom.
died. So I'm looking at
Yeah.
another. It's another case. This is what I'm saying. This is common in Texas then, because I done seen 7 cases after I done looked this up in Texas where people getting stabbed on the school ground.
Well, the
Right?
crazy part to me is people acting like teenagers don't carry knives.
Right, but my point is this particular case that I looked up that it ain't the case and it ain't the case in case because this child didn't die. But my point is they didn't charge him with an attempted murder. They charged him with assault with a deadly weapon. So that goes to show you intent. The fact that they charged him with a murder, like you got to prove my intent
That's
was to
weird.
kill somebody with this knife. When people out here just getting assault with deadly weapon, a knife don't mean I'm intending to kill you, especially if I'm stabbing and running away. And I'm sorry, like you got to understand that per the laws in these states.
You talk about 2 different outcomes though too.
Yeah,
Somebody's dead and somebody's not.
The outcome don't matter. You got to
What?
improve listen. The intent
died?
matter, bro. Listen,
All right,
The outcome is the man died. Come on, man.
All right,
bro, you know law, bro. You know
He died. What he saying is
somebody.
law.
Wait. The law. My intent matters whether if somebody dies or not. We gotta know
That's
that
true.
when it comes to law. That's all I'm saying. So me stabbing
I think he's
somebody
saying it would
don't
have been
prove the
attempted
intent
murder.
of murder.
Oh,
That's all
I
I'm
agree with
saying.
that part.
No, I
That's
think he's
right.
saying in the case he's talking about, if they figured his intent was to get him out of here, then it would have been attempted murder. It wouldn't have been the assault. That I think that's what he's pointing to.
But my point, but that's what I'm saying. This
No,
just
I'm
happened.
agreeing with you.
But this just happened. That's what I'm saying. They didn't
Yeah.
rush to charge him with attempted murder. He just
Yeah.
got assault with a deadly weapon. Whether if they up the charges later, it's to be, you know
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying? It's to
I
be
think
determined.
with this one, they definitely taking this one down. Like this, I don't think this gonna be tried as a murder. But I think
At all.
people
I
people
don't even think
acting
it's
like
gonna
a
get indicted.
teenager walking around a knife is the weirdest thing. Like, bro,
It
I literally bought a
it
knife
is
as
when
a
it's a nigga,
teenager.
Tommy.
I
people that
bought a
come from
knife
these other
because they
states.
sold it at the liquor store. No, I'm not. I'm in California. I
Yeah.
bought one because they sold it at the liquor store. No other purpose.
Yeah.
I didn't have no problems with nobody. I went and literally because they sell it at the liquor store, and I'm a dumb kid. Let me buy one. I got a scar on
They
my
sell
hand
them
right
little
now
knives.
because like this shit is wild. And people are like, oh
They
my
sell it at
god,
the
why you
gas
have a
station.
knife?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They sell those little fold out knives at gas station, liquor store. Like they're so
Yeah.
accessible in these
Anywhere.
states. You know what I mean? And
Tobacco stores.
especially right, they're not. It's no age restriction on that in these states. It ain't like
You can get a
that's
Boost
not
mobile
against the
phone and a
law,
knife at the same
right?
spot.
That is not against the law.
They don't ask for nobody
Buying a
ID to
knife,
get a knife.
yeah, because
Ever.
there ain't no age restriction on it at all. You get a knife before you get a pack of cigarettes.
No, all I'm saying is this: when you
I
throw the
think that's true.
perception
Yeah,
and that this is Texas and this is how these white people, if you want to put that into court, it's gonna backfire. Because that means every woman can say, you know
Why would you
how
say
these
that?
crazy men are, you know how them crazy big aggressive black men, and they're gonna keep doing it. Or anybody can just say, well, you know how them white people are, because it's gonna spread to Texas to Arizona. And you know them white people, them blacks, like it's not something you can make across the board.
Hey, Scam, they
Aggressive
do it
black
all the
guy with a
time.
blue shirt on. Shoot
They do
them
it
and
all the
all you know
time,
how they
Scam.
are.
They do it all the time,
I give you that.
No, I never said it was cool. Do people do it? Yeah. Is it cool? No. But if you're talking about trying to make it a standard, you don't want that.
Well, that's common. That's kind of the argument Logic was making earlier today. He was talking about if you set this as a precedent, are y'all ready to deal with that?
That's already a
I
standard.
mean, I don't agree with it. I don't.
Listen,
The bigger,
I don't
aggressive
agree with
black
it
guy
neither.
thing is not cool.
But listen, I don't agree with the standard neither. That's why, in the words of Malcolm X, this is like the chickens coming home to roost. Everything, like they have to uphold their law. Because I know one thing that I know is that Texans, especially white Texans, do not want to set precedent in the case law to tamper with them. Stand your ground, gun law, none of that shit. So this is the chicken come. Everything that they've used to uphold their racist system within the laws and the perception of laws and all of that. Now it's all coming back to roost. You hear the undertones the undertones of what's going on with this case. It's screaming racism. Even if, like, to your point, brother, it ain't nothing but just two kids and one kid being scared because the other kid being bigger and all that, and color ain't have nothing to do with it. But we're looking at how the adults are reacting to this.
Oh, that, yeah. The system of the media, they're going to do what
that's
they
what
do.
I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is the crazy part about it.
No, I'm saying I kept it within the line.
Video,
I kept it within the line.
That's evidence in the video that Freezy showed earlier with what Logic keep calling them? The January 6th nigga, the white boy.
Yeah,
sociopath. They're the thing though is like, we want to debate whether we can bring race into it, but they are. Even the dad was telling the nigga what you doing is a problem, but they are.
That's a fact.
Okay, I give you that.
Yeah, it's
I
not
give
cool.
you that. But
I'm fair across the board.
I'm not saying that you were just saying it to us.
No, I got you. Two big Yugoslavians against one Antarctican, and he's 110 pounds. Cut him. I don't care what the race. You aggressing this little dude, and he got a blade, he's gonna slice that ass, and it is what it is.
But
regardless
the
of race,
reason
all the media,
the reason
and all
I say,
the legal stuff.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That,
but
when it
here's
gets
what
to
I'm
that,
saying.
expect all the bullshit.
But Scam, look at what Bobby and Tommy was saying. The cases that they brought up that's fucking similar in the same state. That's why I said Freeze. I think it was last week. It's gonna be dangerous for them to go about this as like business as usual, because you used to doing this dumb shit. Because the racism thing brings this national attention on this precinct and on these judges, and it's gonna put pressure on them to make the right decision. And if it is a landmark case, they can start looking at other cases. Right now in Maryland, every time I'm going on YouTube, right? Every time I go on YouTube, I don't know if it's in other states, they are always talking about the young man that went to juvenile detention center that was mistreated, SA'd, like the young guys that was there.
That's a mistrial.
It's a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, you can't take a minor
class action lawsuit, so they're trying to get as many of them dudes that went through that to file claims and stuff. This could happen for the state of Texas if you keep going through cases and seeing fake trumped up charges. I don't think this county want that much attention on them, so I think they just gonna bail out. I don't even think it's gonna make it to indictment. Honestly,
those parts I agree with. I can agree with y'all on that. Constant abuse of the system and constant whatever. The system and legal part being unfair, yeah, I can agree. I was more just speaking with the situation between the lines. Just making it to where anytime a black and white person get into it, that is race, and the person said, I'm gonna get me a darkie today. Because that's not true.
I get it. I get that it's exhausting. But it's gonna happen, Scam.
I'm aware.
It gets tired of for intake. Like you people get like their palate, their intake palate get like, you get overwhelmed. But at the end of the day, it's gonna happen because everybody want their lick back. For some reason, white people think they got to get a lick back on us, and our people definitely feel like we want to get our lick back.
Let me ask this question:
happen.
How do judges like Angela Tucker? How do judges get appointed to cases like this?
Oh, judges are elected. Oh, how to get appointed? I think it's availability.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, none of us know how they select.
I'm saying, do y'all think they get assigned?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, all of them on rotation, just like public pretenders. They get assigned.
I forgot who the.
Okay,
I forgot
this
who
my
do it.
theory.
Somebody assigns them. Damn.
This is my theory. It's not by coincidence
Superior
that Angela
Court.
Tucker was picked to rule this case. As far as it's especially the bond hearing, I'm gonna tell you why. I think Frisco PD know this shit is weak. They got all the video footage. They got all this shit, and I just think that they know it's weak, dog. They know. I'm telling you, like, there's been no indictment. Now, granted, you know, it could take far longer than 2 weeks to indict a case. You know, we know that. I know that. But I just got a feeling, dog, because there's been so many inconsistencies on the Metcalf behalf. Like with what Hunter said. Like, you know, that wasn't the first interview that Hunter Metcalf did. That Fox News interview was like the third one. And then before that, his story was different. People ain't really understand. People ain't paying attention to that. This boy is all over the place. And then on that last video, because I got it queued up, I can play it if y'all want me to. Bro, he telling his mama to shh. Like his mama was finna say something. He shushing his mama. Then there's somebody else in the background coaching him. I'm telling you, bro, it's just something in the milk ain't clean.
Hey, Freezy, we're talking about people that are trying to keep from going to jail and prison. I'd be talking about aggressive Yugoslavian man if I could to keep him going to jail. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I got the major issue is black people do not. We got a problem with the disparity of the law. It's not that we don't commit crimes. I know we commit crimes. It's like I can't do this and get punished for 5 years, and you give the other guy probation. This is what the problem is, and this is what we're fighting for at this point in time. And you got a whole bunch of other people that's fighting for the other side. You see that it's lopsided. We're trying to dang on set the level right. That's all we're trying to do at this point. And you know it's unfair. I know how the law goes and how they've been treating us, but we're trying to set it right. But when it's other black people that's not trying, if you're not even gonna be on the side, at the very least, stay neutral. Don't do like an immigrant that comes into our country and just talk about us and try to be on the other side and have no dog in the fight at all. That's all we're saying. It's a disparity in the law, and you know it is. They did it since the 80s, 70s, and the 60s, and all that. It's always been that way.
It always will be that way. And with immigrants, you don't know who that immigrants are.
Let me tell you something.
How do you know their opinion?
You know, I think we underestimating MJ too. MJ is in law enforcement, right? You know, and she's been consistently saying she's examining this just like everybody else, and that she said they are trying him by public opinion because legally that boy did use self-defense.
Bingo, MJ.
MJ is in law enforcement.
Now, speaking to that, Freezy, let me ask you this, Freezy. Okay, now let's say this was in Carmelo Anthony's situation. It was a white kid. Do you think he would have this same type of case?
Well, I think that
will it be just like what MJ say? Oh, this is straight up like, you know, like self-defense. Like, will it be a straight up self-defense, or will it be the same thing that what we see now, for as Carmelo Anthony have to really guilty, like how some people pursuing him
guilty until proven innocent,
you know?
Oh no.
He'd have been home having dinner.
If it was a white kid, first of all, it wouldn't have been $1 million bond bill. We just seen a guy out of Mississippi, Cody Rallison. I covered it. He word is he ran over the little kid. He ran over, I forgot, I think his name is I forgot the little black kid. But he ran over a black kid with a truck, pickup truck. He ran over and the kid left him for dead, and then came back only to retrieve his broken rearview mirror, and then left again. And word is, even the news anchor, a news reporter was like, they're still trying to determine if Cody Rallison actually ran over this little black kid on purpose, which we know he did. Jordan Hill, thank you, Robert Williams. That's the name of the little black kid, Jordan Williams. Guess how much? Now he killed this kid. He killed this kid with his truck. Guess how much his bond was?
It was like
$41,000.
So hold on,
$41,000 for
I gotta say this to
vehicular
keep it
homicide.
lit.
Yes.
Casey
Yeah,
Allen,
he was right. The kid was riding a four-wheeler.
Casey Allen got a very similar
Yeah.
case in Texas. I think it's about 2 hours from where this happened. He had $1 million bond, the same as Carmelo, and they dropped his to 175. So I gotta say
We
that to
ain't
keep
about
it
to talk
lit.
about the Mexicans. What the
Who's that?
Mexicans?
Who's that you talking
That's
about,
the
Tommy?
Mexican stuff right now.
So
Who's that you talking about, Tommy?
Casey Allen was in a situation. It's probably as similar as you're gonna get to this case, but it has differences. Of course, the nuances is different. He had a problem with another kid, a Hispanic kid. They agreed to meet up to fight. He showed up to the fight with
Oh, the
the
white boy
knife.
you're talking about.
Yeah, he came into the bathroom where they was gonna fight at, and I guess it was a couple of other dudes in there. He felt like they was gonna jump him. He ended up stabbing bruh a couple of times, punctured his lung. He ended up passing away.
What his initial bond was again, Tommy?
It was $1 million.
$1 million.
And they dropped it to
They
175.
dropped it down to
And
170.
that's a white boy. So I just gotta say that just to be fair.
No, that's cool. Yeah, they real.
Yeah, I never said the system was fair, black and white.
But
I'll never say that.
But
I was
here's
saying
the
when
second
people-
part to that question,
Go
though,
ahead, go ahead.
Crazy.
Was
you know
anybody
how
else
you have
arrested?
guys that's like
Not that I know of.
especially like black men that's automatically throwing Carmelo Anthony in jail, right?
Yeah.
What if it was reverse? Like, what if it was flipped? Him and Austin Metcalf. Will he still be guilty then? Will it still be his fault then?
Let
You
me
gotta
get it,
ask
Freezy.
them-
Let
you
me
gotta
get it,
ask them
Freezy.
dudes.
All right, let me get it, Freezy. I got it.
Hold on. Before you get it, let me make sure I paint it right. Austin Metcalf was sitting down, minding his own damn business, talking to his homeboy from Memorial High School, and Carmelo Anthony hovered over him, stood up and hovered over him, and Carmelo Anthony's twin brother was aggressive towards him too. That's what you asked.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, 2 Cent. I just needed to go ahead and paint the picture. You know?
Yeah, but a lot of times I notice. I mean, I like to hear both sides of an argument on anything, you know. But when people have to interject a hypothetical, that means they have nothing. You can't even talk about the facts. It's like, what if my mama didn't smoke crack, or what if my daddy
Hold on,
was at home?
2 Cent. I think you misunderstanding. He's saying if it was reversed. He's saying if it was reversed,
But it's still hypothetical because it ain't
Yeah,
reversed.
it's still hypothetical. See, this is what I'm saying. It's a whole distraction on what you're trying to accomplish and get to the point. Is when someone has to inject a hypothetical, and we all got right now just preliminary facts on things that's going on. I get it. Hey man, what if he actually stayed in Louisiana? Man, I'm not about to go back and forth with you and talking about what if Michael Jordan played with against LeBron and all that. Yeah, people can distract you from a conversation very quickly.
He got
At the snap of a
Hold
finger.
on. Let's keep it
But
lit.
no,
2
hold on.
Cents.
I'm gonna land it. But what I'm saying to you,
it's not a distraction on the facts. It's a
hypothetical.
Also like an observation of what people have been how people been portraying Carmelo Anthony. So it was just simple.
Next level. I
Yeah.
answer your question like this, bro. This shit happens in the hood every day. If this exact scenario would have came out, most people would have said the nigga shouldn't have put his hands on him. I'm just being honest with you. Now, you would explain that, okay, he could have handled it differently, he could have walked away, etc., etc. But for some reason, ain't nobody gonna ignore the fact that this dude came and put his hands on him. That's why we tell our kids
now
to
you
keep your
saying
fucking
that,
hands to
but
yourself.
are people saying that? Are people saying that about
Hey,
Austin
next level.
Metcalf right now?
None of them are over here. That there are
Wait,
those
say that
pounds
again.
that
Say
hate.
that again next.
Yeah.
Level. Are people saying that about Austin Metcalf?
Yeah. Are people
No,
saying
that's
that about
the problem though. Is no everybody wants to ignore the original sin and they want to go to the reaction. I tell people, Doc, I'm 42. You touch me, you probably about to go see God. whether you like it or not, and you can call all that coward shit. You can tell that to God. You ain't gonna tell it to me. I
I
don't give
think
a fuck.
that's
I
why next
mind my
level.
own business.
That's why next level introduced the hypothetical.
Yeah.
Because we're like,
And I got something to say to that.
we can all use critical thinking and
Deductive
deductive
reasoning.
reasoning. You know what I'm saying? So go
No.
ahead, Claire.
So
go ahead, World Class.
do y'all think over there in the white sector, a bunch of white people are saying Metcalf shouldn't have put his hands on Carmelo?
Fuck no. No.
Absolutely not.
Hell to the no.
Absolutely not.
Hey, you halfway.
I mean-
you half-ass ain't getting in the black sector.
Man, the niggas ain't said it. You know they ain't
Shit.
said it.
That's
I don't
and
know,
I think
no.
that was the point of the hypothetical. Go ahead.
Hey,
go ahead, Sam.
next level.
Hey.
There are white dust panels that are open. You can hit their StreamYard link. You can find out. As well as there are slavity, I hate black people and I'm black, kissing white ass. Their panels exist. You can go over there and find out. I don't advise it. But there are those panels.
Oh look, this is how I approach the whole situation, because listen, I have to keep saying this for a disclaimer. Condolences to the Metcalf family, and I mean that. Right? You know, I could just imagine how Jeffrey Metcalf feels losing his son. Right? Here's the thing.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think that when we neglect to acknowledge that Austin Metcalf, it was very detrimental that he put his hands on Carmelo. We know Carmelo made a decision to use his knife, but to neglect the initial point of contact, I think we're doing a disservice to everyone, especially young kids. I'm gonna tell you why. This is how I pose the question. Both Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony displayed some sort of physical violence towards each other, whether it was a reaction or action, right? Which actions cost the person the most? Whose actions cost them the most?
Yeah,
one person
because listen, we know Carmelo Anthony, he used the knife as a result of being grabbed, and we know that Austin Metcalf initially felt entitled to grab Carmelo Anthony. But whose actions cost them the most?
The one who died?
We don't
Right.
know that. Well, yeah, the one that died, but the shorty life could be over too.
No, what was said?
You don't know.
Shit. We know the old saying, I'd rather be judged by what is it? By 12
by
than carried
12
8,
and
right?
Judge by 12 and carried by 6.
But
The
by
problem
6.
is he's gonna be judged by 12. That's the problem.
But here's the other angle that I was hitting with too, because no matter what situation Carmelo was in, either side, just because you black, you gonna be judged. Like he on this side, they talking about, with the knife a weapon, how the length of the knife, is it premeditated, is it this, is it that? But then too, I just said flip it. And what did Tommy say off the muscle? Oh man, he should have put his hands on people. He shouldn't have did this. See, people can point out like pick about what you should do as a black person, but do the white people get this?
I'm in agreement that you can do whatever you want to do. You just got to deal with what happens. You're talking about people telling black people what to do. Hey, do what you want to do. You just got to deal with it.
Cam, let me get
white people, same thing.
Hold on, but before this event even happened, let's say we didn't have this Carmelo Anthony situation as a case study. Let's say none of us even knew about this Carmelo Anthony situation. Can we guarantee that most of us in that situation, minding our own business, sitting up under a tent, talking to our homeboy from another school, we get approached by, and I'm just making a one-to-one, a big ass white boy hovering over you. It's not even his tent, and he the same age as you, telling you if you don't get up and leave, what he gonna do to you. Is everybody telling me, we know the best decision was to walk away, but if we didn't have this as a case study, everybody telling me that for a fact you would just say, okay, I'm finna just go.
Not the
No,
men on this
I'm
panel.
definitely gonna get.
We're not walking away.
I'm gonna earn that capital one murder charge because I'm not
Thank you.
stabbing once.
Thank you. World class. Let's live
Now,
in the
I'm,
real
It's
world
not
for a
happening.
second.
to be honest,
Hey,
I'm gonna hope that I can walk away. But if it's a
Oh, thank
Tuesday
you.
or a
That's the
Friday,
honest answer.
on the
Nah,
wrong Tuesday or the
nah.
wrong Friday,
I'm gonna stab
it
in his
might
throat.
be extra.
I ain't gonna say those.
yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That's an honest answer, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's just these the commentary that we've been hearing, especially on the right and with the naggers and stuff and the conservative, like
Mm-hmm.
they talk so matter of factly about what they would have did, and that's why I have a problem. Right?
Well, Tommy B says it all the time, and he's right. 70% of people are non-confrontational.
Until they're approached with violence.
No, even when they're approached,
No, even when they're approached with
70%
violence.
are still
Bro,
non-confrontational.
listen.
Even when they're
Hold on.
approached.
Let's get
That's a
this
fact.
understood because we
I'm
got
right
8 people
somewhere on the
hold on,
borderline.
hold on,
I'll
hold on,
avoid
hold
it
on.
if I can. Well, go ahead, Tommy
Scam.
B.
We got 8 people on the panel,
You bet.
and all 8 niggas gonna say they gonna rob. Cool, perfect. I don't know you niggas personally. I'm telling you from life experience, most of you niggas ain't fighting a motherfucker that outweigh you by 60 pounds. Period. Point blank. You can say shit all you want. I'm 6'4".
Tommy, I'm gonna
Most
say this,
niggas
Tommy.
ain't want this
Tommy,
smoke.
Tommy, I'm gonna say this, right? It depends, right? If a bunch of girls are sitting there and a bunch of my homies sitting there, he said, "Get your bitch ass up."
Ruthless.
Hold on,
I
hold on.
don't
He
give
says,
a
"Get
fuck
your
what
bitch ass
scenario
up."
you put out
If,
there.
if,
Most
if Rufus,
niggas
if it's a
ain't
scenario
fucking.
you gotta go through, then you're not gonna do shit.
If he says, "Get your bitch ass up," nigga, we going 6 foot 7 feet. We gonna figure this shit out after one of us come out the hospital because I ain't swinging for the fences because I'm embarrassed. My pride's in the way. Now the best thing to do is say, I know I can't beat this dude, but I'm not finna take that shame back that nigga punked me. Fuck
Hey,
that.
Ruthless, all the shit you talk about black women, how they ain't nothing. But you gonna throw your life away and get that ass melon no follow in for shame.
Hey, it is what it is,
Oh,
homie.
y'all kill
It is
me,
what it is,
man.
homie. I'm just saying, right? I'm the
And you
school.
come out y'all the leaders, y'all ain't following the women.
Nigga trying to come and pull up on me and punk me.
Here go the funny part though, Freezy.
Let's say nigga try to slap me in front of my bitch. Nigga, what you gonna do?
Yeah, because she in charge.
Hold up.
You got to put on a show for her.
Hold up. You think I'm gonna just excuse me? Why'd you do that? I'm gonna walk away. You got to be out there, motherfucker.
I'm telling you it's true. I'm going
But
off in
that's
that.
but you bringing up a scenario though.
I'm going off in that cracker shit before he even touched me. I'm just being honest with you.
But no,
Hey,
Freezy, this was what's funny, Freezy. So, Buddy in the comments said, "Oh, he got bullied by white boys as a kid." I'm speaking from the point of view of I've had bullied niggas before, and most of you motherfuckers don't want no smoke, nigga. We walked down the street, used to pump fake on niggas, and niggas would run across the motherfucking street. So it's nice when you come on YouTube and everybody's tough as fuck, but in real life, niggas don't want smoke. Period, nigga, and I
You gotta
stand on
pay.
it.
You gotta pay.
Tommy,
Hey,
Freezy.
Tommy,
let me jump in.
Initially, I don't want smoke. I'm gonna try
I'm
to
in
avoid
agreement
it.
with you,
If I
Tommy.
got to, we're gonna get down and get nasty.
Tommy, I'm agreement. We're not looking for smoke. We're not walking around here thinking we're gonna beat everybody's ass. But when embarrassed, when
No,
put
but
on a front
ruthless.
street like that in a situation, we get down. I'm sorry,
Ruthless.
I have to figure it out.
Ruthless. I'm talking about even embarrassing niggas, dog. And this went from the streets to the military. All, bro.
Hey,
The amount of niggas hold on, Ruthless. Hold on. The amount of niggas that talk about what they would do, even when they talked about, oh, you all have had fighting, bro. The amount of niggas say they had fights in high school really did. It'd been WWE in that motherfucker, and it wasn't.
Yeah, but if they got a weapon to access to a weapon, right? They're definitely gonna make you have more courage.
Hey, Freezy.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you something. In world class, I'm gonna need you in a second. I actually got my blood brother, and he could tell you what they called me and my partners when we was in high school. The first domestic terrorists, right? So I don't play this on TV, right? And 35 years of honorable service. So I'm just saying, man, people come from different backgrounds. Hey, but on the world class, I need you on this and help me with this case. You remember when that officer pulled up because the guy went inside the store and stole some cigars? And he said the guy was walking across and the guy came up there and grabbed him by his arm while he was in his cruiser. He said, I fear for my life because he grabbed my arm and I felt like 100-pound weakling. He was like the Hulk, but he still followed the guy. When he told him to put his hands up, he executed him, right? I said, man, stop the BS. If that grown officer that got guns, backup, and all that, and he can say he feared for his life, you can't tell me that young man don't have the right to say he feared for his life. And
No,
you threw
fear
it.
for my life is just
Bruh.
I'm saying whatever I can to try to beat these
But
charges.
no, you know,
Let's be real.
this example I told people that said that. Why would you be scared if you had a weapon? You go to the movie Friday. My nigga Craig had a pistol. He was still scared. That just you having a weapon don't make you not scared.
That's a fact.
But Tommy, you
No,
I seen, bro.
you
I
don't
seen
chase
this fucking
behind
clip with this
something,
boy with a gun got his ass whipped and his gun took.
so
but
Tommy,
you don't chase something you're afraid of.
if what you're
Shooting
speaking
that gun
of
is scary too.
do we have some people that will freeze in that moment? Do we have some people that might cower? We're not denying that these people don't exist, right? We're not denying it. But on a percentile, right? There's a price to pay to being a bully, right? It is, right? I've seen
100%, absolutely. And I didn't say that to be bragging and no shit like that. I think the shit is weak as fuck.
Yeah,
I was young and I was dumb. But what I'm saying is, okay, I'll give you another example. Colin Kaepernick happened. All of these white boys is on the internet. If you ever did that and I was in the stadium, every motherfucking football, basketball, nigga, whether it was professional, whether it was college, or whether it was high school, I went in that motherfucker and I sat down on purpose. Ain't a motherfucker said shit to me. Not a one. But if you went on
Because
the
they ain't
internet,
built like that. Because they
but
ain't
if
built
you
like
went on
that,
the
Tommy.
internet, every flag flying white boy is gonna fuck you up if you sat down during that national anthem. If I see you,
but here's the
Tommy,
thing.
I said the same
that's
shit
why I
earlier,
push
right?
back on that
Hold on
aggressive
real quick.
white boy thing.
I said the same shit earlier when Next Level was up here with a couple other people. They say they like really thinking like we docile, and what you just realize is a little kid in the suburbs in Texas, he'll stab you. But what we about to find out is that these white people is just as pussy and docile as they think we are. Because you ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing about nothing. You ain't gonna do shit. It's like me, a sister, and a family that live at the end of the corner. We the only brown skin people around here, and it's a bunch of Asians and white people. Nigga, I'd have turned this bitch. It'll look like a Christmas tree in this bitch if niggas get busy. I'll light your stupid ass up, niggas. And so when the roles is flipped, you find out what the fuck it really is. Because I think that's a lot of what's going on in these spaces. These niggas really are starting to. They'll tell me all the time, because I'm a type of nigga that say, but I will hurt you, bro, in real life. I'm one of them niggas that will really, they call me to come hurt motherfuckers. That's who the fuck I am, right? So they want to feel like I'm not what the fuck I say I am. But if a little 17-year-old suburban kid that grew up with a great life, nowhere close to Baltimore City, will light your ass up one time and take your life from the white man that you're afraid of, if he'll do it, you think I won't?
So
you
here's
stupid?
the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? This is what we got to look at.
Don't put your hands on freezing.
We do have understanding that there are situations that guys get away with some of the bullying tactics, right? There is. We're not going to say they don't get off, but do not forget, there's someone for everyone, right? There's that one dude, and this would happen to the white boy, because he's been probably getting away with it for years, right? He's probably been punking motherfuckers since probably in fourth grade, right? He's probably been getting down. That's why he had the confidence. Even her mom and Sweet Freezy, quote me right, his mom said he always doing a step up, right? So he's probably did this many times if one, but this one time, maybe, it didn't go the way it always went. So my point is, to Tommy B point, there are some dudes that they don't like confrontation. Yeah, they will cower. But one thing about it, you might get the wrong coward that finds some courage.
Ruthless,
right?
you're right.
But
this is my point.
That's
Hold
what
on.
No, the point is that
Hold on. Ruthless, you're correct. This is my point. He ran into one person, but out of how many was that not the alcohol? So this is my point. So again, we'll get on the panel. It'll be 10 people on the panel, and 10 out of 10, I'm doing this. Most people ain't doing shit when you outweighed by that much. A lot of people are scared off a height. That's the weirdest shit to me.
But
just because the motherfucker taller than you.
But what we want to preach here, though, is please don't try to take advantage of this number.
No, 100%. 100%.
Absolutely. It could go bad for you just like it did for Dude, right?
And
He thought he had him,
100% ruthless,
right? He
100%.
thought he had him, and he's like, "Oh, this little ass nigga, I got me one." Got him.
Hey, but listen, Ruthless. This is
You're
why.
right, Rufus.
First of all, I feel like, from what I've gathered, information I gathered, I think that Carmelo Anthony is going to get off, right? But
I do too. I really do.
Let's say hypothetically he does get off. You know why I really want him to get off? Because the message is going to hopefully the message will switch from it's better to fight or walk away to it will switch from that to, man, it's good to keep your hands to yourself. Like if this boy walk away free,
I can rock with that.
If he walks away free, you can't convict him no more. You can't criticize Carmelo Anthony no more. The only thing you can say now, the only thing that's left out in the atmosphere is, man,
keep your hands.
That's it.
You right. You on it, Freezy. Just like earlier.
You never know. You never know. You never know who you fucking with. You can't just be fucking with anybody, putting your hands on or saying whatever the fuck you want to anybody.
I don't care.
A little suburban kid from Texas in a racist little county, if he'll do it, who you think these niggas from Philly won't do it? You think niggas from Chicago won't? Oakland?
Hey, Freezy, just like you did earlier, right? You let us go back and forth, right? And whatever, right? But when you start speaking, everybody just respect your channel, right? He's like, wait a minute, man. You're going to be slick to me just because you wasn't cussing? And he's like, nah, man, you got to pop out and show somebody. Man, just because I'm going back and forth, let's say I'm going back and forth with World Class. We ain't doing that to you, Freezy. And then to turn it on a dime, man. This is your show, man. You know us. And we going back and forth. You let us get it off our chest. But when you ask us a pinpointed question, we answer the question. We don't give you no slick answer. It's about respect.
Here's the thing. Everybody know me. Like, I don't like, I try to go out my way not to disrespect nobody, right? But I think, and listen, shout out to Bill and Nico, right? But I know Bill and Nico kind. Like, they've taken this position as this so-called black person with more sense and more intellect and more sophistication, and they just know better, right? And so what I was trying to explain to him, he said that we don't know what the truth is. We don't really care about the truth when it comes to this Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf situation. So I proceeded to ask him, okay, hold on. I stopped everybody from talking and I said, well, Bill and Nico, what is the truth? What is the truth? I asked him, what is the truth in this with Carmelo Anthony or whatever? I thought he had some information he was gonna provide. He said, see, you looking at it from a victim standpoint, I'm looking at it from a leader standpoint. And I was trying to tell him, bro, that's not answering the question. That's all I was trying to tell him. That's like every time I ask a straight up question, it's like they try to hit me with this. Like I have higher standards than you type. Like they don't even be answering the question. It's like they be trying to maintain this sophistication, high standard shit. Bro, come off your high horse and just have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, yeah, you guys, basically what they be wanting to say is you guys are ignorant and I'm not. That's the truth. Bro, are we having a conversation?
Well, Ronald was kind of doing that too.
That's what I'm saying.
I teach my people to walk away. Like, we get it. I mean, like we was talking about parenting and stuff earlier. And we get the point. Like,
I don't like ruthless when we talk about parenting.
No, I'm saying, because a lot of us, it's more like we see our sons or us when we was younger, or a form of ourselves in the Carmelo situation. That could have been us or our cousin, whatever. What would you tell them to do? We get it. There's an overkill of people of how tough the man got to be. You got to get them. You got to shoot them both. Like, we get it. But overall, you're going to want your kid to see the whole situation and make the best decision possible. And it might be trying to avoid it. Might be cutting it ass. I'm just saying, but I mean.
No,
and
you're right,
freeze.
Scam. But you know
But you're
what?
gonna want your
I didn't.
son not
I
to be
didn't.
in this situation if it
No,
could have been
you're
avoided.
correct, Scam.
Of course.
And
Yeah,
you
absolutely with that.
can have the greatest parent. Like I feel like my parents was super dope. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't get to that point of walking away till I was a lot older, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I think parenting is important, but I think people put a lot of way too much emphasis on parenting because you can only parent so much, and then that person is going to be an individual. You know, and they're gonna make their own choices and shit like that. So the easy thing is to say the parenting, but you can parent all you want to. I have to choose to listen to that parenting. You can't force me to do shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Thank you,
what
Tommy.
you're saying is what you're saying is 100% true.
Mm-hmm.
Coming from me at 42, I agree with what you're saying. Makes perfect sense. Me at 17, I'd have looked at you like you done lost your fucking mind. I'm not walking away
If you
from
can walk
shit.
away.
No,
If you can walk away.
If I could walk away, I'm not walking away. At
no,
17, nigga, you gonna have to show me.
no. The question is, what could have been done?
Oh, he could have
Either
walked away. I agree.
no, no. What I'm saying is, what
Yeah.
could have been done? What could have been a way to influence you to be a person to walk away, or what could you do
Nothing, to be
now?
honest with you. Like
Or what could
that
you do
came
now
because
to keep a 16-year-old?
because scam that came with wisdom. You get what I'm saying? Like that came from seeing the result. That came from valuing making it back home. You understand what I'm saying? And one
Okay.
thing as a kid, and this ain't like no hood thing or nothing. As a kid in general, you don't value walking through your front door. You think you're gonna live forever. And that's how you make your decisions is from that mindset. You don't think you're gonna die when you're 15, 16, 17. It'll never happen to me. I know it happened to him over here, but it ain't gonna happen to me. That's what comes with wisdom. That's what comes with living is I understand the repercussions of what can happen. Even like what I said earlier, like I understand what fucking with people can get me. So I don't fuck with nobody no more. I get out of the way. I lead with respect. So when I go there,
Mm-hmm.
I know it's because I was disrespected. Because I don't fuck with nobody. Everybody in this space is y'all
That's a
don't all
fact.
see me. I don't fuck with nobody. So when I'm
Yeah,
fucked with, I know I didn't start it because I don't fuck with nobody.
yeah. Anytime I
But that
pop
came with
off,
wisdom.
anytime if I pop off, I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna be all the way right. I can tell
When
you
you
that
when
right
you
Yeah.
now.
pop off, it's funny. I'll just say that.
Nah, that
I'm
should be
just I
funny as
just irritate
boy.
me at the
Hey, I love it when
yeah.
Freezy get off, boy.
Listen,
Freezy,
that shit
I
hilarious.
Freezy will
got
pause.
I
Freezy will
hate you, bitch
pause,
ass nigga.
and he take a puff, and then he
Yo, bitch
lean to the
ass.
left and to the
Yo,
right. He said, "Hey, don't
fuck,
nobody say
nigga.
anything," and he start talking directly
Yeah,
to that
hey,
person. I know
when
where
he
he
start
going to
throwing
go in.
75 fuck niggas, you know he pissed. You
Oh,
fuck
boy.
Fuck, nigga.
No,
That's
No,
all I'm saying
Freezy
though.
will give you 3-4 chances before he pop
Right, he
before he
does.
snap off.
He does. He does.
By the
He
time
does.
he went
Stop
off,
doing
he
that
didn't.
fuck
No, but hold
shit.
on, scam. Oh,
Yeah,
y'all know me because we've been in this space for a while.
yeah, and
Right.
y'all know me. Like I
Right,
push
Right.
people's
But
buttons,
see,
but
right.
y'all know I got bad intentions.
I'm telling Bill and Nico, please stop it. Why
like
you do
Freezy.
it?
I don't know why this pussy nigga in the chat keep on talking to me. Go talk to your bitch, you hoe ass nigga.
Who did it? Who you talking about, Tubby?
Whoever this Max Payton faggot ass nigga is, my bad for saying that, bro.
Can't
Oh,
say
Man,
you can't say that. You
I'm
can't
gonna
say that.
speak to
Hey,
I'm gonna
Tommy B, we got one.
speak to Tommy's point earlier, right? To the dudes who do come up here though,
Gracious, guy.
to the dudes who do come up here flexing
You
sometimes.
know what I'm talking about.
I do see homies get disrespectful on the panel though for no motherfucking reason, right? Because they can't win an argument. So to Tommy's point, dudes need to stop coming up here and acting like they're blowing out threats because they can't win a dumbass argument.
well,
And
Thank
I'm
you.
not even talking.
Thank you, Ruthless.
Hold on, ruthless. I'm not even talking about that aspect. I'm not even talking about the aggressive, right? What I'm talking about is just the simple answers, right? And I always use this example, right? If you had 10 people on the panel and you said, hey, if what happened to Trayvon Martin happened to your son, what you gonna do? Damn near all 10 of them gonna say, I'm about to go spin on Zimmerman, right? But the fact that we have a person that's happened to that ain't do it shows me that niggas ain't lying. I mean, that niggas is lying. And my thing is, one thing I always say is, if you've never been in that scenario before, you can't say what you gonna do. Like I forgot somebody asked me the other day, what would you do? I can't if I've never lost a child, I can't tell you what I would do. If I can tell you what I would want to do, in my clear mind thinking. But if I haven't been in that situation, I can't tell you. And I think a lot of people have not been in these situations,
So
and they
but I
like
want
to
to
answer like they would.
yeah, so I'm just
Truman,
saying,
say what
right?
you got to say, and then I want to make some space for LA Project.
Yeah,
What's up,
so
sis?
and I'm make this last point. I'm just saying is
Hey.
let this be an example, right? Let this be an example of why you should show respect, why you should show decorum, right? Because
Oh,
we don't
100%,
know, this is a small world, right? You never know where you're going. I ran into OG Speed at the casino, right? You just never know where you're gonna meet or see somebody. And this is a situation with Carmelo Anthony, a situation, let this resonate. Like Freezy said, let this resonate. Because this person could be you. And I don't wish that upon nobody, but we do need to act like we're civilized around this motherfucker because we ain't cut like that.
But no,
Niggas
but
ain't
hold on,
on the
Ruthless.
street.
But
Niggas ain't on the
Ruthless.
street. Niggas ain't on the street pushing the line.
But
Niggas ain't
let me tell you why
just
they don't
working.
though, Ruthless.
Niggas just working, going to school, or whatever you're doing to try to make it in this world. Let's stick to that. But let
But the
us.
Ruthless, the reason why they don't is because they haven't been through shit. The reason why me, the reason why you, the reason why other niggas act the way that we act on here is because we understand that. And so the more these niggas act like that, the more you understand, oh, you ain't really been through shit. Because we understand what getting punched in the face with. Some niggas understand what having bullied. Like we understand that. That's why we move accordingly.
Yeah.
I got respect for any motherfuckers. I know any motherfucker can give it to me. It is what it is, boss. That's the understanding we have because we've been through shit. A lot of these niggas haven't, and that's again going back to my point of everybody answering like they. Again, if you when they having this discussion about Carmelo, everybody's been in fights in school. No, they fucking haven't. But
They have not.
everybody's answering
They
like
have
they
not.
have. Again, if everybody was
Most
having
niggas ain't
fights in
been to a
school,
fight
it
in
would have
school.
been fucking WrestleMania, and it wasn't.
Yeah, everybody fight. Very small percentage of people fought.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's
to your
like,
point, I
I
agree
don't
with you.
even think a fucking third of most niggas. I don't even think a third of niggas fought in school. I mean, less than that.
What's going on,
I
LA
was a fucking main
Project?
one doing fighting in all the schools I went to.
What's up?
Chris, let
What's
me go out
up?
to LA.
How you doing, sis?
I'm fine. How's
Hey,
everybody
Tom, you see
doing
your picture?
this
What's
evening?
up, Lauren?
Hey, bro.
Hey,
How you doing?
LA.
I'm
What's up,
Hello.
good.
LA?
Hey, I'm good. Okay, so where we at with it in the conversation? I know I had left. I had to go eat me some good food. I hope everybody's, got plans to do the same. But where we at with it right now in the conversation?
Well, I think what I was about to say was, yeah, it's very like if somebody has that much control, and if somebody can actually handle that much humiliation to walk away, hey, kudos to you, right? But is it safe to say in the situation that Carmelo Anthony was in, for any real man or young man, that is a very hard walk away. Like from 1 to 10, what level of hard would that walk away be?
For me, it's
50.
a 2, a 1 maybe.
Okay.
50.
For me, it's
50.
a 1 or a 2. I don't give a shit what people see.
If he said,
Oh,
nigga, if you'll get
50.
the fuck up out of here, but whoop your ass.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, well, shout out to you, Scam. I ain't saying you lying.
It's
That shit is
50.
that's
I
Yeah,
don't
unbelievable.
got it.
I can
That's
expand on it, but go ahead.
especially white boy.
I've only added commentary like maybe on one other platform since this whole situation has happened. And one thing that I just emphasized was that I don't know what it's like, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to the arena of young men. You know what I'm saying? With young girls, it's a little bit different. We gonna talk our shit. We might plan to meet up, but if things don't manifest, then it's not gonna be like really on you like it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I guess maybe with boys, like if you back down or
A
whatever.
nigga ain't gonna say I ain't
So
talking to you because you didn't fight.
well, what I'm saying is like, like girls might actually try to find some type of reason to like not actually go through with it, even though they sold the wolf tickets to begin with. So as a woman, I don't know what it's like, you know what I'm saying, for the arena of young men and what is okay and what is not. I feel like there's definitely a lot of pressure on y'all, you know what I'm saying? But it's mostly put on to young men by other young men. If you don't entertain them if you don't entertain them with your with fighting whoever, then they're gonna call you a punk for the rest of the year. I don't know what's gonna happen. So I always just try to say, like, even with me growing up, and it could be a part of my size, because I'm a smaller statured woman, but I don't mess with people like that outside of talking, because I know people are crazy. I can't tell what people gonna do if I decide to defend myself as a 5'1" person. You know what I'm saying? This person could really take me out. So I just really just be leaving people alone, because folks is crazy. I don't, you can't you can't judge how somebody else is going to react off of something. So if somebody says something to me, then yeah, I'll pop off. You know what I'm saying? I'll say my shit, but I don't take it past a certain level, because I just don't trust nobody else to just, to shoot a fair one, so to speak.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Most women I know personally would not walk away in that type of situation. And they and that white dude probably will pummel them. You know what I'm saying? Now, he'll probably get gutted, you know what I'm saying, from some of the women I know, but he'll probably get gutted. But I'm just saying, like, most people, women or men or women that I know personally, would not walk away from that type of hostile situation.
Steve Freeze, I'm gonna have to put on my manosphere hat and go. Women are allowed to be masculine, men are not.
What? No, hey, Freeze,
world class.
Hey, it's two different things. If it's a situation like at the mall or some random place,
yeah,
and there is an exit, I'm gonna try to take the exit. You know what? It ain't that serious. You got it. But if it's like my workplace, a place where I have to be, like if I were in high school and these are the people and you got to be around and you got to deal with these people, meaning you can still see the person Thursday, Sunday, Monday, that's different. I'm not walking away. Hey, man, I might not say nothing. Get up, or I might just stand there. I got an if then in my mind.
What's
if
the
he puts my
difference?
hand on me, I'm punching him in the nuts.
I'm saying, this is what I want to know. What I understand the difference in nuances, but ultimately, is there really a difference? Because you could walk away from both situations.
Well, the difference is, like when I was in basic training, you got to deal with these people all day, every day. I was there 13 weeks, basic and then the other training. So what happens Tuesday, I'm gonna have to live it on Thursday. I'm gonna live it on Friday. I'm gonna live it Monday. We got to deal with this because these are people I'm gonna be around. So it matters. But I'm at the mall and some homeless dude or a dude with 6 teeth, blah, 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 blah. I ain't thinking about this fool. In my mind, it's like, I'm over here doing what I got to do. Somebody wants to say, hey, would you like an invitation to some dust? I'm like, no, I actually got a good life. I'm good. And I'm going to just go on about my business. 30 minutes later, I ain't thinking about that fool.
No.
Hit by a truck.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But I did want to say that, have y'all noticed when Carmelo Anthony initially got arrested and they had his charges they had his bond at $1 million? Is his charges still murder one? His charges?
They dropped him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I've been asking people that. They dropped him to what?
They dropped him just regular murder, and they took off the death penalty. They took off the life imprisonment.
They took off life without parole.
Yeah.
So let me did y'all notice that when they had all of his shit like on DEFCON 5, murder 1, he $1 million bond. Did y'all notice a lot of the people that lean more towards like Ronald and Billy Nico and all that? They was like, yeah, he's gonna get 20 years, he's gonna get life. Did y'all like they was actually like just because the charges
Y'all
was
have a good
such.
one. I'm dropping. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Scam.
All right, Scam. Be safe.
Catch you later.
They hate.
Just because he got charged with that and they seen the $1 million bond, they was just basically saying, oh yeah, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, that was rooted.
Like hardly nobody on that side was using they common sense.
They was rooting against him.
No, I'm saying nobody, they couldn't say to themselves, well, I'm pretty sure the bond is going to get dropped, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to stay murder 1. They wanted it to be murder 1 so bad.
When the hating ass nigga see another nigga go down, it's like a cat with catnip. That's all. Niggas is just enthralled and shit.
This is what we
Freezy,
do.
watch who they support, Freezy. They're the same ones that keep telling us as the 401ks are shrinking, your RA is going down. Give them a chance. Give them a chance. Man, come on, man. But you go ahead, LA, man, because this is wild to me. They
Oh no,
keep
you
telling me
good.
giving
Shouts
somebody
out,
else.
Stan. I ain't even know
Yeah.
you was up here.
Yeah, salute, sweetheart. But but I'm telling you, they tell us to give a person a chance. And anybody that got any investments and stuff, man, it's all going in the toilet. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. But this guy, anything we ever done, and the ones that be honest, Freezy, did you ever run to a cop and tell him, hey, this happened, and is he okay? Man, never asked whether the person okay.
Hell
I put him
no.
down. I put him down. I put him down. This guy is not us. And I'm like, everybody else
Yeah,
here doing all this stuff. We never run to them.
that's real. That's
Okay, you
real.
go ahead, lady. You got it.
Yeah.
Hey, Freezy, can I apologize?
Yo, go for
I
what?
just want to, I want to apologize for being Gen X because we created a monster. I know my brother in here, and we grew up
Who your
seeing
brother
our.
is? Who
Yeah,
your brother?
that's my brother.
Armor
Yeah, that's my
Strong.
brother. Yeah,
That's
that's
my
my
blood
brother.
brother.
You and
Yeah,
Stan?
Yeah,
yeah,
blood brothers.
Man,
yeah,
I knew y'all sounded alike, man. God damn.
That's what's
yeah,
up.
yeah. That's my blood brother. He 1 year and 363 days ahead of me in life.
Shout
Now,
out
what I'm
to the Ultras. The Ultras. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the archery tribe. That's why I was trying to tell that dude. My brother crazy, man. I'm like, man, I hate when somebody says something to me. He'll defend me to the death. But on another level, what I was gonna say is when it gets down to when thinking about everything that everybody's saying tonight, man, it's just an opinion panel. That's all it is. And everybody has their opinion. But when you get disrespectful, a lot of people will check your disrespect, rightfully so. But I have to understand it was a reason why when I grew up, my grandma looked like my grandma. My great grandma looked like my great grandma. Now, the dude, like a lot of people on the panel, I know, they can look a little bit older than me sometimes or whatever, but that's cool. But even the guy next level, he's young, but it looked like he a couple of years older than me. And I'm gonna tell you his age because I've been living on this earth. He might be 26, and then ask him his age, and he'll tell you his age. But what I'm saying to you, I know. But what I'm saying to you is that it was a reason when we grew up. It was a kids' table where you can talk. They can talk. The women get out of here. You can watch a mafia movie. Hey, the women go over here and talk and this, that, and other. We separated that. But the internet has let kids, teenagers, everybody get into the conversation, and it's muddied the waters. And I understand it. Now we have to deal with what we have created. We created a monster. And when they sit here and they don't really know yet, guess what? I'm guaranteed to be 50 years old on this earth. He might be 25, 26, 30 years old, or whatever it is. He ain't guaranteed to be 50. That's a fact. But when you start thinking in your mind, you're going to see things hypothetically. What if? I am older, so I like to talk in factual things, what I've seen, what I know. And this is what it muddies the water because I can think of 1,000 hypotheticals that's going to happen on this earth. So I have to have a discernment when other people enter these spaces. I'm like, man, it's younger people in here. And a lot of people, we don't show respect to the younger people. Just like my nieces and nephews, I have to show a certain level of respect to them and the same thing to us. They lost respect for the older people because they done blended it in too much. They think we're them. Look, bro, I'm not you. Don't you call me by my first name. We on the internet. Don't be calling me by my first name, man. I'm 50 years old. You 20 years old. Don't you call me. You call me Mr. da 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 da. But that It was our fault, the Gen X. We let them slip through and get away with it. And now it's a problem. Now we're trying to fix it. And I'm hoping we can come to a resolution, because at this point in time, we just trying to get resolutions, not hypotheticals and all this kind of stuff like that. Just figure out some kind of resolution. How can we fix it? How can we fix it at this point in time? I'm landing.
Hey, Freezy, real quick before everybody go, because I'm ready to drop off. This is the thing. When I
Damn,
said
y'all sound just alike.
let me up, because old buddy was talking greasy to my brother. So I can understand the scenario when them two brothers showed up. Man, he was talking greasy to my brother, man. Just talk respect. Trust me, my brother, he's whatever, right? I mean, because he can't handle himself. It wasn't about that. That was my brother. You talking greasy. And that's why he started calling me by my dang on nickname. Hey, I got it. Chill. Don't do it. He was texting me in the background, and I didn't say anything after that, right? Because, man, bruh, stop it. I mean, you don't have to talk greasy. Because of like when old buddy was talking greasy, man, the freezy, man. Some of us, man, we've been knowing each other for years. We're not letting nobody get out on anybody. Just like on World Class, we ain't letting people get out on each other. I mean, but that's my blood brother. And if I do it for you, and I did 35 years of honorable service in the military, you think I'm gonna let you get out on me? My blood? I'm like, bro, why you talking so greasy? Why you talking so greasy? And and that's why, and thank you for letting me up, but my brother kept saying, chill, don't say nothing. But at the end of the day, man, we're gonna go in for hours, right? And just like we go in for you, Freezy, and LA and World Class, we're gonna go hard in the paint. Like Rufus, we're gonna go hard in the paint for one another, man. We can talk to each other. And man, my brother know me, that's why he told me to chill and don't say nothing, man. Man, I done this shit for a living. You can talk greasy to my brother, man. You got to get through me. And hey, thank you, Freezy, for allowing me up, bro. Because you know how we do, Freezy. You know how we do, Freezy.
Anytime,
Don't
bro.
come back.
Okay, Freezy, I got a quick question.
Forget
Go
you,
ahead.
Rufus.
Go ahead, Level.
Okay, when you just seen that level of protectiveness, I might say, that Stan displayed
Yes.
for his brother,
Yeah.
for his brother.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that was the case in this Carmelo Anthony?
No.
Hell
No.
yeah, my brother would kill you. Man, that's why I text him. I said, bro,
Hold
don't do nothing.
on. Two said you can't say that.
Say delete.
Okay.
Say
I mean,
delete.
yeah. Unalive, yeah. But my brother is crazy. I don't, yeah. I know it's twins.
So 2 Cent, what I'm saying is, do you think Hunter had played a bigger role than what we know?
No, I can't say. Look, we talking in hypotheticals, and it's circumstantial at this point. But what I'm saying to you, bro, you got to understand. I am 50 years old. You don't even know. I raised a set of twins until they was teenagers and they went to college. All I'm saying to you, they think alike. They do everything together, bro.
Right.
Even one is tougher than the other. I know. You don't know. You don't have the frame of reference right now, and I understand it. And I respect everything that you do and say and everything like that. But I cannot fault you for what you do not know. That's all I'm saying. I know what my brother would do. That's why I didn't go to my brother don't even club and stuff like that throughout my whole entire life, because he will pick you out and say, hey, why you doing this to my brother?
But did Hunter know what Austin would do?
They're twins, bro. It's
His
speculation.
capabilities, I feel
Listen,
like he had an inkling of his capabilities.
He know his brother. He know his brother is a hothead. He know that, dog. He know he had backup. That's why he was sticking his chest out first. Dog, let me tell you something. Me and my twin. I got an identical twin brother. Right?
What?
I got an
Speak on it,
identical twin
Freezy.
brother, bro. Me and my brother.
You think you know somebody?
We don't even get along. But I'm gonna tell you what happened. I was running a goddamn poker. I was running a gambling house, and some dudes came in disrespecting, and they was like they had crossed the line, and my brother
he was just passing through. He was just passing through, right? You know, speaking to everybody, whatever. Me and my brother, we wasn't even on talking terms. Like we wasn't even. I think we had just fought or something. And I got into it with them dudes. Dog, when I got into it with them dudes, my brother went to his car and got his fire
On go mode.
for me. And we wasn't even talking. That what I'm letting you know, dog. And they twins. Them boys is twins. And guess what? They was raised together. They was hunting together. All that shit.
So
they
yes,
both
this
feel like the
can be
same
a
size then, right?
hypothetical, but
Yeah.
can
Yes.
you assume that Hunter it had played a bigger part than what we know right now?
That's what JP said earlier. Why when they had that conflict and that boy didn't get arrested, it was weird to me now. I didn't even think about that. Like, why wasn't he arrested? Now somebody else said, I think it was I forgot who it was, that he made the initial report
That was
didn't
me.
show that he
Yeah,
was
none of the
Tommy
witnesses
said
in the
that.
initial
At the
report
bit
didn't have him. Nobody said that he was part of it. But
which
I've been saying from the get go, if the homies fight and I'm fighting, I'm damn sure fighting with the twin. You out your fucking mind.
that's what I'm saying.
Getting it in, Tommy.
That lets
Getting it
me.
in, Tommy.
That's why I think it's more. That's why I'm thinking it's more on the police officers, the initial officers that were there being biased. What y'all don't know is police officers are not allowed to make a legal determination.
Absolutely.
People really don't even know what that means.
But I think the problem with it, world class, is if everybody's saying that he wasn't part of it, they then also can't say, well, you're a twin, you was probably part of it. You get what I'm saying? So I see what you're saying.
No, cool.
Oh, go ahead.
But, yeah,
He was a part of it.
you're right.
He approached him first.
He's Tommy is right. If everybody is saying that he wasn't a part of it, even though Freezy said something earlier that he admitted that he was, if everybody is saying that, the police can't go with that. But if the young man, I think whatever his name, Carmelo Anthony, if he implied that the dude did it, or he hit me and he hit me, I don't know. I can't gonna sit there and say that I know Texas law, but I know Maryland law. Yeah. If it's 3 of us or 4 of us, and everybody said everybody hit everybody, everybody is going.
Yeah, and we'll figure it out from there.
It's maybe Texas. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. And they'll figure that out because they're just entry. They like data entry to police when it comes to these cases. Yeah. They just need to take all the facts and get all the evidence.
I will say, world class, like big cities like where we come from is ran a lot different than like a Frisco, because like you said, they're in it for data entry and all kind of extra other shit. Yeah. Where like a place in Frisco, that's not necessarily a situation that they in. Yeah.
Hey,
because like you said, they love rounding us up.
Hey, Tommy,
I wish y'all could come down here and see. I wish y'all can come see. That's all I wish.
No, I stayed in Texas. I know exactly.
No, I know you ain't never stayed in Frisco and you ain't never been to Plano.
No. I never been to Texas. My homeboy is from.
You can't pay me to go to Texas.
I told him if he don't know how to play, he need to turn it off. No, my homeboy's from Tyler. So I've been to Tyler. I've been. I was stationed in Corpus Christi. And I'd have been everywhere between Corpus Christi to Houston to San Antonio to Tyler. I've been all through that motherfucker.
Shout out to Mo Love. She said she right near Frisco. Hey, listen.
Hey,
hold on, Rooster. Shout out to you. Listen, I'm finna play what Hunter is finna give his account. The news reporter is asking Hunter what was his how did it start?
You know how to
right?
do it better than me.
So Hunter is finna give his account.
Tommy. Hey, mute up, Tommy. Be careful playing this. You might even want to take the screen down because they gonna definitely copyright you.
Well, I had played it already because I filtered it, class. I had filtered it and I filtered the audio, and they didn't. If you
didn't get one last one, you good.
They kept me on green.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Well, Freezer, I want to say something real quick, and I'm gonna drop down because I ain't with this right here.
Wait,
like not saying what you doing, bro.
Go ahead, Rooster.
Okay, go ahead. But what I was saying though, Freezer, when it comes down to that, basically what y'all explaining, bro, what they are trying to do is, if the case go left, they try to save the other brother, because in the commission of a crime, if anything happened there, you are the aggressor, the person, your partner, they get that charge. So even if his brother got deleted, if he was a aggressor right along with his brother, he got to get that murder charge. Y'all don't understand what's going on. But everybody think they gangster on these internet streets. Bruh, if I say Freezy, come and rob a store with me, bro. And then also I get away with the money, bro, and you get shot and you die. When they find me, bro, I get your charge. I get the charge. Even if the person was shooting at me and kill a baby outside of the gas station, bro, I get the charge for you getting shot by the police or whatever. And then I get also the charge of the person, the innocent bystander, because I initially started the conflict.
Which
They
is
made the gas station shooter shoot at me and injuring the innocent bystander, bro. They trying to save their second son, bro. Now,
which is
it ain't what
correct.
I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying. No, it ain't what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You ain't got to tell me what I'm saying because I said it. I don't need you to come back behind me and clear
What
nothing up. I don't need you to clear nothing up,
what did
nigga.
you just
I live in the
say?
Jim Crow South, nigga. I live in the Jim Crow South, nigga. I don't need now one of these regentrified Negroes to clear up anything I say, bruh.
Go ahead,
They
Vic.
trying
Go
to
ahead. You
save the
good.
brother, bruh. They
Talk
trying to
your
save the
shit,
brother,
King
bro.
Rooster.
Because guess what? If Carmelo get off, that means they got to come up with another case to send the brother to jail. They got a son dead, and now the twin got to go to prison because you actively aggress in that situation too, which created a killing, a deletion. So you go to jail. My people, are lawyers and
Okay,
police, bro.
hold on, Rooster. Let me play
Y'all stupid.
video right. Let me play the video right quick, so y'all can see what Hunter Metcalf said on his account. Here we go.
Sweep, this your fault.
Just don't play it too long.
I
You
don't.
already
Am I the only
know.
one that can't hear it?
Yeah.
Nah,
I
we
can't hear
can't
it.
hear it.
It's muted. It's muted.
No sound.
Ain't no sound, Freezy. I don't think Freezy can hear us.
Freeze.
It ain't no sound.
No sound.
Not at all.
Okay. I'm gonna try it another way. Y'all can continue talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. That brother know exactly what's up. He know exactly what's up.
I know what's
He
up
stay
because
down there.
look, my people is criminals and also judicial workers. So on one side or the other, bro, we got to go through our things and we balance it out. The thing is, they trying to save two sons. If they actively aggressed this boy and he felt like his life was in danger, he reacted upon his life, feeling like his life was in danger. And get what? It can easily be proved in the United States history that anybody that comes across a white person in a mob form, that they might feel as if their life is in danger. That's the same thing that happened to Emmett Till. That's the same thing that happened. That's why y'all got this word Karen. The Karen actually walked up on a barbecue spot and told a nigga, you ain't got no business here. So what are you paying property
actually,
taxes at? In your house, right? So if
but
that woman had
actually,
to call the right people, come on, bro.
but
Come on, bro. Let me
actually,
slow it down. Let me slow it down. Let me pinpoint it. I ain't trying to bring up a certain person's name. Y'all had AD on here. I'm gonna use the name AD. They got accosted in a donut shop, bro. If the right person had been called, that's why he was dormant. He was kind of pussyfooting and bullshitting. If it had been one of y'all niggas, he'd have got loud. But that white boy that stated where his people came from, he knew that if he had got aggressive, they were gonna mob his ass out. And guess what? When some of y'all YouTube content creators probably won't be here right now. I'm telling you,
Rooster.
because y'all
Hold
be.
on.
I'm telling you
Rooster.
now.
Let me play it
He
now.
knew.
Y'all tell me if y'all
Rooster,
can
you
hear
ain't
this.
never lying either.
No, Rooster be cooking. Y'all, tell
No,
me if y'all
I
hear this.
live in the Jim Crow South, Freezer. I know what it is.
Yeah, I feel you. Tell me if y'all hear this right here.
I can't hear it freezing.
Nah, not at all.
Hey, and Rooster, that Karen situation that happened out here. That was at the Lake Merritt.
But guess what you supposed to be asking them? Bitch, where you pay your property tax at?
Oh no,
Because all that same
no.
time. She can't do that. Look, she can't do that in Mississippi because guess what? white folks gonna check her before she even get out there. Look, our white people, when you say the N-word, when you say the N-word around the state of Mississippi, our white folk gonna check other white folk because they don't want us. It's a certain stigma into treating bad black folk bad, bro. Our white folks in the state of Mississippi, bro, they ain't playing that. If they hear another person that
I
coming up
heard that
trying to
too.
start some shit, bro, they are not going for that. And they'll tell
Yeah,
you,
I heard
hey,
that too.
this ain't what we doing. White
Big
people will
Mike said
check you
that world
before you
class.
even
But
have to say nothing.
you saying
They ain't
what you
going.
saying? The white people do what?
No, Big
The
Say
Mike
it
white
said
again,
that. World class. Big Mike then said that.
the white people
What?
in the
What do you
real
say?
That the
South,
white folks will
I ain't
check them
talking.
other white folks.
Look, them white folks in the real South that actually what
Oh,
stuff was
oh,
going
that
on
answer.
there, bro. They, the white folks would check. If you setting up in a place where they ain't predominantly black or whatever, if a white person in the state of Mississippi coming to you outside of the way and they don't have those same that heritage or whatever, they gonna say, hey, we ain't doing that. You need to
Yeah,
move yourself,
and
remove your,
Rooster
and they gonna call the police on that white person because
and
we don't
Rooster.
want none of that
That's what
down here.
happened with her. That's what happened with old girl. That's why she became a meme because she thought something was gonna happen and everybody pretty much laughed at her dumb ass. They actually got a chick out there right now that they about to fuck up a Fijian chick that was
Yeah.
cussing out this black chick, calling her all kind of n words. They about to take that bitch job. They actually looking into charging her with a hate crime.
Shit. Yeah, because they don't understand. There's a lot of people
Hey,
that
Tommy,
go to
look at the
these
video I
Yes,
events.
dropped in the private chat
you
Look,
real
still
quick.
didn't do it.
go ahead. Shit.
Hey,
Hey, hey,
Freezy.
fam.
Hey,
I
Freezy.
ain't
Yes,
going.
I
sir.
guess everybody missed it. What you said. You and your brother wasn't even on talking terms. And then that's why the dangers of letting somebody walk away. What did your brother do? He went out to the car and got that thing, right? I'm telling you, people think this stuff is just black and white, man. You don't, when you're in a situation, man, you just don't let people just move around. And some of us grew up a certain way, and I understand the gentrified people, like King Rooster said. You think everything is golden, everything's good. Oh, we just get on out of here, man. That's not the way we grew up, man. And I'm telling you, you better protect yourself. If I can do it in the uniform, you better protect yourself in these dang on streets, man. I land the plane
And
there.
not to be
Man,
not to be not to be
but
long though, but go ahead,
So,
go ahead, go ahead.
so I want to pose this question, due to what King Rooster just threw out there. So, like you say, two people go do a crime and you die you die in the midst of this crime. You will be held liable for his death or whatever. So let's say Carmelo Anthony is proven to be self-defense. Will Hunter be charged with like
yes,
negligent
yes.
homicide?
He's supposed. Yes,
They have
he's
to bring
He's
him
supposed.
up
supposed
on
to.
charges. They have to bring but I'm going to show
Yeah.
you about small towns. The whole thing is the judicial system only works about who's pushing the line, right? So the whole thing is once self-defense is right within Carmelo's thing, the thing is they'll try to hold it off until it'll be somebody that's in that system that kind of knew they didn't go in their favor because they gonna try to push another narrative. Know what they'll say? You need to get your son and take him out of the country. That's what they do. A lot of these people that have done like crazy crimes that's tied to certain people in their communities, it's somebody
Hey,
always working in those local offices saying, telling them what they probably need to do. They
interesting.
gonna tell them what it is. Now I'm telling you, look, the same people that's working in the courthouses, they deal with thousands of customers every day, whether they're gonna walk free or whatever. Those people, just like it's Easter today, some of them people that determining the outcome of your life, they didn't had an Easter egg hunt and discussing your case right now today. These people work in the same arena every day, and that's how they get judgment on you. You know, I'm telling you, look, the court of public opinion, it works, and then they got to go by what the jury is saying. But what happens when the community is swayed and the jury is full of the community that don't look like you? See, y'all be thinking, bro, that's why they got 99 something. conviction, bro. A lot of these niggas tell on themselves, and the whole thing is you out of place. You somewhere doing something you ain't got no doggone business, or you look like somebody that they done already painted the narrative is you already the criminal when you go in that courtroom. I done been there, seen it. I got relatives that done served 25 years for not doing a thing, but he get what he was. He was with them people when they did what they did. And get what? He got charged for it. Do I need to get somebody on the phone?
No, we believe
See
you,
all this
Rooster.
stuff. No, it was
We
something
believe
that
you.
happened a long time. What I'm saying, it was something happening. One of my blood relatives. There's a couple of them. What happened was a robbery happened, but in the commission of the crime, somebody got shot. The person that was in there with them got shot. They got charged for that. Even though the person had to defend them off, even when they weren't even violent toward the person, but by the person pulling up a pistol and how they did because they had the fear for their life, somebody else didn't make it. And my cousin, he's 70-something years old. He spent 20-something years in prison. They caught the charge, every last one of them. And then get what happened. Also, they told him in the situation, in the area where the crime was committed, he got children down there, and they told him, you can never come back to this area of the state. And it happened in Mississippi. He could not, if he ever, that was a part of his probation shit. If you was to ever get out and you survive your sentence, you cannot come to your hometown. I'm telling you this. Y'all better stop playing. These folks got something if they don't get you in the washer, they'll get you in the ringer, baby. And if Carmelo get off, you know what he's supposed to be doing? He's supposed to be getting the hell on down and staying away from for all these niggas. I hope Carmelo can hit me on one of them jailhouse phones because they do give them tablets right now. Bro, when you get out of here, you see how these niggas try to treat you, bro. You ain't got nobody on your side but your mom and your daddy. No. That's real shit. Because these gentrified Negro, bro, they hate niggas, bro.
He out on bail, Vic. He out on bail, Vic.
Yeah, he home. He home, Vic. He home.
No. I know he out on bail. I know that. Look, I knew about the situation before y'all even started covering it. My people from Texas, bro. My neighbor, his sister from Frisco, nigga. What you talking about? He got a sister that's 40 years old
I was saying
from
that because you
Frisco.
said you hope you hear him through a jail phone. I'm like, he out.
But I'm just saying, when it does, look,
Come to that video, Freezer.
bro. Majority of the
I was
people all
finna,
across the
I
United
was
States,
finna
they got
play
pay
it, but
tablets, bro. They got pay tablets.
hold on,
Yeah, okay,
Rooster.
go
I was
ahead.
finna play it, but he got like an age restriction on it, so I ain't want to do it. Oh, you talking about Hunter Metcalf?
The first one yeah. I was trying to beat up.
I forgot the first time I played it. The reason why they heard the audio is because I played it on Ecamm. For some reason, like, do y'all know how to play QuickTime videos? Like, let's say if you just got a video on your computer and it's like a QuickTime video, you know how to play a video like that on
You gotta
StreamYard?
convert it to an MP4.
Oh, okay.
Use your editor real quick. Just do a quick render.
Okay, gotcha.
Put an MP4 and you might can do what is it? NKB, NVK.
Okay.
Yeah, and then StreamYard need MP4. Yeah.
I wonder how you do that on iMovie.
Make sure y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Support the channel.
But to go back to what I was throwing out there, like so say he was found innocent as far as it and was self-defense was proven, like so did y'all agree what should Hunter be like charged?
He should be charged right now. He should be charged now with assault. Second degree assault. And but I think what's gonna if if Carmelo gets if the acquitted, it's gonna be interesting because two things need to happen. One, the what is Metcalf? The other Metcalf boy need to be charged, and that's gonna set the Anthony family up to get some civil compensation because and not that they'll even find negligence in the actual defense,
So
but I
you
think
think civil can
they
be
need
involved? I'm glad you threw out civil.
absolutely.
Not to cut you off, world class, but I want
There's
to say
nothing
this.
civil about this case.
Okay,
There's nothing civil about
but
this case. All of it is criminal because somebody
Let
lost
it,
their
let him
life
talk,
about it.
Rooster.
World,
Let him talk.
but
Let him talk, Rooster.
but could that be
but world class know what he's
why they
saying.
went and got the PR that they got?
Say it one more time.
I say when you speak of
Say it one more
civil,
time.
could that be the reason why they got the PR that they got that guy?
That's exactly yes, that's exactly why I'm saying it because that's the point of what he was doing is trying to set it up so he can actually be compensated later, the family for all the threats. Because I think the best angle they have, like I was saying way earlier in the stream, is that these cops have bonds and insurance companies that they are responsible for them and they are responsible for, and they can go after them and be compensated. Because I think the real error is going to be on the arresting police. Well, usually it's one person name, but whoever put the charges on him, whoever put the cuffs on him, or was the arresting police officer, he's liable, and then
But
therefore the precinct is liable, and that's where they can get
But
their
you got to think
compensation
about it.
from.
World class. It was already set up because the arresting officer knew what he was doing. That's why in the initial police report, he made sure he stated that had not had a real conversation with this kid because they knew was finna come behind this right here because it's a race-based incident. Bro, this is South. I don't care what y'all doing in the North, bro. Anytime it comes down to a black and white conflict, it don't matter what it's dealing with the police or just some random stuff at the gas station, bro. It's all racially motivated. As for you regentrified Negroes that's out of touch with your folks in the South and everything, bro, y'all better get it together. I've been hearing over the period of days, everybody talking about some, Metcalf is a kid. But in actuality, if y'all grandparents wasn't no dead motherfuckers already and they had to talk to y'all, they would have told y'all doing them marches and them rallies and them boycotts and everything. Those were 16, 15, and 17-year-old kids whooping on your grandmama's head, bro. And your granddaddy beating the shit out of them. So what did y'all talking about? This is a kid. I keep telling y'all, it's about who raised these people, and all y'all be talking about some values and all that. Those folks go off of heritage, and heritage is instilled since they are a baby. Every time they send their babies out on a place to go out and cast a line and catch a fish, oh boy, you caught a moon cricket. Don't they squeak and squawk a certain way? Oh, damn. When they tie their first shoestring, boy, you tied that knot real good, boy. Only if you
Crazy.
had a Negro up in
What
there,
is a moon
you know
cricket?
what I'm saying? No, look, as long as if you tie that knot that tight, a Negro can't breathe. They throw them jokes to their kids, and their kids grow up in the environment hearing those jokes. And every time y'all go decide to get a job, the first thing a white person that like you, first thing they say when they try to warm up to you, let me tell you a joke. And y'all be happy go lucky. And just like on these spaces on the internet, I've been seeing these old gentrified niggas. They've been having these white folks on the panel and telling them exactly how they feel about it. And guess what? And I've been telling them a long time ago. Now the white folks don't want to show no support because they can't say the N-word no more. And then they find out you niggas is trying to bounce back and rebound and say, well, oh wait, I ain't know they was saying this. Now they in they fifis and they feeling banning y'all shows and sending flags every time y'all say the N-word. Bruh, y'all, it got to be the stupidest niggas in the world, bruh.
I'm just so stuck on moon cricket. I just don't know what that is.
A moon cricket is when they string your people up. And then you wake up in the morning and have to cut your people down off the tree, and your family is wailing and hooping and hollering in the middle of the goddamn night when they walk to you, pastor walk to you and say, good morning. Good morning. Don't you know what good morning mean? Don't you know what good morning mean, nigga?
Yes.
That means
Yes. That's what I know what
you
it means.
still got to go to work after I done did what I did to your family. Good morning. I heard you hooping and hollering and screaming, waiting on Hoppo to come back to life, but he ain't coming. Good morning. It's time to get your black ass back to work, nigga. And you dare
Listen,
not raise your
I
yeah.
keep
You
telling y'all
crazy.
when I
You
went to
stupid
boot camp,
mug.
I learned all this shit, dog.
You stupid boy.
You know about moon cricket that whole time. You heard me struggling.
Dog,
What's wrong
listen,
with you? I
I'm
was
telling
struggling.
y'all,
I didn't know what the
like
fuck
this
was
shit
going
that
on.
Rooster talking, when I went to the military, I was just like he said, I was up north thinking that, oh, white folks is cool. Man, them motherfuckers from Louisiana, Texas, they set me the fuck straight. I was like, wait, what? Nigga, I felt like I was in the past. I said, damn. And then I got stationed down there, and everything them niggas said, I was like, oh, these niggas ain't lying. This shit different.
I listen. I'm in Maryland, right? So we got we still got a city culture in Baltimore, but out in the county, nigga, Dundalk, we still get all of that shit. Listen, in Northeast
No. Real
Baltimore, I
fast.
was
Hold
called
on.
a
No, let me explain to you because we got the same thing. When you get outside these cities, people think California is all the same.
Okay.
We got the same thing. We got that
Okay.
rural shit, world class. It
It
ain't
ain't
the
the same.
same though. It
Yeah,
don't
it ain't the
feel the
same.
same.
Don't
Man.
say
Like
that. Don't
it.
say that.
Listen, I might feel
Hey,
uncomfortable.
Will. Hey,
Let me
Will.
ask this.
And how
King
much
Wait,
Rooster.
how
the
much to
reason
take
why,
Del
hold on. The
Will
reason why I tell people,
subscribership?
the reason why, no, look, the reason why I tell people we are not the same. Like I get on here, I cuss and I act a fool and everything. We are not the same because the memorial of Emmett of nigga, I can walk up and kiss the sign. I can walk up and kiss this man's sign, bro. The memorial, nigga.
Let me explain it to you, world class.
I don't.
Those racists down there laugh at the people that you're talking about. They call them the phonies. That's how real it is. Like if they tried to come down south with that, they would laugh at them, call them the phonies, my nigga.
Now, they'll get rid of them. Look, everything that happened to somebody that really dealing with white folk, bro, they
hold on,
ain't
Rick.
really
Hold
from
on, Rick.
Mississippi, bro.
Vic,
They gonna
Vic,
get your
hold on. I
cousin.
need y'all to understand. Hold on,
See what I'm
hold on.
telling you,
I
bro?
think it's two things I need y'all to understand about Maryland. One, most of y'all do not know that that's the headquarters. The headquarters for the KKK is in Maryland. Two, the headquarters for one of the free Masonic lodges is in Maryland. This is the epicenter. This is the foundation of everything that you've experienced. It's in Maryland. Every little thing that you dealt with in the South and over there, it started here. Your South
And it's
starts
also
here. The
in
bullshit that
Indiana
happened in
too.
the North, it started here in
Maryland is
Maryland.
south.
It's the creation of everything that you ever heard of. DC is here.
Listen, hey,
It's
narratives
the
and
It's in the
dialogue
epicenter of
north.
is,
where all the
hey,
ideas
my
come from.
boy is preaching right now, boy. All them cities,
King
man, listen.
King Rooster, you spoke on regentrified Negroes. What are the qualifications to be a
It's one simple qualification. When you get around white folks and a nigga trying to tell you ain't safe, and when your ass start tingling, you a regentrified Negro. When you march to the BDA, they drum, bro.
Pause.
No. Yeah, when your asshole start tingling because you just finally got around the white folk and start treating your own folk wrong and start to think that all your people are wrong by reacting towards white people, bro. That's what you want, because I'm going to show you something about the Jays, bro. They did a scientific study with the Jays, right? They said based on how the older Jays was treated throughout the when the mustache man did whatever, it can be proven through their DNA. The reason why they should be acting like they act towards everybody else, bro. Didn't nobody, bro. It's serious, bro. That's why some of you Negro, that's why Harriet Tubman had to carry a 45, bro. Because it was some of you Negro that didn't want her to make it. And I'll ask for all of you some bitches that was trying to snitch and tell because you thought Master Side was real good. I want to go back. She had to put that 45 to your head and say, we got to drop this nigga to the alligator. Because all of us not the same. I keep telling you niggas, all of us black people ain't the same. You got one black boy that decided to stand up to a white boy, which he could have been like some mob shit. You see this all over the internet. When they say accusing black folks of stealing in Walmart, don't you see when a black person say, I ain't stole nothing, I got my receipt. They ain't listening for the receipt. All them white folks standing back, ready, set, go, ready to tackle that nigga. And no matter what, he got a receipt, he paid for whatever. See, but all at the same time, black folk know what black folk do. We waiting on to jump on the nigga to see what kudos we gonna get from the white boy. Yeah, good job, nigga. Good job, nigga. You copy, nigga. That's why they always, every city or state that you go around in rural areas. That's why any white boy that don't know shit about the goddamn world, he keep a nigga right there with him. Because the nigga know how to seek certain people out. And that nigga that's sitting up on that passenger side of the seat, he gonna tell all you niggas, tell on every last one of you niggas. He gonna tell on every last one of you niggas that don't think like the white man. And guess what? That's when the first time you slip up and do wrong, you're gonna be persecuted, and right next nigga gonna go out in the world and tell everybody else how you did wrong. Guess what? Oh, he had slapped the master. Now master laying on the bed in the coma because he fucked with him for like 6 months. But he told him, that nigga told him, you keep on messing with me, master, I'm gonna knock you out. But now since master in the coma, now the nigga that been riding on that's inside of us, he can't get a ham bone no more. Now he's starving because he can't shit without the white man. He can't do shit without the white man now. See, so now he mad with every nigga. He don't want shit. Now he don't
Fine. Gut-wrenching, incomprehensible scene in Frisco, Texas, just 20 miles north of where I sit here today, really close to home. And I'm just so sorry for you. Can you explain us at all today how you feel? It's just got to be.
Oh. Wow. Oh, wow.
Hunter, I know you were there. Thank you, Megan. Take your time. Hunter, I know you were there when it happened. What can you tell us about what happened at that track meet? How could this thing that seems like is not on the menu of possibilities could happen? Again, I was at a track meet, by the way, on Tuesday. This is not something you think could ever happen. How did it happen?
So it was a really bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate.
So he said they come back to the tent and the kid was already there. So whoever that audio, that witness that I played on Twitter, what people trying to say is fraudulent, is checking out that dude really was a witness. The black dude with the audio is floating around on Twitter. But if y'all ain't heard it, I can play it too.
He was probably the child.
So Carmelo was already sitting down. They had left and came back to the tent, and Carmelo was already there.
That's the one, Freezy, where Buddy said that they was jumping him, right?
Yes, and he said his daughters he had 2 daughters up under the tent.
Yeah, that was under the tent. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, it was an older guy?
Okay.
He was a guy the same age. He looked from his picture, he looked the same age as Carmelo Anthony's dad.
That's dumb.
Like around the same age. Yeah. Here we go.
I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate, and we come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem. And
so, do y'all think just out the blue, Carmelo just got rude? I mean, just said something inappropriate to these guys.
The fact that he can't quote him tells me a lot.
Yeah.
Don't tell me aggressive. Tell me what the fuck he said.
Let me run that back again. Let me run that back.
Because they shouldn't be talking at all.
Right.
My brother had my back. Why do your brother have to have your back if you wouldn't already engaging in something?
Oh, let me play that again. Oh, here we go.
How did it happen?
So it was a really bad storm in the morning, and they had a lot of delays. And me, my brother, a couple kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and we were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life, never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how.
So all he said was Carmelo said something rude and aggressive, but he didn't say Carmelo said something to him. And he just turned around and asked him who he was. So here we go.
Like how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem. And
yeah,
Austin was always one to step up. He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right.
So not one time did he say what was in the police report that they asked him to leave the tent. Did y'all hear that? I didn't hear that not one time.
Hey, Freezy, let me tell you this. Let's do the numbers. He said, me and my brother and a couple of other kids. So we just say couple mean two more. So that's four. Man, come on, man.
The point I'm trying to make is it's obvious that he's trying to embellish and clean up like the story to paint this narrative that they're innocent.
Exactly.
Why the fuck are they talking about what happened? Why is that even happening?
World class, you know why he's doing it. They're trying to set a narrative. That's why.
Right.
I feel like I've seen an extended version of this, and there's a connection between the actual reporter and the family.
Really?
Like,
Him?
I
wouldn't be
believe.
surprised.
Let me leave real quick so I can try to see if I can find it.
Soup. He just fucking
No, I'm
said
trying.
it. He said he was at a track
No,
meet
no,
the
no,
same
no.
week. I know.
No.
I'm saying you're right.
Okay,
No,
but
but it didn't have to be the
that's not
same
what
one,
we
though,
heard, and I don't have a timestamp for it. So, what I'm saying is, I think that like some of the reporters, like kids, know some of the kids that go to this school, and that was one of the things that was kind of troubling to me because I mean, the reporters that talked to the Metcalf family, I mean, not saying that they shouldn't be delicate with the situation, but it seemed more like a therapy session than an actual interview with every single one of the news reports or news reporters. They were asking them how they felt and, asking them, what happened and all these inappropriate, like you said, inappropriate ass questions. Like it's going to mess up the trial for them. I mean, they better stick to whatever they said on wax at this point.
But I want to keep it playing. I want y'all to see something key. I want y'all to notice something that I noticed. Watch this.
Right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is like because they have personal items there.
A lot of stuff gets stolen, just like that, just precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let other schools like mess with our stuff. Just sit around our tent area, and we set that up for the girls' track every meet we had. So it's just like he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened.
And then what happened, Austin?
Crazy. Nah, I didn't even want you to stop it, but it goes to what Trey was saying. This about girls.
Thank you.
Because he mentioned it.
This is
about girls.
This is about girls. This was about girls. It was Trey was right when he came up. He said it like a week ago. It's about girls.
I missed that. What about girls? I missed that.
So
part.
Trey was like, if you ever, what Trey said, I'm gonna go with what he would just said. But Trey, 2 weeks ago, I think a week ago, he was like, if you ever been to these track meets, what you do is you do the little track meet, but you're really there for the girls. So he's from here, but he not lying because if you ever seen the track girls, they
little short shorts, sports bras,
yeah. Them and the volleyball girls. That's what niggas do. But what he just said now, the boy in the video, he said, we set that stuff up for the girls' track team. The mom used the excuse that they had personal property there.
You heard that?
Right. That
Or you
he's
back it
gonna
up your head. He
steal.
said
That
we.
he's automatically gonna steal because you black in there.
He.
Hold on, I backed it up. Here we go.
Like because they have
Yeah,
personal
the mom
items
uses.
there.
A lot of stuff gets stolen just like that, just precautions and stuff. And our coaches always told us don't let, other schools, like mess with our stuff, just sit around our tent area. And we set that up for the girls track every meet we had. So it's just
Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, he definitely
he knew he
probably
wasn't supposed to
made
be.
a connection with at least one of the girls on the track team.
But
If they
that's not
set
how
it
it
up,
go at a
He
track
was.
meet.
if
That's not how it goes.
they set stuff up for the girls, like then he would get
No.
to know some
Mhm.
of the girls.
Yeah, but that's
Yes.
not how it go at a track
That's
meet,
where all
guys.
the
I
extra
want
bravado was
everybody
for.
to. Yeah, I
No,
want
never shit
everybody
being
to
set up for us.
condition. Yeah, it that's not even how it go. You got to remember, it's the stands. That's what you got to remember. It's the stands. So nobody can regulate whatever. Now, even when you run track, you normally keep your backpack with other stuff in it. I got some other cleats. I got my other shorts or whatever. I got that on my person. Now, if I go in the stands, yes, it's up to me to protect my own personal stuff. Now, if my homeboy say I'm gonna leave my stuff here and I'm gonna walk away, yeah, of course I'm gonna guard it for him. But at the end of the day, what they were trying to do, they did not have the right to do. That's what people not understand. That's no different than going to a high school football game,
Bro.
and telling 3 people to move. I want my family to sit here. You can't just do what you want to do.
Fam, what you
Yeah.
doing is you
I
explaining
think.
to the world that a lot of these people that say they are athletic persons or they have been certain things or involved in certain things as a kid, y'all are listening to the people that have not actually did it. What they're doing, projecting what they saw their kin folks do, bro. I look. I tried out track. I played football. I did choral music, and every event throughout a high school is set up for the children to network with each other. You can go to the other side, talk and communicate, because
Thank
what's
you.
going to happen is some of the kids that are track leaders of the team or football leaders of the team or baseball leaders of the team, whether it's pitchers or whatever, what's going to happen is they're going to go to school and some of them are going to run across each other throughout their trainings within college or JUCO or whatever. So by them knowing each other, they're gonna further their relationship. And as they develop themselves and get those college credentials together and become head coaches, they are still going to interact with each other. So when somebody ain't got the right sponsors or whatever, they can call each other and say, "Hey, I got a kid over here that can throw 100 miles per hour. Can you send him over to your program? Because I don't think he's gonna be treated right where I'm at." That's why you can go to everybody's tent. Y'all ain't did no real sports. I don't know what's
Absolutely.
wrong with these
No,
Negroes, bro.
that's absolutely true. That's
But
It's
also
about
absolutely
the
true
networking.
because
security.
even
Bro, you
even when
crazy.
even just because you might go to elementary school with a bunch of kids, right? And y'all might still have the privilege to go to junior high school together, but y'all might be district or zone for different high schools, you know what I'm saying? But you still
Yeah.
know each other from back in the day. So I definitely understand that. I ran track. I understand how that
Oh, you
goes.
did?
You know, people. I was a captain. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you know people from different schools, and you go and you visit. It's not really that territorial of a event. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to track, it's
Mm-hmm.
like if you an athlete, you got a duffel bag, bro. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have, you know what I'm saying, your cleats, you know what I'm saying, or your other shoes, what other extra clothes. It's everything fits into a duffel bag. It's not a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
And
think
a team is a team. It's
Let
more
me let,
than
let me ask y'all
more than
something.
10 people. I'll tell
Let me
you that. So you're
let me
gonna
ask
have
y'all
people that's
something.
gonna watch your shit.
Let me ask y'all
everybody
something.
have heard.
Even
Go
at
ahead.
a high school football game, let's say you play high school football, but you hurt, and you know somebody in y'all visiting y'all visiting another high school, like y'all playing at another high school, and are you allowed as a football player, even if it's a rival
Yeah,
football team?
it depends,
Are
Freezy.
you?
Like
I'm saying,
Football's different.
are you allowed to go to the other
it
other?
depends. It depends. It depends on the relationship, right? And this is why I explained. I think it was on Will panel, right? Because this is the weird part: is everybody's acting like it's this foreign thing for people being under everybody's tent. That's why I'm starting to look at niggas like you niggas is weird because everybody I've heard that's talked about track and field has said this. There's even one guy on there said, "I ran track and my son ran track," and I said, "Okay, so through all of them years, how many fights have you seen? None." Exactly my point. It's a different environment when you talking football, and especially if you're talking like rivals, it's a whole different environment. And that can be looked at as being antagonistic because of the environment that you're in. But say if you are different schools, but you're not saying necessarily rivals or something, and like you said, you know somebody on the other side, ain't not like reality is nobody's really fucking tripping like that. They're just trying to
That's the
push
point I
that
was
fucking
trying to make.
narrative. Yeah, they trying to push that narrative to make it seem like, oh my God, he knew he shouldn't have been under that tent. It's like, bro, that's not
No.
even a fuck. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that type of environment, bro. And
No.
Freeze it.
I've said it from the jump.
Freeze it.
The fact that, give me 1 second, Bruce. The fact that
Go ahead. Go
he
ahead.
felt the entitlement to put his hands on him. I can't go with the bullying aspect because that takes a history, but it
Right.
shows you have an aggressive personality. Most adults won't have the gall to put their hands on a person to remove them from somewhere. So if you're a
Yeah.
kid
That's
and
not
you
gonna
have the
happen.
fucking gall to put your hands on somebody, it shows that you have an aggressive personality off the bat. And if niggas can't understand that, then you just dumb. It's that
Yeah.
simple.
That's why I think the aspect of the it being about girls made it a little bit more than what it should have been. Because if it was a girl that he liked or a girl on the team, he want to impress them and he's on a little bit extra, not thinking this guy that's smaller than him will pull a knife out or just beat his ass. Plus you got your twin brother with you. I think it shows a little bit more credence. Go ahead, Freezy, my bad.
Hey, Freezy, real quick. Me and my
What, you
brother, we
froze?
went to the. Uh,
Hold on,
I
Stan.
don't know.
He's supposed to be getting a super chat.
Shout out to
Oh, go ahead.
hashtag Run for your $3 super cap, bro. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you for supporting the show all day, man. I appreciate that, Ron.
Hey, Freezy.
Yeah.
I led it 4 times, and one of them was academic. And my brother, he still got a record at the high school we went to, right? So we're not making things up. And we didn't do all this crazy stuff. Like Tommy said, man, that's my partner. You know how they separated us when we was growing up and all that? Man, he good at football, and they sent him to that school. That don't mean they not cool with me anymore. I
Yeah.
mean, you see the route, you see Jordan them, they be trying to kill each other. And then we can go even fast forward. You see, we all met in the same place after the game. Just like they doing now, we did it then. But it shouldn't go to a confrontation. Because one of us would say, bro, just chill, man. We done with that. Man, it's okay. What's up, bro? It's like, man, it should have never even got to that point. I think that's what Tommy
Children.
was alluding to. Some
Yeah.
of us,
They,
we were children. I lettered 4 sports, right? And academic. And I'm like, bro, man, that's my man. I know he had to go to that school because he was good at this and good at that. I
Stan, but
wouldn't say he in the tent and then it's
Stan,
over.
you have to understand, Stan, this is a different time, different era.
But not ruthless. It's not
We
because again, this
right.
this
Nah, it ain't.
generation of hold on. This generation of track athletes ain't out here fighting each other.
Thank
Like
you,
it's
Tommy.
a different
Well,
environment.
well,
But I
well,
was gonna tell you too, world class. I was trying to unmute, but not only was his
Mhm.
brother there out of his own mouth, they had friends.
Yeah.
So
so,
That's why I
they
think that
really was on
exchange.
one.
I think that exchange was longer than what we
so,
think it was.
so,
A
Either
hundred
the
listen,
percent.
verbal.
I'm gonna say this, though, right? I'm gonna say this though, right? Why it's so different, right? You have school shootings, a lot of the things that happened back in the day, right? Kids are building up all this animosity and coming with AK-47s, assault weapons, and they're letting go. So
Yeah,
you can't tell
but
me this.
Rooster.
No, let me say
I mean,
this.
my
Y'all,
bad.
Let me
hold
say
on,
this though.
y'all
Let
got
me
Ruthless.
say this,
no,
Tommy.
no,
That's
Let me
ruthless.
say
y'all
this,
got to
Tommy.
stop that right
Let
there
me say this
because
though. Let me say this. Let me
people weren't
finish.
allowed to have
Let me
a
finish,
major
Lucy.
gun back in the day,
Let
bro.
me say this, Lucy. Let
Y'all
me
out
say
there
this.
in California might
Let me
have
say it,
access to
Lucy.
that, but the
No.
average
This ain't just
person
in
in the
Cali. You
inner
got the
city
Columbine,
could not
the
have a
Colorado.
gun, bro.
You got.
If you
Slow down,
asked your grandparents though, ruthless,
Lucy.
they can only have a pop
Lucy, let
gun.
me
It was
land my
one
plane.
snap and it
Damn.
was a
Yeah.
25,
Lucy,
bro. It wasn't no school shooting like that,
Lucy.
bro. Y'all be
Lucy,
tripping,
let
bro.
me finish. Let
Y'all
me finish.
older, but y'all
Let
telling
me
these
finish,
lies, bro.
Lucy. Rooster, calm
Niggas
down.
wasn't allowed to have
Don't
no
be
guns, bro.
triggered. Don't be triggered. Okay, I'm gonna say my thing and I'm
I
gonna
ain't
let you go.
triggered by nothing, but
I'm gonna
y'all
let you go.
lying to these folk,
I'm
bro.
gonna let you go, nigga. Damn. So anyway, as I was saying, right? The Columbine shooting and several more, right?
You talking
These
about white folk.
kids are coming in with assault weapons and just shooting shit. So you can't tell me this shit
It
ain't
wasn't no.
different.
Come on,
So,
bro.
Wait, hold on,
relax, man.
hold on. Rooster,
Relax,
let me
man.
get in
Y'all,
right quick.
let me tell
I'm
y'all
almost
this,
done.
bro. Y'all
I'm
tripping,
almost
bro.
there. I'm almost there.
Y'all, now you,
All I'm saying is
you
I'm gonna land
talking
my
about
plane.
now,
Rooster, let
bro.
me finish,
The
Rooster. You
average
just making it
nigga,
longer.
bro,
So I'm gonna say what I gotta say.
allowed to have
So
a
what
gun,
happened?
bro. Let's talk
Relax.
about United States history, bro.
Rooster,
That and
Rooster,
so what you
relax.
talking about? No, you
Relax,
can't.
Rooster.
No, and no,
Hold
I'm
on, hold
relaxed,
on,
but
Rooster.
I'm just
Relax.
telling the
Hold on.
truth.
Relax,
Go ahead.
Rooster. Let a
Go ahead.
motherfucker finish. Damn, nigga. All I'm saying is this
Let him
is
land.
a different fucking time. This is not the back in the day no more. These kids are violent, not just black kids, white kids, Hispanic kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? This is, you gotta go to fucking sit and tell me that the shit that goes on in these schools now. Now, I remember when I was going to high school, there was no fences, no gates.
They more
Right?
violent.
You
They
just
more
walking
violent than
in,
us.
win it
How
out
old are you,
when you want
Ruthless?
to. Damn, y'all
These
can't
niggas?
wait till I finish? So y'all
Okay,
gonna
cool.
make me extend this shit. So when I was going to high school, there was no gates. Nothing. We just go in and out. When I went back for my visit after 2 years, nigga, they got big ass gates up. And now they have security that check you when you go in. So this is shit has changed, right? Kids have more
That ain't
access to
for the
weapons
kids. That's to stop people from
and
snatching the
they
children,
use
bro.
them. So this is a case, right?
No, the
Luckily,
gates
Okay.
are there for people who
this
can't
is
walk
damn,
on the
Big, you
property
can't wait.
and
I'm
snatch the
almost done.
children, bro.
And I'm gonna land my
That's
plane,
all
man.
them gates is up.
Big just wants to come in and get emotional, right? All I'm saying
Nah,
is this,
I
right?
ain't getting emotional.
If
I
you
know
don't
the
let me
truth, bro.
finish, you got to be
Hey,
No,
emotional.
hey,
I'm
Rooster,
my
bro,
older
let him
relative,
land.
bro.
Let him
Damn,
land.
Go
Let
ahead.
him land.
Go ahead, bro.
and
Cause he
I'm trying to
lying
And
land
then
now,
you
my
bro.
got
plane.
it, Mike.
All I'm saying is, as parents, right? Because I am a parent, we do need to teach our kids and let this be a lesson. Let this be a motherfucking lesson that this shit is different. This shit is different. Everybody ain't going, okay, to Tommy's point earlier, yeah, there's some kids that might not do shit. They might be cowards. And you might be able to get that off on them. But you just never fucking know the motherfucker gonna step and make you their example. So this is a
How
lesson
old are
for
you,
But so
Ruthless?
the kid got it. So the kid got to be a coward. But just because
no,
your
just
child is a
no,
bully and want to
no,
take some, that
no.
child
I'm
is
just
not a
saying.
coward.
I
He
don't.
just wasn't trained to react
They.
like Carmelo, bro.
I don't think these
No, the
children know
They're
kid's
where.
not
I
a
don't. I
kids,
coward.
don't.
period.
But I
Wait,
don't
I don't
think
know
these
how you
children.
think
I
How old
don't
are
think
you,
these
Not
Ruthless?
children are more.
sophisticated
I
minds.
don't think these children are more violent than we was in my
How old are you,
generation.
Ruthless?
Me,
Thank
I'm
you.
45.
We are
Too
the.
old
We
to
are the
think like
Well,
that.
hold
generation.
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. You're literally the error when they put fucking metal detectors in school.
I know.
Facts.
What do you mean you know? So what did they
But
have them
I
there
was
for?
not, but when I was in high school, this was not a fact. Right after I graduated,
No, you're
came back,
lying.
so it changed. Yes,
He
it changed.
lying.
It
No, no,
happened
no,
like
no,
90,
no. It happened right when you were in high school, Ruthless.
no, right when I was out of high school.
You're lying.
Mm-mm.
They started. They
Mm-mm.
started.
Mm-mm.
They started putting metal detectors in high schools in New York and Baltimore and Philly when I
Mm-hmm.
was
All major
In the
in
early
cities.
'90s.
elementary
Chicago.
going into middle school or middle
But
school, elementary and
okay, but
middle
the
school. They
point
started
is,
doing that
but we still make the point is that it's different
in the
from the
'90s, right?
70s,
You
the
right, Tommy.
80s, right, to the 90s. It's different. It has
And
evolved.
you in LA,
So
Ruthless.
They
It
everywhere.
was
don't. You
No,
really
can't.
it's being
spanking
These
back
children are
Columbine.
then.
not.
Let's
These
talk
children
about
are
the
not more
Columbine
violent than
shooting, right?
us. It's
Let's talk
nowhere
about the
close.
Columbine shooting
No,
first.
no way.
No,
No
There's
way.
but Ruthless, what
been
I'm telling you,
several
Ruthless,
school
you
shootings,
were
not
in
in LA.
LA in the early '90s when it was really cracking, where they literally had. I remember when they outlawed baggy jeans. Nigga, you
Yeah, I
can't even
know
wear.
LA.
You
LA,
couldn't
Yes.
it's
even.
not even just talking about LA though, right? We know what LA is. What I'm just saying is
No,
Columbine
but what I'm
shooting.
telling you is that's where you grew up, correct?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what you're saying is literally a
No,
lie
but I'm speaking to
because they
the
put
other.
metal detectors there because niggas was
No, no,
coming
no,
there
no, no, but
But
strapped.
yeah,
fam,
but
they be
LA,
thinking Rooster. They be thinking Rooster coming to the internet just a lie and
LA,
stir up shit,
is
bro.
LA's a
But
different
no,
animal,
and
right?
look. I'm
So
almost about to be 40 in July, bro. And he older than me, bro. I'm knowing. Look, my people had to go through the school with backpacks and get get their stuff checked, even in these smaller towns where I'm coming from in
Absolutely.
Mississippi. Because look,
Yeah.
especially when that movie Boys in the Hood came out,
Yeah.
bruh,
So,
it got crazy, bruh.
that's
Y'all,
not the
Listen
y'all
what I'm
point.
got to
saying.
stop trying to romanticize history,
That's not the
dog.
point I'm
We
making.
was
The point
there.
is, the point I'm making is it
Okay, let's
changed.
Yeah, I was there.
Let's make some room for Just Jay. Just Jay, what you been listening? What do you got to say? What's your
Where Just Jay at?
What's up,
Hey,
Just
Just
Jay?
Jay.
Hey, good day.
Sweetheart.
Just Jay at?
I wanted to say right quick.
Oh, stop, Just
Earlier
Jay.
I had
Just Jay, you
shout
trying
out to
to
you.
come up that
What?
new name.
Trying to do what?
You tricked me with that name, Muse. I didn't know who the hell that was.
That been up there. You know, I'd be bobbing and weaving. But no, I wanted to make a point about teens in general, right? Like, because again, like this isn't new. This is a culmination of what is going on in the world and stuff like that. Like, well, especially in our nation, this isn't new, and I'm not saying that we should be comfortable with it. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying it's right, wrong, all that kind of stuff that people keep trying to put everything into a box. But it definitely is something that is normal when it comes to teens. I was talking to my son not too long ago when they was in here acting up, and he was like, teenagers try to stomp each other brains out is what my son said. Right now, I was a teenager. I know when I was young and people used to fight, they would fight with a level of brutality that was crazy, especially dudes. And it's not a bad thing, it just is what it is, because I used to actually get nervous. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I used to cry when boys fight, because I'm talking about the way they used to fight used to be crazy.
I ain't
But
Right.
it
gonna lie to you,
depends on
Just
where
I
Jay.
you
feel you on that one.
go ahead, Tommy.
I ain't gonna lie to you. The women used to be worse than us. I seen a girl
Oh
pick up a
yeah.
trash can and throw
Oh
it on
my
the chick
God.
head. I was like, Jesus.
Used to try to
Right.
scratch each other eyes out, all that
And
shit.
That
spit
Oh
the
goes
my
back
razor
to
out
our
So
their
thing,
mouth.
okay, so
like
but anyway,
people
I want to
crazy.
finish. But so to the point that I was trying to make though, right? For me, it was the brutality, right? But also that's just a personal thing, so I guess I shouldn't have put that in there, right? But I also was making a point. Earlier I had sent Freezy a video, and some of y'all might remember. It was a video where these two girls was fighting, and homegirl started like the other girl walked off, and then the other girl started following her, and homegirl got a shovel and went to swinging that shovel and bopped that girl right upside the head. Now listen, these was teenagers. That girl could have died. Like just flat out died. Cause I'm talking about she whacked her upside the head with the shovel like full force. We done seen situations where teens been fighting in the lunchroom and one get hit, and unfortunately they hit their head a certain way, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like this stuff is new. But I found it interesting because earlier people was on the panel on windmilling and popping ass, and they was going on about how it's not right and this is what you don't do and da 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 and whatever. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but what I thought was funny is their conversation escalated to the point where they was up there talking about I'm 6'5", come do, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but they was ready to fight.
Thank you,
So
Jared.
I be confused because
Smitty.
like people need to stop the
Smitty.
bullshit.
Over
That
words.
the whole that conversation was words like you just said on the internet that escalated to people talking about running up on each other and actually fighting. I have been a part of some of that same commotion, but the whole point I'm making is why are we trying to all of a sudden hold teenagers to some type of standard when we as adults don't even
Dog, the
have
standard.
fucking impulse control. So I'm confused how that worked. That was the main thing I wanted to point out.
Hey,
I had
real
a
quick.
dude. I
Hey,
had
Tommy.
well,
Tommy said something earlier, and well, of course, things change in life, right? We used to walk, and then we got cars, we got microwave. But what Tommy was saying, that people still network together, they
say
still
microwave.
collaborate together, and World Class was saying it too. We still collaborate together, and I'm like, man, it shouldn't have happened that way, right? But it did. But man, man, we see some of the biggest rivalries on the planet. Anybody that plays sports, and that's what I want people to understand. Forget the Monday morning quarterbacks, the people that did it, right? That's my man. Man, we're gonna fight like hell on the court or the football field, academically or whatever. But guess where we all end up after the game? We somewhere chilling and partying. And that's what Tommy was saying. Man, of course things change. But man, that's still my man, right? And that's what Tommy was saying. We didn't say things didn't change. Yeah, man, it is what it is. I land the plane there.
Yeah, I had a dude in my class. I'm about to say draft class. In my graduating class, he didn't make it because he actually got stabbed one time in his leg and he died. That's the thing. I was in our sophomore year, so that's all. From the same type of situation, teenagers. He got stabbed one time in his leg, hit a major artery, he died. That sent like a shock to my through the entire school. Because everybody always talking that tough shit. And then you get stabbed one time, you be out of there. We ain't even heard no shit like that before it happened. So these children this is the thing about teenagers. I think Tommy definitely backed me up with this one. The thing about teenagers is we don't really know our strength. We don't really, when we're at that age and we be popping shit, we don't really understand how strong we really are, especially boys, to the point
Say
of
it
the
again.
brutality and shit.
Say
You
it
don't really
again,
be
world class.
understanding, man. Because you can really hurt somebody in a really short period of time. And these is just big ass babies, these teenagers. They don't they're not coordinated more than most of them. They ain't coordinated. They really don't, they're not skilled. They're not trained. And when they're really mimicking shit that they seen. I was mimicking shit because I was trained a little bit, but I was mimicking shit I seen the OGs do, saying shit to them that I watched them do. And you don't really know the
and world
consequences of
class,
your
they not all
actions and your
small.
words.
Austin was
Absolutely.
225. That's bigger than most full-grown male adults.
Yeah, this niggas in the league ain't that big. He bigger than Zay Flowers. So Zay Flowers in football.
You feel me?
You receiver. I'm saying.
So Trey, you there?
Oh yeah, Trey.
Before you go, Trey, let me finish playing this video because I wanted y'all to see something right quick. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh wow.
I'm
Who's
gonna
crying
ask
too?
you one last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you. I saw an interview last night. Okay, someone else. Yeah.
Right there. So when the boy was talking, let me back it up. Maybe y'all can see it. Hold on, here we go.
What happened when what was coming out of his chest, and y'all can visualize other stuff. I don't want to put down my mom right now, but I pushed my hand on there to try to make it stop, and I grabbed his head and I looked in his eyes. I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
Oh, let me see if I can find it.
I grabbed him. I see. This stuff.
One last question. I've seen interviews with your husband, who I can hear in the side, by the way. I think he's there in the room with you.
Okay, the reason why he said that, I can't find it right now, but the reason why he said that, Hunter Metcalf was trying to say something, but whoever was in the house with them, it was another dude. The reporter thought it was the lady's husband. But when Hunter was trying to say something, the dude stopped him and made him and coached him on what to say, and he kind of like looked at. He tried to
probably a lawyer.
Okay, then y'all see she was finna say something, and Hunter he shushed her. Watch it.
I saw an interview last night. Okay, someone else. Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But
it's no way they did the interview without a lawyer. So I'm pretty sure it was a lawyer in the background.
They're not even on trial. Why do they need a lawyer? But I think you can consult counsel, and I get that. Yeah, but she doesn't even like. I understand you done played that the other day. Yeah, we heard it was another guy. She hates her ex-husband. And that's why her tears dried up so fast when that guy mentioned that guy. She was like, oh, it ain't him. Because everybody knows that guy's bad news. He's bad news at this point. No, it ain't him.
Let me get Trey in there. What's up, Trey?
What it is. What's up, Freezy? How you doing, man? What's up to everybody in the panel?
Hey, what's up, Trey? Salute, brother.
What's up, big dog?
I had to tell you, I had to bring up what you said like a week ago, Trey, because you was right. Yeah.
I was in the background listening for a minute, bro.
Gotcha.
It going live, bro. This shit was hilarious. Freezy is funny as a motherfucker. Boy, I swear, bro, Freezy.
I want to ask Trey. I want to ask you something, Trey.
What's up with it?
So being just about like being the youngest guy on the panel from a young perspective, when you hear like older people say why don't you just fight? Just fight like a man, win some, lose some. Well, like when you hear that, like what do you think? Like from a young perspective, what do you think?
What do I think? What I think is,
Like especially when you
like,
see this
what I
situation
think
with
is,
two people approaching you.
no, what I think is, why don't your bitch ass fight like a man? I ain't never seen nobody fight like a fucking man. If you being completely honest, ever since I've been growing up, especially looking up to who I was looking up to, like you gotta think about it. Niggas listening to Boosie, Jeezy, Gucci. You feel what I'm saying? Like I wasn't listening. You feel what I'm saying? So them niggas ain't fighting. What the fuck we fighting for? You feel what I'm saying? Then when you listen to niggas before them niggas ain't fighting. So what the fuck we fighting for? You feel what I'm saying? Like no, it don't make no sense. Like I mean. You can't practice what you feel what I'm saying? Practice what you preach. You feel what I'm saying? That's all I say. That's all I say about it.
I said this too off the dribble. If I'm sitting somewhere minding my own business, not bothering nobody, I don't have to fight, nigga. I'm minding my business. It'd be different if I was walking around starting something and then something popped off and then no, I'm sitting here. I'm sitting at a table right now outside. If somebody walks up to me, I don't gotta fight you, nigga. I didn't mess with you. You came and messed with me. Don't tell me now I gotta fight you, and if I don't fight you, I'm a coward. No, you should have left me the fuck alone. So because you mess with me, you about to get whatever the fuck I send your way. Period.
And you got to live with those consequences. It is what it is. Like and a lot of people not realizing, bruh, it's two of you motherfuckers and both of you motherfuckers look alike. First of all, I'm not playing no game with neither one of you niggas. I'm putting first you. That's the first thing that anybody ever told me. You feel what I'm saying? Like growing up, you put down the biggest nigga as fast as possible and have everybody else scared. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's
Thank you,
Straight up.
Trey Trey.
just what it is. Like flat out, ain't nobody running. Fuck all that. Like no, fuck you. All right, back. Put your hands on me one more time. Yeah. Boom. Bitch
Hey,
ass.
and guess
Nigga,
what, Trey?
nigga, Baltimore
Hey, hey, Trey.
Baltimore
He
too little
took
to
down
run
a big
anyway.
nigga, and ain't nobody touching. That's exactly what he did. He took down that big nigga, and all them people that was there with him ain't touching.
His
That's
brothers
it.
doing interviews.
That's all it took.
Freeze
All it
in.
fucking took. Yo,
Yeah, let me say it like this. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and lay it down this way. I know I'm an older gentleman at this point in time in my life. Is no one on this panel right now that can say, I know for a fact, I raised a set of twins that are black twins that was 8 years old until they were 19 years old in the state of Texas, in a prominent area, in the area that y'all talking about. See, and when it comes down to talking about different things, it gets a little bit offensive to me, but I have to take back because I know other people have their frame of reference because they're not here. So, like, even if me and my brother talking about basketball, that man about nothing but business, military and stuff like that. We ain't about to talk about sports. But when you talking about something that I'm landed in, I lived it. And I'm telling you, I got a set, I had, well, not now, I had a set of twins that I was a stepfather to for several years. They were introverted. So I understand what they're going through. And they did not have to go to an all black school. They went to, it was predominantly white and Hispanic. I'm in Texas. So when I listen to the things that people are saying, I know they don't understand. Now, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt because my anecdotal experience is not the rule. And that's what happens. What you experience in New York, California, it can be anecdotal to someone else's experience. But when I'm here, I'm speaking from experience. The people that speak on this panel, sometimes it be my peers. But when it's people on here talking sometimes, yeah, man, they're old enough to be my child. Forget what I look like on my profile, but I'm just saying, but it is what it is. I just sit here and listen and I see, I don't have to go through it no more. They have to. I'm trying to save them. And I know they're going to have to go through the bullying and the things that these kids are going to have to go through. Us as black people, we're going to have to figure out a way to talk to our children. I don't recommend just stabbing people willy-nilly. And trust me, people get stabbed all the time. You don't die from a stab wound. And nor did that boy even like, God, it's kill stroke. They believe in video games and Skittles. So we have to take that into consideration. He's still a minor at this point in time. I'm just trying to put out facts. I don't want to argue with anybody on there. It's just facts to what I'm saying based upon experience, but over my lifetime. And I don't want to see that guy get railroaded. I don't care if he was green. We don't want to see him get railroaded when he's not. He defended himself based upon the circumstances. I land there.
That was one of my biggest things, 2 cents, when this first came out was, do you guys understand the environment in Texas and how they get down? And it's a different situation. But I say this is a state where if I'm merely on your property and I tell you to leave and you don't, this is what they boast. I'll smoke you. Like, this is what they boast. They're proud about that. If I tell you to get off my property and you don't, I can check you up out of here. That's the environment. Like, when I went to Texas, that's what I learned. And I'm looking at these things like, wait a minute, that's legal? Hell yeah. I'll tell you to get off my property, you don't. And I'm like, so when you hear people talking, they're not from Texas, I'm like, you have to understand it's a different environment out there, bro. Like they live kind of like by different rules, almost like the Wild Wild West damn near. And I'm like,
Exactly.
when you get people like you said, like, because I'm from California, if I had never lived in Texas, I wouldn't understand this. But I'm out there where I got a friend, an older white gentleman, that even laughed about the fact that he accidentally, this is how loose it is, he accidentally went to a bank with his pistol on his hip. And ain't nobody blink an eye. You do that out here, they tackling your ass. You going down. You know what I'm saying? But it's different out there. And that's why I'm laughing at the fact that people are talking about he was 17 with a knife. And I'm like, what world did y'all live in where 17-year-olds didn't have knives? Nigga, they had knives in Greece. And that was what, the 1950s. So why are we acting like we grew up in a time where kids were so fucking in it? Like, it's so stupid.
But
And even
not only that though, Tommy. They in Texas. I would argue that there are more white boys with knives, white and probably Hispanic than blacks with like
Say it
little
again,
pocket
Freezy.
knives.
Say it again, Freezy.
With little pocket knives. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I was stationed in El Paso, Texas, right? Fort Bliss, right? And then I went to Bamsey and all that other stuff in San Antonio. And I'm telling you, man, people trying to overthink this thing. Hey, man, you in a situation, man. You got a choice. You got a choice. The fight or flee, right? You know, so the guy chose to stand up to get the hell out of there because it would have been me. Hey, you can't put a shovel in my hand or anything else because I would do something with it differently. I walk around now that I'm retired. I mean, I walk around with a pen, and y'all might think it's a joke, but bro, that pen is more deadly than anything you got, bro. I'm telling you, man, you got to understand. Just keep your hands, like Freezy said, and I'm landing here, Freezy. Keep your hands to yourself, man. It's better for you, man, because you never know what's behind the curtain.
You know, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna say. Let me read Just J's super cap. Shout out to Just J. Thank you, Just J, for your $5 super cap. She said, "My Reed." She's sending love, kisses, and all kind of stuff. My Reed. Shout out to Just J and My Reed. How about that? Let's get it, man.
No captivity.
No. Just to add to what you saying, Stan. That's what I live by. I would never just feel entitled to just put my hands on somebody, bro. I never been like that. You know why? Because I know it's pertinent to keep your hands to yourself. Like the reason why I never first of all, I wasn't raised like that. That's one thing. Let's start there. I wasn't raised like that to just be putting my hands on people. But for two, you never know what somebody has on them. You don't know. You don't
Behind
know.
the curtain. Behind the curtain.
You don't know what you're entering into by just invading somebody's space. Like, I don't even fuck putting your hands on somebody. I don't even want to invade nobody's space just because. Yeah, I don't even like to do it.
Has anybody ever been to Detroit? Has anybody ever been in Detroit? Or got people and family stayed over there for a little while? Now, that's another place that was shocking to me because I'm like, when I tell you damn near everybody got a pistol in their car, in their purse, or on their person in some type of way. And Texas was the opposite when I first got here because I was a little bit younger. Man, these guys had rifles and ARs and scopes and all kind of stuff all on their walls. It's normal. The stuff that people have to kill somebody for or do something slick in I don't care if you're in New York or Baltimore, you can't carry the stuff that they got. And look, I promise you, man, it's scary that what you see, and you'll understand the dynamics of the mindset that's here. And then to stay behind enemy lines in Frisco and Plano is not I want y'all to realize this. It's not a regular city. Dude, it's not. I promise you. If you ever come down to Texas, you'll know exactly what I mean. I think the dude world class say he stayed here or he stayed here. He knows exactly what I'm talking
Yeah, that
about.
was me.
Dog,
I was stationed in
No,
Corpus
that was
Christi.
Tommy. That wasn't me.
I've been everywhere
That
from
was
Corpus
Tommy.
Christi. I've been up to
Thank you.
Tyler, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, and all in between. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
It's a
about.
different world.
But 2 Cents is the fourth person to actually make this claim. At first it was the one I heard from, to my personally, it was Trucker Yell, then it was Chris the Rebel, then it was Tommy, now it's you. That's why I know y'all ain't lying. All of y'all ain't lying.
But
It's crazy.
Freezy, I'm gonna keep it solid with you. It's not even just Frisco, Texas. Let's just keep it real. When you're in America, and we all know this because this is usually what happens when we get a little money and we move out the hood. When you move to a city, which we generally call the suburbs, and the
Tell on
majority of the
us, Tommy.
population is white, there's always an undercurrent of racism. I'll tell y'all now, and I don't know if Narrative Dialogues is still there. My parents moved to a place called Elk Grove, California. It's right outside of Sacramento. They moved there when I went to the military, so they was
Oh
there for
yeah, I
4
got
years.
cousins out there. That's a nice
Okay,
area.
so I move out there after I get out the military. The first 3 months I was there, I was pulled over 7 times. I didn't receive one ticket. One of the cops saw my dog tags in the windshield and actually apologized for pulling me over. One cop asked me why I was driving my fucking sister's car. It's called Old Elk Grove. If you go off the 99 freeway and go to the right, welcome to the 1950s, nigga. They spray painted my mama car with nigger. They put a maxi pads on there. My little brothers was walking down the street with one of their homegirls. They drove by, hanging out the car, called her an N-word lover. This is in the 2000s. This ain't
Right.
1950 something like all these niggas think this only happens in. And there's this undercurrent of racism. The funny part is, a lot of the white people that will live there have no idea that that shit's going on. So when we say this shit, and you have white people to say that, like, there's a white person that lives in Elk Grove that would think I'm out of my mind saying that this happens. And this actually happened. I was there. You understand what I'm saying? And this happens in most cities that's like that. So when I saw the dynamics of Frisco, Texas, I ain't even never have to be there. As soon as I saw the dynamics, I said, you already know it's the undercurrent. Oh, well, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there, Tommy B. No, I do. Because I know what happens when in that dynamic. When it's mostly white, it's out the way, and the black people start coming in. I already know what the deal is. It is what it is. And that's all across fucking America.
Hey, Freezy, can I drop something for everybody, right? No matter what
Hold
happens,
on, before
right?
you do that, shout out to our sister MJ. Just graced
No
us on the panel.
Cap-tivity.
Hey,
Shout out to
MJ, and I'm
MJ.
glad she's up here, man. That's the sweetheart. And I'm telling you,
Hey,
man,
Stan.
hey, sweetheart, but it's thing called a bubble. And all you have to do is stick your hands out in front of you and to your side. If anybody goes in that circle, we know it's a threat. I don't care what's going on, man. That's how we stay safe. And that's y'all tax dollars. We never let nobody encroach us. We never do that because when you get comfortable, man, things go wild. I'm telling you, stick your hands out in front of you, put your hands to your side. If anybody in that bubble, man, you better pay attention. So hey, MJ, you got the mic, sweetheart. Glad to see you.
Hey. What's up, Freezy? So I've been listening in for a good hot minute, even from like yesterday. I've been kind of quiet about this situation. I said my a little bit in the chat about how I feel about it. But what I'm really more concerned of is what is the prosecutor's next step in this situation, because obviously he's not going to get capital murder, even though that is the initial charge, right? this situation is not capital murder. He did not intend to kill this Metcalf boy. And if you even go on my channel, I talk about all the time. For the prosecutor to win an actual case, you have to have intent, means, and opportunity. They have means, they have opportunity, but there is no intent outside of the self-defense frame. Now, there is a possibility that he could possibly be charged with second-degree manslaughter, right? Depending on if they can prove that what he did was overkill. Him defending himself was overkill. But outside of that, they cannot get him to say that he intently tried to take this boy's life. There's nothing that shows it, nothing whatsoever. And that is one of the reasons why they made it their business to get the media involved to crucify and villainize this young boy and his family because he is being trialed by public opinion first before he actually gets into the actual trial, right? Because you remember, they have to do a jury pick. And he has to have a jury for amongst his peers, meaning from that community. And so if you already villainize him to the public when they pick the jury, of course, the prosecutors are going to pick jurors who are going to feel sensitive about it or even possibly have a bias about the situation, and that's how they work it. That's how they work the system, because in the courtroom, it's not about morally right or morally wrong. It's about what can be proved, right, within reasonable doubt. So this is what we're dealing with. And it's going to be hard because this is Texas and the different policies that Texas have with the castle doctrine, with the stand your ground policy. All of that has to come into play. And whether or not he was within his right to use an object, because even though they're trying to say it's a weapon, it's not, it's an object, to have bodily harm. Was he in his right to use that? And that goes back to whether or not, if he has the right, and this is what the defense attorney is going to use, do Carmelo Anthony have the right to fear his life? Which is kind of what's upsetting me when I'm hearing a lot of people within the community. It seemed like they unsubconsciously believe that little black boys don't have the right to defend themselves. That's what it reads to me, and it's very sickening. Or now they have to move in a certain way just so they
Thank
won't
you,
get
MJ.
face the consequences when it comes into court on how they defend themselves. Let's take the knife out of the situation. What if Carmelo Anthony got approached by both the brothers and he ended up getting hurt and he didn't have a knife? Or how about he still was able to unalive the Metcalf boy without a weapon, with the same type of vitriol still apply? Or would you say, oh, well, I mean, he died, he succumbed to his injuries, and it is what it is? And then let's also take the avenue. What if it was two black boys? How many situations we have every single day when we have two little black boys stabbing and shooting each other every single day, and you have the whole community fix up and say, well, if that person wanted to be a bully, he got what he got. It is what it is. So how come now all of a sudden everybody got amnesia when we have so many situations where bullies hurt and harm people and they get away with it and people are okay with it? Now people are uncomfortable when a bully chickens come home to roost early. And I land the mic.
I'll give you one better. Hold on, I'll give you one better.
Hold on,
Even
I got a
even
quick
the
question
case
for
that happened a
MJ.
couple of hours away from there, nobody's saying nobody's making an uproar that boy used a knife, and he literally came to a fist fight, not just sitting there minding his own business. He came to a fist fight with a knife, and nobody's making that case against him.
I got a quick question for
That's what we
MJ.
can't do right here. That's what we can't do in the South, right? We can't go tit for tat. What's happening is, y'all got to understand, what's happening is that other boy's case did not come up, right? We black folks talking about what happened with a white boy and a Spanish kid. Not to say that we don't supposed to look at it the same way, but what they doing is trying to use you Negroes to bring credence to another case that don't have nothing to do with y'all. That's two different ethnicities. Y'all got to understand how the world works in the South, bro. In the South is you handle your own business. The reason why that all the young kids situations came up is because of the immigration thing that's going on, bro. They need you
No, I'm with you
Negroes
there,
help
Rooster.
to bring attention to that. So
No,
the
I'm
whole
with you
thing
there,
is
Rooster.
y'all need to give all of y'all energy to this young black guy that decided to stand up for himself because they were finna really move like mob action on him. That's
No,
all it
but
was.
Rooster, this what I'm saying,
No,
Rooster.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, let me
defending that
tell you this.
case.
Look, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You can't go tit for tat with other folk business, bro, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to compare another person that done something to say, well, he did this to a Mexican person or Hispanic person, but now the Negroes want to jump on this white boy, and this is a Mexican. This is not even their folks, but they want to talk about him. So they're gonna make it look like y'all got anger towards another
No, but Rooster,
white
listen what
boy
I'm
for
saying,
doing
Rooster.
some shit
No,
they ain't got no business doing,
listen what I'm saying,
bro.
Rooster. I don't
Focus
have
on
a
the
feeling.
black kid.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Focus on the black kid.
I'm not
Stand down, Rooster.
I'm not defending dog. What I'm saying is if you're gonna make a consistent argument, then the same way you mad at this black dude, you need to have that same level of rage towards that white dude. Outside of that, I
No,
don't care about that case.
no. See that thing about the rage towards the white dude. Y'all got to look at it. It's in y'all Negroes' DNA to say y'all better not do nothing to Master Baby. Master Baby, if you hit Master Baby back, you know somebody gonna come up on your doorstep and take you away in the middle of the night. So that's
Yeah.
why y'all defending some of this shit. Y'all seeing these
No, I'm
people
not. Listen, I'm
defending,
not defending,
not
and I'm
saying
not even
you,
talking to
not
us.
saying you,
Oh,
not
okay,
saying
gotcha.
you. I'm saying the Negroes that call themselves the FBAs and the Negroes that's against the degenerate black man and everything. Yeah, what? I don't care how much money you make. They show Kanye and they show P. Diddy, they show Bill Cosby, they show Robert. You ain't nothing but a nigga in our eyes. I don't give a damn how much you achieve. So focus on just the black boy that's in a situation that decided to stand up to master them kids.
So
Let me
MJ, quick
Stop
question,
putting
MJ.
everybody else in the shit, bro.
All
I'm
right,
telling you,
Rooster.
the
Listen,
only
Rooster,
thing they
somebody
did,
else.
the only thing they
Quick
used
question,
is
MJ.
using
So
y'all anger
Rooster,
and trying to compare
Rooster,
two incidents.
we got you. We
The
got you, Rooster. We
Mexican
got
community needs to
Rooster,
hold on.
Rooster,
The
Rooster. We got you. We
Hispanic
got you,
community need to ride because when you go to jail,
Rooster.
they gonna ride on your black ass too.
Rooster, we got you. We got you. Spanish community. Mount up. Go ahead. Next level.
So MJ, you was speaking on you wonder what's next for as in sense of the prosecutor. So if anything is proven self-defense in Carmelo Anthony's case, what's the next steps for Hunter?
Well, so I'm about to go to work, but the next step for Hunter is that if he gets self-defense, it's a possibility that Carmelo can go after Hunter, right? That's what will definitely happen.
Can't go out the Hunter. No.
Can you let her talk, Rooster? Damn. Rooster,
Carmelo, because she making it.
Rooster. Stop.
She making it seem as the kid can
Rooster,
go after
Rooster.
it. No,
Rooster, she's in law enforcement. How you gonna say no? Why y'all what? Where y'all come from? You telling me
So
no?
when I say Carmelo, I'm not talking about him as an individual. Of course, he's a child and he has representation like a lawyer and stuff. But if they wanted to put that approach as in their intent was to actually harm Carmelo, right? If it's found that what he did was self-defense, that possibly can be there. There is a reason why Hunter is changing his stories like 4 or 5 different times when he goes to different news media, right? Because he's also being coached about, hey, making it seem like they were not aggressive. They were non-aggressive. They just asked him, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Can you leave the tent? This is for such and such school, whatever not. They're taking every approach to make it seem like they were non-aggressive. And even when they're speaking about Melo, they're making it seem like he was aggressive the whole entire time. Right? That was one of the reasons why they tried to lead with making it seem like they had some past history, and this was the reason why Melo was even showed up in the tent, because they were trying to make this situation intentional. They can't prove that because Carmelo wasn't the first one who initiated anything, and this is off of eyewitnesses. This is off of even their own. This is off of even their own admittance that you approached him first. You told him that he had to leave. There was something else that was said, but they're not saying it. But it had to be something said that made Carmelo say, if you put your hands on me, you're going to find out, right? It had to be something that made him approach his dad to saying, find out what's going to happen if you put your hands on me. But they're strategically leaving that information out. And now they're using with the public, hey, if someone just says that they threaten you, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were actually going to physically harm you. The whole point of the fact is that Carmelo's camp has to prove that was he actually in fear of bodily harm. It doesn't even have to be death. But I see that that is like the secret, that's the secret mission to prove that he was never in threat of his life. How do anybody
Lucky
know that?
MJ.
How do
Can I tell y'all
anybody
this?
know
I want to
that
tell
he
you
wasn't
this.
in? Hold
Hold
on.
on, Ruth.
How do anybody know that he was not in threat of his life? All these assumptions that why he could not fear his life, and that this is just a or quote unquote squabble regular fight. Listen, when I was in school, they was throwing teachers out the goddamn fucking window. They were burning fucking garbage cans. Everybody had a fucking blade in their mouth. I had a fucking blade in my mouth. Like, are you crazy? Like,
Speak
the
on
way
it.
how people are acting like kids or children have never
Okay.
been about that roddy bodily harm stuff is bull crap. It's BS. They're
Oh,
painting some dream world that never existed.
can I stop you right there? I see we going based off regions. I know y'all New Yorkers. Y'all been doing y'all thing for a long time. Y'all New Yorkers, y'all been doing y'all thing for a long time. I got some people that's up there in Chicago and everywhere across the United States, but we are talking about a certain region. We are talking about a certain South, bro. We are talking about the real South. This thing that's going on, this is not the first time I have seen this. And I got stories that my folks is in their 70s. Bro, it can be proven throughout United States history that anytime a black person come across a group of white people, your life can be in danger. That's why some of my people that did shit to white folks, that hurt them folks and put some of them in the grave, had to go up north because they told them, you cannot have this nigga roll around here if he beating up on master's children. I'm telling you, my kin
My,
folk
my,
didn't give
my
a
great
damn
grandma
about white
did that.
folks.
My great
My
grandma
10 folks
smoked
didn't
one
give
of them
look,
and had to
and they
bounce.
still don't. My people right now don't give a damn. My white folks don't give a damn about white folks like that. A cracker couldn't come up in this yard and say nothing to a damn Negro baby. Because know what they're gonna say? Let's kiss everybody, let's have a barbecue because it's gonna go down. This is what I came up under. So when you come across them white folks and they in mob motion and they gathering around and everybody looking, you the only nigga talking, you better believe that it's something finna happen. You better be in fear for your life. If you can't get to your phone, get to your knife, your gun, or whatever. Because all at the same time, we don't want you to be the next Negro in 2025 dropped down in a hole and you on a missing post in there. Every cracker in the city know where you at, except your folks. What's wrong with you niggas?
I'm gonna tell you something too, Rooster. I took my goofy ass to Louisiana one time. Me and this chick, I went to New Orleans. So we had bounced outside the city. We was going to go do like some tourist type shit. And I seen, like you
Man,
said, a mob of white folks with some of them flags. So my old dumb California ass was like, "Fuck this, nigga! I'm about to make a U-turn." That brought, and she was from Mississippi. She looked at me and said, "You better keep this motherfucking car going straight." And
you
she looked
got
at me so
doggone
serious,
right.
I said, and I kept on going straight. I was like, nigga, I ain't never seen her look like that.
We built
That shit
different, bro.
different. That
Our
shit is
people done
different.
told us, well, look, no matter if you run across a person that come from Mississippi, especially these southern towns, and especially the northeast part of Mississippi, bro, we raised different. We know what it is. Look, if you look up on the map of black people that really got some money or whatever, black people or slave owners, bro, we different. We've been taught. All this stuff y'all talk about on the internet, I play with the white folks on the internet and everything, but I know what they really mean. You know what I'm saying? About when they say, I'm gonna tell you a joke. I joke with them and everything because I'm on the internet. Man, ain't now one of these crackers gonna come up in my face, bro. Because I'm gonna make a decision right then. And I trade places with Carmelo, bro. and I do it happily, bro. Because there ain't no way you gonna play with me like you done play with my folks or whatever. And then you got these old regentrified Negroes sitting up here think they gonna lose a channel based on what they saying. Not saying you Freeze, but I'm just saying that what a lot of these folk doing, they thinking, oh, this is my livelihood and everything. They can't say what they want to say, but you
I
go
know
over to them white
exactly
folks
who you
channel.
talking about,
Get
Rooster.
what?
I ain't
They
gonna put his
go
name out
over to
there, but
look, they go over to them white folks channel. They invite them white folks
that
to their
nigga
channel,
pussy
and
too.
the white folks can say anything they want to say. Call
Yeah.
you niggas monkeys and everything, play sounds and this goofy ass shit, bro. And
I
they don't,
know. Hold on,
bro.
Rooster. I know you ain't talking about Freezy. Yeah.
No,
Nah,
I
hell
know,
no, it ain't Freezy.
I know,
Nah.
Freeze. I love you. I love you, bro.
Freezy.
You from
Hey, Freezy, the
you from
next
That
Florida,
sound
so
like
you
you
know.
talking about chaotic trip to me.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Not even
lava,
I ain't
not too
talking about him.
freezing.
I ain't talking about him.
not even
But
chaotic, world
No, see,
class.
I'm finna show you.
but
Oh,
Let me
okay.
straighten that out. Let me straighten that
I
out. I ain't
but
talking about
Rooster,
chaotic truth.
Rooster, let
I'm
me
finna
ask
show
you
you
this:
something. Y'all,
is
no,
there
no,
is
let me
there a
straighten that
difference
out. No,
between?
before y'all talked on that man's name, let me straighten that out. You got to understand the chaotic truth is a method to his madness. That boy just educated. That boy pledged uh A5A, bro. Those are a strategic and I'm talking about actually smart men. I don't try to give away a secret, but I can tell you what he is doing, man. He is one of them. He is part of one of the oldest fraternities known to black people, right? He is part of one. He has learned the white man's way, and he is doing that to see how many of you Negroes gonna be triggered by what them folks saying because he didn't actually seen it. If a nigga dark as him, he ain't got a good grade of hair. The nigga can't see and got eyeglasses on, bro. He can go in the wrong place and don't carry himself right. He know he can be treated wrong. That boy played Alpha Phi Alpha, man. He knows what he's doing. He's operating like a damn agent did when they sent niggas that thought they was white into certain groups of black folks. The Panthers, deal with Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton. They send niggas to a certain situation, group of niggas that don't know no better. They thinking they aiming to be like the white folks, but they'll send a person that kind of similar to white to study all of you fools.
Crazy.
And
I
break
got
it
two
down.
things to say.
You crazy.
King. Yeah, but I want to say this. I'm just say two things. I'm gonna land real quick.
Yes, sir.
I want people to understand this. When someone was saying earlier about like what they did to Bill Cosby, P Diddy, R Kelly, and that. It's a
Yeah.
Oh, that was
thing. If
me.
you know, okay, yeah. It's a thing that they call buck breaking, just like they did in slavery. They take the biggest, the strongest, and destroy him and break him down in front of all of you to discourage what you're gonna think. Look what he did to them. So what can I do? So it's kind of like a discouraging tactic. They've been doing it forever. See, but a lot of people when they're younger, they don't understand the play. So a lot of times I'm sitting back here Monday morning, quarterbacking on it, and I definitely understand exactly where they're coming from on that. So I'm gonna just say that and slide off. I heard what I'm hearing what people saying, but I don't want to kind of like take the panel too long. But I understand. But yeah, it's a process. This is exactly
Oh,
what
my
they're
bad, Najee.
doing, and it's still in effect till today. They take the biggest and baddest and break them down in front of your
Now,
face to discourage the next man.
my good sir, just be serious. Look, be in the mindset that you are a grown man and you can say how you feel and reap the consequences of what. See, I say what I feel. Look, stop as black people. Stop saying I'm gonna hold my mouth to not sound racist. Man, I'm racist as a motherfucker and prejudiced as hell. I am. Me, King Rooster. It's certain shit I don't like. It's certain niggas I don't like. I'm prejudiced as a motherfucker.
Yeah,
You see what I'm
prejudice.
saying?
Don't say racist. Don't say racist because you can by
Look,
definition
Yeah,
you
it's
can't. You can never
I
be
but
no,
it's
racist.
a difference between the two.
listen what I'm
It's a
saying. You was
difference
a
between the
goddamn
two.
lie. Then not listen what I'm saying. That's what they trained you. I can be racist. If I grow a patch of watermelons and tell everybody I ain't selling these watermelons to now cracker, but you Negroes can get it for $5. That's racist. I'm controlling the watermelons. Even though my watermelon might be the sweetest in the county, I ain't selling it to white folks. So ain't that some racist shit? These
No,
black
no,
folk
no, no,
watermelons.
no, no.
No, you
Hey,
can be racist. See,
Nah,
no,
y'all
nah,
let these white folk fool
that
It
y'all
is
would
put it
and
take
up,
give
more than
Freezy.
y'all the
one
key.
viewpoint.
No, y'all let
Put
these
it
white
up.
folk fool y'all and give y'all the key to what door y'all can open up. No, you
Vic,
niggas, some of
Vic,
you niggas are
Vic,
racist.
Hey,
Vic,
Man,
what's
come
going
hey,
on,
on,
bro.
Vic?
Freezy,
Vic,
Freezy,
Come
slow
Freezy,
on,
down.
I'm
bro.
ready to go.
Slow down,
Hey,
Vic.
Freezy,
Nah,
I'm ready to go.
some
all
of
I'm
right,
you
ready to go,
niggas
man.
racist
Freezy.
as hell.
Hold
Wait a
on.
minute,
Cause
wait a
some of
minute,
you
Prejudice,
niggas don't
Freezy.
like y'all
Wait a
prejudice
own
minute,
and
people,
race
bro.
Freezy.
is different.
Wait a minute,
Go
wait a
ahead,
minute.
Stan.
Ain't no
Go ahead,
different.
Stan.
Hey, Freezy, thank
Yeah.
you. That was a great conversation. And thank you for showing respect to me as always and to my brother. Because that's my blood, man. And everybody's in the chat and everybody on the panel. It's just like, man, we can have the conversation without putting each other down. Man, because at the end of the day, I've seen more things that I can't unsee, right? So that's why it's good to have everybody that just grew up and they did certain things and people joining the military. Freezy, you bringing us all together, man, because I see things through a different lens, right? So my brother up there, he saw me grow up. It's just like, man, Freezy, we trying to get to the solution and stop the nonsense. You allow everybody up here, man, and we got to see it. Man, some of this shit, man, these jokers, man, man, you will never see them again. Some of the things I experienced and you experienced in your life. So, hey, Freezy, thank you for showing the respect to me and to my brother. And I'm telling you, man, y'all got it twisted. You think Freezy is not still a tooth chipper. Y'all don't take his meekness for weakness. And I keep telling people, man, we tend to sit back and let people talk. But when it start getting to threatening people and doing all that, man, that's when we rail up Freezy. But thank you again. That's my brother. And I'm telling you, bona fide, certified. And thank you for showing him love, even
Come
when
on,
I'm not
Stan.
even
Ain't
around.
nobody threatening
Shout out
nobody.
to the
Ain't nobody
ultras.
threatening nobody.
No,
Shout
Stop
out
it.
to
Ain't
the
I'm
nobody.
talking about earlier. I'm talking about
Yeah, yeah.
earlier.
There he's talking about the other guy.
Rooster.
Yeah, yeah.
shout
I
He's
out to
love
talking
the
you,
about
bro.
earlier.
shout out to the
Hey,
I love
Stan.
ultras,
you too,
man.
man. We'll talk after this, man.
Shout
But
out to the
Freezy, keep doing what
ultras.
you're doing.
Shout out to the
Yeah,
ultras,
motherfucker, man.
man.
Hey,
And
all too
next time I
strong.
call you, Stan, you better answer your phone, Stan. You better answer
Man, I'm
your
ready to
phone
call
the
you.
next
I'm
time I
ready to
call
call
you.
you in. I'm
No,
ready
don't
to
call me
call you
while I'm
in
online.
20 minutes.
No,
And
don't.
no, I'm gonna call you in 20 minutes because we need
Okay,
to
hold
talk,
on. Just let me get
man.
through
Because
with
I got
freezing.
some big
Freezing.
business. All right, hey,
We go.
can
All right.
Freezy? Can I walk out? Hey,
Yes, sir.
Freezy, thank you again, man. Always showing love to my brother before you even knew he was my brother. You
Most
always
definitely.
been that respectable guy and the world class and all that stuff, man. We just chopping it up, man. We
Definitely.
all are trying to
That's
figure
it.
it out. We
That's it.
keep stating problems, and when do we get to the solution, Freezer? So
Yeah.
come on, man. Hey, man, but thank you, brother. Hey,
Yeah.
bro, I'll call you when we
Appreciate
get
you.
off and when you get off the
Appreciate you,
panel.
man.
All
Appreciate
right,
you.
Stan, you be safe.
Yeah, when we get through, Stan, you can hit me up. I'll talk to you about most stuff and I'll let you know something. I'm telling you, hey, it real, bro. Y'all just be careful when y'all get into the white folk, black folk conversation and everything. Some
Hey,
look,
Freezy, after this, can
we
I
are
get
not
it?
all the same, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
can
got
get
you.
it. You can get it now. I ain't tripping.
Shout out to Lord ADS in the building. What's going on, ADS? How you doing?
What up at No Cap-tivity? What
It's
up,
What's up,
man?
chilling.
ADS?
Yeah, what's going on though? What you're
Chilling.
talking about, King Rooster, is territorialism, right? Symptoms. What you're seeing are symptoms of territorialism. Racism is a symptom of territorialism, right? Tribalism is a symptom of territorialism. That's someone's telling you that flat out that this is mine and you can't have it. The reason why they say we can't be racist is because we don't have anything. That's a part of territorialism, right? So all that comes into play when this particular conversation. So you have a group of people saying that, saying this is our land, and saying and what we have here, you can't have it, right? And we have another group of people saying you owe us part of your land because of what you did to us. So that's where the crux of the disagreement, I think, begins with when it comes to those particular sentiments, right? But there's a lot more that goes into it besides that, but that's just kind of the gist and the high level view of what you're experiencing is territorialism. My apologies, it's hard to get that out.
Yeah, I was trying to tell World earlier. I understand the word when you say racist. By definition, Freezer can pull it up. Look, you first of all, you will have to be marginalized, and you will have to be a minority. White people are generally not the minority, or They're not marginalized. When you can be a bigot and you can be prejudiced. Yes, you can be very much that. But when you keep saying racist, yeah, you can be racist to black people and other people that are minorities and that are marginalized. But I'm talking about to white people. By definition, Google it yourself right now while you're on here and just read the definition and tell me if I'm wrong or right.
Hold on, my prejudice, my racism don't come from Google. They come from grandmama,
Okay.
grandpapa, and them, and all that. See, I
Okay.
got a different type of thing. See, before y'all had Google, grandmama and them told me what them white folk can do to you. Granddad and them told me, uncles done told me when they went down to the Parchment Farm what them cracker can do to you. Once they get you locked up, bound, shackled, and chained, or when you working down, I got to do the little roads and work on the highways and all that. My folks, that's what I come from. That's what I'm saying, man. Y'all on the internet and y'all regentrified Negroes, bro. I still live around the same people that can talk that same mess I talk, and then they worse than I am. Because guess what? They 70, 60. Some of them 80 years old. Some of them might be 100. And get what? I can go across 100-year-old black woman, and get what? I say, hey, Mom, what you think about a cracker? Man, them motherfuckers ain't no good. Old woman with her last breath, she'll tell you them folks ain't no good, and they'll tell you the story about how they treated certain people. I live in that area right now. So when y'all talk about certain things, y'all just regentrified and
Who is
recultivated
y'all?
Negroes.
Y'all, yeah,
No,
what are you
I
talking
get.
about?
I've
Y'all.
listened to you say y'all for 10 minutes, but
Yeah,
I'm
y'all.
you
saying y'all
freezy.
because
But who is y'all?
okay. How many people on this platform besides me can go to a person that's about 60 or 70 years old, probably participated in some of them rides or the Jim Crow and everything, and you can sit right there on their arm and say, "Can you talk into this camera and tell me what went on?" That's why when they said something about the Metcalf boy. When they talk about, oh, this is a kid, this is a life lost. If you look back into history, those were kids that was kicking on your grandmama's ass and your granddad's ass, and probably your dad's ass. And your dad was young. That
I see
baby,
that
that
whole
little black baby
situation
got
differently, brother.
All right, John, I'm out
no,
of here, man. Have a
Yeah,
good
I see
night,
that
y'all.
no.
whole
You,
situation differently. You
uh,
Hey,
got
Trey,
two
this your fault.
kids
All right,
I'm
no.
telling you,
fighting
these
for
the
a
same
kid
people.
under the
So
rain. That's all that
who?
got way out of
Okay, so
control.
your message is
Yeah,
whoever feels
but
that
check it up.
way.
But no, hold on. But they don't want to recognize this freezing.
I was
It was a
asking.
video. It was an actual picture that was pulled up
Okay.
about a football coach that actually participated in the riots. Right? They
I'm
don't
still
want to
stuck on
talk
the
about
Harlem
that.
track.
Negroes
That's the
do
voice.
not want to talk about it. Right? They had a picture that they showed of a
Goldsberg, what?
well-known NFL team owner. Right? But
Yeah.
look at what age he was when they was out there throwing bottles and kicking black folks in their ass. Look at what age he was. And that picture surfaced. He was a kid.
Okay.
Just think about it. If you
Let me
had
just,
people, look, just think about it.
King
If you had
Rooster,
people
please, brother.
I'm curious on
Please
who
don't
your
traumatize
message
us
is
in this
for
panel
though.
tonight. Wow.
Rooster, you
Calm down,
long-winded.
Rooster.
You long-winded, Rooster, right now.
But I ain't trying to mess up your show by stating facts though. My
No,
bad.
no, I
No,
ain't
it's
mad
just
at you.
the overall
I ain't
tone
mad
from
at you.
this
Let somebody else
channel.
talk though.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Freddie.
I was just saying I ain't mad at you, but you got to make room for other people. Go ahead, LA.
No, I just like from my opinion, from what I've been listening to, that's not the overtone of this channel. So I'm just wondering who y'all is and who you are really talking to.
Okay, let
Look,
me ask you this,
if
LA.
I ain't call your name specifically, that's where the hit dog on holler come from. That's the phrase I introduced to the internet, bro.
I mean, it's been
So
over
don't
10
get it
minutes,
twisted.
hon.
Hit,
We
but
tired.
if
We
I
tired,
didn't call
boss.
your name,
We
you
tired,
shouldn't.
boss.
Well, I'm glad you
We
recognize me as
tired,
boss, little nigga
boss.
girl.
Hear about y'all
I'm glad.
niggas. We tired.
That gives me a certain type of status. I'm glad you acknowledge that I'm above you, right? Yes, ma'am.
That
And
we're
carry
tired
on.
of hearing your
No.
bullshit.
Carry
And
on.
your
Freezy,
Carry
let
on.
me
we
ask you
we've
something,
heard
Carry,
this
Freezy.
Rooster,
shit too from
carry
our
on,
please
little
don't
girl.
elders.
traumatize us.
Carry
We've
on,
heard
Please,
little
this shit
brother.
girl.
from our
Calm
elders
down.
and
Carry on,
you're
little
not
girl.
telling us nothing new.
Carry on,
Freezy,
little
No,
girl.
boy.
Carry on.
Freezy.
Hold
Okay,
on, little
Rooster,
boy.
See?
Rooster.
Y'all
Go
crazy.
ahead. Go ahead,
Broken
Rooster. See
down to the
now?
bit. Fuck out of here.
Hold on.
Go
The
ahead.
Rooster,
Go
the
ahead. Go
Rooster is
ahead,
pretty
Freeze.
man. Hold
Broken
on.
down to the bit.
Go ahead. Somebody else finna talk. Nah, let me ask you this, Freezy. Could what Rooster be trying to convey is that there's a different mindset when you're dealing with someone from the South compared to how someone from the North or East Coast may view it.
Man, I told y'all it was,
Ding, ding,
dog.
Yeah,
ding, brother.
I
You
think
are right
I'm
Tommy
about
telling
was
you.
that.
saying that earlier. Tommy was
Listen, I
saying
said this off the dribble. I'm from California. I had never left this motherfucker before I went to the military. I ain't even make it to my duty station in boot camp. When I ran into them Louisiana, Texas boys, I felt like I was talking to
that.
niggas from the 1950s when they were talking about white folks. They talk just like Rooster did. I would never put my
Right.
dick in one of them crackers. Y'all didn't like, and I'm looking at them, and mind you, again, I ain't never left Cali. So I'm shell shocked. I'm looking like, damn. And then I got stationed down there. And so that's why, like a lot of folks that's from the north that ain't never really been to the south would be like, I understand. It's like, nah, bruh, you don't. Until you're down there, you don't. The same way, like when I went overseas, and it's kind of it's a different feeling over there. You don't understand it until you're there. When I went to the south, it's like in the air, my nigga. Like it's different. It's just
I,
it's kind of hard to explain because it's not always overt, but it's just you just notice like, okay, they move different around here than where I'm from.
that's because
And
they
it's
that
it,
is
it made me a lot more highly alert to like bullshit. You get what I'm saying? Like
that's
before I did that,
Hmm.
I was game goofy. You probably could have disrespected me and I wouldn't even really trip. Like, oh, you just but when I went down to Texas, I became like Rooster, nigga. You're not about to play with me. Can I say a little race joke? No, nigga. Like that's out. You get what I'm
No, that's
saying?
not
But
like
most people
Rooster.
where
I,
I'm from, they'll
I
let you play like that because we grow up with white folks and like I said out here, especially because the niggas like the Panthers and shit lay shit down and let motherfuckers know we ain't going. They don't play with us like that in Cali. But
Tommy
down south,
Tommy
they'll play with you.
Tommy. Listen, we moved from Northwest Baltimore to Northeast Baltimore. And going to elementary school, the white boys they were sitting at the desk and they wanted to ask me a question. This is the question they asked me. We in elementary school. They said, "Hey, are you a yo?" I said, "What?" I said, "About what? A yo?" Meaning like hood. But that's what the fuck they asked me in Baltimore City. I'm literally still in Baltimore City. Like the Baltimore is just it's like I guess it's like hybrid. It's like we get North shit and South shit. This is one of the most racist states on the world, nigga. We dealt with all of that shit. I swear on my life, most of the time I'm walking up to school, I could walk straight up from my house and go to school. They didn't let the fucking dogs out of their houses until I walked by. I dealt with that shit in my lifetime. I know exactly what Vic is talking about, but I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. We will fuck you up. Used
Hey,
to beat the shit out
let
them
me
white
tell you a
boys
story real quick.
every day, nigga.
When
I
I
don't know
went
what
to,
they
when I
doing in
went
the
on that
South, but up
when I
here,
went on that trip to
nigga,
New
it ain't.
Orleans, nigga, I went on another little tourist thing and we went to a plantation. I respect elders. I ain't never in my life went to punch this old lady ever in my life like this. This lady's probably like 80 years old. And this bitch was explaining to us how, see, it wasn't that bad. Look at the quarters. And I'm looking like, did this bitch just say that?
It was an
Like,
old lady. I mean, a
bro,
white lady,
I
or
went like real class, old as fuck. But when I tell you, like, I'm dog.
no, I'm talking about it
I'm
was a white
just
lady.
saying, yeah. And I'm sitting there like, wait,
Oh
bitch, are
wow.
you trying to explain how it wasn't that bad? And I'm looking at the corner like, this shit look terrible. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, bro,
Yeah,
and that's
it's
what I mean by subtle. Like, that wasn't her calling me, but it was just like, wait, bitch, is you trying to say like shit was Gucci? Like, what the fuck? Like, nah, that shit weird, bro.
I'm just saying, even up here, I get. I think I get the South right. The South is more humid, it's more rural. People have it's more spaced out. But where I'm from, I'm telling you, I'm not the only person that be telling y'all this. It's Maryland, bro, is
Let me put it like
racist
this, world
as
class.
fuck,
Do you
nigga.
ever do you ever and only you can answer this because you from
Uh-huh.
there. Is there like an unsettled feeling ever to be like, okay, if I do something wrong in this situation, like what Vic was saying, a mob might come in and come handle some shit. And that's what I mean in the South. Like that
Yeah, the
feeling is
police.
still
Yeah.
there. No. I'm
Yeah, the
not talking about
police.
the. No, I'm not talking about the police.
Talking about
Listen,
real
I get what
mob.
you. I
I'm
know
talking
what you're
like
saying. I know what you're saying. But I'm not. I don't give a fuck about the South. 100 year. They behind 100 years.
No,
These niggas are operating at a much fucking higher level than the motherfuckers in the South. They much more organized. They're smarter. You can play with that dumb
no.
country shit all you want. These motherfuckers are real military trained niggas. They not stupid. They gonna have
Oh yeah.
motherfucking cop
You talking about
outfits
them
on.
white boys? A majority of them white
Yes.
boys up in Baltimore, they got YouTube channels, bro. Those are shooters,
Listen,
bro. They shoot
I'm gonna tell you.
competition,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell you. Hold
I'm
up,
telling you,
Vic. I'm
boy.
gonna tell you some real shit. Anybody, whenever you get a chance, when you come to Maryland specifically, look around October and September, and look at the
They out.
police. Most of them gonna have their head shaved. You gonna keep seeing
It's a
white boys with
ritual,
their
bro.
head shaved
They
because they getting
bringing them
fucking
in.
initiated. I'm telling y'all some
Yeah.
I
different
feel
shit.
what
They
you're
on a
saying,
different
world class.
level.
You remember, I'm from California, nigga. Like we literally
Yeah, you
have
say your mom from over here
gangs
too.
in our police.
Oh yeah.
And on top of
Yeah.
that, they literally recruited the Klan to come out here and be police. So I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like when you
I
feel
get
like if I talk to this white boy wrong, there might be some
it could be.
people and I might not be heard from again. And ain't nobody gonna give a
Look,
fuck. Like it's that
it's some real.
uneasy of a feeling.
Look, it's some real. Look, bro.
I'm,
I had a job, bro, doing a certain job, bro. Look, these people got properties for a certain reason, bro. They got shipping containers all over the United States. They got like you know how a gas tank look underground. They got places where they can put your ass and you will not be found because down in the South they got a thing that keep people off their property. It's called a simple sign. They call like 50 cents to $1. It's called no trespassing. So just like say for instance, if I want to get rid of you, I can drop your ass in a tank that's sealed off on my shit somewhere else, bro. And as long as I'm living, no one has the right to come over there searching as long as my people ain't doing no bullshit, bro.
I was about to say ain't no
Like say
reason for them to come.
ain't no reason for them to come. So they might have a great grandpappy that loves, oh, you brought a new stock in, ain't it? Dump him off in the back. Put your ass goddamn down up in a goddamn hole and you down there with the rest of your goddamn ancestors. Somebody been dropped in a hole 50 years ago, and your little fresh ass and get put in that same hole, bro. They doing this shit. Have you ever heard that yellow dog shit? Look, I'm finna show you something.
Let me ask Class that you think Maryland worse than Mississippi?
They just out with
it. It depends on what you asking me. It depends on what you asking me.
I'm saying like racist white boy.
Yeah.
The North is always the hit.
Yeah.
The North is always in the headquarters of what they do.
I would tell you so.
Look,
I know. I mean, Vic can tell you this. They had slaves in Mississippi.
And
damn near close to the 90s, bro.
In the 90s, like 1998,
1997. They didn't even know.
Because they didn't know. Like, if a lot of people didn't look, I'm gonna show you something about the area, bro. A lot of people.
Y'all hear that?
One so far. A lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
That might be you, Freezy. I don't know what that is.
That ain't mine. That ain't mine. That sounds like somebody in the back. But what happened was a lot of people want.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Freezy.
I think that's you, Freezy.
Can't hear you.
Hold on, Vic. Hold on, Vic.
Sound
We
like
trying to figure out the
Clippers.
sound. I think. Yeah, that
Like
sounds like
you
somebody
getting a
getting a haircut.
You lost
I don't know what that shit
That
is.
nigga Freezy computer said, "Nigga, turn me off."
He said, "Nigga, this is hour 39, nigga."
What about now? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you good now.
Okay, that was my cord.
But Freezy, you right.
What was you saying, Freezy?
The thing was,
no, I was saying, like, I know in Mississippi, they just like slavery lasted all the way. They had slaves in Mississippi all the way to in the 90s, dog. Like, they real racist in Mississippi, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Like the boy Jordan Hill, the little boy Jordan Hill that just got ran over. That's Mississippi. The cracker just ran them over just because they ran them over, dog.
But freeze it. Then what I'm saying is, see, when they put it out there on the internet, like it was slavery. No, it wasn't slavery. It was black folks that was close tied to those white folks. And what happened was, they controlled what they could see. Like, say for instance, you stay in the middle of nowhere and all you can see is whatever, and you just own a whole abundance of land, and you ain't just going traveling out to see other people to say, hey, this shit ain't right or whatever, you gonna think that's the way it's supposed to go. Just like some of these niggas talking about, if I was back in them days when Martin Luther King was marching, I would have did this. No, nigga, you wouldn't have did none of that because your mama would have trained you to march right alongside her.
This is what I'm saying. It's kind of hard to judge who got the most racist white boys, right? Like we could safely say that. I'm just saying, like,
look, our white boys is up in the north freezing.
I ain't gonna lie
They
to you.
send
Freezy.
our white boys to the
pretty
north.
fucking clear.
No, freezing.
And I hear what you're saying, world class. And like I said, like when you get into like your Oregons or your middle of nowhere Arizonas, and like it's definitely it. But bro, just all I can tell you, and I don't know if you've been through the South, world class, but I'm telling you,
we
bro,
talking about like the tone. We talking about
different.
just the overall tone. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Freezy, like Freezy, when I say the air is different, it's hard for me to describe it. But the fucking air is like, it's just different, my nigga. Like, it's just like, and feel me, like I come from where the Panthers come from, so we naturally like we fighting type of niggas. And I'm telling you, bro, like when you get down there, it's just a subtle tone of.
And hold on, Tommy, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of the foundation of it, like especially like the Klan and all that shit.
Yeah.
A lot of them white boys be Baptists. You know what I'm saying? They be Baptists and shit.
Yeah.
And a lot of their Baptist roots, that shit come from the South, dog.
For sure.
I think why do y'all think? No, I ain't saying Maryland, Virginia ain't the South. I'm just saying like, hey,
no.
A
lot of station in Virginia. I've been through Maryland, all of that, and I know what Road Class talking about because there was some towns that I drove through that the shit was funky. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nigga, they not. Bro, I'm telling you, the craft of racism was perfected in Maryland. Is what I'm telling you. These niggas.
Look, freeze. I'm gonna tell you, real talk, freeze.
You know how Thor got the hammer. And he made that hammer, made the axe. That's what the fuck happened in Maryland with racism, nigga.
I ain't gonna tell you what I look. I ain't tell you.
My grandma brother stay in Maryland, dog. He stay in Spring. I think it was Springfield, Maryland. Yeah. So I know what you mean.
Yeah, I know Springfield.
Freeze it. I ain't telling you what I don't know, bro. I done work around so many people that actually are part of the group, bro. They don't have problems out of people that they know. If you come to Mississippi and you the outsider and you talk that woo woo or whatever, you might come up missing. But so far as a person that know what's going on, these white folk don't bother. You know what I'm saying? They don't fuck with us no kind of way.
No, I'm talking about right now we still hearing about black people being hung. Yeah, you know those
but okay, if you go and find out where them folks coming from, they come from out of town with an out of town mindset, bro. Look, Mississippi. You remember that? You remember that movie Life with Martin Lawrence or whatever? Look, Mississippi don't take kindly to you outsiders. I'm gonna tell you that. It don't.
Say it again. You outsiders,
Rooster, listen.
We don't do that.
Mississippi don't take kindly to you outsiders.
I got my outsider.
I'm telling you,
you gotta stay within that gun line.
Hey, listen,
you gotta stay
the
within
niggas
that
told me straight up. Hey, God, the niggas told me straight up. Oh, you from California? Yeah, we don't like your con. I'm like, nigga, I'm strapped. But I don't give a fuck. I'm still like, yo, I might not have enough of this magazine for that. But yo, the niggas like, oh yeah, we don't like your con. I'm like, yo, this shit is down, my nigga.
And it was some black people that told you that, didn't it? We don't like they black. And some of them look just like you, and they'll tell you.
It was a black rooster. It was a black policeman. Nigga said, oh, you from California? Yeah, we don't. Nigga, what is going on? Bro,
you finna go to jail and get dinosaur time. You finna
go. Dog.
You know what? For some reason, everybody like niggas from Baltimore for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Your ass finna be.
I ain't never been rejected.
My homeboy had put it to his driveway. He turned his lights off before he got there, so they blurred him. Right? I'm in the house. I'm drunk as fuck off. I don't know how many Jello shots. They out there. You feel me? Going back and forth. I was young. I bring my dumb ass outside, drunk as fuck. What the fuck this nigga want? I'm hollering, right? Motherfucker said, oh, where you from? I said, nigga, I'm from Cali. He said, oh, yeah, we don't like your kind around. I said, huh? And then he started counting, right? And I'm like, what the fuck this nigga count for? That nigga said, yeah, it's a lot of people out here. A mistake could be done real quick. I said, Oh, nigga, you gonna man? They had to push my dumb ass in that house,
Yeah.
dog.
Look,
Dog.
look, look.
That's what I
A
mean,
mistake
nigga.
is
It's different,
a,
dog. That
a
mean he was gonna
mistake
smoke
is
my
gonna be
suit
Oh,
ass.
an
so you
intentional.
get racism from niggas too? I don't think we got
Bro,
that up here.
it's
Yeah.
world class. It's
I
crazy,
don't
dog.
think we got that up here.
World class
Oh,
down here in the real South. I say the real South because
You
certain parts
uh-huh.
of the United States that call themselves the South, we as
But you know
Mississippians,
what,
we don't
Vic?
recognize
You
them
wa-
as the South. No,
you was on the panel with me where they were saying Texas hate the South.
Texas is not
Man,
the
yeah,
real South.
what?
Texas, look, the South
I
does
swear
not
to God.
go beyond Louisiana. Look, okay. When it came down to slavery, there was all the 13 colonies, right? And then
Matter of fact,
Virginia.
I think it was
Look,
you.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Look, we go off the old slave maps where they dropped off the slaves at.
Crazy.
When they did the
This is
13
starting to sound like
colonies,
some
because
type
I'm
of
telling you the mindset. Look, no,
pseudo
I'm
victim
telling you,
Olympics about who's
Texas
experiencing
is
the most
Texas
racism.
is
Brother, is
Texas
that
is
what we're
not the
trying to
real
start
Thank
South.
doing?
you.
No, I'm trying to show you something about the mindset.
It's
I'm
some
just
type of
telling you the
victim
mindset.
Olympics,
This
brother. This is
Look,
weird.
listen what I'm no,
the
listen
big
to what
show.
I'm saying. It ain't no, this is real. Texas is not the real South. When they started doing all this
Shit.
stuff that y'all
Oh my
regentrified Negroes want
God.
to talk about, which is slavery, we had the 13
Breezy.
colonies. Everywhere
Breezy,
where
save me.
slaves
Breezy,
was
save
dropped
me.
off at.
Jesus, save me from this
And look,
man
I'm finna
and
show you
his
something. I'm finna show you something.
insane,
No, no, no,
traumatizing
stop.
take.
Let me show
No,
you
no,
something.
no. It's weird,
Everybody
Vic.
that
We're
went through
tired of
Texas,
it.
if you study
I'm burnt out
United
on
States
your
history,
racism.
they ran off on the
I'm
plug.
burnt
They
out
put
from your
GTT on their
experiences.
door
Can you
and didn't want to
please
pay their
just stop
taxes.
this
That
madness?
gone to
Why
Texas,
are
right?
you
So
so
Texas is
compromised
not the
about
real South,
racism?
bro. And Texas
Vic,
was
who
the
cares
last
what
people
you
that gave
think?
up their
Texas is still
slaves.
the real South. And the way you
So
just
you
shit what you
mad?
think, Vic? That's
You don't want
wild.
y'all to dig up
You
that
said
people own
Texas ain't the
slaves.
real South.
He crying
Georgia
because his
ain't the
people
real
own
South.
slaves.
It's all considered a
This nigga
southern
people own
part of the
slaves.
geography in
Cause he don't
America.
want
That's
y'all
all
to
it is.
dig it
It's
up,
a
Freezer.
geography based.
Y'all know black folks own
Infrastructure.
slaves too,
This
right?
is wild.
Oh my God.
I
That
don't
ain't
Okay,
understand
wild.
that.
if Texas, if Texas
This
not the
is
hey.
some
South,
weird
if
victim
Texas not the
Olympics,
South, what
bro.
are they?
Texas
Hey,
is
Wow.
listen, I
not the
learned that
real
too.
South. It's
I,
not the
No,
I
if
real
Texas
South.
not the South, what are they? Midwest, West Coast? What are you gonna
Look, look,
call
look,
them?
look. That's west of the
Texas
Mississippi
was
River,
considered
bro.
Mexico.
No, because
No,
at first Texas was Mexican region, bro. Y'all don't know. See, that's why they trying to take history out of school, so you Negroes won't
okay,
know what's really real.
Oh.
That's
okay,
why when
what
you go
are
out
they
there,
then?
the dynamics
Somebody
change, bro. Cause Texas, you can't come.
First you gotta put your hand into it, bitch, don't stop, just do it. Then you roll your tongue from the brag back to the with my pussy and
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that. I
if
like that
Texas ain't
answer.
the South, what are they? What are they then? Call them something. East
No,
Coast,
Texas is
North.
no. Texas is
Little
part
Vic
of
Scorpion.
the new era. It's like a new era to the United States, right? When they did
That's what
that
I thought.
Homestead Act, and everybody ran across the Mississippi River to stamp down land and just claim some shit and take shit from other folk because there was too much going on the eastern border of the Mississippi River. That's not the real South. Texas wasn't even part of the South. Texas belonged to other people across seas first.
Okay.
That's why they telling you niggas they trying to take
Listen,
United States history,
don't listen to Vic, please.
color people. That's why they taking United States
Oh,
history out of schools. That's why your kids don't even this year, a lot of kids or next year, they won't even have to
Hold
pass
up,
United
Vic.
States history
Vic,
because they're gonna take it out.
Vic, let me get everybody final thoughts because we coming towards the latter end. So as far as like all the information that we've gathered so far, um, how do y'all feel now about Carmelo Anthony's fate? You know what? I'm gonna start with Lord ADS hasn't gotten a chance to speak, man. So Lord ADS, what do you think, bro?
Thank you, Freezy. And Vic, please stop traumatizing us with your racism. This is kind of no
Nah,
Saturday night
my
when you
name
on
is
Easter
King Rooster.
Sunday.
Address me by my name. You don't know me like that, brother.
Vic, please, Vic, King Rooster,
No,
King Dick, whatever your name is.
yeah.
Can you please shut up? Damn.
Put a king in
So you know
front
what I'm
of
saying?
it.
So, King of what?
Acknowledge my royalty, nigga. My status,
Nigga,
nigga.
you're a victim
My
Olympics
good
ass
sir.
nigga, bro. Please
I
calm
ain't no
down.
victim of no Olympics. I
You
ain't
were
running
talking
in the
about
race y'all running.
y'all been
No.
competing about
How could
who live in the
how
most
could I be a
racist
victim of
place.
the Olympics and I'm not even running in the race
Y'all
y'all
been
running in? I'm
competing this
not even
whole time. I've been
participating.
listening.
I'm
Y'all been
sitting out
competing
there
about who live in the most racist
like the
place. This is
king.
wild.
And I'm look, I'm
And
sitting
then
on
y'all
the
said
throne
Texas ain't the
watching you
South
niggas run
now.
the rat
I ain't
race.
black. Hey,
Trying to
Freezy.
see who
Freezy.
master
I
better.
ain't black no more, according to the Negroes. Yo, what's
I
up,
ain't never
though?
been black. I ain't
There
never
you
been
go.
black because if you look at my skin color based on the crayons
This
that
is
come out of
wild.
Crayola box, I have never been that color, my good sir. You got me messed up.
Okay. The Carmelo Anthony thing, right?
Right
Back
playing,
to
wrong man now. Right playing,
Freezy,
wrong
back to
man.
that, right?
Crown Vic. Let him talk, bro. Crown Vic.
Yes, Lord.
So
But what?
Let's just sum it up, though. Let's just keep it real. This is really sad, to be honest with you. You got two kids fighting over a tent in the rain at a track meet.
Yeah.
Just take away the color. That alone right there is a very sad dynamic, right? And then one of them ends up dying. So now you got one side screaming that they want justice against this one young man for, I believe, and from what I've viewed and what I've seen for witness statements, who literally defended himself against two boys. Right? Mm-hmm. On the other end of that, you got him yelling, "Hey, I did nothing wrong," but he's getting the treatment. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't get this treatment. You know, Daniel Penny didn't get this treatment. George Zimmerman, damn for sure, didn't get this treatment. But yet he's getting the full scope of what happens when you murder someone. So it's sort of sad to see that society itself hasn't matured enough or grown enough, right, in today's modern age to be able to situate this properly and put it into proper context. Versus now it's becoming this back and forth between two sides, which one side happens to be us, the black folks, against mostly the white people, who are stating, hey, who was wrong and who did what and why. Instead of us saying, hey, this is a teachable moment. We don't want any of our kids fighting for a tent in the rain. Instead, it's becoming sort of a race bait type of circumstance, right? I mean, the media is exploiting it. That's what they're really doing. They're exploiting this whole situation, and we're falling for it. I mean, that's the big thing, right? White folks are not evil. They're not evil. They're just opportunists. That's the real deal. They're just opportunists in real life. You know what I'm saying? They take advantage of all opportunities, including you. So, I mean, that's one way we got to view it in perspective, but I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate your loyalty, yes. Thank you, bro. Let me go to 2 cents. What you think, 2 cents?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with this right here. I done got too old now. I can't argue with people that's arguing 2 + 2 is 5 or whatever. They can believe what they want to believe. For people to say that Texas is not in the South, it is crazy. And they joined the Confederate in the South. That's a whole. I know people gonna interrupt me, gonna try to interrupt me, but anything. I'm not gonna argue with those people. That's the reason why wrong folks talk over here, and the kids at the crayon table over there talk over there, and the women talk over there. It's a reason why we did that. But for some reason, we got away from that. I don't even know. No, yeah. I'm being a little cocky and a little arrogant on it right now because I got a right to. And the guy that's probably that was talking and saying that, he might be 32, and I'm saying about 33 years old. And you can ask him his age after we finish. I already came to the conclusion on this Carmelo Anthony thing. They're going to try to slap him on the wrist, give him some type of punishment. This boy is going to get nothing but some type of classes and dealing with his anger and his management. That is appropriate for what happened, because we don't want to teach children to just stab everyone in every situation that you're in. But the situation that he was in, he did the best thing that he knew how in this situation. This is not Baltimore. This is not Chicago, and it's black people and white people. It's a different dynamics. The dude I think his name World Class, he was trying to let people know, like give you a glimpse on what it is to live in Texas. Man, I'm telling you, I'm older now. It's shocking, and I still live it. Man, I ain't never seen no Hispanic person be the valedictorian and all this and owning all this and that's. I'm in the heart of this stuff. So we live in a different world. Respect the world that's down here that's going on, and it's laws and stuff that they got going on, and we have to respect it. It might not be right, and we might get railroad, and that stuff does get overturned over time. But the boy is still not guilty of what they're saying. I don't care how they try to spin it. And I'm a black person, and I stand on black principles first and other people's second. That's all I want to say.
What part of Texas you from, Toussaint?
I ain't from here. I'm from North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? I rep the East Coast over there, but I'm in San Antonio.
Okay.
Yeah,
No
I'm in San Antonio, but yeah, I'm in Houston, and I'm in Dallas, and I know all of that, man. Man, it's shocking. That Frisco and Plano scared me, bro. When I tell you, come down here and you would know exactly what I'm saying. You know not to go over there. Put it like that.
Appreciate
Put
you,
it
man.
like that. All right. One time.
No problem, bro. Let's make room for our sister, Lauren. Lauren, what's your where your head at with this Carmelo Anthony thing right now as we speak?
I mean,
Superlicious.
of course, probably like a lot of people wish it never happened in the first place, but we're here now. In every conversation that I listen to, it kind of just gives me something new to think about. I definitely got some of those extra thoughts because even in this conversation, because we can't say what we would do, you know what I'm saying, in whatever situation, and it's kind of just it's up to the court at this point just to look at all the proof. It's up to the lawyers to with the burden of the proof, of him being in fear of his life, you know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of just taking in the facts as they come in. Of course I'm gonna feel a certain type of way, but I'm not gonna let it override my logic. So that's just kind of where I'm at right now.
And LA, I always appreciate when you come up. Thank you so much, sis. Okay.
Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, anytime. I'm gonna go to my brother Class. Class, what's your verdict at this point right now?
Boom, the world class.
Let's get it.
First, man, I appreciate you for having me up. I try to rock with you as much as possible.
You already know. You already know.
You be going live 1 o'clock in the morning. It seems like to me, man. You be going late as a motherfucker. I be trying to stay woke, man. Most of the time I go to sleep and we listen to you live.
Oh yeah.
I just pass the fuck out. We shut the laptop down, shut the tablet down or something. But I'm confident. I'm even more confident today than I was last week that I don't even think he'll even get indicted. It'll make the grand jury or whatever. And I just, as a dad that has a brown skinned little boy, I'm happy that his baby, that this little boy defended himself like he's supposed to, and just teach the rest of the world that we just not somebody to play. So play with. So yeah. Whatever. It's gonna be a lot of different statements that's gonna be made. I haven't heard a respectable argument on the other side yet. I know that's me being respectful as I possibly can. I think it's a lot of this stuff I said earlier in your stream. You might even want to go look because I kind of show some stuff as it relates to our. And we were talking about PR. When you go back earlier in your live, I was with Next Level and F&M, and I was showing 2 different videos where it was this African girl talking about the video that they see when they come over here, and this older guy, an Egyptian that traveled here in 1978 and got naturalized in 1985, and what they said about us. Shout out to Bolo.
Shout out to Bolo. What's up, Bolo?
The video that they showed about us, and it's a consensus to constantly have some type of negative stereotype on us to the point where, and this as it relates to this situation, they love to think that we docile. They want to think that we somebody that we can play games with, and
that's a fact.
It needs to stop, and people need to stop telling us that we need I'm saying this and I'm done. This is the funny thing about the whole concept of either walking. That Carmelo should have walked or ran away. He should have walked or ran away at a fucking track meet. What sense does that make, nigga? What the fuck was he gonna get? He's gonna run from a football player?
We get where? It's always an excuse for us to be, and I get it. When JP said y'all don't want to hear it, but I'll say the same thing. It's always cool for us to be a bitch and be weak and be spineless and kill over. Everybody else can flaunt their stuff. Everybody else can represent their people. Everybody else can beat their chest. But it seems like when one of us do it and beat our chest, it offends everybody. So just rest assured, if you was offended before today, you're going to be doubly, if not quadruply, and these are not real words, offended going forward, because we're not going to tiptoe around nobody else no more. It's a wrap. I'm not going to be teaching my 8-year-old to run from the white boy. Knock his motherfucking head off. You bring your ass home. And with that, I say, appreciate you, bro. We out.
Man, you know it's all love, man. Shout out to class, the world class that is. Make sure y'all
Shout out
subscribe,
to
hit that
World
notification bell.
All right, next level, we up. Appreciate it. Y'all hit the like button.
Let's get it, man. Listen, I'm gonna get my final thoughts. First I want to say, man, shout out to Next Level, man. This shit wouldn't be possible without my brother Next Level, man. Yeah, soldier. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it looked like this becoming a pattern, man. What you think, Next Level?
Oh yeah. It's working out. It's working out okay. It's working out pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm seeing how people like to come and give their difference of opinion, and I don't know if people notice, but I know I talk slow sometimes, but I like to give a different view of opinion and just like flip the script on a lot of things. Like I don't mean like, oh, pick a side, choose a side, but I just like to give a different view of opinion to extend the conversation.
Yeah. And you do it very well, might I add. Real talk. No, real talk. And listen, everybody know our main, listen, we allow room, you know what I'm saying, for people to actually get their shit off. You know what I'm saying? We know how to let people run wild freely, but still maintaining a respect level, right? And I do want to say that shout out to Bill and Nico, right? Bill and Nico, I checked the numbers. Bill and Nico is the sponsor of tonight's show. Because a shout out to Logic too. Logic was the sponsor of the last show before we ended it. Crown Vic, go ahead and get your last thoughts out, man. You had left before I got to you.
Yeah, hey man, say man, for all y'all regentrified Negro, man, I'm gonna tell you like your grandmama should have told you, man. Look, man, don't get in these situations with them white folks and think they ain't gonna choose their own side, man. All you regentrified Negro, man, y'all need to come on back home, eat some of your grandmama's sweet potato pie, and rethink what y'all going through, bro. All this old talking against the one black boy that decided to stand up, something that your daddy should have did. Hey, man, don't try to send that boy through the Y. Don't try to send that boy down through the Y because you ain't had the nerve to muster up some strength because little old white boy been kicking you out through your ass high school or whatever. No, bro. That was self-defense. Bottom line, them folk were finna try to mob his ass. They finna do their thing to him now. Just believe it. Just like y'all see these videos on the internet where these folks they coming out of Walmart with receipts saying that they bought a flat screen TV, right? Just because that white boy can't afford that flat screen TV, he say, show me your receipt. And then when you say no, get what they do? They tackle all over your motherfucking ass. Y'all better stop kissing up in these and sucking up in these white folk booty hole. They showing y'all that don't care about y'all. I'm telling you that. But go ahead and do y'all thing, man. And y'all regentrified Negro, man. I believe in segregation because you are not like us. Us real Southern people. All right.
Appreciate you, Vic. I appreciate you, bro. Love, bro.
And I'm signing out, man.
All right, bro. This the benediction for tonight too. I think it's fitting, especially for how the Most High wants us to treat the younger generation. You know what I'm saying? This is how the older adults are supposed to, lead by example. Right here it says what real love is. We know what real